Chapter 1. Where am I? Is dawn breaking? Time to rise, I have an early class at 8. If I don't hurry, I might miss a seat at the back. Jilin groggily opened his eyes, greeted not by the familiar sight of his beloved blue plush toy, but rather by dukest blades of bluegrass. As he surveyed the towering trees surrounding him and glanced down at his own well-worn short sleeves and trousers, confusion enveloped him. Where exactly did that bunch of rascals leave me? He muttered, rising to his feet. Reflecting on the camaraderie of his dormitory and their illustrious exploits, Jilin couldn't help but suspect that his playful companions were orchestrating a prank. Though the trees here loomed excessively tall and the ground was adorned with unfamiliar flora, especially the striking blue grass that dominated the landscape, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, his school was bordered by a vast forest, and his adventurous spirit had often led him to explore uncharted territories. Moreover, he had seen black flowers before, albeit only through the lens of his smartphone. A gentle breeze swept by, and the morning chill sent shivers down his exposed arms as he embraced the coolness. Thoughts of his roommates crossed his mind, and he contemplated returning to share a touch of paternal affection with them. So, which direction should I take? That poses a dilemma. As for the matter of arriving late to class, he had full faith that his friends would provide a solid alibi of basic trust in his comrades. After pondering for an eternity, Jilin remained uncertain about which way to proceed. Suddenly, he recalled that his phone could provide a location, or at the very least, help him discern cardinal directions. Yet, as he patted down his pockets and searched the vicinity, it dawned on him that his phone was nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, even if they were playing a monumental prank, they wouldn't have taken my phone. Also, I think I hear something calling out. I wasn't aware that there were any large creatures at the school. Crouching low, he cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound, his movements growing increasingly delicate as he drew nearer. The surroundings began to appear disordered, as if a fierce struggle had transpired. Jilin even spotted deep claw marks on a tree he could encircle with his arms, and the ground bore the evidence of trampled flowers, some showing signs of heavy dragging. What in the world could have caused this? If I were to face them, I might not stand a chance. Jilin fell into contemplation. Now that he had observed these signs, he grappled with the decision of whether to continue onward to uncover the identity of this mysterious presence. Yet, as a mere scholar devoid of physical prowess, he feared that pressing on might jeopardize his safety. Stealth is key. Avoid any confrontation. That he turned and tiptoed away. However, he did not retrace his steps completely, as he now understood he was no longer at school, and returning would serve little purpose. Although he remained perplexed about his current predicament, ensuring his survival had become Jilin's foremost priority. Once Jilin departed, the area returned to its serene silence. The rustling of the underbrush signified the arrival of new visitors. A magnificent tiger's head emerged from the foliage, its jaws clamped around a snake's midsection. Following closely, the tiger's formidable body also broke through the undergrowth, dragging the serpent along with it. This tiger stood an impressive 5 feet tall and stretched over 10 feet in length, its coat a striking white. What was truly astonishing were the golden stripes and the regal symbol adorning its forehead, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Although some patches of its fur had turned a dull yellow, and a faint, sweetish scent lingered in the air, the traces of blood on its face and claws, while somewhat marring its divine presence, added an aura of grim majesty. The snake, held firmly in the tiger's grip, was more than twice the length of the tiger itself, its body of vivid emerald green. Its tongue, shaped like a triangle, flicked out, and its eyes resembled dull rubies, lacking their usual luster. Any expert in these matters would surely recognize both the tiger and the serpent, the Gungjin tiger and the mandala snake. The Gungjin tiger, having successfully captured its prey, was preparing to seek a secluded spot to relish its meal, having expended considerable effort to subdue the mandala snake. Suddenly, its keen nose detected a peculiar scent similar to that of the bipedal creatures that had previously threatened its existence, yet faintly different. If the earlier scent had been the pungent aroma of blood from hunting, this one was akin to a diluted version of the same. The tiger's gaze lingered on the direction from which Jilin had approached, holding it for a moment longer before vanishing into the vast sea of trees. In its not-so-stood mind, it thought only of feasting first and then feasting again. After all, I, the tiger, am the sovereign of this domain. Unbeknownst to Jilin, he was being watched by a fearsome predator. He cautiously navigated through the thicket, fearful of being discovered and mistaken for a mere snack. As the temperature in the surrounding area began to rise, Jilin's stomach commenced its symphony of hunger. Along his journey, he had been avoiding any disturbances, resulting in a path that was nearly twice as long as necessary. Im so hungry. I didn't feel this ravenous, even when I skipped breakfast before. Damn it. Physical labor clearly consumes more energy than mental exertion, he lamented. Stopping in his tracks, Ji Lin scanned his surroundings, hoping to find some fruit to satiate his appetite. I could see that moment. He spotted a flash of white to his left front, conspicuously standing out amidst the vibrant environment. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was a human femur. Upon this discovery, his brow furrowed, and he pressed his lips together. What on earth is going on? Human bones are turning up now. Contemplating the possibility that others had arrived in this place with supplies, Ji Lin began to search the area. Before long, he unearthed several other bones, some relatively intact, like the femur, and others shattered, such as skull fragments. Ultimately, he discovered a mostly complete skeleton beneath a large tree nearby. Not far from the skeleton, hidden within the underbrush, Ji Lin found a rusted short knife, about a foot long. Beyond that, his search yielded no further treasures. Ji Lin glanced at the short blade in his hand. Although he had already begun his endeavors, it should suffice for chopping a bit of wood. Armed with the knife, he made his way to the small creek where he had earlier sought out that gentleman. The brook was crystal clear, no wider than 2 meters, and the water reached up to his thighs. Within the stream, he could see several fish, each about 3 fingers wide. Perhaps due to the rarity of human visitors, these fish had not yet experienced the treachery of mankind. Ji Lin effortlessly caught 3, weighing approximately 2 pounds in total. Observing the now barren creek, he felt no greed. With the 3 fish in hand, he approached the skeleton of the gentleman not far off. Holding the fish before his eyes, Ji Lin fell into contemplation. How should I prepare this creature for consumption? Raw? Leaning in to sniff, a potent fishy odor assailed his senses, prompting Ji Lin to don a mask of despair. Curse it! How can I possibly eat this? Gazing at the knife in his hand and the dry branches not far away, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Did I have a dream? Or rather a thought. Yes, a bold idea. Chapter 2. Encounter. The setting sun languidly rested on the horizon, sleepily gazing at the world below. The vast starry forest was thus enveloped in a warm, orange glow. Everything appeared so serene. However, Ji Lin was not inclined to revel in this beauty. His focus was firmly fixed on the fire before him, or more precisely, the fish sizzling beside it. As he watched the oil bubble and hiss from the roasting fish, Ji Lin felt a deep gratitude towards those 2 men perched at the pinnacle of the food chain. More than anything, he felt fortunate for his keen interest in wilderness survival. He had not missed a single episode of their videos, having watched most of them. Regarding the methods of igniting a fire, such as using a magnifying glass or friction, Ji Lin possessed considerable knowledge. Yet, what left the most profound impression on him was the Iroquois method of fire starting. After creating a small hole in his stick with a short blade, Ji Lin invested a bit of time and a small piece of his pant leg, finally managing to kindle a fire by dusk. While the fish roasted, Ji Lin gathered ample firewood around him, ensuring he would not be left in the dark when the flames flickered out. After all, he would need it for warmth and to deter any lurking beasts. However, Ji Lin found it curious that there were not many signs of wildlife activity nearby. Logically, such a vast forest should teem with various species. Yet, from a morning until now, aside from the fish in the stream and the occasional sighting of a few wild chickens, he had not encountered any other animals save for the strange sounds he had heard that morning. Well, this is somewhat reassuring. The scarcity of animals suggests this area is relatively safe for me. After all, lower risks are preferable. As the aroma from the fire grew richer, Ji Lin's stomach rumbled increasingly. Estimating that the fish was nearly done, he picked it up, ready to take a bite. Suddenly, he recalled something and, holding the fish on 3 skewers these he had painstakingly crafted, silently intoned. Great God Jehovah, Guanyin of the southern sea, the glorious God Thor of the north, the goddess Athena of the west, and the father Odin of the Norse pantheon, here omitting a host of deities and also the little golden gourd, may you all grant me safe passage home. MNS. He traced a cross over his chest. He pondered briefly, feeling a sense of oddity. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed thrice in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Ah, this is correct. Perhaps only the Western deities can hear this cross, and with these 3 bows the Eastern gods should also take heed. Humph. This prayer, a blend of Eastern and Western traditions, is indeed a mass communication in the realm of mysticism. I am now invincible. Upon completing this ritual, his hunger intensified. Gazing at the fish in his hand, which was gradually cooling, he took a hearty bite. Instantly, an extraordinary flavor surged to his senses, a taste so potent and novel that it brought tears to his eyes. In that moment, he could not help but let out a cry to the heavens. How fishy! He quickly spat out the fish meat, pointing at the remnants on the ground, Reflecting on the arduous effort it took to obtain that single bite, his expression contorted with disdain. "I have never encountered such brazen fish," he exclaimed. "Do you even deserve my respect?" After expelling the contents of his mouth, he settled down, panting heavily, as the pangs of hunger returned with renewed fervor. While he had been consumed by anger moments ago, now seated, the sensation was palpable. Looking at the remaining fish, he sighed and began to eat bit by bit. After nearly half an hour of toil, he finally finished one fish. The two remaining were simply too much to stomach. With a lingering fishy taste in his mouth, he hastily gulped down some warm water to rinse it away. As for the source of the warm water, he could only express his gratitude. "Thank you, fate, for saving my life." Reclining beside the campfire, he found himself overwhelmed with myriad feelings, reflecting on the bizarre events of the day, lamenting the unpalatable fish, and contemplating the challenges of being at the top of the food chain. As dusk fell, the moon seemed to have vanished into the night, allowing the stars to shine with exceptional brilliance. Gazing at the twinkling lights above, he found himself lost in reverie, his hands instinctively resting behind his head. Although he felt that curling up with his legs would better capture his solitary predicament after all, it embodied the essence of solitude. He realized that to admire such a breathtaking starry sky, one would need to tilt their head back, which could be quite tiresome. Still, this is rather carefree, he mused. The nearby campfire flickered weakly. Though the light offered a semblance of safety, darkness could sometimes provide a comforting embrace. He relished this, feeling the firelight illuminated only his face, its warmth gentle rather than scorching. In this tranquil setting, a wave of homesickness washed over him, longing for his small bed, his mother's not-so-pretty face, his father's less-than pleasant temperament, and even the not-so-delicious meals from home. It was peculiar. He had never yearned to return to that less than 100-square-meter dwelling he had inhabited for nearly 20 years. Perhaps it was mere sentimentality, he thought with self-deprecation. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would seek higher ground and find a way back. Upon his return, he would surely take a few days off to enjoy some time at home. As for whether it would be approved, he declared, "Even Jesus couldn't keep me here, I assure you." The campfire gradually diminished, shrinking until only charred wood remained, while Jilin was unaware of when he had closed his eyes. The gentle sound of snoring and the faint chirping of insects became the dominant melody of this small realm. Awakened by the chill, Jilin, guided by the soft glow of the moon that had emerged unbeknownst to him, resolved to rekindle the fire. Armed with prior experience and readily available tools, he felt confident that he could accomplish this task swiftly. However, as he grasped the tools to commence his endeavor, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. It dawned on Jilin that something was amiss. The surroundings were unnaturally silent, devoid of any sound. A deathly stillness enveloped him. Although he was uncertain whether the insects typically ceased their chirping at midnight, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, where the instinct for self-preservation was heightened. His heart raced, and his eyes darted anxiously around him. Suddenly, Jilin crouched down slowly, retreating cautiously while fixating his gaze ahead. There, in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes stood out ominously against the darkness. As he took several steps back, Jilin realized that the distance between him and those eyes had not diminished. He confirmed that this creature's target was indeed him. With that thought, he turned and fled. In that fleeting moment of turning, the owner of those eyes emerged from the shadows, and, illuminated by the moonlight, Jilin beheld the formidable visage of a massive tiger. Fortuitously, the moon was particularly bright that night. Although the surroundings were not as illuminated as in daylight, there was sufficient light for Jilin to make his escape. The golden tiger was somewhat irked, having devoured a snake earlier in the day. It had awakened from its slumber, now hungry once more. Unfortunately, it had already consumed the larger soul beasts in the vicinity, and the smaller ones were inadequate to satiate its appetite. Catching multiple would merely waste time. The thought of venturing elsewhere seemed exhausting to that moment. A memory of the scent it had detected earlier resurfaced, and the tiger promptly decided on its dinner. Despite the aroma having faded, the golden tiger's keen sense of smell allowed it to track Jilin's trail. However, due to Jilin's deviation at a watercourse on his return, the scent near the water had become muddled, leading the golden tiger to only discover where Jilin had awoken. Frustration welled within the tiger, yet it had no choice but to hope for a late-night snack on its way back. After meandering aimlessly, the golden tiger found nothing at all. As its hunger intensified, so too did its irritability. Just then, the tiger caught a whiff of that peculiar scent once more, now notably stronger. Delighted, the golden tiger resolved to pay Jilin a visit. Chapter 3. The Flight. Jilin raced beneath the moonlight. If one were to overlook the panic etched across his face, This moment could have been a cherished memory to reminisce about in his twilight years. Yet, at that moment, Ji Lin yearned for no such recollection. With the moonlight guiding him, Ji Lin could vaguely discern the path ahead, contemplating that he might outrun the pursuing tiger. He could only hope to take refuge among the towering trees, as if hoping to elude his pursuer in a game of hide and seek. With that thought, he sprinted towards the thicket, occasionally changing direction as Ji Lin advanced with fervor. The sounds behind him gradually diminished, and a wave of joy surged within him. The anxiety that had once weighed heavily on his heart began to dissipate. Reflecting on his performance that night, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. If I could maintain such excellence over 1,000 meters, would I still have to worry about failing? How amusing. This might just earn me a spot on the national team. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air from behind, followed by a sudden pain in his leg, causing Ji Lin, who had been running for over 10 minutes, to tumble to the ground. He rolled several times before coming to a halt against a tree. Thud! Ji Lin felt as though his chest had been struck by a tiny fist, a tightness settling in. It was as if, upon coming to a standstill, a fire ignited within his lungs. He was compelled to gulp in air, desperately trying to alleviate the repercussions of his prolonged sprint. Just as he prepared to rise, a sharp pain shot through his right leg, causing Ji Lin to collapse onto the ground. He glanced at his leg, where blood flowed freely from 3 wounds. With a bitter smile, he acknowledged the grim reality. He would likely meet his end here tonight. Soft, subtle footsteps approached from ahead. Ji Lin tightened his grip on the short blade that had never left his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow advancing towards him, illuminated by the moonlight. He resolved that, even in death, he would take a bite out of his adversary. If only he had known that this was how it would conclude. He would have lunged at the moment they first met, ensuring that he could at least achieve a moment of glory. As Gung Jiho drew nearer, it was astonishing how such a large creature moved with such silence, akin to a masterful dancer, so delicate and graceful. It seemed as though the only sound in the world was Ji Lin's heavy breathing. Faced with the architect of his torment, it would be a lie to claim he felt no fear. Yet, Ji Lin understood that even if he groveled before this beast, it would show him no mercy. Furthermore, he had never bowed to anyone except his parents throughout his life. At this moment, Gung Jinho's attention was not on the biped wielding an iron object. Instead, it fixated intently on the shadow to Ji Lin's right, its forelimbs slightly bent as it lowered its head with a predatory focus. Ji Lin also noticed the movements of the tiger before him. He understood that at this moment, he lacked the authority to command such a creature. Thus, he followed the tiger's gaze to the right. Under the watchful eyes of both man and beast, a dark shadow slowly emerged. Once it fully stepped into view, Ji Lin realized it was a gigantic black scorpion. Upon seeing this creature, Ji Lin was utterly bewildered, for he had never encountered a scorpion of such formidable size. Goodness, what kind of monster is this? Are there really scorpions of this magnitude on Earth? Those pincers could easily snap me in two. It is no wonder Ji Lin was so astonished. The tiger before him was the largest he had ever seen, yet this scorpion surpassed even the tiger in size. And it was a scorpion. While one could rationalize the tiger's immense size, the existence of such a colossal scorpion was simply outrageous. Could it possibly be an experimental specimen that had inadvertently escaped from some biological laboratory? Ji Lin expressed his discontent, but excitement soon took over. It was evident that the two creatures were not allies. Their postures suggested an imminent clash. He could seize the opportunity for his own advantage amidst their struggle. Especially that tiger, if it did not receive a swift kick, Ji Lin would turn the character upside down. The Black Xian scorpion felt quite vexed. It had been peacefully dining at home when it suddenly sensed a surge of ferocity from the nearby deceased tiger. Typically, when soul beasts exhibit such intensity, it serves to intimidate others, announcing their presence. Initially, the Black Xian scorpion wished to ignore it, as the disturbance occurred on the intruder's territory. However, the imposing aura was directed towards it, igniting a spark of anger. If the tiger were to trespass so brazenly, how could the Black Xian scorpion maintain its reputation in the realm of soul beasts? The Gung Jin tiger had not anticipated that its display of might, intended to deter other beasts from encroaching upon its prey, would inadvertently intrude upon the Black Xian scorpion's domain. In the heat of the moment, it had neglected to retract its aura, thus attracting the scorpion's attention. Yet, the Gung Jin tiger remained unfazed, confident in its ability to vanquish or even eliminate the Black Xian scorpion. As for Ji Lin, he was merely a source of sustenance. The atmosphere thickened as the two formidable entities faced off, each glaring intently at the other, neither willing to make the first move. Suddenly, they charged towards each other simultaneously, closing the distance rapidly. The black Xian scorpion struck first, its scorpion tail darting forth like a black bullet aimed at the tiger. The Gung-Jin tiger, unperturbed, leapt upwards just before the tail could strike, its claws glinting under the moonlight, targeting the vulnerable connection between the scorpion's tail and body. With a whoosh, the scorpion's tail was swiftly retracted and elevated, moving even faster than before. Just as it seemed poised to strike, astonishingly, the tiger harnessed power in midair, as if propelled by unseen hands, narrowly evading the lethal hook. In the process, the Gung-Jin tiger lost its aim, brushing past the black Xian scorpion and delivering a claw strike against its body, sending sparks flying. The rapid exchange transpired in mere seconds, leaving Jilin in awe. How daring of him to contemplate such a maneuver. Fortunately, he had remained prudent. As Jilin pondered this, the black Xian scorpion swiftly turned to face the tiger, which had just landed. The encounter had revealed to both parties that mere physical confrontation would not yield a decisive advantage. Thus, they instinctively began to amplify their powers. The scorpion's tail glowed ominously, while energy coalesced within the tiger's jaws. Moments later, two beams of light, one black, one white, shot forth simultaneously. Jilin gazed at the two beams of light engaged in a fierce struggle, his lips twitching incessantly. He had initially believed that the mysterious organization had merely discarded something in an unknown primeval forest, only to find himself traversing into a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. In that moment, a myriad of emotions, confusion, fear, excitement, converged within him, erupting as a single exclamation, "What the hell?" The duel between the two forces remained unaffected by Jilin's outburst, intensifying in both magnitude and scope. A small tree, situated not far from the epicenter of the clash, succumbed and fractured, emitting a soft white light that gradually coalesced into a luminous halo. Upon witnessing this ethereal ring, Jilin recalled a fleeting thought and began to formulate some conjectures regarding this world. A white halo, a 10-year spirit ring, Douluo, continent? Hiss. At that moment, Jilin felt the ground beneath him quivering slightly, while an indescribable sense of trepidation enveloped him. This fear was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, rendering him utterly incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Even under the menacing gaze of a tiger, he had managed to flee. Thus, it became evident just how formidable an adversary he was now confronting. Meanwhile, the golden tiger and black scorpion had long since vanished. Jilin could not shake the image of their fleeing expressions from his mind, particularly that of the golden tiger. From the moment it had pursued him, he had never anticipated witnessing such an expression of profound terror on its face, an authentic fear that surpassed even his own. If I am to survive this ordeal, one day I shall make that tiger display such an expression because of me. Contemplating this, Jilin leaned against a tree behind him, closed his eyes, and awaited his fate. The combined effects of fear and his injured leg rendered him utterly exhausted, leaving him devoid of any strength. So be it. The tremors intensified, and Jilin steeled himself for death. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated demise did not arrive, and the vibrations began to subside. Opening his eyes in confusion, he beheld a massive pit less than 5 meters away, surrounded by several fallen trees. Driven by curiosity, Jilin struggled to rise, leaning against the tree for support, and limped towards the pit. This short distance exhausted him completely, leaving him breathless as he propped himself against a nearby tree, gazing toward the source of the remaining tremors. The dawn had barely broken, allowing Jilin to discern the origin of the disturbance: a colossal gorilla. A Titan great ape? Watching the receding silhouette of the Titan great ape and the white, yellow, and purple spirit rings trailing behind it, Jilin was deeply moved by the majestic path it had carved. Under the softly illuminated sky, this simple yet resplendent road of kings profoundly shook Jilin's spirit. A surge of audacity welled up within him. Jilin smiled, a joyous and grand smile. Truly, how imposing. Jilin's laughter gradually subsided, as the sun unveiled a corner of its brilliance, casting its rays upon Jilin's face, which was smeared with dirt. With his eyes closed and his head slightly tilted back, he reveled in this long-awaited warmth. Is this the essence of being alive? He inhaled deeply, holding the breath for an extended moment before exhaling it slowly. How delightful. Chapter 4. On the road. Jilin gazed at the ginseng before him, a smile flickering across his pallid visage. After being inadvertently rescued by the Titan great ape, he realized he had lost an excessive amount of blood, leaving him utterly weakened. Gritting his teeth, he tore several strips from his clothing and bound his wounds with the remaining fabric, then proceeded to follow the path carved out by the Titan great ape. As for how he discerned that this was the way out, Jilin noted that the trees in this direction were considerably shorter, while the trees on the opposite side towered many times higher. It was a simple deduction. He hoped to leverage the imposing presence of the Titan great ape to intimidate the soul beasts of the Douluo forest. After all, Jilin possessed little means of resistance. Even a casual encounter with a carnivorous soul beast could cost him his life. Having walked along this path for a brief while, Jilin stumbled upon a ginseng plant and paused to excavate it, hoping it would aid in alleviating his injuries. Remarkably, the path had proven quite advantageous. During his trek and while unearthing the ginseng, he had not encountered a single living soul beast. There were, however, numerous deceased ones, most reduced to mere pulp, with only a few retaining recognizable remains. Fortunately, having accompanied his grandfather to the mountains in his youth to gather various herbs, including ginseng, Jilin was able to identify the plant. Observing the ginseng in his hand, approximately 3 inches in length and 2 fingers wide, Jilin wasted no time. After a quick wipe, he began to consume it. The taste was bitter, a flavor unfamiliar to him, nearly prompting him to retch. Yet, he understood the adage that good medicine is often bitter, so he persevered through the unpleasantness and resumed chewing. Perhaps due to his acclimatization, he found the bitterness less unbearable than before, even detecting a hint of sweetness. Once the ginseng was ingested, Jilin felt a warm current rising from his stomach, coursing throughout his body, and the pain in his legs seemed to diminish significantly. This sensation compelled him to consume the remainder of the ginseng, and a more potent warmth surged through him, gradually alleviating the pallor of his face and introducing a faint blush. As he sensed the changes within his body, Jilin became aware of his unusually robust digestive capacity, pondering its origins, but ultimately unable to reach a conclusion. Unable to fathom the reasons, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was not a misfortune. At that moment, his stomach began to signal its hunger, prompting Jilin to cast his gaze upon a half-eaten pig-like soul beast lying beside the path. Though it was merely the upper half that remained, it still presented a considerable meal for him. Estimating the beast's original weight to be at least 1,000 jin, Jilin observed its long tusks, suggesting it had once been a formidable creature of the forest. However, that was now a thing of the past. Well, the Titan great ape has certainly provided me with a boon, a fine gift indeed. With that, Jilin took his knife and carved off a portion of the remaining tenderloin, weighing roughly 12 jin. Drawing upon his prior experience, he effortlessly kindled a fire and set half of the tenderloin to roast over the flames. Once again, the remaining meat was wrapped in large leaves and buried in a pit not far away. With the knife in hand, he strolled into the distance, hoping to search for more ginseng while avoiding any potential encounters with soul beasts that might be drawn to him. After all, he was still unaware of the true extent of the Titan giant ape's intimidation, so it was prudent to exercise caution. Within a radius of 500 meters, he indeed discovered 3 ginseng plants. 2 of them were similar to the ones he had previously found, while the third was notably larger, measuring 3 fingers in width. After consuming the larger ginseng, Jilin intended to continue eating, but a sudden cool sensation in his nose prompted him to check. To his dismay, he realized he had a nosebleed. He recalled that after suffering a serious illness in his childhood, he had subsisted not on rich foods but rather on lighter fare. When he had inquired about this, the elders had explained that the weak do not benefit from nourishment. It seemed that this wisdom applied to his current predicament as well. He had overindulged. Consequently, he decided to save the 2 remaining ginseng roots for a few days later. Before he knew it, dusk had approached, and Jilin cautiously made his way back to the camp, gripping the dirted short blade he had used for digging. As he drew closer to the campsite, his anxiety heightened. Although he had not detected any disturbances, he remained vigilant, carefully scanning the area for any signs of soul beasts but found none. Relieved, he returned to the camp. The campfire had long extinguished, with even the embers turned to ash. The meat remained untouched, just as he had left it. He removed the meat from its resting place and began to eat. It was slightly charred, yet the flavor surpassed that of roasted fish. Likely due to the fact that the pig was a soul beast, Jilin had expected to have some leftovers, but after the first bite, he found himself unable to stop. Only when he had finished the meat, licking the grease from his fingers, did he realize he had consumed it all, even wishing he could roast the remaining portions. However, as night fell, Jilin was reluctant to roast anything further, fearing another encounter with a soul beast. Disregarding that thought, he rose and made his way to the shelter he had chosen while digging for ginseng, a stone roughly 10 feet square. Remarkably, for trees stood behind the stone, forming a fan-like arrangement that sheltered it. The space between the stone and the trees was ample enough for Ji-Lin to lie down comfortably. After gathering some materials, he filled the gaps at the base of the trees with foliage and squeezed juice from some blue herbs to apply to his skin. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Ji-Lin settled into his shelter. Reflecting on the day's events, he instinctively touched his right leg. It no longer hurt. It appeared not only had his digestive capacity improved, but so too had his recovery abilities. Could this be considered a benefit of his transmigration? Perhaps it was merely the superior quality of ginseng in the Douluo world, where even the weakest warriors dwelled in a realm infused with divine fantasy. Fortunately, the inhabitants of Douluo did not exploit medicinal resources to their fullest extent. Otherwise, finding such ginseng would be an unrealistic endeavor. As thoughts meandered, a sense of drowsiness gradually enveloped me. Having had a restless night and being pursued by the golden tiger for half the night, I dragged my weary body through another day. The fatigue overwhelmed me the moment I relaxed. The vast starry forest, cloaked in darkness, offered a rare moment of tranquility. Stepping out of the shelter, I felt invigorated. Aside from a slight hunger, I believed I had fully revived. Unwrapping the makeshift bandage from my leg, I discovered that it had begun to scab over, with a relatively shallow wound whose scar was nearly shedding. I retrieved the leftover meat from yesterday and rekindled the fire to roast it anew. While awaiting my meal, I busied myself once more with the search for ginseng, convinced that more would always be better. Perhaps emboldened by the absence of spirit beasts the previous day, I expanded my search radius to 800 meters. This time, I unearthed 5 ginseng roots, though none exceeded the length of 2 fingers. Additionally, I stumbled upon a fruit tree and gathered a handful of its produce. Observing birds feasting on the fruit, I sampled one. It was crisp and refreshing, reminiscent of an apple in both flavor and appearance, though this fruit was yellow. Throughout my journey, I occasionally spotted small herbivorous creatures and spirit beasts, an ominous sign. I seized the roasted meat and continued along my path of survival. Chapter 5. Emergence from the forest. Following the monkey trail, I journeyed for another 2 days. The spirit beasts, initially frightened into hiding by the Titan great ape, began to re-emerge, yet the terror instilled by the Titan great ape likely lingered in their hearts, causing them to avoid the monkey trail at all costs. Within a 50-meter radius of the trail, spirit beasts remained elusive. This, however, significantly accelerated my pace, allowing me to cover several miles in a single day. Indeed, traversing the forest was no easy feat, compounded by the necessity of finding food, water sources, and shelter. Over these 2 days, I noticed some changes in my body. It seemed to have strengthened considerably. I was running faster, and my strength had notably increased. During one water-fetching excursion, I observed that my once dull complexion, a result of frequent late nights, was gradually becoming fair and radiant. I felt as if I had returned to my 18-year-old self, and though 2 years had passed, I recalled that I was far more robust at that age. Contemplating this transformation, I bit into the fruit, which produced a satisfying crunch, its sweet juice tantalizing my palate. Perhaps it was the transition from an ordinary world to an extraordinary one that facilitated this bodily metamorphosis. Crunch. I took another bite. After all, aren't the stories of spiritual awakening often narrated in such a manner? Today, I finally reached the end of the monkey trail. Gazing at the lush foliage before me, I pondered my next course of action. Raising my eyes to the sky, I noted that the hour was growing late. Ji-Lin began to search for shelter for the night, and to his surprise, he discerned the faint traces of a previous encampment merely a tree's breadth away, with remnants of ashes from a once blazing campfire scattered across the ground. Ji-Lin stroked his chin, pondering whether he had arrived at the juncture where Tang Sen acquired the 8 spider lances at the terminus of the monkey path. To be honest, Ji-Lin could hardly recall how long it had been since he last perused the original novel. All he retained were vague recollections of the overarching plot, with specific details eluding him. He had heard that an anime adaptation had emerged in recent years, yet he had only managed to watch over 200 episodes of Naruto and a mere handful of One Piece, his procrastination weighing heavily upon him. Was it that the allure of games had waned, or had short videos lost their charm? He decided to search the vicinity, hoping to uncover traces of their departure. Indeed, Ji-Lin stumbled upon 2 peculiar locations, one directed towards the depths of the Stardow forest, while the other led to an unknown destination. Without hesitation, he resolved to pursue the latter path. However, time was not on his side. and he reluctantly chose to wait until the morrow to continue his journey. As he gazed upon the quaint little town before him, tears welled in Jilin's eyes. At long last, he had encountered fellow humans. He felt overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "I have truly endured great hardships." Reflecting on the trials of the past 10 days, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. "You cannot fathom the perils I faced along the way. I meticulously wiped the sap from those plants, and now my skin bears a tinge of green. I even stumbled upon a corpse. Oh, the horror! Do you comprehend the magnitude of shock such a sight entails for a blossoming soul of the new era? Why could you not finish your meal? Poor fellow, you departed without even spending all your money." Jilin wiped his eyes and retrieved a cloth bag from his waist. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 gold coins, 5 silver coins, and 3 copper coins. Contemplating the importance of prudence in all matters, he extracted 9 gold coins and concealed them in a secluded spot before finally entering the small town. Gazing at the shops lining the streets and listening to the surrounding clamor, Jilin let out a silent sigh. Alas, his greatest concern had come to fruition. He was faced with a language barrier. Although he had anticipated the possibility of such a predicament, he had yet to devise a satisfactory solution. Matt, a merchant who eked out a living at the market outside the Starry Forest, was a 13th-level soul master whose martial spirit was an abacus. He employed a cadre of blacksmiths, ordinary folk devoid of soul power, primarily selling commonplace weapons and armor, swords, daggers, and cloth armor. Upon noticing Jilin, who was covered in dirt and clad in nothing, it was evident that he was neither a person of influence nor strength, but rather a scavenger. Matt, uninterested in the reasons for Jilin's disheveled appearance, saw him as a new face and sensed potential profit. Without hesitation, he approached with a welcoming demeanor. "Young man, would you like to purchase a garment?" Jilin observed a somewhat portly middle-aged man approaching him, a smile adorning his face, albeit one that appeared somewhat insincere, imbued with a certain urban cunning. Listening to his incessant chatter, Jilin could surmise the man's intentions, especially since his arrival at the marketplace, all eyes had been fixated upon him. The gazes were a medley of intrigue, mockery, and astonishment, a veritable tapestry of reactions. Jilin felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he could do little more than hope to swiftly locate a clothing store to procure an article of attire. Most of those who approached him at this juncture were likely peddlers. He nodded in acknowledgement. In response, Matt gestured invitingly, then began to lead the way to his shop. Upon entering Matt's establishment, Jilin cast a curious glance towards the adjacent blacksmith's forge, where 3 burly men were laboriously wielding hammers, their bare arms glistening with sweat. Meanwhile, Matt stepped into the shop, disappearing behind the threshold for reasons unknown. After a brief moment, Jilin redirected his attention to ascertain the nature of the wares being offered. As he crossed the threshold, he was taken aback by the sight of walls adorned with an array of weapons and an assortment of peculiar garments. Have you ever encountered clothing replete with pockets? Here, they were aplenty. Matt stood at the counter, observing Jilin, as if presenting something before him. Suppressing his astonishment, Jilin approached the counter, where he beheld neatly folded garments in a vibrant shade of blue. "Dear customer, what do you think of this piece?" Matt inquired, gesturing invitingly once more. Jilin touched the fabric, noting that its quality surpassed that of his previous short-sleeved shirts. He lifted the garment to examine it closely, finding the style comparable to a fitted shirt, while a pair of trousers peeked out from beneath, eliciting a satisfied expression from him. Observing Jilin's demeanor, Matt couldn't help but smile, remarking, "It appears the customer is quite pleased. It will be 1 silver coin." He raised his right index finger, fully aware that the cost price of this outfit was merely 40 copper coins. Nevertheless, Matt was confident that as long as Jilin did not wish to wander the streets in bare skin, he would purchase it. As for offending the customer, Matt mused, why should a soul master fear an ordinary person? His certainty in Jilin's ordinary status stemmed from the fact that he had never witnessed a soul master stooping to the role of a grave digger. Upon seeing Matt's gesture, Jilin couldn't help but ponder the exorbitant prices in Douluo. Could a single outfit truly demand a gold coin? However, considering Douluo's feudal societal structure, he reconciled that such attire might indeed warrant a higher price. Extracting the salvaged coin pouch, he retrieved a gold coin. Noticing the bloodstains on the pouch, Matt became increasingly convinced of his assumptions, thinking it might have been diminished. Yet, when Jilin produced the gold coin, Matt's eyes instinctively narrowed. Jilin paid the fee, picked up his clothes, and departed without the slightest hesitation. Witnessing this, Matt smiled. As Jilin stepped out of the shop, he exhaled deeply, gazing at the garments in his hands, and smiled. He was finally free from the discomfort of being unclothed. Both parties were content with the transaction. Chapter 6. 3 months later, time flows inexorably, with the sun and moon in perpetual motion. In the blink of an eye, Jilin had spent 3 months in the marketplace. During this period, he had adapted to his surroundings, and he had also mastered the language of Douluo continent to a considerable extent, much to his own surprise. Previously, he had spent nearly a decade studying a language without achieving fluency, yet now he could engage in daily conversations effortlessly after just 3 months. Had he achieved such progress earlier, who would still rely on subtitles while watching films? Initially, Jilin communicated with others by mimicking. He would observe how others interacted with vendors, eavesdropping on their exchanges. Although he received numerous warnings, those who noticed his bewildered expression merely left with a dismissive comment about his ignorance, deeming him a fool. Over these 3 months, Jilin gained a deeper understanding of the Douluo continent. For instance, it was now the year 2643 in the Douluo calendar, and the current pope, Bibi Dong, had been in power for nearly 12 years. Furthermore, in less than 3 years, the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition would commence. Recently, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul had made an appearance in the area. Jilin also learned that the various markets within the Star-Do Forest were protected by different factions, with the market he frequented being backed by the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Upon receiving this information, Jilin was initially astonished but soon came to terms with it. After all, in such a remote location, it was improbable to maintain order without the presence of a significant power. It was no wonder that when Ning Rongrong and her companions caused a ruckus, no other soul masters intervened. They had essentially returned to their own territory. Additionally, Jilin discovered that he had been overcharged. Through his experiences over the past 3 months, he realized that the productivity of the Douluo continent was not low. Thanks to the existence of martial souls, their productivity was quite comparable to that of modern society, especially in basic necessities like food and clothing. Moreover, as this was a fantasy world, its inhabitants seldom fell ill. Even when they did, a single healing soul skill was often sufficient for treatment. If that failed, another could be employed. This resulted in a lack of emphasis on pharmaceuticals in the Douluo continent. Jilin purchased clothing in Matina for a mere 80 copper soul coins, yet foolishly offered a single gold soul coin in exchange. This gold soul coin represents nearly 3 months' worth of living expenses for a humble family of 3. Jilin once contemplated seeking an explanation from Matt, yet so much time has elapsed, and back then, he was not proficient in the language. Moreover, he genuinely needed that garment at the time, so he let it go. What nonsense. In any case, Jilin could no longer endure it. One fateful night, he concealed his face and confronted Matt, administering a beating as he was about to return home. As for the monetary aspect, he considered it merely a medical expense. Would he ever admit that his pride prevented him from approaching Matt? After all, upon acquiring the clothing, Jilin had smugly congratulated himself. Ah, what a clever little rascal I am, managing to procure a garment despite the language barrier. The marketplace beyond the Great Forest of Stars has a relatively high cost of living, and the 9 gold soul coins buried alongside the remaining change were scarcely enough to sustain Jilin for a month on a frugal diet. His appetite had been steadily increasing. However, presently, Jilin's hunger has plateaued and even diminished. With the change in his dietary needs, his physical prowess has begun to enhance dramatically. Recently, Jilin felt that his body had ceased to strengthen further. He can now lift nearly 100 pounds with a single hand. As for long-distance running, he managed to run for 3 continuous hours, though he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily at the end. As for explosive strength, Jilin was uncertain how to measure it accurately. However, he managed to push back a stone measuring nearly 1 meter in height and width, and about 2 meters in thickness, by approximately 1 foot. Rubbing his sore arms, he pondered the weight of the stone, estimating it to be around 5 tons. How should I calculate the energy of my sudden exertion? Gravity multiplied by the coefficient of friction, then multiplied by the distance? By the way, do both worlds share the same gravitational acceleration? Jilin fell into deep contemplation, a sigh escaping his lips. Alas, it seemed his mind was beginning to wander, and he resolved to abandon his thoughts. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged the absurdity of expecting a university student to ponder a high school dilemma. Ultimately, he decided it was best to cease his ruminations. As he had to rise early for work the next day, returning home to rest was the wisest choice. About a month prior, as his finances dwindled, Jilin secured a position as a waiter at a hotel in the marketplace. The job offered meals and accommodation. With a monthly salary of 50 silver coins, 1 gold 100 silver 10,000 copper. Moreover, during lulls in business, he was free to occupy his time as long as he remained on the premises. Upon hearing these terms, Jilin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively waved his hands in refusal. Is something amiss? If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. We can reach an understanding, the hotel owner, Hai Chuan, said earnestly. Jilin was moved by Hai Chuan's sincere demeanor. His gesture of dismissal was not one of rejection, but rather an indication that there was no need for further persuasion. A person as kind as Hai Chuan could not possibly wish him ill. Upon hearing this, Hai Chuan grasped Jilin's hand, his eyes slightly reddening. Do not worry, my dear brother. As long as there is meat on my plate, a portion will be set aside for you. However, allow me to indulge first. The urgency in Hai Chuan's recruitment of waitstaff stemmed from an incident involving Tang San and his companions. During their confrontation with the Zhonghui Academy, several waiters, eager to witness a complimentary Soul Master duel, were inadvertently caught in the fray. One of them suffered a severe leg injury and had since departed for the nearest city in search of a healing Soul Master. Although there were healing Soul Masters available at the marketplace, their services were costly. The hotel itself was modest in size, employing only 5 waiters, and with one suddenly absent, the workload for the remaining staff naturally increased. They had been pressuring Hai Chuan to hire another. Thus, Jilin found a refuge in this establishment. Come on, Jilin. Your shift is over. It's rare to have a quiet day. Let me take you out for some fun, just shouted to Jilin, who was tidying up the tables. Never mind, you all go ahead. I'll stay back to earn some extra cash on the night shift, Jilin replied, determined. Enough of that, Jess. Jilin needs to save money for his future wife, Shiwan chimed in, playfully draping his arm around Jilin's shoulders as he spoke to Jess. Jess and Shiwan were Jilin's roommates. Jilin merely smiled at the jest, for it was the persona he had crafted for himself, a humble villager who took on the grim profession of a grave digger to earn a living and marry, and who, after narrowly escaping death, resolved to seek a safer occupation. As the two exited the shop, engaged in light-hearted banter, Jilin approached the front desk and retrieved a universal literacy manual from the mainland, engrossing himself in its contents. Having arrived in an extraordinary world, he felt compelled to explore the path of cultivation. Thus, under the pretense of wanting to marry, he began saving money to venture into the city in hopes of awakening his martial spirit, dismissing concerns about his age with the belief that one must seize the opportunity to try. Chapter 7. A midnight visitor. Just as Jilin was deeply engrossed in the book in his hands, the inn's door swung open, setting the bell above the frame to chime melodiously. Jilin was taken aback to find that, even at such a late hour, someone had arrived. He looked up to see a middle-aged man dressed in black. His attire was not particularly disheveled, yet it bore an air of eccentricity, as if he had carelessly thrown it on. The belt hung loosely, appearing as though it might slip off at any moment. In terms of appearance, he was rather unremarkable, but a crimson longsword dangled from his waist. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his hair was poorly tended, merely gathered haphazardly at the back of his head with a simple hair tie, revealing a significant expanse of white. Jilin felt an unusual fluctuation emanating from the sword, a sensation not unlike his own, momentarily causing him to pause. Having worked in this establishment for a month and hosted numerous soul masters, he had yet to encounter one who so brazenly displayed their martial spirit at their waist. This figure resembled not a soul master, but rather a wandering hero of the Jianghu. However, Jilin quickly averted his gaze, recognizing the vastness of the world and the inevitability of meeting extraordinary individuals. Is this esteemed soul master here for a meal or lodging? He inquired. Upon hearing this, the soul master halted mid-yawn. Ah, you possess quite the perceptive nature, he remarked, striding toward Jilin and continuing with flamboyant gestures. Marvelous. A brilliant aura radiates from your crown. Young brother, you are an unparalleled talent, truly a gem among men. Our encounter is fated. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be inclined to accept? At this proclamation, a plethora of dark lines appeared on Jilin's forehead. Observing the overly dramatic expressions on what had initially seemed a serious countenance struck him as utterly awkward. Was it now the trend in the Soul Master community to recruit disciples in such a manner? He pondered this internally, yet politely declined, saying, You must realize I possess no soul power, and am far from being a genius. Perhaps you have mistaken me. Though Jilin sensed a presence of soul power within himself, he could not fathom why he was unable to harness it. He had a hypothesis. Prior to the awakening of one's martial spirit, both those with and without soul power are incapable of perceiving or accessing their soul energy. Otherwise, the crystal ball used for testing soul power would be rendered superfluous. It seemed he had a heightened sensitivity, enabling him to sense this energy. As for the individual surnamed Tang, it could only be attributed to his mixed heritage and some additional advantage. Upon hearing Jilin's response, the Soul Master stroked his chin and scrutinized Jilin for a considerable time, causing Jilin to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he had discerned the soul power within him? That shouldn't be possible. He had never heard of anyone being able to detect another's soul energy prior to the awakening of their martial spirit. "A room for me, please," he finally requested. Tossing a gold soul coin onto the front desk, Jilin let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly guided him upstairs. Once the Soul Master arrived in the room and closed the door, Jilin descended to prepare for sleep. After this incident, Jilin found himself devoid of any inclination to read. Lying in bed, his mind incessantly lingered on the Soul Master from earlier. Could it be that this individual was not merely a trafficker intending to sell him off? Or perhaps he sought to have Jilin become his disciple, destined to toil ceaselessly under his oppressive reign for a lifetime? Or was it something else entirely? Jilin contemplated an exceedingly dreadful possibility. Could it be that he harbored an affection akin to that of Long Yang, captivated by my handsome visage, desiring to take me as his apprentice and bestow upon me some delightful rewards? There remained other possibilities. In any case, that night, Jilin was plagued by insomnia. The following day, Jilin stood at the front desk in a daze, occasionally stifling a yawn. Jess and Sivan entered through the door, engaged in lively conversation, animatedly recounting the events of the previous night. You cannot imagine how much Xiao Chui. Before Jess could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Jilin, who appeared listless at the counter. With a mischievous grin, he leaned toward Jilin and remarked, "Oh, why do you look so haggard? Did you indulge in something last night?" He then raised an eyebrow playfully. Sivan, observing this interaction, spoke up with a tone of earnest concern. "You really need not put yourself through this. You could have joined us, and there was no necessity to rise so early." Jilin understood what they were saying, and his already irritable mood, exacerbated by a restless night, worsened further. He retorted curtly with a single word, "Get lost." Jess only grew more animated. "Why the shyness? Don't worry, my friend 1T spread rumors of your inadequacies." Gazing at Jess's playful grin, Jilin felt an intense desire to demonstrate the stark contrast between a dragon and a mere insect. However, he lacked the inclination for such thoughts, as his mind was consumed by memories of the Soul Master from the previous night. Calm down, Jess remarked, observing Jilin's flustered demeanor, and decided to relent, knowing further provocation would be unwise. At that moment, guests from the upper floors began to descend, and the two of them commenced their duties, officially opening the small hotel for the day. "What is this? It's scalding hot. How am I supposed to eat it?" a burly man exclaimed in anger. Mundo had been having a particularly unfortunate streak lately, and his foul mood only intensified when he accidentally burned himself with the hot porridge, igniting the fury within him. Jess approached with a conciliatory smile. "I apologize sincerely. I will replace it with a cooler serving right away." As he reached for the bowl, Mundo abruptly lifted Jess off the ground. "What does this mean? Do you believe I am unworthy of hot food?" Jess, suspended in midair, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. "I didn't mean that. I only intended to bring you a slightly cooler portion." Mundo's expression darkened, his smile turning sinister. "Are you implying that I have misjudged you?" Upon hearing this, Jess's forehead glistened with even more sweat. "No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have served you such hot porridge." Mundo's smile widened. "Mistakes must be punished. Wouldn't it be fair to break a leg for your error?" Upon witnessing this, Jilin contemplated approaching to offer a few words of persuasion. "Esteemed sir, this hardly seems a matter of great significance. Moreover, to bully an ordinary individual is beneath the dignity of a soul master. Might I implore you to show mercy and release him?" In response to Jilin's plea, Ming Duo scrutinized him from head to toe before delivering a sharp slap across his face. As Jilin failed to evade in time, Mondo's hand struck directly against Jilin's face. A tremendous force propelled Jilin into the air, crashing him onto a table 2 meters away, which was occupied by diners who now stared in disbelief at the spilled food. Initially, intending to enjoy the spectacle, he shouted at Mondo, "You bastard!" Mondo, adorned with 5 spirit rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, responded, "What's the matter? Do you wish to defend them?" No, esteemed senior, you misunderstand. I merely wish to greet you," Jilin managed, revealing his own 3 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Get lost, Mondo retorted. The Soul Master, whose meal had been indiscriminately interrupted and who had incurred Mondo's wrath, could hardly afford to offend him further and thus redirected his anger towards Jilin. Damn it. It's all your fault, he exclaimed, raising his leg to kick Jilin. Still reeling from Mondo's earlier blow, Jilin had no choice but to curl up defensively, protecting his head with his arms. Jess's right leg was twisted into A shape by Mondo, who, still unsatisfied, further contorted it into A before tossing Jess aside. Where's the owner of this establishment? Get out here, Mondo shouted. Hai Chuan, who had already arrived at the scene but had been cowering in a corner, timidly approached, stammering. I am here. I am the owner of this establishment. Mondo pulled a chair over and seated himself with an imposing demeanor. Now, let us discuss how to resolve this matter. Hai Chuan found himself in a difficult position and slowly raised 3 fingers. How about compensating you with 300 gold spirit coins? Mondo's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? Do you think a soul king like me would lack for your paltry sum? Then, how much do you deem appropriate as compensation? Hai Chuan asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Upon hearing this, Mondo smiled slyly and extended a single finger. 1,000. Hai Chuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such a lofty demand. Could we settle for a lesser amount? Mondo, with a playful grin, replied. Do you think I am unworthy of 1,000 gold spirit coins in compensation? Hai Chuan stuttered. No, it's just that. Just what? After a prolonged hesitation, Hai Chuan finally summoned his resolve, taking a deep breath before speaking. Are you not concerned about offending the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School with such a ruckus? Do you believe the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would come here to blame me on your behalf? Hai Chuan fell silent. Very well, 1,000 it is, he conceded reluctantly. No, now it's actually 1,200 gold spirit coins. Hai Chuan was taken aback. What? Wasn't it agreed upon as 1,000? Mondo rose from his chair, stretching lazily as he approached Hai Chuan, looking down upon him. When did I ever state it would be 1,000? This is fine, Hai Chuan stammered helplessly. After Mondo departed, Hai Chuan had yet to catch his breath when a voice pierced the air. So, how do you intend to compensate me? It was none other than the Soul Master. Ultimately, Hai Chuan paid a hefty price of 200 gold soul coins to appease the Soul Master, who, before leaving, viciously kicked Jilin in the abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Jace could no longer endure the excruciating pain and fainted. Hai Chuan surveyed the disheveled inn, his gaze fixed intently on Jilin and Jace, gritting his teeth in fury. Chapter 8. Yulai Trading Company. The Yulai Trading Company is a prominent trading entity in Tiando City, widely recognized for its slogan, "The world is filled with friends. All who come are guests." On the surface, the company primarily seeks rare treasures from all corners and sells them to the affluent. Their offerings typically include gemstones, weapons from Gangjin City, and various armors, catering mainly to lower-ranked soul masters. However, beneath the facade, they engage in the illicit trade of human trafficking, attracting a clientele of a far more elite caliber, such as the Tiando Auction House, various soul master families, and nobility. Kulu, the leader of a subordinate team within the Yulai Trading Company, is a 39-year-old, level 42 assault-type soul master. At this moment, he had completed the procurement of goods and was leading his team towards Tiando City. A smile crept across Kulu's face as he contemplated the bountiful haul from this journey, having perfectly met the expectations set by his superiors. Notably, he had made an unexpected profit from a new customer named Chuan, what would ordinarily cost at least 1,000 gold soul coins from regular patrons. He had managed to sell for merely 800, even throwing in an extra item. Although he had suffered a broken leg, there were still buyers willing to purchase at discounted rates, such as a Bat Soul King, who had shown interest in more affordable options. As dusk descended, Kulu glanced at the sky and estimated the distance, realizing they would reach Tiando City by tomorrow evening. He then called out to his comrades, "Brothers, nightfall is upon us. We shall rest here for the night. Everyone, stay alert. We cannot afford any mistakes on this final stretch. Once this deal is concluded, we shall indulge and relax together." "Okay, but won't the boss treat us?" one of them quipped. "This time, no one is to compete with me for Marui. If anyone dares, there will be consequences." Kulu replied, gesturing grandly as he observed the excited expressions of those behind him. "Dismount." Jilin was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an impenetrable darkness, save for a slender beam of light filtering through a narrow crevice on his right. Tentatively, he reached out, his hands brushing against the presence of others, both male and female. How he discerned their genders remained a secret known only to him. Surrounding him were numerous boxes and cabinets, suggesting the presence of perhaps 7 individuals. Considering the people outside and the circumstances within, Jilin drew a disheartening conclusion. He had been sold. The thought tightened his fists instinctively, only to be released moments later as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Do not be angry. It is not worth it, he told himself repeatedly. Yet, the more he pondered, the more his fury intensified. Just as he felt his rage nearing its boiling point, a rumbling from his stomach interrupted his tumultuous thoughts. Jilin caressed his abdomen, his mind consumed with thoughts of escape. After much contemplation, the only strategy he could devise was to stealthily slip away when the guards became lax. Just as he was wrestling with his lack of better ideas, a hearty voice broke the silence. Ah, isn't it time to feed them? Another voice chimed in. Yes, the time seems just about right. Let us also bring them a treat. Upon hearing this, Jilin hastily lay down. Soon, a gentle light illuminated the pitch-black space. The robust voice proclaimed, second soul skill. Sweet big bun. The other voice responded, every time I hear you recite the soul incantation, it feels so out of place, laced with a hint of mockery. I don't wish it to be so. I wanted to say my bun, but the soul incantation dictates otherwise, leaving me no choice. The robust voice repeated sweet big bun 6 times in succession. Now, let us begin to feed them. The footsteps drew ever closer. Jilin felt someone grasp his head and pry his mouth open. Soon, he detected the fragrant aroma of the bun. The person controlled his jaw, chewing a few times, and the bun miraculously transformed into a warm current that eased the gnawing hunger in his stomach. Is this a state of half-satisfaction? Jilin murmured to himself, all right. It's your turn now. The second soul skill, sleep. As the words left his lips, an unexpected wave of dizziness assailed Jilin's mind. He quickly bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to lucidity. All right, let's go. The light vanished once more, and with a soft thud, the sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. After a while, Jilin sat up from the ground, cautiously making his way to a narrow crack. Through the small opening, he could see a flickering campfire and a tent, surrounded by several individuals engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Looking up, he noticed a wooden plank, which appeared to be the makeshift barricade for the door. The earlier sound must have been the plank being set down. Surely, they could have employed a more secure lock rather than resorting to such a haphazard solution. Has the possession of soul skills instilled such arrogance in them? Jilin scoffed inwardly. However, this did facilitate my escape. Now, all that remains is to wait for the cover of darkness. In the dead of night, the camp lay shrouded in silence, most individuals nestled within their tents in slumber. The 2 chosen for patrol leaned against another cart, drowsily fighting off sleep. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the stillness. Kulu burst forth from the tent, immediately spotting the wide-open cart door, while the 2 patrolling guards rushed over in a panic. Kulu cursed, damn it, didn't I tell you to be vigilant? Who instructed you to sleep? In an instant, he was at the side of the cart, observing that only one end of the wooden plank remained attached to the door, while the other was conspicuously missing. Seeing the 2 still in shock, Kulu gritted his teeth and commanded, what are you standing there for? Count the goods. Do I need to teach you this as well? With that, he kicked the 2 onto the cart. They hurriedly began inspecting the cargo, only to cry out in terror. Boss, one person is missing. Who is missing? Kulu inquired. It's that kid we picked up along the way. Instantly, Kulu thought of Jilin. Rubbing his hair and twisting his neck, he exclaimed, so, this 800 money truly is hard-earned. One by one, the others gathered around Kulu, observing the scene. None dared to speak, silently awaiting his orders. Glancing at the dense woods nearby, Kulu promptly commanded, everyone, go search for him. I refuse to believe that a kid without soul power can escape from under my nose. How will we maintain our reputation if this word gets out? Vulture, you sleep on these individuals again. No, twice. Linyuan, you stay here to keep watch. Kulu pointed at a relatively young soul master. Having issued his orders, he casually selected a few people and set off in search of Jilin. The others, not wishing to lag behind, hastily followed suit. In an instant, only Xiaolin remained in place. Alas, what is this all about? Does one not realize that the physique of an auxiliary soul master is rather frail? Disturbing my slumber in the dead of night. After voicing her grievances, Linyuan leaped onto the cargo truck and casually found a spot to sit. She gazed at the goods strewn across the ground. Ah, what is there to behold? Linyuan yawned. Though she grumbled inwardly, she nevertheless complied with Kulu's instructions. However, before long, drowsiness enveloped her, and her head began to droop. Jilin quietly lifted the cloth above his head and emerged slowly from behind the concealed cargo container. Fortune smiled upon him, as the two individuals present were preoccupied with counting heads and did not thoroughly inspect their surroundings. Holding his breath, he gripped the other half of the wooden plank and stealthily approached the slowly stirring Shaolin. Summoning all his strength, he swung the plank down upon Shaolin's head. A resounding crack echoed as it splintered. "Hey, wake up." After Shaolin collapsed, Jilin attempted to rouse the others, but his efforts proved futile. Frustrated, Jilin resorted to slapping the unconscious ones, leaving their faces slightly swollen, yet they remained unmoved. It was no wonder they had been so complacent. Time was of the essence, and Jilin reluctantly abandoned the idea of rescuing the others. Leaping from the vehicle, he gazed into the inky darkness of the forest, charging forward without a backward glance. Chapter 9. To the heavens and the fight. As dawn broke, shadows flitted through the morning woods. "Boss, no traces found over here." "Boss, nothing on my end either." Listening to his subordinates' reports, devoid of any useful information, Kulu's mood soured further. Damn it. How can an ordinary person with no soul power evade us like a rat? Has anyone signaled? Upon hearing Kulu's inquiry, the two younger subordinates exchanged glances, silently urging one another to respond. Observing their hesitation, Kulu sighed in exasperation. He understood their predicament but felt a stubborn sense of dissatisfaction. After all, this was his first failure against an ordinary person, and the thought of it was humiliating. Seeing the two still exchanging furtive glances, Kulu kicked one of them with annoyance. Scolding, "Stop with the petty tricks. Signal for everyone to return and continue with the transport." With that, he activated his soul power and vanished into the dense thicket. The subordinate who had not been kicked cast a smirk at his companion before summoning his martial spirit and darting off in the direction Kulu had disappeared. The one who received the kick rubbed the affected area and muttered an expletive. He then retrieved a bamboo tube from his lower back, pulled the fuse, and began making his way back. Whoosh! A green firework burst forth, forming 3 plum blossoms in the air. Upon returning to the camp, Kulu discovered Lin Yuan unconscious. And instantly, everything clicked into place, his expression darkening further. "I've been played. It makes sense now. How could someone without soul power escape so far?" It was a clever ruse. Soon, many others began returning, and upon realizing they had achieved nothing, the thought of facing Kulu's wrath made their faces pale. Observing Kulu's grim countenance and the collapsed Lin Yuan, some astute individuals began to understand the reason behind their lack of success. With a sigh of relief, it seemed that Kulu's attention would now be directed towards Lin Yuan, significantly reducing the likelihood of personal repercussions. The crowd remained silent, their gazes fixed on Lin Yuan sprawled on the ground, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie stillness. Those returning to the scene quietly merged into the gathering. And even as everyone arrived, Lin Yuan showed no signs of awakening. At last, Kulu could bear it no longer. He approached, seized Lin Yuan by the collar, and hoisted him upright, delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. Kulu's strength far exceeded that of Jilin, causing Lin Yuan's cheeks to swell visibly with each strike. The sharp pain roused Lin Yuan from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Kulu's expression, one reminiscent of profound loss. As he surveyed the crowd, he realized that all eyes were upon him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Just then, pain surged through the back of his head and cheek, prompting him to curse vehemently. "Which scoundrel struck me? Is there no code of honor? Attacking an auxiliary spirit master like this. I have been a part of this team for quite some time. Young ones, I advise you." As he spoke, Lin Yuan noticed the shift in the expressions surrounding him, now conveying sentiments of farewell and valor, some even shielding their eyes. Just as he was about to inquire about the meaning behind their expressions, Kulu gently set him down and thoughtfully brushed off the dust from his clothing. Observing Kulu's unusual behavior, Lin Yuan felt a wave of discomfort. "Boss, what is wrong with you? Please don't act this way. It's rather frightening." Kulu lifted his head, forcing a smile. "How could that be? I am but a scoundrel. How could a seasoned individual such as yourself fear someone like me?" Realization dawned upon Lin Yuan regarding the reason behind the gazes, and upon recognizing that he had inadvertently referred to Kulu as a scoundrel, his previously reddened face drained of color. Trembling, he stammered, "Boss, I didn't mean to call you that." Kulu's smile grew even brighter. If it was unintentional, then it must have been deliberate. He then placed a hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Feeling the pressure from Kulu's grip, Lin Yuan's pallor intensified. "And no, I didn't mean to call you that." The tension in Lin Yuan's shoulder began to escalate. Overwhelmed by pain, he gritted his teeth, his mind racing to conjure the right words to escape this predicament. No, no, you're not the scoundrel. I am. I am the scoundrel. Kulu's grip tightened further. And Lin Yuan, now kneeling in agony, felt sweat soaking through his clothing. He opened his mouth, yet dared not utter a sound, fearing that any noise might provoke Kulu's wrath further. No, no, I am but a dog, a dog. He whimpered, woof woof. Lin Yuan was on the verge of fainting from pain when Kuru finally withdrew his hand. Observing Lin Yuan, who lay gasping on the ground, Kuru crouched down to wipe the blood from his hands on Lin Yuan's clothing. He then stood up, casting a sweeping glance at the surrounding crowd. As his gaze fell upon them, the onlookers promptly averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. After scanning the area, he located the two guards from the previous night, employing the same method on them. Satisfied with the expressions of those around him, Kuru spoke, "Let this incident be considered behind us. I do not wish for anyone to disregard my words." No one responded. "Do you all understand?" "We understand," came the unified reply. "Excellent. Then let us depart." With a grand gesture, Kuru declared, "Our destination is Tiando City." Meanwhile, Jilin was oblivious to the events occurring within the merchant caravan. After rushing into the woods last night, he easily discovered the traces left by those pursuing him. Their frantic chase had left conspicuous signs. Avoiding these marks, Jilin walked safely through the forest for an entire day until nightfall, at which point he returned to the main road. Gazing up at the moon and listening to the chirping of insects, Jilin took a deep breath, feeling fortunate to have escaped from misfortune once again. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and the frustrations that had been suppressed within him suddenly erupted. Slowly crouching down, he reflected on the nearly 4 months he had spent traversing this new world, cradling his head in his hands as tears trickled down to the ground. He had never desired to traverse time and space, nor to leave the safety and comfort of his previous life. He did not wish to be pursued by a tiger, to survive in the wilderness, to walk nearly naked through the streets, to be betrayed after doing good deeds, or to cry alone in the wilderness at midnight. None of this was what he wanted. After a long while, Jilin managed to cease his weeping, wiping away his tears and calming his tumultuous emotions. A smile crept onto his face. Damn, this wretched world, here I come. 2 days later, Jilin arrived at a city. The city gate bore the name Tiando City. Chapter 10. Awakening of the Martial Soul. Astonished, Jilin gazed at the towering city walls that seemed to pierce the clouds. He rummaged through his mind for words to encapsulate his feelings, but ultimately could only muster a stunned exclamation. My apologies, language teacher. I truly did not mean it. The city walls were likely 100 meters high. Indeed, this fantasy was undeniably fantastical, and the city gates appeared larger than his own home. Numerous soldiers clad in armor patrolled the entrance, while the imposing main gate, 10 meters wide and high, stood closed, with the flow of people entering and exiting through the smaller side gates. In front of Jilin stood 2 merchants, seemingly old acquaintances, who soon began to exchange amusing anecdotes from their recent experiences. As Jilin listened, he discovered they were recounting tales of noble processions and the emergence of prodigies. Alas, my insatiable curiosity for gossip finds no refuge. Transported from another era, Jilin found himself in a rather insular environment, and these discussions piqued his interest anew. Noticing their intent to continue, he perked up his ears, eager to absorb more tales from the world of Douluo. By the way, did you know? The illustrious Royal Battle Team, once invincible at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, suffered defeat in Soto City, reportedly at the hands of an obscure grassroots team. Surely not. I recall that the Royal Battle Team was a silver-ranked spirit team, comprised entirely of spirit elders, with their captain hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Could they have encountered a team with spirit ancestors? What are you pondering? The rules of the arena stipulate that the highest-ranked spirit masters on both sides must possess an equal number of spirit rings. Given that the Royal Battle Team consists solely of spirit elders, how could they possibly face a spirit ancestor? But how did they lose? Who knows? Perhaps they were simply careless. And what of this grassroots team? What is their name? It is rather difficult to pronounce. They are called Shrek. Indeed. I have never heard of them. Furthermore, adding to their air of mystery, they have worn masks since their debut, and no outsider has beheld their true faces. Jilin raised an eyebrow. So, this is where the plot is led, and it appears that nothing has changed. It remains as familiar as ever. However, the pressing matter at hand is to awaken my martial soul and embark on the path of cultivation. At that moment, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as the massive gate creaked open with a thunderous sound. The patrolling soldiers had already formed 2 lines on either side of the main city gate, standing with their halberds crossed over their chests. The sound of galloping hooves drew near, revealing 10 knights clad in resplendent armor, marching in 2 lines and riding majestic steeds, their gazes fixed ahead, behind them. 4 white horses pulled a lavishly adorned carriage, shimmering under the sunlight. Finally, 2 lines of soldiers wielding long halberds marched in perfect unison. Seated in the carriage was a refined young man with black hair, elegantly dressed yet exuding no air of arrogance. At this moment, a stir arose among the crowd, with murmurs of "The Crown Prince is so handsome" echoing throughout. The golden-haired youth also stood to wave in this direction, further igniting the excitement of the onlookers. Gazing at the young man atop the carriage, Jilin felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated such a figure to exist in this world. He was graceful yet not effeminate, noble yet amiable. Could this be the future angel of the divine? Indeed, he radiated a certain sanctity. Observing the fervor of the surrounding crowd, Jilin found himself curious about their reactions upon discovering that this perfect crown prince was, in fact, the holy maiden of the martial soul hall. Would they scorn her as despicable, or would they rally behind her in support of the martial soul hall? Such thoughts amused him as he concealed himself within the throng. As the procession entered the city, the main gate closed behind them. Gradually, the crowd settled. And as they moved through the city walls, Jilin noted the astonishing height and formidable thickness of the walls, measuring several dozen meters. Passing through the gate felt akin to entering a tunnel, illuminated by numerous sources of light from the luminous stone providers within. Upon exiting the city walls, Jilin was dazzled by the scene before him. The Western-style architecture resembled something out of a fairy tale. The tidy and spacious streets bustled with activity. Some individuals were exquisitely dressed, mingling in groups, while others hurried along, never pausing. An elegant lady on a second-floor balcony sipped tea with her friends, occasionally covering her mouth in laughter. A young girl, clutching flowers, walked alongside a boy, their faces beaming with joy, though sometimes flushed with embarrassment at his words. It was indeed a picture of a prosperous era. Truly, this capital city surpassed all others in splendor. As Jilin strolled down the street, admiring the exquisite items in the shop windows and inhaling the delightful fragrances wafting from unknown sources, his expression turned sour. It was simply due to his lack of funds. Though he had taken precautions, stashing 2 gold soul coins in each of his shoes, he had nonetheless underestimated the prices in Tiendo. He had thought that 4 gold soul coins would see him through a month, yet upon witnessing the prices, it became apparent that not even half a month would suffice. He had assumed that the prices at the Star Dome market were exorbitant, only to discover that the imperial capital was even more exorbitant. Let us speak of the hotels in Haichuan. The most modest room requires 3 silver soul coins, while the finest demands a gold soul coin. In the case of the hotels in Tiendo City, as inquired by Jilin, the least expensive option is 10 silver soul coins, whereas the most extravagant, as a cheerful receptionist remarked, could potentially amount to a lifetime's earnings. In any case, Jilin must hasten to achieve his objectives, otherwise he would need to find employment to sustain himself. He settled for a room costing 8 silver coins, thus establishing a preliminary sense of stability. The Spirit Hall is easily located, given that Tiendo City boasts only a few prominent structures. The Spirit Hall of Tiendo City is classified as a Level 4 spirit sanctuary, resembling a Grand Western cathedral from a distance. Nestled in a bustling area, it spans an area that Jilin estimates to be no less than 1,000 acres, with no other edifices within a 500-meter radius, offering an expansive view. Upon witnessing such a magnificent spirit hall, Jilin felt a twinge of hesitation. Initially, he had intended to seek a subsidiary hall or branch to awaken his martial spirit, yet by a twist of fate, he found himself in Tiendo City. Although he stood before the Spirit Hall, would such an esteemed institution still cater to the awakening of a martial spirit for an ordinary citizen like himself? Especially when he was all alone. Jilin ultimately decided to give up. He felt he could endure for a while longer, so he would take his time. The temple bathed in sunlight appeared so sacred, yet the Spirit Hall was certainly not a charitable organization. Chapter 11. Unexpected joy as the lights began to twinkle. Jilin returned to the hotel he had previously booked, reeking of alcohol. He retrieved the key, followed the information inscribed upon it to locate his room, opened the door, and with a resounding bang, shut the door behind him. The room was modest, approximately 15 square meters. Aside from the bathroom, there was little space to spare. Nevertheless, it contained a single table, a chair, and a small bed, leaving ample room to move about. Upon entering the room, Jilin stretched out his arms and fell onto the bed, his mind racing with the intelligence he had gathered from the tavern. After departing from the Spirit Hall, Jilin sought out a tavern, for it is said that such establishments are the easiest places to gather information. He was eager to put this notion to the test. Upon entering the tavern, Jilin noticed many patrons casting glances in his direction. Some appeared to be living comfortably, while others bore the marks of hardship. Ignoring their stares, Jilin strode directly to the bar, ordered the cheapest drink available, and subsequently sought a secluded corner to settle down. Jilin harbors a distinct aversion to alcohol. Despite the rosy hue that graces his cheeks and the inevitable headache that accompanies the morning after, he remains impervious to inebriation. This peculiar trait astonished the adults in his childhood, who mused that he must be a manifestation of the god of wine. As he matured, his friends would invariably summon him whenever libations were required. Consequently, Jilin developed a profound disdain for alcohol, as he could only experience the burn in his throat without the solace of intoxication to alleviate his sorrows. In a dim corner, he occasionally sipped from his glass while casting glances around the room. With a cup of wine consumed, he felt the familiar warmth spread across his face. Rising from his seat, he ordered another drink and unsteadily made his way toward his chosen targets, two robust men ensconced in the shadows. Their sun-kissed skin and unpretentious attire, coupled with their choice of modest libations, suggested they were laborers engaged in physically demanding work. After observing them for a while, Jilin concluded they were indeed stone masons, tasked with shaping stone for construction. "Good sirs, I find myself rather solitary in my drinking. May I join you?" he inquired. The two men, evidently having indulged themselves, readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Of course, the more, the merrier. It is well known that men forge bonds through shared experiences, be it in the trenches of battle, the embrace of vice, or the confines of a jail cell. Drinking is yet another means of strengthening camaraderie. With a few rounds of drinks consumed, the trio soon began to refer to one another as brothers. Alas, this camaraderie, born of alcohol's influence, was fleeting and would not withstand the test of time. Otherwise, the term fair-weather friends would not carry its pejorative connotation. After several rounds, as they indulged in banter about their employer, Jilin learned that the two men were indeed stonemasons who had just completed a substantial commission worth 1,000 gold soul coins. However, their employer claimed 800 coins for himself, leaving a meager 200 to be divided among nearly 100 laborers, resulting in a paltry sum of 2 coins per individual. While earning 2 gold soul coins for a month's labor was commendable, the thought of their employer merely observing from the shade while pocketing the majority rendered those coins far less appealing. One of the burly men sighed in resignation. "Alas, what can we do? After all, he is a soul master. Yet, in all fairness, our boss isn't the worst. My previous employer was exceedingly stingy, I tell you." "Indeed, if only I could awaken my soul power, I would be just as shrewd," retorted the other. "Please, you? If you were to possess soul power, I fear your ancestors would be turning in their graves," the first man jested. "If I had soul power, I would gladly blow up my ancestral grave." Jilin felt it was time to speak up. Who could argue otherwise? "Alas, to be candid with you both, I have only just arrived in the city of Tiendo today, having barely settled in. I was contemplating finding some work to establish myself." "Oh, so you wish to join us in our endeavors?" Jilin waved his hand and sighed. "Of course not. I am not as robust as the two of you. I intend to seek a more leisurely occupation." Upon hearing Jilin's words, which contained a hint of flattery, the two men felt a surge of joy and patted Jilin on the shoulder. "Do not fret. Take your time. If it becomes too difficult, feel free to reach out to us." One of them added, "I have some savings that can sustain me for a while." Jilin sighed primarily due to the impending 6th birthday of his child. Today, he had seen the spirit hall, which was indeed grand. Yet it appeared unhelpful in awakening spirits, leaving him somewhat troubled about what to do next. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and one chuckled lightly. "I thought it was something significant. No need to worry about this matter, little brother." They then explained to Jilin how spirit awakening worked in Heavendo City. The spirit hall does not assist in awakening spirits. Rather, children from commoner backgrounds must attend various soul master academies, excluding the Royal Academy, which does not enroll commoners. Those children with considerable spirit power are directed to academies that specialize in awakening, which has become an unspoken norm. Each academy begins recruiting students in early March and offers spirit awakening services. Hearing this, Jilin felt a mix of joy and disappointment. He was pleased to learn about the pathway to spirit awakening, but disheartened that it was already September and he would have to wait another 6 months. Just as Jilin was feeling disheartened, one of his drinking companions recalled something. "Oh, I seem to have heard that the Blue Ba Academy is changing its name to something like Shrek Academy? What? It's Shrek Academy. Be careful not to get caught spreading rumors. However, you are not entirely mistaken. It is indeed happening. A formal announcement should be made tomorrow. I heard they are expanding the academy and will be recruiting new students while assisting with Spirit Awakening. Isn't Shrek Academy a high-level Soul Master Academy? Why would they also recruit newly awakened individuals? You must have had too much to drink. They simply call it a high-level academy. There are also lower and intermediate divisions. Jilin could not recall the rest of their conversation, only remembering that at that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement, thinking that there is always a way out. After treating the two to drinks, Jilin went to settle the bill, covering their expenses as well, which amounted to 10 silver soul coins. He hurried back to the hotel, lying on his bed, reflecting on those two inebriated men who were rather pleasant company. The following day, upon awakening, Jilin felt a dull ache in his head, yet the news he had learned the previous night lingered vividly in his mind. Ignoring the headache, he approached the front desk to inquire about the location of Shrek Academy. However, the receptionist appeared baffled. Consequently, Jilin rephrased his question, asking for directions to the Blue Ba Academy. Once the receptionist indicated the way, Jilin eagerly dashed out. Upon arriving at Blue Ba Academy, he discovered a considerable crowd gathered around the bulletin board. Jilin hurriedly squeezed to the side and looked up, only to see the sign declaring, "The Blue Tyrant Academy will officially be renamed Shrek Academy tomorrow. The academy gates will be opened wide to welcome new students, and a Soul Awakening Center will be established to awaken the souls of those yet to discover their powers, thereby strengthening our ranks of Soul Masters." Upon receiving this news, Jilin felt an indescribable joy swell within him. Everything seemed so delightful. Even the large yellow dog by the roadside, baring its teeth, appeared charming. And the elderly woman on the street seemed beautiful, even the hotel restroom. Well, let us not dwell on that. It still smelled foul. In any case, Jilin's spirits were high, and life felt brimming with hope. For dinner, he generously spent 50 silver coins on a roasted suckling pig, which was quite delectable. Thus, the day passed. The following day, in the principal's office of Shrek Academy, Flinders stood before a full-length mirror, clad in a brand-new black trench coat, occasionally striking poses. When Lu Erlong entered, she found Flinder preening like a peacock, showcasing his plumage. Unable to restrain herself, she sighed, "Flinder, you've been at this for nearly a day. Are you not yet tired of it? I'm beginning to suspect your soul is that of an owl." Upon hearing Lu Erlong's remark, Flinder finally stepped away from the mirror, awkwardly explaining, "I simply wish to leave a good first impression on the students." But this, Lu Erlong began. But her words were interrupted by a gravelly voice. "Enough, Erlong. Flinder has fulfilled a long-held ambition, so let us not criticize him." Yu Xiaojiang entered the room and, upon observing Lu Erlong's mildly reproachful expression, sighed, though he refrained from offering her comfort. He turned to Flinder and stated, "However, you certainly deserve some chastisement. The enrollment ceremony has already commenced, yet here you are, still admiring your reflection. Is it?" Flinder turned to glance at the clock on the wall. Indeed, it was true. "Then my speech prepared late last night has gone to waste." Flinder, flustered, began pacing the office, contemplating how he could salvage the situation and present himself with grace before the students. Yu Xiaojiang, understanding Flinder's turmoil, sighed again. "Do not worry. I've already arranged for your opening speech to be moved to the closing segment. You will not miss the opportunity to shine before the students." At this, Flinder rejoiced, exclaiming, "Xiaojiang, you truly are the wise cornerstone of our golden triangle. Your ideas are boundless." Noticing Lu Erlong's gaze lingering on Yu Xiaojiang since his arrival, a hint of melancholy flickered in Flinder's eyes. To prevent his longtime friend from noticing, he swiftly changed the subject. "Now that there is little else to occupy my time, I might as well check on the recruitment status of the new students." Without waiting for a response from the two, he hastily departed from the principal's office. Noticing the surroundings were empty, Lu Erlong stealthily moved towards Yu Xiaojiang. Despite being a formidable soul master, Yu Xiaojiang could not conceal his actions entirely and sensed the movement, promptly striding towards the door. However, Lu Erlong's cultivation level surpassed his by an immeasurable margin, granting him a speed far superior. Just as Yu Xiaojiang's right hand grasped the doorknob, his left sleeve was seized. Lu Erlong's voice resonated from behind, "Xiaojiang, do you truly despise being in my presence so much?" Turning around, Yu Xiaojiang beheld Lu Erlong's spirited eyes now glistening with tears. Recalling his disciple's words from earlier, he let out a resigned sigh, allowing his hand to slip from the doorknob. Emerging from the teaching building, Flandra glanced towards his office, resting his left hand on his forehead as his thumb gently massaged his temple. Having resolved to let go, he found himself still entangled in reminiscence. Sigh. While Flandra nostalgically reflected on his fleeting youth, a student hurriedly approached, recognizing him and rushing over. Principal, it's bad. There is trouble brewing. Flandra adjusted his glasses, their reflective surface obscuring his gaze. Chapter 12. The failure of awakening. How boring, he thought. Where has Sangu wandered off to? Xiao has become as focused as Zhu Qing, diligently training. Douluo is incessantly pestering Zhu Qing and Fatty. Well, let us not even mention him. Even Xiao Ao is in seclusion. One wonders where such motivation comes from for a food system soul master. Ning Rongrong reclined on a bench in the school park, her right index finger twirling through her hair. Suddenly, she sat upright, placing her index finger and thumb beneath her chin. I must seek some amusement, otherwise I shall perish from boredom. But where to find it? At that moment, she noticed numerous students hastening towards the school gate, piquing her curiosity. She intercepted one of the students. Why is everyone rushing towards the gate? The halted individual, initially ready to retort, recognized it was a student brought by the new principal and, understanding the gravity of offending her, respectfully replied, Hello, senior. We heard there has been a disturbance at the enrollment ceremony and are going to see the commotion. Oh, I mean, to lend a hand. How delightful. The fun has arrived. Ning Rongrong decided to join in the spectacle. Observing the queue before him, Ji Lin felt a sense of astonishment. Rising before dawn, he found that many had arrived even earlier than himself. Shrek Academy had established 10 soul awakening points, each with hundreds of individuals waiting in line. It seemed he had underestimated the significance that the people of Douluo placed on soul awakening. After all, once one possesses soul power, they gain the potential to ascend into the privileged class of soul masters, a transformation that could indeed be likened to leaping over the Dragon's Gate. However, after today, I too shall be among the elite. Suppressing the excitement within, Ji Lin patiently awaited his turn. He arrived early, and merely 30 or so individuals stood ahead of him at the awakening point, with only a little over a dozen children remaining after excluding their parents. His turn would soon arrive. The process of soul awakening was not particularly complicated, and the line progressed steadily. Observing the eager children entering and emerging with expressions of elation or disappointment, some even in tears, parents outside rushed to provide comfort. Thus far, no one at Ji Lin's awakening point had manifested soul power, while at the awakening point to his left, a boy possessing a level 5 hound spirit had emerged. Instantly, the representatives from Shrek Academy extended an invitation for him to join, and amidst the joy of his parents and the envy of onlookers, the boy happily stepped through the gates of Shrek Academy. Ji Lin felt a twinge of nervousness, but upon recalling the soul power within him, he relaxed his clenched fists, which were now slick with perspiration. At last, it was his turn. Leading the children into the awakening chamber was a youth of about 12 or 13. Standing approximately 1 meter 60 tall, Ji Lin couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly the inhabitants of Douluo developed. The boy looked him up and down and inquired, Sir, where is your child? Upon hearing himself addressed as Sir, Ji Lin was initially inclined to correct the boy, asserting that he was merely 20 years old. Yet, reflecting on how little attention he had paid to his appearance lately, he conceded that being mistaken for an older man was not entirely implausible. Moreover, the immediate priority was to awaken his martial soul, so he dismissed the thought. I am here to awaken my martial soul. The boy, whose name was Glenn, seemed taken aback, as he had never encountered anyone of such an age seeking to awaken their martial soul. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, How old are you? 20, Ji Lin replied. Glenn turned to his companion, seeking confirmation. Can someone awaken their martial soul at 20? His companion shook his head, indicating that not only had he never witnessed such a phenomenon, but he had also never even heard of it. At that moment, a somewhat irritable voice emanated from within a nearby tent. What is taking so long? Where are the others? Hurry up and don't waste my time. Glenn shouted towards the tent. Senior, there's a 20-year-old here wanting to awaken his martial soul. Should we let him in? Talon, already irked by the multitude of awakenings he was facilitating, retorted sharply, Have you lost your mind? A 20-year-old coming to awaken their martial soul? Is this merely a farce? Tell him to leave. Publicly berated, Ji Lin felt a surge of anger, yet he restrained himself and presented his reasoning. I truly have not awakened my martial soul, and your notice did not stipulate an age requirement for awakeners. Talon stepped out of the tent and immediately set his eyes upon Ji Lin at the front of the line, setting aside whether you can successfully awaken at your age. Even if you do awaken and possess soul power, what level could you possibly reach? You would be better off returning home to tend to the fields and seek a livelihood. But what if I am an unparalleled genius among millions? With a serious expression, Jilin responded, I have never encountered such shamelessness. As he spoke, Talon strode forward, intent on taking action. Jilin immediately shouted, "Help! The Soul Master is trying to kill me." The surrounding crowd began to murmur, questioning the behavior of the Shrek Academy students. All they wanted was to awaken their martial soul. A little assistance would suffice. How petty. Indeed. And he is a Soul Master. Yet he dares to make things difficult for an ordinary person? Child, you must not emulate your brother's arrogance. Though Talon was a Soul Master with considerable strength, he was still a rather immature youth. Faced with such a situation, he felt somewhat at a loss. Neither striking nor refraining seemed appropriate. So he could only glare fiercely at Jilin. In response, Jilin silently uttered an apology in his heart. Although it was rather shameless, it was the best course of action he could conceive. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. "You there, causing trouble." The newcomer was tall and lean, approximately 6 feet 3 inches in height, wearing half-rimmed black glasses, with graying hair and prominent cheekbones, clad in an oversized black trench coat. As Talon roared in anger, someone realized the situation had escalated and hurried off to inform a teacher. While Jilin observed Flinder was also scrutinizing Jilin. Disheveled hair, somewhat tattered clothing, and a weary expression. He was neither a Soul Master nor a wealthy individual. What business did he have awakening a martial soul at the age of 20? Get lost. With that single word, the air around seemed to freeze, and the onlookers fell silent, the previously bustling entrance now as quiet as a pin dropping. Jilin did not wish to demean himself by pleading, yet this seemed to be the only method available to awaken his martial soul. Master Soul Master. No one has stipulated that one cannot awaken by the age of 20. Thus, I implore you for an opportunity. With that, he bowed deeply to Flinder. I beg of you. As his words fell, an immense pressure enveloped Jilin, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Observing the ungrateful Jilin before him, Flinder's displeasure erupted instantly. You come today, he comes tomorrow. Do you take my Shrek Academy for a mere marketplace? Jilin gritted his teeth, trembling under pressure as he struggled to rise. Fortunately, his body had grown stronger, otherwise, he would have been forced to remain prostrate. Please grant me a chance. Flinder furrowed his brow, astonished that the pressure of level 30 could not deter this young man. Just as he was about to increase the pressure further, a clear voice interrupted him. Dean Flinder, do grant him an opportunity. Otherwise, if he turns out to be a genius, it would be a shame to label him as someone lacking insight. Ningrongrong, her delicate features framed by a flowing azure gown, spoke up. Flinder was momentarily perplexed, wondering why she would intercede for an outsider. As he was about to inquire, he noticed the excitement shining in her eyes. How could I have forgotten? She is no obedient girl. Rather, she thrives on chaos like a mischievous sprite. Relenting for her sake, he seized the moment to enhance his illustrious image as a dean. Having made up his mind, he withdrew his soul power and addressed Jilin. Young man, I shall grant you this singular opportunity. With that, he produced 6 dark, spherical stones from an unknown source. Come, I will personally assist you in awakening your potential. Jilin took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude to Ningrongrong, then approached Flinder. The moment had arrived. As he spoke, Flinder tossed the stone he held, which landed in 6 different directions around Jilin. With the manifestation of his martial soul, a magnificent azure owl appeared behind Flinder. He extended his right hand, palm facing Jilin. Streams of azure light surged forth from the 6 stones, intertwining to form a perfect hexagram, with Jilin positioned at its center. In the next instant, a faint golden barrier enveloped Jilin, while the 6 stones emitted flickers of golden light, which flowed into Jilin's body. Jilin felt the golden light enveloping him, streaming in from all directions, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of comfort. It was akin to a famished individual savoring a gourmet meal or a parched soul quenching their thirst with ambrosial nectar. Each trajectory of the golden light traversed the reservoir of soul power located in his dantian. With the passage of each beam, a fragment of soul power was extracted, leaving Jilin increasingly aware of its diminishing presence. A twinge of unease began to settle within him. He extended his right hand. At this command, Jilin lifted his right hand, and all eyes widened in anticipation, eager to witness the awakening of his martial spirit. After all, the golden light was plentiful. Even Flinder and Ningrongrong were no exceptions. Yet, as the crowd strained their eyes, no martial spirit manifested upon Jilin's right hand. He stood there, dazed, hand raised high. What is this? Is it possible he possesses no martial spirit at all? I expected something formidable given his persistence, yet this is the outcome? Truly laughable. This remark acted as a spark, igniting laughter among the onlookers. Look at him. Does he not resemble a beggar clutching a bowl? To be fair, with a bowl in hand and seated on the ground, he would indeed resemble one. Child, lacking soul power is one matter. But do not make a fool of yourself like him. Amidst the laughter, Jilin retracted his right hand, slowly clenching it into a fist. His head bowed, obscuring his expression. Initially, Flender had harbored hopes that Jilin might awaken an extraordinary martial spirit, fretting for some time, fearing the embarrassment of being proven wrong. Fortunately, it appeared he was merely a jester. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he chuckled. Kid, I am in a good mood today, so I shall overlook your disruption. Now, be gone. Jilin remained silent. Although he had not yet awakened, he could still distinctly sense the soul power within him. Initially, he wished to ascertain the extent of his soul power, but given the current circumstances, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. He stepped out of the crowd and soon vanished from view. Witnessing Jilin's departure, Flanders turned to address the gathered students behind him. In the future, if you encounter individuals like him, act decisively. Remember, those who shy away from confrontation are mere mediocrities. You have the Academy's backing. Long live the principal. Long live Shrek Academy. The crowd murmured in response, is this the perspective of a soul master? I am utterly captivated. That teacher appears immensely powerful. I wish to join Shrek Academy. To shy away from conflict is to be a fool. He is truly the epitome of my ideal school. A little girl pointed at Flanders' martial spirit and asked, Mommy, what kind of animal is that? Sweetheart, that is a flying creature known as a owl. Mommy, can I be as impressive as that, uncle? Child, it is not yet dark. Why are you already dreaming? Chapter 13. Hello. My name is Luo. Lin Yuan was quite disheartened. Ever since he was knocked unconscious by an ordinary person and fled, Douluo had used him as an example to instill fear, diminishing his standing within the group. Even the newcomers would tease him upon sight. This morning, they had set off without him, and it felt as though his place in the team was rapidly dwindling. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan's resentment towards Jilin deepened. Damn it, let me not encounter that brat, or I shall show him what true cruelty entails. Upon arriving at his regularly frequented tavern, he chose a seat by the window and resolved to indulge in a drink to console himself. While awaiting his beverage, Lin Yuan inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. Indeed, it seemed that fortune was smiling upon him. Jilin sought out a nearby tavern, one significantly more upscale than the previous establishment he had frequented for information. Yet he paid little mind to its grandeur. Alone, he settled into a corner. Although Jilin was impervious to drunkenness, he found himself at a loss for alternative means to alleviate his melancholic mood. The sharpness of the liquor proved to be a commendable remedy. Thus, he indulged in cup after cup. It was only when the urge to relieve himself became pressing that he rose, his complexion flushed, and made his way to the restroom. Noticing Jilin's departure, Lin Yuan, who had been observing him from a distance, also stood up to follow him. This tavern was indeed commendable. Even the restroom was considerably larger than Jilin's own quarters. After a swift release, Jilin's eyelids drooped, presenting an appearance of lethargy. At that moment, he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by a familiar face, the very human trafficker he had previously incapacitated, now standing at the doorway. Aware of the other's ill intentions, Jilin resolved not to extend any courtesies, staggering towards the entrance. As Jilin approached in a drunken stupor, Lin Yuan had already devised a plan to deal with him. He intended to take advantage of Jilin's inebriation and catch him off guard to knock him unconscious. Despite being merely a level 23 auxiliary soul master, lacking in physical strength, he still believed himself to possess greater power than an ordinary individual. Once Jilin was subdued, Lin Yuan would be free to act as he pleased. However, he was mindful not to overindulge, lest he diminish Jilin's value. While Lin Yuan contemplated how to exact his revenge without compromising Jilin's worth, Jilin was now less than 5 meters away. Lin Yuan cast aside his thoughts, silently awaiting Jilin's arrival. For meters, observing Jilin's unsteady gait, Lin Yuan felt a sense of disdain. Convinced that Jilin's previous success in knocking him out was merely a stroke of luck due to a surprise attack. This time, Jilin was inebriated and devoid of soul power. The advantage lay with him. 3 meters. How could I possibly be felled by such an individual? What a disgrace that would be to my life. But soon, that thought would be forgotten. 2 meters. What price could he fetch? 1,000? Or perhaps Jilin suddenly surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Yuan's abdomen, who was still lost in his fantasies. The strength capable of lifting 100 pounds with a single arm caused Lin Yuan to crumple to the ground, gasping in disbelief, as he raised his head in incredulity. He beheld the same flushed face from before, but now he also noticed the clarity in those previously obscured eyes. Jilin kicked Lin Yuan in the head, sending him crashing against the wall, unconscious. However, Jilin did hear him utter a phrase during his flight. "You attacked me again." Lin Yuan was thoroughly plundered, resulting in an addition of 46 gold soul coins. As Jilin exited the tavern, a refreshing breeze greeted him, providing a sense of coolness. Following this brief altercation, the frustration stemming from his failed awakening of the martial spirit had significantly dissipated, although he did not succeed in awakening his martial spirit. This experience was not entirely devoid of gain. At the very least, Jilin was now able to harness the dwindling soul power within him, feeling as if it were an intrinsic part of his being. This realization contributed to Jilin's ability to maintain a balanced mindset, despite lacking a martial spirit. Possessing soul power still offered a glimmer of possibility. After all, isn't that the essence of other systems? As long as one can absorb foundational energy, the potential for the extraordinary remains. Jilin reached into his pocket, contemplating whether it was time to indulge in a more luxurious room for the day. As he approached the hotel, he observed the brightly lit street and paused in front of a shop named Day and Night, adorned with flickering, colorful neon lights. Noticing the patrons emerging with smiles on their faces and their attire slightly disheveled, he wondered if he should venture inside to broaden his horizons. Although Jace and Shiwan had previously extended invitations to him, nothing could rival the allure that lay before him. Just as Jilin hesitated at the threshold, a teasing voice broke the silence. "Why are you lingering there? Are you not planning to go in?" Startled, Jilin realized that since his arrival at the market, no one had ever approached him without his awareness. Turning around, he spotted a figure clad in loose black garments, a long sword hanging at their waist. It was the peculiar soul master who had offered to take him as a disciple that fateful night. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Naturally, I followed you," came the reply. "Let us go. If we don't enter soon, we might find no space left." With that, the figure stepped into the establishment known as the Daylight Night. "Wait, you," Jilin murmured, observing the retreating silhouette. "It's not that I wish to enter." Forgive me," he added, invoking a silent prayer as he stepped into a realm he had never before traversed. Upon entering, he found the bustling atmosphere he had envisioned replaced by an unexpectedly spacious hall, where only a slightly plump middle-aged woman stood at the reception. The woman appraised Jilin with a discerning gaze and asked in a somewhat indifferent tone, "This customer seems unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our establishment?" "Yes," Jilin replied absently as he scanned the surroundings, yet he did not catch sight of the figure he sought. "And what is it you desire?" Before the woman could finish her sentence, Jilin produced a gold soul coin and pressed it into her hand. "I am here to find someone. Have you seen the soul master in black who entered earlier?" The woman, discreetly tucking the gold coin away, cast a curious glance at Jilin upon hearing his inquiry. "Do you know that soul master?" "Sort of," he responded. Then, the woman extended her right hand towards him. "The fee is 40 gold soul coins." Jilin furrowed his brows, expressing his displeasure. "Have you already begun to collect payment before I even started?" Upon hearing this, the woman realized that Jilin had misunderstood the situation and quickly clarified, "It's not from you. It is from that soul master in black. He mentioned that someone would arrive shortly to settle the account for these 3 days. Did he not inform you?" The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence, for Jilin had not anticipated encountering such a scenario. So you can extend credit here? Being a soul master should afford some convenience, I suppose. Well, Never mind. Please take me to him. I shall verify this with him." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well." With that, she turned and entered the corridor behind her. Following closely behind her, Jilin cast a curious glance at the surroundings. The walls were smooth and white, devoid of any visible seams, adorned with intricate patterns of pale gold. Above, lamps illuminated the space at intervals of just a few steps. Though they were not the oil lamps he had envisioned, the center contained a metallic object of indeterminate nature. The floor was simply covered with a gray carpet, surprisingly clean, perhaps replaced daily. After walking for a few minutes, the middle-aged woman pointed to a room and said, "This is it." Upon pushing the door open, Jilin beheld the black-clad soul master seated on a sofa, a table laden with exquisite dishes before him. As Jilin entered, the man raised his glass, preparing to savor his drink. Noticing the door had swung open, he lifted his glass in greeting and called out, "Ah, young man, You've arrived. Come, take a seat. Jilin sat across the table with a grim expression. Do tell, what is the matter? He inquired. What matter? I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. As he spoke, he took a sip from his glass, narrowing his eyes as if savoring the taste. What is this talk of a bill? The figure clad in black, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry, continued to indulge in his drink, occasionally lifting his chopsticks to sample a dish, relishing each bite with contented murmurs. Ah, truly delightful. Jilin took a deep breath, stood up, and turned around. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else, he said, preparing to leave. Wait. A shadow darted past, and Jilin felt a grip around his thigh. Don't go. I was merely joking with you. If you leave, who will settle the bill for me? How will I get out? Perhaps it was just an illusion. But Jilin perceived that the middle-aged woman beside him seemed to have several additional lines etched on her forehead. He attempted to extricate his leg, but to no avail. Jilin realized that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Let go, I won't leave. Reluctantly, she released him, and upon seeing Jilin return to his seat, the figure in black breathed a sigh of relief and extended his right hand, curling 4 fingers. Jilin silently regarded the outstretched hand, remaining speechless. Meanwhile, the woman's eyes had narrowed into mere slits. Observing this, the figure in black remained silent for a long while. Grant me this favor. Jilin, taken aback by the request, retrieved his recently acquired coin pouch and extracted 6 golden soul coins, placing them in the man's hand. After receiving the pouch, the figure weighed it thoughtfully before setting it down in the hands of the soon-to-be darkened individual. The middle-aged woman, having received the pouch, said nothing further and rose to head towards the door. With a resounding thud, the door closed. For the first time, no, rather, for the second time, we meet. You may call me Luo. Chapter 14. Apprenticeship. You may call me Luo. He introduced himself to Jilin. So, Luo, how do you intend to repay me? Jilin posed a direct question. Luo, stroking his chin, pondered the inquiry seriously. How about I take you as my apprentice? I could transform you into an unparalleled master. Upon hearing this, Jilin was both amused and exasperated. Given that you claim to have followed me here, you must be aware that I lack a martial soul. Luo seemed momentarily taken aback by Jilin's sudden outburst, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. However, he continued, in the Douluo continent, regardless of one's talent, everyone is destined to awaken a martial soul, unless... He lowered his hands and smiled at Jilin. You are not from this world. Upon realizing that his greatest secret had been unveiled, Jilin felt a surge of panic within, yet he maintained a facade of calm. What nonsense are you spouting? If one lacks a martial soul, they are not human. How could the soul master who awakened mine not know? Luo, still smiling, replied, You seem quite anxious. At this, Jilin fell silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. How did you come to know? Is it truly only because I lack a martial soul? Of course not. That was merely a fabrication to tease you. I didn't expect you to be so easily flustered, Luo remarked, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. Jilin couldn't help but curse under his breath in his dialect. Is this the language from your side? Given your demeanor, it certainly doesn't sound like pleasantries. With the revelation of his deepest secret, Jilin felt relieved as Luo posed no threat. In this newfound ease, he began to notice things he had previously overlooked. Since you are aware of individuals who do not belong to the Douluo continent, it follows that you must have encountered someone like me before. Or perhaps you are one of them. We likely hail from different origins. Luo regarded Jilin with admiration. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I am not from this world. But how can you be so certain that we are not from the same place? Is it simply because I spoke a language you did not understand? Jilin contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that with so many dialects, it was entirely reasonable not to comprehend them all, especially considering that there is not just one nation. Gonging Yu Yejio, Luo remarked, making a slight gesture. Surprise, motherfu. Luo quickly covered Jilin's mouth, feeling quite exasperated, and said, all right, I understand. Now, returning to the main topic, how do you intend to repay me? This time, Luo did not respond immediately, but instead posed a question to Jilin. Why did you not kill him? At that moment, you could have easily slain him, who was utterly defenseless. Why did you spare him? It was evident he was targeting you. Were you present at the scene? I suppose so, Jilin replied. Jilin was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh no, will I be exposed? When were you there? Luo replied with a hint of exasperation. Rest assured, I did not catch sight of your, well, you know. First, answer my question. Then I shall provide my explanation based on your response. Your argument lacks any persuasive power. Jilin was puzzled as to why Luo was so concerned about his response. Nonetheless, he was now merely curious about why Luo was following him. Furthermore, the size of the opponent's fist was daunting. After pondering for a considerable time, Jilin finally spoke. I previously resided in a stable environment, where, although conflicts and grievances did arise among the people, very few would resort to such means to resolve them. Luo appeared quite intrigued by this answer, stroking his chin as he remarked, "That is indeed fascinating. I am curious, if not through brute force. What methods did you employ to resolve your issues?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jilin replied, "The law." Upon hearing this word, Luo's gaze deepened, and his tone took on an inexplicable quality. "It seems your law enforcers are quite commendable." Jilin continued, "Indeed. While there are those among the enforcers who may succumb to corruption, the vast majority remain profoundly upright." At this point, Jilin felt a surge of excitement. However, as he began to speak about his arrival, his voice trailed off into a whisper. Glancing up, he noticed that Luo had not paid heed to his subsequent words, which relieved him slightly. It was fortunate he managed to rein himself in. He had become a bit too animated. With this thought in mind, he remarked, "Now, it is your turn to answer my question." Luo smiled and replied, "Did I not provide you the answer during our first meeting?" Jilin certainly remembered. Yet he was filled with confusion. After all, why? Just as Jilin was about to finish his sentence, Luo interrupted him. "Indeed, without a martial soul. You were quite in a dire state back then, weren't you?" Jilin was increasingly perplexed. "Then why do you still wish to take me as your disciple?" Luo, however, evaded the question. "Since you are not from this world, I am quite curious about the cultivation system you follow." Jilin responded to the question with a look of complexity. "Well, we do not practice cultivation, or rather, we are unable to cultivate. Over there, our primary focus is on technological advancement." Technology? What is it? It is akin to the soul-guiding devices of Douluo continent, but of a kind that can be utilized without the need for soul power. Fascinating. Seeing the conversation veering off course, Jilin quickly redirected it. "Since you wish to take me as your disciple, what do you intend to teach me to become an unparalleled master? Show me a glimpse of your skill." Luo Chu raised his right middle finger and then flicked it. Jilin felt a fleeting flash of white light and, upon inspecting himself, found nothing amiss. He assumed it was merely an ordinary gust of wind. In the next moment, a sound of shattering glass reached his ears from behind. Turning around, he discovered that a vase, which had been perched on the cabinet, had split in two. One half lay on the ground, creating a noise, while the other half rested on the cabinet, its broken edge as smooth as a mirror. Jilin swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back, only to find that his foot had encountered the table. To his astonishment, a straight crack suddenly appeared in the center of the stone table, causing it to tilt inward. Jilin lowered his head and murmured, "Without the use of a martial soul or the sight of a soul ring, it indicated that I, too, could acquire this skill." Suddenly, he raised his head sharply and gazed at Luo, who lay languidly on the sofa, his eyes brimming with determination, expressing his desire to learn this. Observing this, Luo chuckled. "Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Jilin was filled with joy. "Master, please accept your humble disciple's bow." Luo closed his eyes, savoring Jilin's act of reverence. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Opening his eyes, he found Jilin still kneeling there. "Well, the atmosphere has been set. Shouldn't you bow a few times?" Jilin touched his nose. "However, that must hurt quite a bit, right?" Luo was left speechless by this response and exclaimed irritably, "Get up, get up." Jilin was indeed a well-behaved child, promptly rising to his feet with a swiftness that exceeded even his descent to the ground. He couldn't shake the feeling of having made a questionable decision. Once upright, Jilin turned to Luo and inquired, "Master, when will you begin teaching me that technique? I believe now would be an excellent time. Do not be so hasty. For today, let us return and rest. Tomorrow, I shall impart some knowledge to you," Luo replied, standing up and opening the door, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing Luo's exit, Jilin couldn't help but marvel. "Truly, my peer is formidable." Yet, gazing at the table split in two, he lamented, "TMD, couldn't I have had just a taste?" The following morning, within the hotel restaurant, Jilin contemplated the mere 5 gold coins remaining in his possession. His resentment towards Luo had intensified. Had Luo taken him along the previous night, he would still have 10 gold coins. How long can 5 gold coins sustain me? He pondered. I hope that fellow truly possesses the ability to teach me something worthwhile, or else he shall learn the meaning of, what was it called? Luo interjected suddenly. It is called breakfast. Master, have you eaten? I have indeed dined, but since you have this intention, I believe I can indulge a bit more, Luo responded, summoning a waiter to place his order. I would like a serving of qinglong porridge and a portion of qingyu dried meat. That will suffice. Very well, the waiter replied. Turning to Jilin, and what would you like to order? Jilin took the menu and prepared to order a breakfast with rather imposing names. Let me see, dragon's porridge, 2 golden soul coins for a bowl, and jade dry dish for 1 golden soul coin. Goodness. He stiffly turned his head to look at Luo beside him. Has this guy installed surveillance in my wallet? What are you staring at? Just order. Damn it. Why should you indulge in fine food while I cannot? With this thought, Jilin turned back to the waiter and squeezed out. I'll have a serving of dragon's porridge as well. Certainly. The dishes were served promptly, gazing at the steaming bowl of white porridge before him. Jilin pondered for a long while. It hardly appeared different from ordinary plain porridge. Why was it so expensive? And why such an imposing name? Nevertheless, Jilin raised the bowl to his nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Indeed, it was quite delightful, as a spoonful of porridge touched his palate. The rich and savory flavors tantalized his taste buds, and a gentle warmth blossomed within him upon swallowing. Ah, it is exquisite. Yet, what is this texture? Is it meat? Hearing Jilin's musings, Luo interjected. It is the flesh of a 10-year-old green serpent. A spirit beast? No wonder it is so expensive. Jilin then turned his gaze toward the dish of green jade bamboo shoots. Is this also a spirit beast? He picked up a piece and tasted it, finding it to be more fragrant than ordinary bamboo shoots. This must be the bamboo shoots of the solitary bamboo, and indeed, their age surpasses that of the serpent. Jilin, filled with skepticism, inquired, How do you know me so well? Just how much have you consumed? Recalling his past adventures during the deep-sea exploration, he reminisced about the time when his vessel ran aground, leaving him to feast upon numerous soul beasts on that isolated island. Is that so? Chapter 15. An intriguing theory. After savoring the last spoonful of porridge, Jilin and his companion prepared to depart, for Jilin found himself devoid of any funds. Lingering here served no purpose. I must mention, my coin purse is utterly barren at the moment. So, where shall we stay tonight? Out of money, you say? That indeed poses a dilemma. However, allow me to first assess your condition, for I have never encountered a Douluo without a martial soul. With that, he gestured for Jilin to approach. Standing before the nearly 2-meter-tall figure, Jilin, who stood at 798 meters, curiously inquired, How will you conduct the examination? Like this, he replied, raising his hand to touch Jilin's head. Jilin hastily evaded, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he regarded Luo. What manner of examination is this? Luo, slightly displeased, retorted, This is my unique method. You ought to appreciate it. It is not a matter of distrust, rather. Could we perhaps relocate? In such a public setting, I feel rather embarrassed. Luo clicked his tongue in astonishment, remarking, You were not so reserved before the Shrek Academy. That was a matter of necessity. Given the choice, I would prefer to remain inconspicuous. Very well then. Luo slowly extended his hand behind Jilin, and, under Jilin's bewildered gaze, seized the collar of his garment, gradually lifting him into the air. As the ground receded and the onlookers became mere spectators, Jilin's face turned ashen. This was a monumental embarrassment. The Soul Master ahead halted, for flying was prohibited in Tiendo City. A squad of armored soldiers emerged seemingly from nowhere, their long spears aimed at the two. The leader, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet, warned, If you do not comply, we shall be forced to engage. Luo appeared oblivious, gazing down at Jilin, and said, Fear not, we shall find a discreet location. Ha. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, rapidly heading towards the outskirts of the city. Faintly, a voice echoed from above, You scoundrel. One soldier turned to his captain. Captain, shall we not pursue? The captain retorted sharply, Pursue? How would we do that? He can fly without a martial soul. Think logically. His strength must be formidable. Even if we caught up, what would it achieve? What is this? Fall back. The wind that rushed against Jilin's face was painfully fierce, and turning his head downward offered slight relief. As he gazed at the rapidly changing scenery below, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his stomach roiled tumultuously. Have you found it? Unfortunately, the wind was too loud. Luo seemed not to hear. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Luo suddenly halted above a forest, descending to a certain height before unceremoniously dropping Jilin. The abrupt stop and subsequent fall caused breakfast to surge back up, filling Jilin's mouth. With a splat, he hit the ground, unable to contain the eruption. Food was expelled 2 meters away. Jilin fainted, his last thought being the perils of unlicensed flight. Jilin slowly opened his eyes, finding the sky shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars. As he sat up, he noticed Luo seated by the campfire, roasting a pile of unfamiliar meat. "Ah, you're awake. Come and have something to eat," Luo said. Jilin approached the campfire without reservation, accepting the roasted meat handed to him by Luo and indulging in it. "While you were in a state of unconsciousness, I took the liberty of examining your condition and have gained a general understanding of it." Upon hearing this, Jilin paused mid-bite, glancing toward Luo, and then Luo fiddled with the roasted meat in his hands. "In truth, you should be considered as possessing a martial soul. However, your martial soul is somewhat unique." "I have a martial soul, yet I do not perceive its existence," Jilin remarked. "Naturally, you cannot perceive it. You are, in essence, your own martial soul." A notion of the embodiment martial soul flickered through Jilin's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed, for after all, the embodiment martial soul could also be summoned. Unable to comprehend this, Jilin conveyed his confusion to Luo. "Ah, so you are aware of the embodiment martial soul? However, you are mistaken. You do not possess an embodiment martial soul. Ultimately, the embodiment martial soul is merely a type of martial soul, and in a certain sense, you indeed lack a martial soul altogether." Jilin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike the riddle maker before him. What truly constitutes possessing a martial soul, and what signifies the absence of one? Alas, I had hoped you would comprehend. Perhaps it is I who am mistaken. Luo narrowed his eyes, his tone somewhat somber. "Jilin, you aspire to possess a martial soul, do you not? Yet, have you ever contemplated that you yourself might embody a form of martial soul? In this world, everything, at least all living things, possesses a soul force. Ordinary individuals and soul masters alike are imbued with this soul power." Jilin remained silent, listening intently. As for why ordinary individuals are unable to cultivate after their martial souls awaken, it is because their soul power has been entirely consumed in the process of manifesting their martial souls. It is quite understandable that the descendants of soul masters often become soul masters themselves, as they inherit a soul power that vastly surpasses that of the average person from their forebears, thus allowing them to retain some power after the martial soul has been formed. Within the bloodlines of all beings in this world lies a certain enigmatic essence, which I term the martial soul factor. Prior to the age of 6, a person's soul power gradually resonates with the martial soul factors within their bloodline. The more factors that resonate, the stronger the martial soul becomes. Naturally, the greater the innate soul power contained within one's being, the more factors will resonate. Before the age of 6, the innate soul power within the body begins to construct one's martial soul under the guidance of the resonating martial soul factors. The remaining soul power after the construction of the martial soul is what the world commonly recognizes as the innate soul power level. Upon hearing this, Jilin contemplated a method to exploit a bug to awaken early, thereby granting those who should lack soul power the ability to possess it. If this were to succeed, it could lead to a world where everyone possesses soul power. Perhaps in several millennia, the Douluo world could evolve into a realm of cultivation. However, as far as Jilin knew, even 10,000 years hence, the entirety of the Douluo world still practiced martial soul cultivation, indicating that this method was unfeasible. But why? Acknowledging Jilin's query, Luo nodded. "Indeed, the very fact that you could conceive of this demonstrates that your intelligence remains intact. By the age of 6, the martial soul is nearly fully formed, and the resonating factors return to a state of calm. At this juncture, the soul power devoid of martial soul factors will, if suppressed, dissipate like leaves carried by the wind, fading within the body. The martial soul serves as the new medium of suppression for the soul power. Yet it must be a complete martial soul to achieve this. However, at this stage, the martial soul is merely an intangible entity, akin to a leaky pot laden with holes, through which soul power can still escape. Thus, something is required to seal these openings. Do you recall the golden light during the martial soul awakening? That is the substance that seals the holes in the martial soul once it enters the body. The martial soul transitions from the ethereal to the tangible. Although it remains unclear how Luo possesses this knowledge or whether it is indeed accurate, it does elucidate some of Jilin's inquiries. For instance, Master Yu Xiaojiang, according to this theory, possesses insufficient innate soul power to foster a sufficient number of resonating martial soul factors, resulting in his martial soul manifesting as a pig. Conversely, Ma Hongjun blessed with ample soul power and sufficient resonating factors, thus transformed from a mere chick into a phoenix. Observing Jilin lost in thought, Luo squinted slightly. Yet, you are not a being of this world. Your bloodline lacks such martial soul factors. I believe that the soul power within you, combined with those golden lights, has reshaped you into a martial soul. Jilin widened his eyes in astonishment. Is it truly possible? Certainly. For the myriad of martial souls are as diverse as they are extraordinary. Some individuals, even after experiencing death, can awaken their martial souls and be reborn. What does your situation even signify? Jilin took a deep breath, calming his restless heart. Indeed, it's time to rest. I have a general idea of how to teach you. The formal training will commence tomorrow. With that, he found a spot near the campfire and lay down. Staring at the flames, Jilin suddenly spoke. Luo, since you are not from the Douluo world, how is it that you possess a martial soul? Without looking up, Luo replied, my situation is somewhat different. In a certain sense, I could be considered a person from Douluo. Is that so? However, I find myself quite bored at the moment. How about sharing the story of your adventures in the deep sea? No response came from Luo. Luo? Only the faint sound of snoring answered Jilin. Luo, remaining silent can also convey certain truths. You should understand that concept. This thought lingered in Jilin's mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Jilin placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the pitch-black sky where a string of stars flickered. Chapter 16. The Professor. After much contemplation, Jilin ultimately decided to remain by Luo's side. Although Luo's origins were shrouded in mystery, his strength undoubtedly surpassed Jilin's, and he possessed at least one self-created soul technique. This was an irresistible temptation for Jilin, especially considering that without a martial soul, he was uncertain whether he could absorb soul rings. The primary reason for Jilin's decision was, after all, a lack of funds. He had already spent 40 on meals, and until he recouped that expense, he was reluctant to leave. The following day, deep within a forest, a shadow plunged from the sky, landing in a nearby lake. Jilin floated on the surface, gasping for breath, his arms aching to the point where he could scarcely lift them. This marked his 10th plunge into the water that day. He recalled being summoned at dawn by Luo, who brought him to the lakeshore, thrusting a sword into his hands. Although it was called a sword, its blade was excessively thick, resembling a flat black iron rod. Measuring 4 feet and 5 inches in total length and about 3 fingers wide, weighing around 50 pounds. Without further ado, Luo charged at him with a sword similar to Jilin's, swinging it toward him. Jilin, left with no choice, brandished his weapon in defense, only to be sent crashing into the water with a loud splash. Dazed, he gazed at Luo on the shore, who solemnly stated that his teachings could only be imparted through combat. Wiping his face with his hand, Jilin swam ashore, brandishing the sword and rushing towards Luo, only to be met with a series of resounding impacts that sent him back into the water. Powerlessly, he floated on the surface, harboring a suspicion that Luo merely wished for a free punching bag. Observing Jilin's inability to rise again, Luo yawned and, realizing Jilin wouldn't sink, turned away, remarking that it was time to prepare lunch. Despite his fatigue, Jilin was not idle. He reflected on his 10 immersions. He noted that aside from the first, the subsequent 9 encounters could be categorized into 2 types, those he could evade and those he could not. Luo seemed to exert minimal force with the strikes Jilin couldn't dodge, whereas the ones he could avoid grew increasingly forceful, ultimately resulting in Jilin being knocked back by the very strikes he thought he could evade. In his eagerness to confront Luo directly, he failed to notice this pattern. Clearly, he would need to adopt a more strategic approach in their next practice session. Half an hour later, Jilin returned to the shore, clenched his fists, and felt the soreness diminish considerably. It appeared that his strength and speed had improved, and perhaps even his recovery abilities had been enhanced. Reflecting on his soul power and its connection to his martial spirit awakening, he considered that even his intangible mental fortitude might have strengthened. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Had Luo already prepared the meal? Upon returning to the camp, Jilin found a cast iron pot bubbling over the fire. Lifting the lid, a cloud of steam enveloped him, and as it dissipated, he beheld plump grains of rice dancing within, accompanied by generous pieces of meat and an assortment of unknown vegetables. Swallowing hard, he removed the pot from the fire, forcing himself not to gaze at it, and replaced the lid. Before long, Luo returned to the campsite, casting a surprised glance at Jilin. "Why aren't you eating? Are you not hungry?" he inquired. "This is what you have done. It feels somewhat awkward to begin eating without waiting for your return. Luo's gaze shifted, yet Jilin remained oblivious. Well, let us commence with the meal then. After finishing their repast, Jilin took the bowl to the lakeside, meticulously washing it 3 times. He recalled his experience as a waiter when a particularly effective dish soap had been readily available to him. Regrettably, he had failed to appreciate its value, and now, in its absence, he found himself filled with remorse. Indeed, one of the most profound sorrows of existence lies in such realizations. If only, I remarked. Do you truly need to be so contemplative over washing a bowl? When did you arrive? Just now. I suppose it coincides with your mention of not cherishing it properly. Jilin let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful that he had refrained from divulging more clandestine matters. What brings you to me? He inquired. Oh, nothing significant. I merely came to inform you that you are required to spar with me every 3 days henceforth. The remaining time is yours to allocate freely until you meet my standards, at which point we shall proceed to the next phase of training. Understood, he replied. However, I do have a question. Go ahead. Jilin organized his thoughts slightly. Shouldn't an ordinary soul master devote most of their experience to meditation and enhancing their soul power? Why do I sense that you seem to place greater importance on my physical training? Luo raised an eyebrow, aware that not all soul masters are alike. Are you truly comparable to them? In a moment of introspection, Jilin realized the peculiar nature of his existence, being a denizen of a different realm. He could hardly employ conventional methods. Observing Ji's enlightened demeanor, Luo continued, When I mentioned that you are, in essence, your own martial soul, I must admit I am uncertain. For your case is unprecedented in history. Although Ji shared this sentiment, hearing Luo's words still stirred a pang of disappointment within him. Nonetheless, he reasoned that if he persisted in his training, he would surely be capable of overcoming ordinary adversaries, even if he could not cultivate his martial soul like others. Luo, perceptive to Jilin's expression, could surmise his thoughts and offered words of comfort. Do not be so despondent. While I cannot claim certainty, I believe my hypothesis holds merit. What do you think is the primary manifestation of a soul master's cultivation of their martial soul? Reflecting on the original narrative where Tang San first acquired his soul ring, Ji recalled the detailed description of the transformations his martial soul underwent. Becoming not only more resilient but also infused with paralyzing toxins. Hesitantly, Ji ventured, has the martial soul grown stronger, or perhaps evolved? Indeed, Luo affirmed. The cultivation journey of a soul master is not solely about personal enhancement. It is equally a process of martial soul evolution. The transformation is more pronounced in tool martial souls than in beast martial souls, and plant martial souls exhibit even greater clarity. If my conjecture is correct, your physical strengthening is synonymous with the enhancement of your martial soul, suggesting that for you, physical training is a more effective method than meditation. Therefore, what you need to focus on now is honing your body and observing if the soul power within you will subsequently rise. Jilin spoke up. I shall endeavor to refine my body. Unperturbed by the interruption, Luo smiled. Precisely. Thus, Jilin embarked on his inaugural metamorphosis within the world of Douluo. Curiously, after lunch, the morning's aches had notably diminished. This sensation bore a resemblance to the effects of ginseng, albeit less intense. Perhaps it was the midday meal that had contributed to this revitalization. Luo certainly possessed remarkable skills. During the freely allotted time, Jilin did not rest, wielding the black sword. He commenced practicing fundamental sword techniques, slashes, cuts, lifts, thrusts, and jabs, all executed with utmost vigor. Initially, Ji perceived little challenge, but with each successive swing, his arms began to tremble, ultimately rendering him unable to lift the sword any longer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ji pondered, have I reached my limit? He was not one to be inflexible, nor did he entertain the notion of training to the point of fainting. Finding a shaded tree, he resolved to attempt meditation. Although Luo had asserted that physical training was his most effective method, he had not dismissed the value of meditation. Expecting meditation to be a straightforward endeavor, Ji soon discovered its intrinsic challenges. With his eyes closed, he struggled to achieve tranquility. The physical aches, the melodious chirping of birds in the forest, and the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, such as the absence of that elusive, profound feeling, the exhaustion he felt, and the contemplation of perhaps easing his burdens tomorrow or simply taking a day off, were all impeding Jilin. With a sigh, he opened his eyes. Well, since success was not forthcoming at this moment, it would be prudent to rest well. With this thought, Jilin leaned against the sturdy tree behind him. To facilitate his training, Jilin had chosen a location near a serene lake, inexpansive area, gazing at the lake before him. He suddenly imagined that taking a nap here would be delightful, caressed by a gentle breeze and lulled by the distant sound of birdsong. Jilin felt an unprecedented sense of leisure since arriving in the Douluo world. There were no tigers pursuing him, no peculiar gazes from others, and no worries about his basic needs. It seemed he had not experienced such relaxation in ages, reminiscent of his childhood. The fragrant aroma of fresh grass mingled with the soft sounds of slumber. Chapter 17. 3 months as the sun and moon traversed the sky, time swiftly passed. And 3 months had flown by. During this period, Jilin underwent a remarkable transformation. In the first month, Luo repeatedly sent Jilin flying, allowing him to develop a preliminary understanding of his adversary's techniques, learning when to evade and when to strike with full force. In the second month, observing Jilin's burgeoning combat awareness, Luo began to employ greater strength and speed than Jilin possessed. Initially, Jilin struggled to keep up, unable even to discern Luo's sword. Fortunately, Luo chose to wield a wooden stick instead of a sword like Jilin's, and his control was exceptionally precise. While the blows stung, they did not inflict serious harm. Under such rigorous training, Jilin's reaction speed improved significantly, and he began to successfully intercept Luo's attacks. Once Jilin had mastered the art of defense, Luo picked up the iron sword again, declaring that he would no longer be as gentle as before. He then resumed his assault on Jilin. This time, Luo did not hold back. Each strike was genuine and forceful, leaving Jilin struggling to maintain his grip on his sword, though he managed to block each attack. The difference in intensity was palpable. Luo's enhanced strength coupled with his lightning-fast speed created a formidable combination, far from a mere sum of parts. The relentless barrage of strikes nearly caused Jilin to lose his grip entirely. Ultimately, after successfully parrying yet another blow from Luo, his sword slipped from his hand. In the ensuing moments, Jilin focused intently on honing his evasion skills. Gather several slender tree trunks, suspending each one with rope to form a neat row. Then, allow them to sway randomly before charging in with a sword, skillfully evading the swinging wood. As time progresses, the trunks grow thicker, necessitating a greater distance for dodging, forcing the agile practitioner to confront the onslaught of the lumber. Though battered and bruised, with the aid of spiritual energy and ample nourishment, Jilin perseveres in his daily training. Under the rigorous discipline of the heavy timber, Jilin gradually develops a subtle technique for dissipating force, making his training increasingly effortless and enjoyable. After nearly 20 days of relentless practice, Jilin is finally able to spar with Luo. Observing Jilin collapse in exhaustion, Luo reflects inwardly on how swiftly the young man has learned. In the third month, the tables turned for Jilin and Luo. Perhaps to fulfill Jilin's desire to land a blow on him, Luo encourages Jilin to attack him, even promising to refrain from using spiritual energy to ignite Jilin's enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Jilin smiles and hastily insists that no grudges should be held. However, in the ensuing month, Jilin employs every trick in the book, every underhanded tactic and desperate measure, but the response is consistently the sound of clashing metal. Occasionally, Luo seizes the opportunity during Jilin's attacks to deliver a few heavy strikes of his own. Jilin harbored suspicions regarding Luo's clandestine use of soul power, yet he found himself devoid of any discernible evidence. Noticing Jilin's perplexity, Luo felt a surge of pride, raising 2 fingers to signify that Jilin was still 2 millennia away from besting him. By the lakeside, a shadow flickered, occasionally darting past Luo, who stood with a sword in one hand, each encounter accompanied by a symphony of clinking sounds. The sword in Jilin's hand was once again sent flying by Luo, leaving him breathless and slumped on the ground. Gazing at Luo, who appeared unruffled and composed, he could not fathom the extent of his true strength. For the past 3 months, he had wielded his sword daily, never once neglecting his practice. Now, he felt capable of besting his former self. Yet Luo remained as effortless and at ease as ever. Jilin was perplexed as to why Luo had chosen him as a disciple in the first place. Observing Jilin, who lay on the ground panting like a distressed beast, Luo recalled having addressed this question before. At that time, Luo had responded that nurturing a disciple capable of sweeping through the world would be quite an intriguing endeavor, while others seemed to present little challenge. As for Jilin, the difficulty was far from trivial. Jilin may have previously harbored doubts regarding Luo's capabilities. However, after these 3 months, whether he could dominate the chaotic world remains uncertain. Yet, as for Luo, the likelihood seems substantial. The soul power within him gradually surged, and Jilin managed to rise from the ground. Curiously, he found that after a brief respite, his soul power could rejuvenate significantly. He sensed that this phenomenon was attributable in part to his own physique and in part to the sustenance provided by Luo. According to Luo, this recovery rate surpassed that of the ordinary soul cultivator's meditation. Naturally, Jilin's meditative restoration was even swifter. Indeed, Jilin had mastered the art of meditation. After each sword practice, he would recline beneath a tree, gazing at the lake, and felt a profound sense of relaxation, coupled with the techniques he learned from Luo. He had successfully entered a meditative state a month prior. By now, Jilin could effortlessly attain a meditative state. At this juncture, Luo spoke. "You must have reached level 10 by now, haven't you?" Jilin nodded. 5 days prior, his soul power had ceased to grow, and he felt a sense of saturation in his body. To ensure he had truly reached a bottleneck, he intensified his training during subsequent sessions. Yet there was not a trace of improvement. Thus, Jilin confirmed that he had indeed attained level 10. "Then let us prepare to acquire your first soul ring," he said. The soul ring? It seemed that Luo had discerned Jilin's hesitation and inquired, "Are you pondering what kind of soul ring to choose?" "Not exactly. I am merely a bit concerned." Luo appeared more puzzled. "Are you worried that I won't be able to assist you in obtaining your soul ring? Although your physical condition may necessitate a higher level first soul ring, surely 100,000-year soul ring is not required?" "That's not it. I am contemplating the fact that, while your assumption is correct, my soul power will indeed grow stronger with physical training, I still lack a true martial soul. Can I truly absorb a soul ring?" Luo let out a sigh of relief. "I was wondering what it was about. Let me ask you, what do you believe is the essence of a soul ring?" After a considerable pause, Jilin tentatively replied, "Energy?" "Exactly. It is energy. The soul ring contains the vast majority of a soul beast's energy, which can be considered the essence of its being. Aside from certain specific parts, the energy contained in other areas after the soul beast's demise is virtually negligible. Furthermore, if the soul beast's soul power significantly exceeds its age, upon death, it will overflow, creating a special energy entity known as a soul bone." "Oh, so by your reasoning, since I possess soul power," Jilin grew increasingly excited. "That means I can absorb soul power, and since the soul ring is composed of soul power, it signifies that I can absorb a soul ring." Luo nodded in satisfaction. "Precisely. So prepare yourself today. Tomorrow we shall embark for the Sunset Forest." Upon hearing this, Jilin hesitated and asked, "Is it possible to go to the Douluo Forest?" Luo found this curious. "It's merely your first soul ring. The Douluo Forest and the Sunset Forest are not vastly different, are they? Or are you planning to return for a reckoning?" Jilin nodded, revealing his intentions without reservation. His primary motive was the presence of a soul beast he had long identified, which he sought to make his first soul ring. Luo raised her eyebrows in surprise, glancing at Jilin, seemingly taken aback by his forthright admission. Initially, she had intended to decline, as the Douluo Great Forest was significantly farther than the Sunset Forest. However, upon reflection, she conceded, realizing that a few extra days would not matter. Upon receiving her agreement, Jilin could hardly conceal his joy, exclaiming, "Little tiger, wait for me to come and find you." Chapter 18. Return to Douluo. Outside the Douluo Great Forest, two figures appeared in the small town. One was an ordinary middle-aged man with graying hair, a long sword hanging from his waist, while the other was considerably younger, burdened with various bags. These two were none other than Jilin and Luo, who had traveled from Tiando. After nearly 3 days of journeying, they returned to the hotel where they had first encountered each other. Upon seeing the collapsed structure before him, Jilin expressed his astonishment. "Is this the hotel? How could it have deteriorated so in just a few months?" He cast a puzzled glance at Luo. Noticing Jilin's gaze, Luo helplessly waved her hand, indicating her ignorance of the situation. With such perplexity, the two opted to check into a more upscale hotel, which, naturally, came at a significantly higher price, nearly 50% more than the previous establishment. However, the amenities and ambience were indeed superior. Furthermore, the establishment had a solid backing, its sign adorned with the emblem of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, assuring them that no trouble would arise here. Observing the soul masters in this hotel behaving impeccably, Jilin felt a sense of regret. Why didn't we come to work here earlier? Perhaps we would have avoided so many troublesome incidents. As for the source of their funds, Jilin explained that along the way, they encountered several benevolent individuals who generously offered assistance. However, he did not kill them. He merely rendered them unconscious. Luo expressed her disapproval of Jilin's actions, arguing that these individuals were not virtuous. Those who ambushed travelers bore blood on their hands. and eliminating them would serve to protect the innocent. Jilin resonated deeply with Luo's words, fully aware that they were not virtuous individuals. However, he still lacked the courage to take a life, urging Luo to grant them a swift end. After Luo delivered that merciful reprieve, he turned to Jilin and noticed him standing there with an expression of tranquility, devoid of any signs of disgust or fear. Curiously, he inquired whether Jilin had witnessed such scenes before. Jilin merely smiled without uttering a word. Since it was Luo's hand, Jilin took it as if he had just watched a horror film. After all, he had been exposed to more audacious scenes in various cinematic works, so he found it rather unremarkable. To return to the main topic, due to a certain soul master lacking a storage soul guide, all the belongings were carried by Jilin. After settling the luggage, Jilin made his way to the dining hall, where Luo had already placed an order and was relishing his meal, occasionally exclaiming some rather alarming remarks, such as, "Wow, this is truly delicious." Having spent 3 months together, Jilin had not only gained from the experience, but Luo had also learned a great deal from Jilin. The surrounding patrons overheard Luo's words. Although they did not comprehend their meaning, they sensed that it was not a compliment. A number of them began casting glances at Luo, contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Jilin traversed the restaurant and took a seat opposite Luo. Despite his inclination to feign ignorance of Luo's identity, he could not bring himself to disregard such a valuable connection. "Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? It's quite embarrassing for me to admit that I know you," he remarked. "Just be casual about it. It's not a big deal. Besides, would they dare?" A subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from Luo, causing those who had been observing to sit up straight and adopt a demeanor of utmost propriety. Noticing that the gazes around them had vanished, Jilin could not help but think, "Alas, my mediocre thoughts certainly cannot keep pace with the brilliance of these prodigies." After finishing their meal, both men leaned back in their chairs, their stomachs full. While the waiter cleared the table, Jilin inquired about the situation regarding the Haichuan Hotel. The waiter explained that recently, 2 high-ranking spirit masters had engaged in a fierce altercation over a trivial dispute. Although it had been quelled, numerous businesses were affected, including the Haichuan Hotel, which had been struck directly by a spirit technique, leading to its abrupt disappearance. Upon hearing the details, Jilin felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, only novels require a semblance of logic, for reality is often devoid of reason. Had this been a story, Haichuan and his establishment would have undoubtedly thrived. Awaiting the protagonist's triumphant return, it became clear to Jilin that he was not the protagonist after all. He had previously expressed intentions to repay Haichuan, but he resigned himself to the harsh reality. After all, the deceased deserved reverence. After reflecting on this, Jilin returned to his room to rest and alleviate the fatigue of travel, preparing for the spirit ring hunt that would commence the following day. As for Luo, he had long since vanished without a trace, a development Jilin had come to expect. During their training sessions, Luo often mysteriously disappeared, leading Jilin to speculate that he might have gone for a foot bath. Nevertheless, whenever Jilin required Luo's assistance, he always appeared. The next day, rejuvenated after a night's rest, Jilin observed Luo yawning in front of him, his lips twitching in amusement. Though he was curious about how Luo had spent the previous night, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that he would need Luo's help with his spirit rings and resolved to ask later. Months prior, the emergence of the Titan Great Ape had silenced many lower-level spirit beasts for a time. However, time is the most formidable weapon in existence, erasing all traces. The once vibrant path of the apes had vanished, leaving only moss-covered stumps to bear witness to the area's former glory. Returning to this familiar territory, Jilin felt little melancholy. He merely gazed around curiously. After all, during his previous escape, he had lacked the leisure to appreciate the primitive beauty of the forest. Now, with the opportunity at hand, he intended to open his eyes wide. It must be said that the scenery of this other world was indeed captivating. Towering trees embraced one another, while the ground was adorned with a myriad of colorful grasses, the most abundant being the blue-silver grass, visible almost everywhere, some of which grew taller than Jilin himself. The variety of spirit beasts encountered along the way truly widened Jilin's horizons. Following the remnants of the stumps, the 2 companions reached the site where the Gangjin tiger and the Blackshan scorpion had once clashed, all within a mere 3 days. The path was lined with the seasonal forest, and Luo did not inquire of Jilin why they were traversing this route or pose similar questions. He merely trailed lazily behind Jilin, which both puzzled and relieved Jilin, as he felt fortunate not to have to fabricate any excuses. After all, concocting a series of lies was no small feat. Upon noticing that Jilin had come to a halt, Luo realized they had reached their destination and addressed Jilin, inquiring, "So are we here? What have you set your sights on in terms of soul beasts?" Jilin proceeded to describe the appearance of the Gungjin tiger to Luo. After listening attentively, Luo rested his right hand on his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Observing Luo's expression, Jilin assumed he was familiar with this type of soul beast and asked, "What do you think? Do you know anything about it?" "No," Luo replied. "I just believe that tiger-like soul beasts are quite impressive and would suit you well." Jilin had anticipated that Luo might possess some knowledge, or at the very least, know the name of the tiger, but he was taken aback to discover that Luo was as uninformed as he was. "I am now even more convinced that you and I are of the same ilk. How did you select your soul ring?" I can't quite recall," Luo responded. Jilin surveyed his surroundings upon hearing these words and inquired, "By the way, I still do not know how many spirit rings you possess. We are about to hunt spirit beasts, after all. Knowing your level would certainly put my mind at ease." Luo, however, did not respond directly, instead wearing a mysterious expression as he replied, "You will know in due time." Jilin is not a person who enjoys prying into the depths of matters. Moreover, Luo has not pressed him for answers either. Since Luo has chosen not to speak, Jilin refrains from further inquiry, instead focusing on searching for clues regarding Gungjin. Noticing Jilin's demeanor, Luo, too, decides to be forthright, directly asking, "Why the silence? Are you displeased?" Jilin felt somewhat perplexed. "My silence stems from my quest to locate that tiger. Furthermore, why do you presume I would be upset over such a trivial matter as your unwillingness to disclose the number of soul rings you possess? It is akin to my own reluctance to reveal the reasons behind my pursuit of that tiger. Everyone harbors one or two secrets they cannot voice." With that said, he ventured deeper into the woods, swiftly obscured by the surrounding foliage. Luo, momentarily stunned, chuckled to himself. This lad possesses a certain charm. Yet, if he were aware that I comprehend his true purpose for being here, would he still speak in such a manner? Chapter 19. The first soul ring in the vast expanse of the forest. Locating a specific soul beast is no simple endeavor. After a day of searching, Jilin had yet to find even a single tiger hair. How frustrating. When one wishes to avoid an encounter, the beast seeks them out. Conversely, when one wishes to find it, it eludes them entirely. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the sun was nearing the horizon. With no other option, Jilin resolved to return to the campsite he had established 3 days prior. After all, the starry forest at night was not a place for him to wander alone. Upon returning to the campsite, he observed Luo lounging leisurely by the fire. Jilin expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "If you would assist me in my search, perhaps I would have already returned home by now." Luo turned over to face Jilin, exclaiming, "What? You must understand that I am your master now, here to aid you in hunting for soul rings and even preparing meals for you. Do not harbor the illusion that I shall also assist you in seeking out soul beasts. This was our prior agreement." As Jilin savored the roasted meat prepared by Luo, he acknowledged that it was commendable enough that Luo could cook. However, the absence of news regarding the first soul ring over the past few days was beginning to frustrate him. He had previously pleaded with Luo for help, but the latter had categorically stated that he would either cook or hunt for soul beasts, not both. Initially, Jilin had chosen the latter. Yet Luo had demonstrated a lack of commitment, slacking off on several occasions within just 1 day. Thus, Jilin had no choice but to assign him the cooking duties. Nevertheless, it must be said that Luo's culinary skills were surprisingly impressive, defying expectations. As for bringing provisions, Jilin felt that being able to carry a tent, insect repellent powder, and other supplies without a soul guide device was quite remarkable. Initially, he had no intention of bringing a tent, but Luo insisted that he would not accompany him if one were not included. Reluctantly, Jilin complied. At first, Jilin had dismissed the tent as unnecessary, but now, lying within it, he found it quite agreeable. At that moment, Luo suddenly spoke from his side. "Kid, do not sleep too soundly tonight." Darkness gradually enveloped the entire forest, with the campfire outside the tent serving as the sole source of light. For some inexplicable reason, the forest tonight seemed unusually silent, as if all the insects had vanished. A figure lay concealed in the shadows, its eyes, remarkably bright in the darkness, fixated intently on the flickering flames of the campfire, remaining utterly still. The unattended fire soon consumed its wood, leaving behind only glowing embers. It was then that the figure began to stir, stealthily approaching the now extinguished campfire. Jilin lay in the tent, his eyes wide open, contemplating the words spoken by Luo earlier. Unsure of their veracity, he still wished to believe that Luo was not merely speaking without purpose. Through their days together, Jilin had come to understand Luo a bit better. Despite his seemingly lazy demeanor, he was indeed a reliable person, never one to jest lightly. Yet, even as the flames of the campfire outside extinguished, an unsettling silence lingered. Was Luo toying with him? This thought crept into Jilin's mind as he turned to glance at Luo, who was deep in slumber. Had he misjudged him? Just as Jilin was lost in these troubling thoughts, a figure approached, now less than 10 meters from the tent. At that moment, Jilin perceived a faint sound of breathing. Had he not honed his senses through meditation, he might have remained oblivious to it, especially in such a tranquil environment. This breath was not the snoring of the sleeping Luo, nor his own. It was a long, deliberate inhalation, almost imperceptible. Feeling a surge of tension, Jilin reached for the sword beside him, his heart steadying. Were they finally here? The figure advanced with an elegant, delicate grace, drawn by the familiar scent wafting from the tent. Gung Jinhu, feeling his recently filled stomach could accommodate a bit more, was acutely aware that this was the moment of greatest peril. Suppressing his excitement, he proceeded with utmost caution. Suddenly, a metal rod shot from the tent, hurtling directly towards Gung Jinhu's face. Caught off guard, he had not anticipated being discovered, let alone attacked by his prey. Yet, the rod did not halt in its swift approach. In an instant, it was upon him. However, Gung Jinhu was no ordinary individual. He had carved out a place for himself within the starry forest. Just as the iron rod was about to strike, a platinum sheen enveloped Gung Jinhu. A resounding clang echoed as he was forced back a step, while the iron rod flew aimlessly into the void. Emerging from the tent, Jilin beheld the figure bathed in golden light, momentarily stunned. Then, channeling his soul power, he surged forth with an unexpected swiftness, aiming a strike at the head, exclaiming, "I've missed you dearly." Before Gung Jinhu could react, Jilin's sword cleaved through the golden aura. Having undergone the baptism of soul power, Jilin was no weakling. Coupled with 3 months of rigorous training in the mysterious dishes crafted by Luo, the blunt sword felt as formidable as a heavy hammer. Even with the protection of the golden light, Gung Jinhu found himself disoriented, unable to discern direction amidst the chaos. Jilin, unyielding in his justified anger, seized his magnificent sword and unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes upon Gung Jinhu, whose startled reaction was far too slow. The clashing of metal resonated like a symphony, causing the golden light to tremble. Empowered by his soul energy, Jilin's strength surged to an extraordinary level as he swung his sword with fervor. His words flowed just as freely. "What's the matter, brother Tiger? Do not hesitate on account of our friendship. Come now, let us engage." "Oh, I meant to say, unleash your claws." Aside from the initial momentum of his first strike, the subsequent attacks did not significantly affect Gung Jinhu. However, as the echoes of the first blow faded and Gung Jinhu regained his composure, he found himself facing the very prey he had previously toyed with, now retaliating fiercely. Fury ignited within him, culminating in a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the once quiet camp. Jilin was momentarily stunned by the sudden roar, frozen in place. Naturally, Gung Jinhu would not let this opportunity slip by. His claws shot forth from his right paw, the golden light emanating from them less dazzling than that surrounding his body, yet far more concentrated. He swung directly at Jilin. Summoning all his strength to escape the tiger's roar, Jilin desperately retreated, hoping to evade the strike. However, the tiger's claw still drew blood, droplets cascading down. Feeling the searing pain on his face and the warm blood trickling from his chin, Jilin realized he had not succeeded in evading the attack. Taking a deep breath, he cursed under his breath. His looks were never exceptional, and now he bore a scar. How would he ever charm a girl again? With that thought, he brandished his sword and charged forward once more. As Jilin rushed towards him, Gung Jinhu let out a low growl, advancing on all fours to meet him. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Jilin raised his sword while Gung Jinhu lifted his paw, their attacks colliding in a clash that transcended time and space. As for the outcome, observing the less than a foot-long blade in his hand and the 3 indistinct objects on the ground, then glancing at Gung Jinhu, who was leisurely licking his paw nearby, Jilin could not help but exclaim, "I report, someone is cheating." Yet, Gung Jinhu paid no heed to such claims of unfair advantage. He lowered his paw and charged at Jilin once more. He had played enough games, and this time it was truly time to say goodbye. As the golden tiger lunged towards him, Jilin sighed, retrieving another sword from behind him and hurling it at the approaching target. After throwing the weapon, he turned away, pressing his left index and middle fingers against his lips, slightly parting them to inhale deeply before slowly exhaling upwards. Gung Jinhis regarded the sword Jilin had thrown with disdain, and upon noticing Jilin had turned his back, he assumed the young man had surrendered, his expression growing more smug. Nevertheless, he silently thickened the golden light surrounding his head. Just as Jilin was nearly upon him, Gung Jinhis's expression slackened. Suddenly, the golden light dissipated, and he collapsed with a resounding thud. Hearing the commotion behind him, Jilin gradually turned around, gazing at the tiger's head with the sword's hilt embedded within it. He stepped forward, withdrew the blade, and flicked it, sending the blood splattering onto the ground, creating a crimson trail. "My lord, the times have changed," Jilin spoke slowly after a moment. Meanwhile, Luo, who had appeared at some point and witnessed the entire scene, remained silent for a long while before stepping forward, seizing the sword from Jilin's hand and sheathing it. He turned, a complex expression on his face as he regarded Jilin, confessing that in all his years, he had never seen anyone wield a sword in such a manner. "Oh, today you have witnessed it," Jilin replied. A rich purple hue began to materialize on the tiger's body, and Jilin sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of his first soul ring, the exquisite 2,300-year-old Gung Jinhis soul ring. Chapter 20. The First Soul Skill. Previously, Jilin inquired of Luo regarding the appropriate age of soul rings he should absorb. Luo indicated that, given Jilin's current physical condition, a soul ring under 3,000 years should not pose significant issues. Although Luo cannot ascertain the age of a soul beast merely by observation, he can determine that this particular soul ring does not exceed 3,000 years by examining its color and the intensity of its soul power. The purple soul ring was drawn towards Jilin's head, and an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the soul ring, rushing down towards Jilin, who was seated in meditation below. In an instant, Jilin sensed that the soul power within him was gradually ascending, a sensation of fullness enveloping his entire being. This brought him a sense of comfort after his recent struggle with the Gung Jin tiger, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Was this millennium-old soul ring truly so unremarkable? It felt rather effortless indeed. Perhaps next time, he could seek out a slightly older soul beast. Just as Jilin pondered whether he might be at a disadvantage in absorbing this soul ring, he realized that his condition had reached its zenith. He could no longer accept any additional soul power. Yet, the soul ring above him continued to pour forth an unceasing stream of energy. The surplus soul power began to surge chaotically within Jilin's body. Gritting his teeth, he felt akin to a balloon being inflated incessantly, a sensation that was truly beyond description. Goodness, it felt so overwhelmingly full. Jilin was aware that those who travel 100 miles must not falter at 90, especially when he was uncertain whether he had even reached that point. He could not afford to give up. Observing Jilin, whose entire body trembled and whose face was contorted in agony, Luo pondered whether he was pushing too far. Although this tiger had not surpassed 3,000 years, its lineage was undoubtedly among the finest of soul beasts. Slaying an ordinary beast of 3,000 years should be a mere trifling task. Should he intervene? Despite the significant repercussions it might have on him, he was not without options. It would merely be a tad troublesome. Yet, would such an action compel him to abandon Jilin? After all, if he could not overcome this challenge, how could he aspire to slay greater foes? Just as Luo contemplated whether to intercede, a wave of energy emanated from Jilin, bending the surrounding flowers and grasses in submission. Witnessing this, Luo discarded his intention to act, recognizing that success had been achieved. For now, he would refrain from competing with that individual, lest he be accused of bullying the weak. The purple soul ring no longer hovered above but began its descent toward Jilin, indicating that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring. Shifting his focus away from Jilin, he caught sight of the nearby tiger, its blood staining the earth beneath it. He touched the sword at his waist. Feeling somewhat vexed, he would need to teach Jilin the art of swordsmanship upon their return. How could he maintain his reputation otherwise? Just as he was about to avert his gaze, he paused abruptly and stepped closer. With his right hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers and made a gentle slicing motion. The once resilient tiger hide, along with the flesh, was effortlessly cleaved open by an invisible blade. As he observed the contents within, Luo could not help but raise an eyebrow and glanced back at Jilin, who remained in meditation. This lad certainly had a stroke of good fortune. Jilin continued to endure an omnipresent sense of inflation, not merely within his corporeal form, but also a vague, inexplicable sensation of expansion that seemed to emanate from an unknown source, as though his very soul were swelling. He was uncertain how much longer this ordeal would persist, and he could not fathom how much longer he could endure it, hoping for a swift resolution. At that moment, the pervasive feeling of inflation began to dissipate at an astonishing speed. Jilin felt as if he were transcending, akin to transforming from a river into the vast ocean, experiencing an unparalleled sense of liberation. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. It arrived capriciously and vanished abruptly, leaving Jilin no time to savor its essence before it disappeared. As Jilin savored the lingering sensation, he opened his eyes, only to find that Luo was absent from his sight. Glancing around, he discovered Luo standing before the lifeless body of a tiger. Intrigued, Jilin approached, only to catch sight of a long incision on the tiger's right foreleg. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he pointed and remarked, "I didn't expect you to have such peculiar tastes. It's quite unexpected." Luo cast a sidelong glance at Jilin but remained silent, merely inserting his hand into the incision and fiddling with something within. Witnessing this scene, Jilin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing that Luo's peculiarities were even more unconventional than he had anticipated, prompting him to step back a few paces. Withdrawing his hand, Luo looked at Jilin, who stood at a distance, and beckoned him with a finger, smiling as he said, "Why stand so far away? Come closer." Jilin gazed at Luo Na's blood-stained hands, resolutely deciding against approaching her. "No need," he said. "You may speak from there. I can hear you clearly." "It's strange," he continued. "When you killed those bandits before, you seemed unaffected. Why does this frighten you?" Jilin remained silent, observing quietly. As Luo stepped forward, Jilin retreated 2 steps. Recognizing this, Luo understood that he could not approach Jilin any closer and reluctantly said, "All right, I shall go wash up." With that, he hurled an object, stained with blood, towards Jilin. Jilin quickly dodged, allowing it to fall to the ground. Luo, slightly indignant, remarked on Jilin's lack of appreciation for fortune before entering to clean himself. Curiously glancing at the object on the ground, Jilin prodded it with a stick a few times, discovering it remained still, which eased his mind as he prepared to examine it closely. Finding the light insufficient, he retrieved a torch. What lay before him was a bone, specifically from a certain part, appearing rather fragile. Moreover, it seemed to emanate soul energy. Could it be a soul bone? Realizing it might indeed be a soul bone, Jilin dismissed the blood and flesh clinging to it, taking it in hand. He attempted to infuse it with a trace of soul energy, causing the bone to tremble and shed the remaining flesh, revealing the white bone within. Is this truly a soul bone? He scrutinized the bone, which was adorned with golden patterns, yet it seemed rather diminutive. At that moment, Luo returned, drying his hands. Spotting Jilin examining the soul bone, he teased, "Oh, so you no longer find it repulsive?" Ignoring Luo's jest, Jilin inquired, "Is this a soul bone?" Luo retorted with irritation, "Do you think I would exert such effort to excavate it otherwise?" With Luo's confirmation, Jilin finally felt assured, though he mused that it appeared somewhat underdeveloped. After all, it was remarkable for a 1,000-year soul beast to yield a soul bone. What more could one desire? "By the way, how is your soul skill?" Jilin asked. "Don't rush me. Let me see," he added. After absorbing the soul ring, Jilin did not receive any information regarding the soul skill, assuming it was something he needed to explore himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple soul ring emerged beneath his feet, flickering briefly, yet nothing transpired. The soul ring shimmered a few more times, but still, no effect was evident. Luo, perplexed, speculated that it was a soul skill meant to enhance oneself, yet he felt no elevation in Jilin's aura. Curiously, he asked, "What effect does your soul skill have?" Jilin lowered his head, his voice slightly hoarse. "What effect? There was simply no soul skill, so how could there be any effect?" Luo had not anticipated such a situation. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "I shall take a moment to myself over there." Without waiting for Luo's reply, darkness enveloped Jilin's figure. Luo remained in place, choosing not to approach Jilin to offer consolation. Not only did Jilin seek solitude, but Luo also needed to contemplate the course of action ahead. After all, my time is limited. Must I truly resort to such measures? It feels rather beneath me. Chapter 21. Absorbing the soul bone. Jilin never anticipated that despite absorbing the soul ring, he would not acquire any soul skills, leaving him utterly perplexed. Leaning against a tree, he reflected on the arduous 3 months. Although he had made considerable progress, he still lacked the confidence to confront other soul masters. Today, even the formidable Gungjin tiger, which merely enhanced defense and attack, proved too daunting for him to handle alone, necessitating the assistance of Luo's martial spirit. What would he do if he faced other soul masters equipped with more peculiar and diverse soul skills? Sigh. Why had everything taken a turn for the worse? Nonetheless, the benefits bestowed by the absorption of the soul ring were undeniable. Not only had his soul power significantly increased, but he also no longer felt the previous bottleneck. Clenching his fist, he acknowledged that his physical prowess had also seen notable improvement. Realizing that his journey had not been entirely fruitless, Jilin felt a sense of relief wash over him. After lingering for a while, he decided to dismiss his worries. After all, he had endured considerable setbacks recently, and his resilience had markedly strengthened. This soul bone must be the greatest gain of the evening, he mused. Perhaps he could return and fetch a handsome price for it, as he recalled that soul bones were quite rare. As for keeping this soul bone all to himself, Jilin had contemplated it, but he knew that obtaining it was largely due to Luo's assistance. Moreover, Luo's strength far surpassed his own. After much deliberation, he decided against hoarding it. Upon returning to the camp, Jilin gazed at the rekindled campfire, with a piece of roasted meat beside it, feeling a warm surge in his heart. Luo, how much do you think this soul bone could fetch? He called out towards the tent while sitting by the fire, watching the meat sizzle and glisten. After a considerable pause, he received no reply. Curious, he poked his head into the tent, only to discover that Luo was absent. Where could he have gone? Having grown accustomed to Luo's frequent disappearances, Jilin meticulously kept an eye on the roasting meat. Once it was ready, he carefully moved it away from the flames. In a bout of boredom, he toyed with the soul bone in his hand, contemplating how to spend the proceeds from its sale. Perhaps he could indulge in a meal at the Daylight Night restaurant. He had not even managed a single bite during his last visit. After a while, as the meat began to cool, he placed it back by the fire. He repeated this cycle of roasting and cooling until the dawn broke. Jilin also sensed something amiss. He set aside the roasted meat and hurriedly rose, scanning the surroundings. An hour later, he returned to the camp, having found no trace of Luo. Upon re-entering the tent, Jilin made a new discovery: a slender book, a dagger, and a letter. Opening the letter, he read, "Young man, though I cannot fathom how you, as a being from another realm, have come to possess knowledge of Douluo continent, even surmising my identity. Such matters have become trivial. For various reasons, I must take my leave, and perhaps we shall never meet again. Consider the dagger a parting gift from me. Use it in times of peril, but remember, it is a one-time opportunity, so choose wisely. As for the book, consider it a training regimen I have prepared for you. Practice diligently. Should you complete it, you may visit this location. Perhaps it will yield fruitful results. I know not the world you hailed from, but you seem to have come from a commendable place. Yet, you are ill-suited for this realm. Transformation is imperative. Well then, as you would say, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Until we meet again, if fate allows." At the bottom of the letter was an address. After reading the letter, Jilin carefully tucked it away, packed his tent and other belongings, and shouldered his backpack, setting off on his return journey. He took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand, which, after repeated heating, was far from delectable. Once he finished, he wiped his mouth and muttered, "This is truly awful." Following the same path he had taken before, perhaps due to the familiarity from having traversed it thrice, Jilin managed to reach the small town in just one day. He casually found a hotel and checked in, leaning against the headboard of his bed. He retrieved the letter once more and read the words again. Abruptly shaking the hand that held the letter, he remarked, "For certain reasons? Is it not simply that you disdain my lack of soul skills? Just wait, there will come a day when I will have you beneath me." The following morning, Jilin, with his backpack in tow, finally departed from the Stardow forest, uncertain of when he would return again. Jilin was contemplating his next destination, mindful that revealing his soul ring, which was notably rare for a first soul ring to be a millennium old, could draw unwanted attention. Currently, he lacked the means to defend himself. As for the dagger left by Luo, Jilin was reluctant to use it so readily. He had perused the book several times, most of which detailed the training methods and the levels of proficiency required, while the remainder contained various techniques for wielding soul power. The immediate priority was to find a place to rest. By evening, Jilin discovered a small village named Lawn Village, consisting of just over 80 households. As he entered the village, a group of about 10 young men armed with hoes and pitchforks surrounded him. At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying hair, yet possessing a robust physique. Observing the old man's vitality despite the late hour, Jilin couldn't help but admire his good health. "Good sir, I am merely a traveler passing through. As night approaches, I seek shelter in your esteemed village, Jilin stated, nodding to himself as he recalled the few episodes of Journey to the West he had watched. To his surprise, the old man reacted with indignation. Old man? You call me an old man? My family is full of old men. I am but 45 years old. Is that considered old? I merely matured early. Jilin scrutinized the man before him, noting his graying hair, sun-kissed skin, and a face lined with wrinkles. He appeared to be at least 60. However, Jilin did not dwell on this, instead inquiring whether he could spend the night in the village. Initially, the elderly man, oh no, the middle-aged man, was unwilling, responding curtly. I'm sorry, but we have no vacant rooms. Yet, upon seeing Jilin toss a golden soul coin in the air, his demeanor shifted. When Jilin presented a few more coins, a broad smile spread across the man's face. Welcome, esteemed guest, he exclaimed, ushering Jilin inside and shooing away the gathered villagers. As Jilin followed closely behind, he observed the surroundings, wooden houses with thatched roofs, and occasionally structures with wooden shingles, all set apart by considerable distances. After a short walk, they arrived at a small grove of bamboo. And the man gestured towards a house nestled within the bamboo, saying, What do you think, esteemed guest? Jilin was quite surprised to discover such a place in the village, and with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, Do you specialize in running an inn here? No, replied the man. Hongfu is the owner of this house. Just a few days ago, he moved his family to Soto City because his son awakened his soul power. To gather enough money for their relocation, he sold this place to me. After surveying the surroundings, which were rather pleasant and sufficiently distant from the other villagers, Jilin promptly decided, Very well, this will do. The man smiled and said, Then this will be the rent. Jilin presented him with a gold soul coin and inquired how many days he could stay. After receiving the coin, the man pondered for a moment before responding. A fortnight. Jilin felt that he could accept the situation and said, All right then. By the way, how should I address you? My name is Yang Gue. Just call me Old Yang, he replied. Okay, Old Yang, I shall head in first. Sure, do let me know if you need anything. After bidding farewell to Old Yang, Jilin stepped into the house. The dwelling was modest, comprising a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms, one large and one small. He brushed his hand across the table, finding it free of dust, and placed his luggage down. Jilin then moved into the larger bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the soul bone. Although he had initially contemplated selling it, he realized that another opportunity to acquire a soul bone might be far off, and he lacked any soul skills. Surely, this bone could bestow upon him a commendable ability. With the enhancement of his soul rings, Jilin's perception had significantly improved, and he had not detected any soul masters in this village. This was a crucial reason behind his decision to absorb the soul bone here. Let us begin, he thought. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, gracing Jilin's face. As his eyelids fluttered, he opened his eyes, and a fleeting golden glimmer flashed across his dark pupils. Slowly exhaling, Jilin rose from his bed, stretching his body that had sat in meditation throughout the night. The sound of bones cracking filled the air, bringing immense comfort. Jilin's spirits were notably high. It seemed he had acquired a remarkable skill. He raised his right hand, feeling the power coursing through it, and nodded to himself. Had the strength in his right hand increased? Although not by much, it was certainly a positive change. Moreover, as he channeled his soul power, a layer of golden light enveloped his exposed palm, adorned with delicate white patterns. How curious, he mused. Shouldn't it have been white with golden patterns instead? Shrugging off the thought, he decided to proceed. Stripping off his clothing, he observed that his entire right arm was covered in a faint golden glow, while the rest of him remained unchanged. Is it because the soul bone is incomplete that I cannot achieve the same effect as that tiger? And unlike that tiger, which radiated golden light as a protective barrier, I feel as if it merely rests upon my skin, offering no protection to my garments. How disappointing, Jilin thought, allowing himself a moment of sarcasm. Nevertheless, he remained quite satisfied with this soul skill. After all, if he was not mistaken, it was capable of both offensive and defensive applications. Stepping out of the bamboo house, he casually picked up a fallen twig from the ground. Channeling his soul power once more, the golden light reappeared on his right arm. He attempted to gently infuse the twig with his soul energy, but it instantly shattered into pieces. Unwilling to concede defeat, Jilin sought out another branch. This time, he exercised even greater caution, infusing his soul power at a more deliberate pace, resulting in no unexpected occurrences. A faint golden radiance began to shimmer upon the branch. Was the golden light on his arm notably less intense? Jilin paid it little mind, for the soul power he wielded was not excessive. It stood to reason that greater expenditure would yield a more resplendent glow. Approaching a bamboo stalk, he struck it lightly with the branch in hand, employing minimal force. With a resounding crack, the bamboo fell effortlessly. Observing the break, he noted numerous splinters. The branch in his grasp had also snapped in two. Undeterred, he procured another branch and repeated the process, varying only the amount of soul power, something between his first and second attempts. The branch glided through the bamboo, predictably severing it, leaving the stalk unscathed. In the next moment, the bamboo tumbled to the ground, revealing a smooth cut. He stepped forward to touch it, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it was quite sharp, but the consumption of soul power was considerable. In just over a minute, more than half of his soul power had been depleted. Had he not absorbed his first soul ring, which had doubled his soul power, he might have been completely drained by this point. With a clearer understanding of the effects and consumption, Jilin felt a sense of contentment. The only regret was that this golden light could only manifest on his right arm. Attempting to transfer it to other areas was futile, akin to a blocked conduit. What name should be bestowed upon this soul skill? Its manifestation bore a resemblance to the power of armament, yet it was not black. Rather, it resembled the gilding of gold leaf upon a surface. Thus, he decided to call it gilded gold. Having settled on a name, Jilin made his way into the heart of the village. It was time to pay homage to his own sustenance. For man is iron and food is steel, one cannot endure hunger for long. With money paving the way, his endeavors proceeded smoothly. After enjoying breakfast at a villager's home, Jilin returned to the bamboo hut and opened the tome left by Luo. Thus, Jilin embarked on a new phase of training in the village known as Lan Village. The book emphasized strength and explosive power, providing numerous training methods for Jilin to choose from. Based on his personal circumstances, Jilin devised the following plan. Each morning, he would drag a boulder several times larger than himself around the bamboo grove until exhaustion set in. After a brief respite, he would commence slicing through the fallen bamboo leaves with a sword. In the afternoon, he would train his reflexes within a designated area using 10 bamboo stalks. Initially, Jilin could barely take a few steps while dragging the immense stone before needing to pause for breath. His attempts at slicing the leaves were haphazard and largely unsuccessful. However, his evasion skills were commendable, as he had previously practiced similar exercises, though this time he imposed upon himself a smaller area. The bamboo stalks would sway in a fan-like manner, making it impossible to avoid them entirely, with several still landing upon him. Although the soul ring did not bestow upon Jilin any soul skills, it appeared to amplify all his abilities, including but not limited to soul power, strength, speed, recovery, digestion, vitality, and mental acuity. This enhancement was a significant factor in his persistence. In the evenings, he would occasionally meditate, but more often he would relocate a bamboo chair to the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky, uncertain whether he was admiring the moon or observing the stars. Time quietly slipped away in this cyclical routine, and before he knew it, nearly 4 months had elapsed. Jilin had completed this phase of training. Now able to drag the colossal stone around the bamboo grove for 20 laps, approximately 8,000 meters, and he could effortlessly slice the falling bamboo leaves in half. The 100 bamboo stalks arranged in a circular formation could no longer graze the hem of his garments. The villagers of Jilin and Lanchun became quite familiar with one another, for so many shared meals were not taken lightly. Upon getting to know the Yang family, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable lineage of the Yangs. He vividly recalled his first visit to their home for dinner, when he was greeted by a man who stood half a head shorter than himself, sporting a full beard. It is worth noting that Jilin was no longer the 179.8 centimeters he once was. He had since undergone a second growth spurt, now towering at 185.1 centimeters. The man, though shorter by half a head, must have been around 172 centimeters, and with his mature appearance, Jilin instinctively inquired, "Brother, is Yang Gui at home?" The man turned back and called out to the yard, "Dad, there is someone here." At the dining table, old Yang introduced him, saying, "This is my son, Yang Jia." He then turned to his son and added, "This is the soul master from the village, known as Brother." Jilin hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Village chief, your son appears to be much older than I am. Calling me brother seems rather inappropriate." Yang Gui inquired about Jilin's age and, upon receiving the answer, expressed that his son is only 8 years old and that he had not erred in his address. Jilin gazed at the bearded man across from him, who was smiling warmly, and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is absurd. He looks no more than 8. Subsequently, after this incident, Jilin seldom visited old Yang's home for meals. After concluding today's training, Jilin once again felt a sense of saturation. He resolved to hunt a soul beast the following day, in order to acquire his second soul ring. When dawn broke the next day, Jilin set out with his belongings, and upon reaching the village entrance, he noticed the villagers gathered there to bid him farewell. Over the past 4 months, Jilin had taken the time to assist the villagers on numerous occasions, and many expressed their astonishment at encountering such a unique soul master. Among the villagers present to see him off, the village chief, Yang Gue, was particularly noteworthy. Tears and snot mingling as he clutched Jilin's sleeve, lamenting, "Why must you leave so soon? You haven't even met my cousin's daughter yet." Earlier, upon learning that Jilin was a soul master, Yang Gue had insisted on introducing his cousin's daughter to him. Although the familial connection was tenuous, Jilin felt that any relationship with Yang Gue should be nipped in the bud. Thus, amidst the villagers' heartfelt farewells and Yang Gue's weeping, Jilin strode away from Lan Village. Chapter 23. Observations in Soto. After much contemplation, Jilin decided against traveling to Douluo Forest for his second soul ring. Not only was it perilous due to the absence of Luo, but he also recalled that the prestigious Soul Master competition, which occupied a significant portion of the original narrative, was soon to commence. Having ventured into this world, it seemed remiss not to witness it. Therefore, Jilin set his course for Tiando City. However, a more pressing matter loomed before him: money. Jilin found himself financially depleted after months of expenditures, and the funds he had acquired from benevolent souls were nearly exhausted. Having learned from past experiences, Jilin was disinclined to seek employment again. Consequently, he naturally turned his attention to a lucrative opportunity mentioned in the original story, the Great Soul Arena. Armed with a map he had previously purchased, Jilin made his way to Soto City, the economic hub of the Balik Kingdom. After receiving an information form at the front desk, Jilin meticulously filled it out, hesitating slightly over the martial spirit section. After pondering for a moment, he confidently inscribed the words "Golden Light of Protection." Jilin, I certainly want to divulge that I cannot write the character for Lu in Douluo language. Following the guidance provided, Jilin proceeded to the testing room of the Great Soul Arena, which was rather small, approximately 10 square meters in size. At its center stood an exquisite black stone pillar, upon which rested a glass orb. As Jilin surveyed his surroundings, the attendant nearby remained silent, merely stating in a formulaic tone, "Please place one hand on the crystal ball and channel your soul power." Jilin obediently complied. The crystal ball erupted with a formidable pulling force, drawing the soul power within Jilin uncontrollably into its depths. Goodness, this suction is quite powerful. If it could drain a person's soul power completely, it would be an indispensable tool for home and travel, as well as for nefarious deeds. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, they were not reflected on Jilin's face. After approximately 5 seconds, the crystal ball's suction abruptly ceased, and a blue light began to emanate from its base, gradually filling half of the orb, though the boundary of the illumination appeared somewhat dim. Observing this, the staff scribbled a 19 in the soul power section and subsequently ushered Jilin out. However, he was left puzzled by the expression of disappointment that lingered on his face. After submitting the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, Jilin received a modest iron token, marked solely by a character of Luo at its center. Following the submission of his soul combat application, Jilin was swiftly led to the 12th combat arena. As he entered the preparation room, he was met with several penetrating gazes. Although Jilin was not particularly socially anxious, being watched by others inevitably made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He quickly found an empty seat, seizing the opportunity to observe his surroundings. In the lounge, aside from Jilin, there were 4 other individuals. 3 of them had, to varying degrees, cast glances in his direction earlier, while a robust, resolute-looking middle-aged man sat silently in the corner. Given the prevailing silence, Jilin felt no compulsion to disrupt it. After a while, someone entered and announced, "Chris, it's your turn to take the stage." Upon hearing this, the man in the corner rose and quietly exited the lounge, his expression burdened with gravity. The others, in contrast, bore expressions of schadenfreude. Curious, Jilin turned to the nearest individual and inquired, "You all seem rather pleased. Has that man done something wrong?" The person he questioned hesitated, evidently taken aback by Jilin's inquiry. After scrutinizing Jilin anew, he replied, "You seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? What does that have to do with my question?" Jilin retorted. The man chuckled lightly. "No wonder you don't recognize the bear spirit, Chris." "The bear spirit? Is that the man from earlier? He appears to be quite a renowned spirit master." "Renowned, indeed. Among spirit masters of the Soul Elder rank in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, he is rather well known. However, whether he retains that status after today remains to be seen. Oh, is this related to his opponent today? Seeing Jilin's keen interest, the man continued. Although Chris is skilled among Soul Elders, he is no longer merely a Soul Elder. He ascended to the rank of Soul Ancestor a month ago. Thus, his opponent today is also a Soul Ancestor, and one of a higher level. If it were an ordinary Soul Ancestor, I wouldn't be so concerned. But his opponent is the Dread God, Mingli. Surviving this encounter would be a feat in itself. The Dread God? Jilin recalled this name from the original text. Noticing Jilin's expression, the man raised an eyebrow and asked, "You are aware of him?" Jilin nodded, having heard of the notorious reputation surrounding this individual. The other person concurred, affirming that those who had faced off against that formidable figure either perished or were left severely injured. Yet, it remained a mystery why Silva City's fierce combat team had suddenly made their way to Arsoto City. Moreover, according to previous witnesses, the team had become even more ruthless than before. With that, the conversation shifted to other topics, and Jilin rested his elbow on his knee, supporting his chin with his hand, pondering whether they had been overwhelmed by the heroes group. Before long, it was Jilin's turn. The 12th Division boasted 6 arenas, and Jilin's match was set to take place at the second arena, which had a rather dismal attendance, with only 1/5 of the seats occupied. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer proclaimed, "the upcoming battle features the formidable 18th level Soul Master, Xiaoyu Chun, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories and wields the Wolf Martial Spirit, against his opponent, Douluo, a newly registered 19th level Soul Master, whose martial spirit manifests as a golden protective aura. Let us anticipate the thrilling clash that awaits us." As Jilin observed his opponent, who was of a similar stature, he couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement of the competitor's striking appearance, which was nearly rivaling his own. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu Chun gazed curiously at the stranger across from him, pondering why he was nodding. Was he affirming his own prowess? Upon summoning his martial spirit, Xiaoyu Chun's back became slightly hunched, his hair elongated, and most notably, his mouth and nose extended outward, resulting in a dramatic transformation. In contrast, Jilin had merely applied a hue to his arms. "He is no longer as handsome as I am," Jilin mused. When the announcer declared the battle to commence, both fighters surged toward one another in an instant. As they entered each other's attack range, Xiaoyu Chun lifted his oddly transformed right hand to strike at Jilin, who naturally reciprocated with a right fist. Having never engaged in combat before, Jilin was unaware of his own capabilities, and thus he unleashed his punch without restraint, channeling nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Just as their blows were about to collide, Xiaoyu Chun activated his first soul skill, Swift Shadow, which augmented his speed by 30. His hand accelerated abruptly, veering away from its original trajectory and heading straight for Jilin's face. Xiaoyu Chun was no fool. Noticing the golden light emanating from Jilin's right hand, he understood the nature of his opponent's martial spirit. Unlike his foolish companion, he had no intention of clashing directly, having already devised a plan to target areas not shielded by the golden glow. Thanks to months of training and the effects of his soul rings, Jilin was able to react swiftly. He exerted force to push himself backward, leaning his upper body away, causing Xiaoyu Chun's attack to narrowly miss him. Realizing the difficulty of closing the distance to Jilin, Xiaoyu Chun quickly adapted, leveraging the momentum of his right hand to perform a backward roll, creating space between them. Jilin had not anticipated that his opponent would possess such a multitude of strategies. He had expected a more direct assault. At that moment, Xiaoyu Chun made a decisive move, lowering his center of gravity as he inhaled deeply. The yellow soul ring beneath his feet flickered, and he propelled himself towards Jilin with both hands and feet. His speed significantly increased compared to before. What would be nearly imperceptible to an ordinary person seemed somewhat sluggish in Jilin's eyes. Even if the speed were to escalate further, Jilin would still be able to react. With a slight shift of his body, he deftly evaded the opponent's claw strike. Xiaoyu Chun, taken aback by Jilin's ability to dodge, quickly recalibrated and charged at Jilin once more, his right hand poised to launch another attack. It bore a resemblance to their previous training, but if this was all there was to it, then it would end here. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jilin's eyes as he deftly sidestepped, drawing forth the unassuming sword of physics from his waist. With a gentle yet decisive motion, he struck at Xiaoyu Chun's nape. He exerted only a modicum of force, mindful of the opponent's potential defenses, for Jilin harbored no desire to cause fatality. With a resounding thud, the strike landed successfully, sending Xiao Yuchen skidding across the ground until inertia brought him to a halt at the edge of the arena, motionless. I declare the victor of this battle to be Luo. The audience erupted into hushed discussions. Wow, impressive. He won without employing any soul techniques. Thankfully, I placed my bet on him. Otherwise, my savings would have vanished. Honestly, Xiao Yuchen is utterly useless, losing so swiftly. Oh no, my money. As the next match approached, Jilin lingered in the contestants' corridor, mulling over the prize for victory. Was it 5 gold coins or 10? At that moment, 2 individuals bore a stretcher past him, upon which lay Keisai, the very individual he had encountered before, though now devoid of life. Jilin silently watched as the stretcher disappeared around the corner, then proceeded to the front desk to collect his earnings for the day. After securing 10 gold coins, he exited the arena. Strolling down the street in search of an inn, he stumbled upon a charred house. Among the crowd of onlookers, he overheard a familiar name, Keisai. Casting a glance at the charred remains, one large and one small, that the city guard had extracted, Jilin suppressed the urge to retch and turned away. A cacophony of voices filled his ears. Serves him right for dying so swiftly. I would have avenged the grudge of being thrown off the stage by him sooner or later. Honestly, what is the guard doing? Why not dig a grave instead of leaving the bodies here, polluting the air? What happened here? Oh, really? What a shame I didn't go see it. I missed out. As these words washed over him, Jilin suddenly recalled Luo's message. Not suitable? As Jilin gradually faded from the streets. Chapter 24. The Art of Making Wealth and Navigating Human Relationships unfolded. Esteemed audience, let us once again extend our applause to the victor of this contest, Luo. Truly remarkable. If memory serves, Luo commenced his battles in the Grand Soul Arena merely a fortnight ago, and now he has achieved the Copper Soul rank. Could this be a record-breaking feat? Indeed, in recent years, the only contenders who could rival him, perhaps even overshadow him, would be the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters from a while back. Who could argue otherwise? It is perplexing to determine who stands stronger between Luo and those formidable individuals. Do not expect to witness such a spectacle in the arena, after all. The Shrek 7 monsters possess soul power nearing level 30. It is entirely possible that they are all soul kings by now. While Luo remains at a mere level 19, he seems unlikely to catch up. Unbeknownst to him, Jilin had already spent half a month in this place, having earned enough for his travel expenses. However, with such a lucrative opportunity at hand, how could Jilin simply forego the chance to reap more rewards? Throughout these past 2 weeks, Jilin did not win every match. After his initial 5 consecutive victories, he found himself unable to match with opponents for some time. Upon inquiry, he discovered that there were few soul masters of level 10 and above. Moreover, his recent match schedule had become known, prompting many soul masters to wait until Jilin was absent before they would dare to compete. Jilin never anticipated that one day he would possess such formidable influence. Troubled by how to proceed, as he certainly did not wish to squander time on such matters, he was approached by representatives from the soul fighting arena, who expressed their desire for him to compete in the Grandmaster tournament as a soul master. They promised that the prize money and points would be doubled for the victor. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jilin acquiesced, for his purpose in visiting the arena was not solely to earn money, but also to gauge the caliber of his own strength in this world. His inaugural opponent was a level 23 soul master wielding the blue serpent martial spirit. The audience was nearly at full capacity, buzzing with speculation regarding the outcome of this battle, as such a disparity in levels was a rare occurrence. The odds provided by the arena were astonishingly lopsided, with Jilin at 10-1, while his opponent stood at 3-10. Despite Jilin's high odds, very few among the nearly 1,000 spectators chose to place their bets on him. Facing a Grandmaster for the first time, Jilin felt uncertain. He decided to split the 50 gold coins he had previously won, wagering 30 on his victory and 20 on his defeat, reasoning that a win would yield substantial profit, while a loss would merely limit his damages. The Blue Serpent Soul Master proved to be formidable, significantly stronger than Jilin's prior opponents. His sinewy form and swift movements were challenging to predict, and his first soul skill appeared to be a displacement technique, although it did not achieve instantaneous teleportation. It nonetheless caught Jilin off guard. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and solid golden defense assured him that he could resolve the confrontation without sustaining injury. However, Jilin soon discerned something amiss. The Soul Master's attacks and strength were diminishing. Though he still appeared formidable, it was merely AFA odd. Reflecting on the betting odds, Jilin began to deduce the underlying deception. Was this a scheme to exploit the unwary? While it seemed somewhat contrary to the spirit of sportsmanship, It was not something he had volunteered for, and the prospect of earning money while reclining was an opportunity too good to pass up. Thus, he began to play along with his opponent. Jilin was uncertain whether his opponent had noticed, but after an exhilarating series of intense battles, the match concluded with Jilin triumphantly knocking his adversary off the stage. The audience, taken aback, had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. When the host announced the result, a profound silence ensued, quickly followed by a cacophony of voices expressing disbelief. "Did you truly give it your all? Refund." Among the astonished remarks was, "I didn't even see him use his soul skills, nor his soul rings." Furthermore, there were exclamations of joy. "Ah, I won. I won." However, the most prominent sound was that of cheers celebrating the victor. Amidst this raucous applause, Jilin descended the stage with an impassive expression, earning him the admiration of many for his poise and mastery. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have been more audacious and wagered everything. Lamenting the loss of those gleaming 220 gold coins, such a painful loss indeed. In the following days, Jilin found himself in several similar soul battles. Oblivious to the state of the spectators' wallets, yet he continued to reap substantial rewards. As for his conscience, Jilin felt no pangs of guilt. He welcomed such effortless victories. Just as Jilin was basking in his success, he received information regarding his next opponent from the battle arena. Zach Marshall Soul, Azure Flame Tiger level, 23 soul rings, 2 yellow. This was the first time he had received such information about a popular opponent. Had the narrative shifted? With this question lingering in his mind, Jilin approached the front desk to inquire about the odds for himself and Zach, which were listed as 6-1 and 3-1, respectively. Jilin was not surprised by his own odds, as he had not fallen below 5-1 recently. However, the odds for his opponent seemed rather generous. After a moment's contemplation, Jilin decided to play it safe and wager 3,000 of the 5,000 gold coins he had earned in recent days against Zach. Soon, it was time for Jilin to take the stage once more, and the spectators were abuzz with speculation. "How are you betting this time?" "I'm still backing Luo. Although he cost me quite a bit at first, he helped me recoup my losses and even netted me some profit in subsequent matches." "Same here. Ever since I started betting on him, I've been living at the brothel and Haven T returned home. But this time, his opponent has 2 century-old soul rings. Can he prevail? And so what if he has century-old rings? He has still only level 23. Luo defeated a 26th level Grand Soul Master yesterday. Level 23? That is nothing. I refuse to believe Luo can keep winning. I'll bet 50 on him losing." "Me too. I'll wager 30 on his defeat. Worst case, I'll sell myself to make up for it. In that case, I'll bet 100 on him winning." I placed bets of 300, 400, 1,000, and 1,200. In an opulent private room, the supervisor of this establishment swirled his wine glass, gazing at the fervent crowd below. After savoring a sip of the exquisite beverage, he inquired about the situation. A staggering 360,000 gold soul coins had been wagered on Luo's victory, while bets against him scarcely reached 5,000. Upon receiving this report, the supervisor, filled with excitement, downed his drink and slammed the glass onto a nearby table, insisting that no mistakes could be tolerated. He reassured himself that Zach was formidable. There was no way Luo, who required our leniency to win, could triumph over Zach. Nodding in agreement, the supervisor decided to proceed, determined to demonstrate that his wealth was not easily acquired. Zach indeed possessed exceptional skills, allowing Jilin to truly appreciate the weight that a Grand Soul Master should carry. Strength, speed, and soul techniques all surpassed those of the previous opponents. Yet, this made the encounter all the more intriguing. With a sudden burst of power, he repelled the flaming tiger claw, glancing at his scorched sleeve and the reddened sword in his hand, which bore a notch. Jilin felt a twinge of regret, for he had spent 5 gold coins to acquire it. For the first time, Jilin adorned his sword with gold plating, then turned to face the panting Zach, charging forward once more. "Damn it, this is not how it was supposed to be. Wasn't it said that this would be easily resolved?" he muttered as he advanced. "Hey there, little kitty, taste my blade." With that, Jilin executed a sweeping strike. Ever since the gilding of his sword, Zach had sensed an ominous aura emanating from it. Not daring to confront the attack head-on, he reluctantly resorted to his first soul technique, Tiger Fire. A fire pillar, as thick as a small bowl, erupted from Zach's mouth, hurtling directly toward Jilin's face. Jilin never anticipated that his opponent would unleash a powerful attack at such close range. However, there was no time to evade now. He had no choice but to alter his sweeping strike into an upward thrust. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the fiery pillar, forcing back the advancing Zack. Zack felt a surge of frustration. He had never before been so thoroughly bested by an ordinary sword. Unbeknownst to Jilin, who relentlessly wielded his gilded sword against Zack. The latter was compelled to evade with all his might, contemplating whether to unleash a fiery distraction, although Zack had considered withstanding Jilin's blade. The sight of the ground inadvertently scarred by Jilin's strike dissuaded him from such a notion. He realized he was no match for the hardness of granite. Observing Zack's desperate attempts to dodge on stage, the supervisor was incensed, slamming his hand upon the table and bellowing, "What is the meaning of this? Did you not assert that Zack would effortlessly prevail?" A subordinate, wiping the sweat from his brow, nervously replied, "Fear not, he has yet to be defeated. Furthermore, how long can he withstand such relentless onslaught? He will exhaust himself in due time." The supervisor scoffed, "I hope so." Yet, the subordinate felt uncertain. For Jilin had yet to employ his soul skills. Zack, too, resolved to endure, believing his soul power to be far more robust than Jilin's. However, as his own reserves dwindled, he observed Jilin brimming with vitality. Gritting his teeth, Zack steeled himself to persevere. At that moment, the golden aura enveloping Jilin's sword and hands dissipated, eliciting a surge of joy in Zack, who swiftly summoned his scant soul power to unleash his second soul skill, Tiger Descends the Mountain, doubling his speed for 10 fleeting seconds. In an instant, he propelled Jilin from the arena. The announcer promptly declared, "The match is concluded. I hereby proclaim Zack the victor of this soul duel. My money." "Oh, woe is me. Curse my ancestors." One lamented. "Thank goodness I did not wager at all," another sighed. "At last, he has lost. It has truly been a struggle." Within the private room, the supervisor's anxieties were finally alleviated. On the stage, Zack exhaled in relief. "It is finally over. That was quite the ordeal." Jilin slowly rose from the shadows, brushed off the dust from his attire, and gazed at Zack, who was fervently raising his arms on the stage. He remarked, "That should suffice," before gradually departing the scene, as it was time to collect his earnings. Chapter 25. The final sunset. It seems there was no match featuring Luo today. How peculiar, as he typically arrives punctually every day. Indeed, I did not witness his match yesterday either. Quite strange. Could it be that he has fled? Well, it is not entirely impossible. Surely not. It would be quite disheartening to lose so many coins without him even attempting to return and help me regain them. Simply vanishing like this. At this moment, Jilin, with his modest salary of 7,000, leisurely rode his horse along the official road leading to Tiando City. With a blade of dogtail grass clutched between his teeth, he reclined on the horse's back, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Just 2 days prior, Jilin had once again experienced that familiar sense of fulfillment, realizing he had reached level 20. Coincidentally, his earnings had also accumulated to a satisfactory amount. Following his previous defeat to Zack, he had encountered only low-level opponents, which proved rather unexciting, prompting him to tidy up and depart. With newfound wealth, Jilin naturally sought to avoid the inconvenience of public transport and entertained the idea of purchasing a means of conveyance. When considering available options, he first thought of the swift and soaring soul beasts. Unfortunately, after scouring the entirety of Soto City, he found no reputable stable selling tamed soul beasts. Not even a live soul beast was in sight, though there was an abundance of soul beast meat available, particularly from a certain part believed to confer specific benefits on the Douluo continent. Reluctantly, Jilin shifted his focus to ordinary animals, with horses being his primary choice. Although he felt that a donkey exuded a certain wanderer's charm, he believed that a dashing young man like himself was better suited to a fine steed. To his disappointment, however, the only horses available in Soto City were those meant for transporting goods. To acquire a proper steed, he would need to visit an official store, where a certain status was required. Naturally, soul masters could make such purchases, yet the price for a quality horse was rather steep, at 20 gold soul coins, with no room for negotiation. In contrast, the pack horse was much more affordable at just 9 gold soul coins, and it boasted a relatively docile temperament. Considering his considerable luggage and lack of prior riding experience, along with the fact that the Soul Master competition was still some time away, Jilin felt no urgency to rush. As for absorbing soul rings, he believed a few days' delay would not be detrimental, primarily due to his reluctance to part with his money. Now, Jilin was immensely grateful for his choice to purchase a pack horse. Designed specifically for hauling goods, its endurance and capacity were commendable. and its larger size provided ample space for Ji Lin to recline comfortably. Admittedly, the horse consumed a fair amount of feed, but fortunately, the journey was lined with plenty of blue-silver grass, allowing it to graze for half an hour and then travel for 5 hours. While the pack horse's speed could not rival that of a fine steed, it was certainly faster than an ordinary person, especially since it was not burdened by a cart. After 4 days of enjoying the breeze and the scenery, Ji Lin arrived once more at the gates of Tiando City. Gazing at the towering city wall before him, he recalled the astonishment he felt upon his first encounter. However, now it seemed rather mundane, merely a tall wall. A fleeting glance was all he afforded it before redirecting his focus toward the side gate on the right. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Ji Lin led his horse into the city. Once inside, realizing he would not need the horse for the time being, he sold it to a local stable for 10 gold soul coins, thus making a modest profit. Having acquired wealth, Ji Lin no longer resided in the most inexpensive lodgings as he once did, for the environment was far from pleasant. However, he also refrained from choosing the most opulent room. There was no need for such extravagance. Although he had not traversed many miles on foot during his journey, the weariness of travel had inevitably taken its toll. While the sunset forest could not compare to the starry forest, it remained fraught with peril. Now, bereft of the support of Luo, he understood the necessity of maintaining his composure to face the challenges ahead. As for being fully prepared, Ji Lin harbored no illusions. After all, the future held countless unpredictable events. Encountering the protagonists at any moment was not beyond the realm of possibility. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, Ji Lin ventured out to explore the vast expanse of Douluo City. Undoubtedly, this city was far grander and more prosperous than the ones depicted on television. The streets showed no sign of beggars, indicating a certain affluence. Wandering through the bustling thoroughfares and narrow alleys of Douluo City, Ji Lin noticed numerous slum-like structures. However, contrary to his previous impressions, the inhabitants were not destitute and disheveled, and the surroundings were devoid of litter. Naturally, he did not overlook the famed Yuexian. Glancing at it from the outside, he had to admit that this structure, with its subtle Chinese architectural style, was his favorite thus far. The students within, aside from their striking appearances, exuded an inexplicable elegance even in their simple gait, as if they were born of nobility, an undeniable truth, given their lineage as descendants of aristocrats. After lingering outside Yuexian for a while, Ji Lin resumed his stroll and eventually found himself before a quaint bookstore named Feathered Wings. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into another realm. The mere wall separating him from the outside world rendered its clamor irrelevant. The store was modest, sparsely populated. Save for an elderly man with white hair reclining in a rocking chair, a book opened on his face. Ji Lin noticed the spine of the book bore the words Angel's Diary. Noticing Ji Lin's presence, the old man straightened up, causing the book to slip from his face, revealing a kind visage marked with wrinkles. "What book would you like to purchase, dear guest?" he inquired. Having chosen to enter this bookstore, Ji Lin indeed had a specific book in mind. "Do you have any volumes on soul beasts?" he asked. The old man pondered for a moment, then rose and walked to a nearby bookshelf. Shortly, he returned with a tome titled Soul Beast Compendium, handing it to Ji Lin. After receiving 1 gold soul coin in exchange, he settled back into his rocking chair, once again covering his face with the Angel's Diary. Ji Lin suddenly found himself intrigued by the Angel's Journal. "Excuse me, sir, may I take a look at that Angel's Journal?" The rocking chair, which had been swaying gently, abruptly came to a halt, but soon resumed its rhythmic motion. "Certainly, here you go." Upon receiving the book, Ji Lin noticed it was not particularly thick. He stood there, leafing through its pages. After approximately an hour, he closed the book. "What are your thoughts?" The entire narrative revolves around a humble little girl who, after enduring numerous trials, ultimately ascends to divinity. It's somewhat inspirational, albeit rather kitsch. Kitsch? Indeed, isn't it? The protagonist, despite facing substantial hardships, ultimately reaches the pinnacle of success. Are you suggesting she is not worthy of emulation? Not at all. Regardless of the circumstances, she achieved success, and her story has endured through the ages. Should we not learn from her, rather than from those who have faltered? Your perspective is intriguing. What, in your opinion, should we learn from her? Perseverance, certainly. After all, she managed to gather the faith of humanity at that time, which is no small feat. This unwavering dedication to a singular cause throughout her life is indeed commendable. Even if it leads to nothing in the end, as long as you harbor no regrets, I believe it is acceptable. You seem quite open-minded. That's what they all say about me. After returning to the hotel and finishing dinner, Ji Lin lay in bed, perusing the Soul Beast compendium in his hands. While he could not acquire soul skills through soul rings, soul bones were indeed a possibility. The skills associated with soul bones were somewhat connected to soul beasts, weren't they? This book was rather impressive, encompassing nearly all soul beasts. Jilin recognized two familiar figures within its pages. Titan Great Ape, known for its fierce temperament and extraordinary combat prowess. Its physical strength is formidable, and it is suspected to possess the ability to manipulate gravity. Gungjin Tiger, renowned for its vicious nature and cunning disposition, it is famous for its exceptional defense and devastating attack, characterized by its brilliant platinum light, the wider the light, the higher its cultivation. After reading for a while, Jilin closed the book, feeling somewhat disheartened. Truly, the items available for purchase outside often turned out to be of little value. The information provided was scarcely sufficient. There was nary a mention of distribution or how to ascertain age. Just a brief introduction and an illustration, and they charged me 1 gold soul coin? What a ripoff. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of utility. At least Jilin had identified a target for soul bones. Void mouse, naturally timid, capable of traversing the void, and exceedingly difficult to capture. Sharp-tailed swallow, cautious by nature, incredibly swift, often appearing in flocks. Phantom dragonfly, naturally timid, adept at creating illusions to confuse enemies. The following day, Jilin packed his belongings and set off towards the sunset forest. Chapter 26. A fortuitous encounter at sunset, perched upon a high branch of a towering tree. Jilin savored the breeze that seemed to come from nowhere, while munching on his provisions. It has already been the second day since Jilin entered the sunset forest. The previous day, he encountered not a single soul beast that met his expectations, not even one that conformed to the requisite age. After much effort, he finally came across a massive black bear, its aura pulsating with a considerable level of soul power. However, after a strenuous battle, he discovered that it was merely a century-old soul beast. Although the soul ring bore faint traces of purple, Jilin ultimately decided against absorbing it. After all, the number of soul rings he could absorb was limited. Although Jilin had previously entertained the notion that his unique circumstances might exempt him from such constraints. Upon the soul ring hovering above his head, he realized that no energy was infused into him until the ring dissipated. He had to concede that his capacity for soul rings was indeed on par with others. This left Jilin in a state of exasperation. Not only could he absorb soul rings without acquiring any soul skills, but his limitations mirrored those of his peers. After finishing his provisions and taking a sip of water, he delved deeper into the forest. His criteria for the soul beasts he sought were rather straightforward. They must not be under a millennium in age. After all, his first soul ring was 1,000 years old. Should his second be merely a century, he would be mortified at the thought of such news spreading. Ideally, the higher the age, the better, although he surmised it should not exceed 2,000 years, for he doubted his ability to contend with anything beyond that. Previously, he had managed to hunt a metal tiger, largely due to an element of surprise. Yet, even with that advantage, he had inflicted minimal damage, relying heavily on Luo's sword for the critical strike. Although his strength had significantly improved, allowing him to outperform his former self, Jilin remained uncertain. The metal tiger was exceedingly formidable, and even now, he was unsure of his chances of victory. He resolved to ambush any suitable targets he encountered. If he could overpower them, he would. If not, he would retreat to ensure his survival. In that moment, Jilin found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days when he had a strong ally by his side. How effortless life had been then. This thought only intensified his desire to confront that certain individual. Logically speaking, one would expect to encounter increasingly powerful soul beasts the closer one ventured to the forest center. Yet, curiously, despite having ventured a considerable distance, Jilin had yet to encounter any soul beasts. This was perplexing. Could it be that the sunset forest housed creatures akin to the Titan Great Ape? He had never heard of such a thing. When anomalies arise, there is often something amiss. However, unwilling to yield to despair, Jilin proceeded with heightened caution. After a while, he reluctantly paused his exploration, not to retreat, but because the daylight had begun to wane. Under the previous serene ambience, he might have continued his foray, but now he sensed a burgeoning commotion around him. The most immediate indication was a spectral wolf pursuing an unidentified bovine soul beast that passed not far from him. The spectral wolf was one of the few soul beasts documented in the text regarding age determination, albeit in a rather rudimentary manner. It merely stated that a millennium ago, the spectral wolf's fur was grayish-white, and after 10,000 years, it turned black. Jilin cast a fleeting glance, and indeed, The darkness was impenetrable. It was best not to provoke it. Thus, he muttered to himself as he hurriedly retreated. Strangely, the phantom wolf did not turn to pursue him. Jilin recalled having seen a cheetah in the midst of hunting its prey, undeterred by the presence of numerous other animals watching from the sidelines. It would not abandon its pursuit for seemingly easy morsels. Pursuing a fully energized prey with his own depleted stamina would be exceedingly unwise. It seemed that soul beasts adhered to this principle as well. By the following day, fortune appeared to smile upon Jilin. As he commenced his search, he swiftly discovered a fox soul beast with an injured hind leg. He recognized it from a book he had perused, observing it as it licked its wound, occasionally casting vigilant glances around. Jilin, standing atop a tall tree nearly 100 meters away, retrieved the soul beast compendium and began to search. Ghost tiger? No. Thick earth violent bear? Also no. Where could it be? Ah, here it is. Crimson fire fox, inherently cunning, capable of breathing fire, with splendid fur often favored by noble women. After reviewing the information about the crimson fire fox, Jilin faced a daunting dilemma. Should he approach or not? After all, he was unaware of its exact cultivation level. If it surpassed 10,000 years, would he not be merely offering himself as prey? Nevertheless, to leave without attempting felt like a missed opportunity, especially since the creature was injured. Who knew when he might encounter such a favorable situation again? While Jilin hesitated, the crimson fire fox seemed to sense something. Its gaze fixated warily in one direction. Ah, little San, your instincts are indeed sharp. There truly is a soul beast here, though it appears to be injured, remarked a tall, golden-haired man with a smile, glancing back. That is, Boss Dai, you must consider who Sangu is. He is a formidable individual capable of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40, boasted Ma Hongjun, striding forward with great pride, as if he were the subject of the praise. Oh, and it's a fox too? Not much to it. My spiritual energy is simply a bit stronger, allowing me to detect it earlier than the rest, Tang Sen humbly responded, holding the hand of Xiao behind him. At that moment, Flinder squinted and said, If you wish to practice, do so promptly, do not dawdle. He then kicked Ma Hongjun lightly. Ma Hongjun, undeterred by the kick, smiled at Tang San. Sengu? Indeed. Tang San replied, loosening his grip on Xiao Wu's hand as he stepped forward, oblivious to the complex emotions etched on her face. The Crimson Fire Fox eyed the advancing duo with a wary expression, while it sensed that their auras were far weaker than those of the three behind them. Years of jungle survival had ingrained in it the wisdom of never underestimating an enemy. Observing the crouching Crimson Fire Fox before him, Tang San spoke. The Crimson Fire Fox can manipulate flames of high temperature, measuring between 3.4 to 4 meters in length, with an age estimated between 2,900 to 3,500 years. This age is quite suitable. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, summoning his martial spirit, while 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black materialized beneath his feet. Immediately following the flash of the eternal black soul ring, the blue-silver prison manifested. In an instant, 16 robust black vines erupted from the earth. Although the Crimson Fire Fox was not a specialized spiritual-type soul beast, its mental fortitude was formidable. Remaining vigilant, it leapt aside as soon as the soul ring shimmered, successfully evading Tang San's blue-silver prison. Just as the Crimson Fire Fox reveled in its successful evasion of the opponent's soul skill, another 16 vines burst forth from the ground, ensnaring it within the prison. The Crimson Fire Fox was taken aback by Tang San's ability to consecutively unleash such an attack, but it quickly regained its composure and exhaled a torrent of fox flames, attempting to incinerate the prison that bound it. After all, it was composed of plant matter, and in its experience, plants were typically vulnerable to fire. Observing the flames licking at the blue-silver grass, Tang San discerned the Crimson Fire Fox's intentions and could not help but commend its ingenuity, acknowledging its seasoned experience in devising such a solution. However, he then pivoted the conversation, lamenting, Unfortunately, my blue-silver grass is fire-resistant. At this moment, the stout companion, poised for action, heard these words and soared into the air. 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, encircled him, culminating in the final soul ring flashing with a violet light. The phoenix's cry soared to the heavens, and after a brief silence, a towering pillar of fire erupted. Once the flames dissipated, the blue-silver prison vanished, leaving behind the charred Crimson Fire Fox, which lay gasping, its breath shallow. Witnessing this scene, Jilin inhaled sharply, contributing to global warming. Goodness, that was fierce. It was an instant defeat. Yu Xiaojing nodded in satisfaction, remarking on the power displayed. Indeed, It is no wonder that among the 7 monsters, he possesses the strongest explosive power. Despite the delay, with Xiao San's blue-silver prison, we still hold a promising chance at victory. Of course, one must consider whose disciple he is, came the retort from Lu Erlong, unimpressed. It's not as though it surpasses my 5th soul skill. So what is there to boast about? Flinder, wearing a forced smile, pushed up his glasses with his right hand, then turned his gaze toward Jilin. His tone growing more indifferent. My dear friend over there, having observed for so long, isn't it time we had a conversation? Jilin was taken aback that, despite the considerable distance, Flanders was still able to detect his presence. Truly, one could say he was worthy of being a soul sage. With a sigh, Jilin descended from the tree and made his way towards the others. As for fleeing, could he possibly outpace a soul sage specializing in agility? And concerning his life being in peril, please, he was the protagonist. How could he indiscriminately slay the innocent? Yet, wait a moment, that was Tang San. Who knew if he had some hidden means of demise? His resentment towards a certain individual deepened. Achu, someone must be thinking of me. In the divine realm. A figure rubbed their nose. With a heart full of trepidation, Jilin gradually approached Tang San and his companions. Meanwhile, Tang San pondered over Jilin's intentions. Given the time, it was likely that Jilin had come to acquire a soul ring in the Sunset Forest. Furthermore, the wounds on the red firefox were most likely inflicted by him. However, he was concerned about Jilin's elder. Nevertheless, they had their teacher, Aunt Erlong, and Dean Flanders on their side. Unless the other party had a title Douluo, they were in an unassailable position. As for whether there was only one individual on the opposing side, Tang San believed it was impossible. How could a soul master venture alone to hunt soul beasts? Chapter 27. The first encounter with the protagonist group. Before him stood a group of individuals, among whom he had previously met Flanders and Ning Rongrong. The others, however, were new to him. Yet Jilin could easily recognize them. The tall figure with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes, Dai Mubai, was unmistakable. The rotund, lewd-looking red-haired glutton, Ma Hongjun, was equally simple to identify. Standing silently nearby was Zhu Zhuqing, clad in leather attire, her delicate features reminiscent of the adorable characters from anime. Glancing down, Jilin quickly averted his gaze. Indeed, her beauty was striking. The handsome young man beside Ning Rongrong must be Oscar. Not bad. Slightly more attractive than myself. Among all the individuals he had encountered, he would gladly deem him the most handsome. Meanwhile, the middle-aged beauty standing next to Flanders was undoubtedly Lu Erlong, Flanders' dream woman. The identities of the remaining members became apparent as well. The short-haired, stern-faced Master Yu Xiaojiang, and the relatively shorter yet robust Zhao Wujie, known as the Unmoving King. Lastly, there was the spirited girl with rabbit ear accessories, Xiao Wu, alongside the protagonist of Douluo Continent, Tang San. The first impression that Tang San and the others had of Jilin was the rather large package slung over his back. Xiao Wu, curious, inquired, "What do you have packed in that backpack?" In response, Jilin set down his bag and reached inside, intending to retrieve something. While the others remained still, Tang San secretly braced himself, aware that he himself was adept with hidden weapons. Jilin leisurely extracted a series of jars and bottles from his backpack, introducing each one as he revealed its contents. "This is a preservation powder, which happens to be my favorite. It keeps meat as fresh as if it were just slaughtered." With a hint of spiciness, he continued, "This is an insect repellent powder. This one masks odors. And here is a hemostatic powder." He also laid out his tent, pots, utensils, along with salt, cumin, and chili powder. Tang San and his companions were taken aback, not expecting that someone without a storage soul guide would carry such seasonings, making it seem as though he were on a leisurely outing. Noticing Jilin was still rummaging, Ma Hongjun hastily remarked, "All right, brother, no need to take out more. We believe you mean no harm." The others nodded in agreement, especially Tang San, who realized he had been overly cautious regarding the seemingly simple-minded individual. At that moment, Flinder approached Jilin and questioned, "What were you doing just now?" Jilin paused his packing and regarded Flinder with a look of incredulity, replying, "What else could one do here besides obtaining a soul ring?" Flinder found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Flinder's inability to respond, Tang San quickly intervened, asking, "So, is this red firefox your target? Did you inflict its wounds?" "Not at all," Jilin replied. "While I was contemplating whether to engage, you all rushed in. So naturally, the wounds are not my doing." Tang San nodded discreetly, acknowledging that Jilin was indeed telling the truth. Earlier, while Jilin was conversing with Flinder, Tang San had examined the red fire fox and discovered that the injury on its hind leg appeared to have been caused by his concealed weapon, the flying god claw, indicating it had been accidentally harmed by their group the previous day. Although they had inadvertently injured the creature, it had sought after the alluring fragrance of the mystical treasure. And given its current state, it was hardly deserving of pity. Upon hearing Jilin's words, Flinder scrutinized him up and down, realizing that this was a soul beast around 3,000 years old. Have you reached level 40? He mused. The young man appeared rather youthful. If he was not over 20 years old and already a soul master, then his enrollment in the academy would significantly bolster their chances in the upcoming competition. Flinder felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought. As for Jilin's potential refusal, he chuckled internally, thinking, do you think my silver-tongued persuasion is for naught? No. I am only level 20, Jilin replied. Then how do you target this red fire fox? Flinder pressed. I can absorb it. Why can't I aim for it? Jilin countered confidently. Impossible. Master Yu Xiaojang interjected sternly. No one can absorb a soul ring nearly 3,000 years old as their second. The maximum age for a second soul ring is merely 764 years. Listening to Yu Xiaojang's tone, Jilin felt a tinge of anger. He was already somewhat resentful for being summoned by them, and now they were bombarding him with questions. Even a clay figurine has its limits. He was ready to confront them. How could it be otherwise? My first soul ring is a millennium old. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped his arm, revealing his soul ring to outsiders for the first time. The purple soul ring rising beneath Jilin's feet elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even the composed Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. A millennium, though they had witnessed 1,000-year soul rings before and could count 20 among themselves. Seeing a solitary soul ring of such age manifest on a single individual was unprecedented, shattering their conventional understanding. Observing their astonished expressions filled Jilin with immense satisfaction. Flinder could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, how old are you? At that moment, he increasingly desired to recruit Jilin into Shrek Academy. 20, almost 21. Jilin replied. Flinder appeared somewhat disappointed, and the Shrek 7 were relieved. Thankfully, they had feared that this individual's talent surpassed that of their third member, only to find that even the hefty one among them was not inferior. Jilin did not refute this, silently thinking that if they were aware of his training duration, it would surely astonish them. However, it seemed that Flinder and Ning Rongrong did not recognize him. Perhaps it was for the best, despite their previous mockery. They had indeed set him on the path of cultivation, and their lack of recognition spared him any awkwardness. It was no surprise, really. Jilin's appearance was rather unremarkable. Merely a shade paler than average, and with 6 months having elapsed since their last encounter, Flinder had not given this young man much thought, hence he was unrecognizable. This is impossible. My theory should not be incorrect, the master muttered to himself, looking up at Jilin. What is your martial spirit? Jilin's eyes flickered as he pointed at the crimson fire fox and declared, hand it over to me, and I shall share with you the knowledge of various martial souls. Without a moment's hesitation, the master agreed. Seeing this, the others refrained from opposing him, fully aware of the master's reverence for his own theories. Then I shall not be polite, Jilin stated as he maneuvered past the crowd, approaching the nearly lifeless crimson fire fox. Drawing his sword from his waist, he swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. A violet soul ring began to coalesce above the lifeless body. Without delay, Jilin seated himself cross-legged, drawing the soul ring above him to initiate the absorption of his second soul ring. An unending stream of energy flowed into Jilin's body, and this time, he found the process far less arduous than during his first experience. As the absorption progressed smoothly, Tang San and the others, noting the waning daylight, set about establishing their campsite. Approximately 2 hours later, Jilin opened his eyes to find the master's impassive expression before him. Startled, he nearly retaliated with a golden punch. Are you finished? Now, it is time for you to divulge the information about your martial soul, the master urged. Opening his carefully prepared notebook, his demeanor serious as he regarded Jilin intently. All right, Jilin replied, pulling over his backpack and retrieving some provisions and water. As he munched, he spoke. My martial soul is named Golden Radiance, sometimes referred to as Protective Golden Light, which enhances both my defensive and offensive capabilities. Is that all? The master paused, furrowing his brow. That is indeed insufficient compared to the Crimson Fire Fox. What else would you like to know? Jilin inquired. Can it envelop your entire body? The master, true to his title, posed a critical question. No, but after absorbing the soul ring, the coverage area has significantly increased. I believe it will eventually encompass my entire body. What soul skill did you acquire through the absorption? None. The master halted once more. None. Not only that, but my first soul ring also lacks a soul skill. Jilin's revelation prompted Ning Rongrong to reflect. I always thought the nine-heart Pang had only one soul skill, but to discover that it possesses none at all is astonishing. As others began to notice Jilin had awakened, they gradually approached. Yet, the nine-heart Pang grants the Yi family unparalleled healing abilities. What does your martial soul provide you? Honestly, I hadn't considered that. How should I navigate this? Jilin mused, stroking his chin until he devised a response. It bestows upon me physical attributes far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. The master was about to refute, asserting that all martial souls enhance physical prowess, albeit to a greater extent in soul masters, marking the divide between ordinary people and soul masters. However, recalling Jilin's extraordinary soul ring, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. What a pity. If only you could attain a soul skill, your martial soul would undoubtedly be the strongest. The master shook his head with a sigh. Indeed, I truly envy those of you with such robust physical constitutions, Oscar remarked with admiration. In that case, why not engage in some exercise to enhance your abilities? Isn't that quite straightforward? Jilin questioned, somewhat puzzled. At this juncture, the master stepped forward to elucidate. Your circumstances may be somewhat unique. Perhaps you can swiftly elevate your physical prowess. However, for us, dedicating the same amount of time to meditation to cultivate our spiritual strength would yield far greater benefits. Jilin nodded thoughtfully. This doesn't concern me. So may I take my leave now? Not so fast, the master waved his hand. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Shrek team to participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition. Jilin never anticipated that the master would extend an invitation for him to join Shrek Academy. However, upon realizing the situation, he quickly declined, stating, No, I am only at level 21. It would be rather presumptuous of me to participate in the Soul Master tournament. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. The master replied, We do not intend to thrust you into the spotlight. We merely wish for you to serve as a substitute. Our Shrek team offers numerous benefits, including a monthly stipend of 100 gold soul coins. Additionally, I shall personally sponsor you with a spatial soul guide. As he spoke, he produced a silver ring. This ring possesses a capacity of 9 cubic meters. What do you think? Please consider it. Gazing at the ring, Jilin found himself unable to voice his rejection. The offer was simply too generous. He snatched the ring and slipped it onto the index finger of his left hand, finding it surprisingly fitting. Deal. The others, though puzzled, refrained from questioning Jilin further. Upon returning to the tent, Flinder grasped the master's shoulder, perplexed, and inquired, Xiao Gang, what is going on? While that lad's martial soul is indeed unique, he is merely a great soul master. Is he truly worth such an extravagant investment? Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly. Do those individuals possess 1,000-year first or second soul rings? Before Flinder could respond, Yu Xiaojiang continued, What do you think of Xiao San's 4th soul ring? Remarkable. Not to mention the unprecedented 10,000-year soul ring, even the blue-silver prison, a collective control skill, is astonishing, Flinder responded without hesitation. And how do you believe the Spirit Hall will perceive this? Flinder fell silent. Observing his friend's reaction, the master sighed, There is no need for further contemplation. Given the Spirit Hall's domineering methods, they will undoubtedly seek to recruit Xiao San. Yet, as he is the son of that individual, his refusal of the Spirit Hall is inevitable. Can our golden sacred dragon protect him from their grasp? Thus, I need Jilin to divert some of their attention away from Xiao San, even if just a little. It will help mitigate our risks. Chapter 28. The first day at Shrek today, the atmosphere in Heaven-Do City, or rather, the recent ambience in the city, is imbued with an exhilarating excitement. For in just 4 days, the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament will officially commence. During this time, various academies will dispatch their most elite students for intense competition. Battles that are not easily witnessed in the Grand Soul Arena. Which 5 academies will represent our Heaven-Do Empire in the tournament? One inquired. Is there any doubt? It will surely be the 5 elemental academies, Shenin, Qihua, Leitang, Tianshui, and Xiangjia. What about the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do? Wasn't it said to be the strongest academy in our empire? Have you had too much to drink? The Royal Academy has always been directly admitted to the finals. I'm not referring to the main team of the Royal Academy. I am aware they have secured their place. However, I have heard that this year's vice-captain is not exceptionally strong. Perhaps they will exhibit a different performance. I find it perplexing. While it is indeed true that the Royal Academy is the most formidable, the Five Elements Academy is not significantly inferior, with the strongest individuals being directly admitted. The remaining talents are surely no match for the elite of other academies. Recently, a new Shrek Academy has emerged, which you refer to as the one renamed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, but that is not a viable option. Did the Blue Tyrant Academy even rank within the top 10 previously? Jilin also arrived at Shrek Academy alongside Tang San and his companions. The sudden addition of Jilin was met with resistance from the Shrek 7 monsters, who refrained from engaging him in conversation during their journey. However, Jilin was quite content, leisurely stroking the ring on his left hand while admiring the scenery of Shrek Academy. He had initially expected to secure a storage soul guide through triumph in the Soul Master competition, but to his surprise, he had obtained it in this manner. What a delightful twist. As for the apparent coldness from the Shrek 7 monsters, he found it amusing. As a distinguished youth of the 21st century, such trivialities held little weight. Tang San, previously perplexed by the master's decision to invite Jilin to join them, acknowledged that despite Jilin's soul rings being exceptional millennium level, his soul power was a significant drawback, merely a great soul master without any soul skills. Although there were no soul ancestors in the academy, soul kings certainly existed, each of whom surpassed him in strength. However, upon returning from the master's chamber and facing the other 6 members' teasing and confusion, Tang San could only offer comfort and encouragement, asserting that the master must have his reasons, perhaps intending to lower the opponent's guard. As the soul of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San held considerable sway over the group, although dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts. They chose not to voice it, instead opting to demonstrate their feelings through actions. Yu Xiao Gang observed the stark division between Jilin and the 7 monsters, but said nothing. In his mind, Jilin merely attracted attention away from his disciples, and after the competition, he would not concern himself with him any further. Let us return and rest today. We will gather at the training grounds at 9 tomorrow. He instructed. Jilin, come here. I will show you to your dormitory. Hearing this, the 7 monsters clustered together. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Since we finally have some time off, let us go shopping. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Sure, but Rong Rong, can you lend me some money? I have my eye on a dress, but Sangu refuses to buy it for me, insisting that I have enough clothes. Doesn't he realize how many outfits a girl truly needs? Haha, no problem. I'm not short on cash. What about you, Zhiqing? Daimubai. Xiao Ao and Sangu then inquired about how to spend the remaining time. Xiao Ao and I plan to join them. What about you, San? Perhaps I will return to consolidate my cultivation? Really? You would choose to cultivate during this rare free time? Aren't you curious where Xiao Wu and the others might go? Are you not concerned they might encounter any mishaps? Come on, let's go. Before Tang San could decline, Daimubai and Oscar pulled him toward Xiao Wu and the others, leaving the chubby boy in bewilderment. Hey, wait for me. As he watched their jovial retreat, Jilin was reminded of a few individuals. Shaolinzi, let us go. The evening event is about to begin. Indeed, Shaolinzi, if you dawdle, you want to secure a good spot. Indeed, Shaolinzi, even if you choose to remain single. Must you insist on dragging your friends along in this solitary state? It has been reiterated countless times. Do refrain from calling me Shaolinzi. I have not mastered the art of exorcism. The trio exchanged glances, then surged forward, lifting Jilin with enthusiasm. Come, Sister Lin. Let us embark on an exploration of the vibrant world beyond. Haha. Jilin. The master's call successfully roused Jilin from her reverie. Are you all right? I am fine. Then let us proceed. With that, the master turned and led the way. Jilin let out a deep breath and followed closely behind the master. The master had arranged for Jilin a single dormitory in the student accommodation, approximately 20 square meters in size, fully equipped with toiletries, bed linens, and blankets, allowing him to move in immediately. Jilin felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. After bidding farewell to the master, he finally had the time to explore the changes brought about by his second soul ring. Firstly, regarding his soul power, being at level 21, there was not much to elaborate. Recently, Jilin had been in frequent contact with soul masters and had learned a considerable amount of soul master knowledge from the officials. Among these insights, Jilin deemed the most crucial to be the method of determining one's soul power level. However, this time, the increase in soul power was rather modest. After absorbing the first soul ring, he conservatively estimated that his soul power had at least risen by 3 levels. Yet this time, it had only ascended by 1 level. Although the Crimson Fire Fox may not match the Metal Tiger in prowess, its age significantly surpassed that of the Metal Tiger. It seemed implausible that such a minimal increase would occur, after all. He was not advancing to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Furthermore, the enhancement to his physical abilities was not as pronounced as before. With only an approximate increase of 30%, was there something else at play? Jilin cast his gaze upon his right arm, noting the most significant change, the addition of a soul bone. As he channeled his soul power, a golden light emerged, albeit with a somewhat thicker white hue. Shedding his upper garment, his well-defined 8-pack abs were exposed to the cool air. Observing the right arm, adorned in gilded splendor, along with the corresponding half of his body, Jilin murmured to himself, indeed, it seems to cover a larger area. Suddenly, the golden radiance enveloping that half of his body vanished, only to have his left arm transformed to mirror the right, now similarly shrouded in golden light. Moreover, apart from the immobile golden sheen on his right arm, he discovered that the remaining areas could shift with the mere intent of his mind. However, it appeared that this ability was currently confined to the upper half of his body, excluding his head. Jilin had previously believed that the enhancement of his golden light was merely a result of his ascension in rank. However, upon deeper reflection, he began to suspect otherwise. Considering the information currently at hand, alongside the original text's exposition on soul bones, it appeared that his soul bone had undergone a form of evolution. Much like an external soul bone, though external soul bones are typically categorized as belonging to the head, left and right arms, left and right legs, and torso, his Gung-Jin Tiger's right arm bone evidently belonged to the 6 fundamental categories of soul bones. At that moment, Jilin recalled Luo's earlier speculation that the body is an embodiment of one's martial spirit. Thus, it seemed that once he absorbed the soul bone into his body, it would become a part of his martial spirit, evolving in tandem with his own strengthening and the evolution of his martial spirit. This revelation could indeed elucidate the reduction in both soul power and physical enhancement. If that were the case, then each subsequent soul bone would be akin to an external soul bone for him. The thought exhilarated Jilin, for external soul bones were rare treasures. After all, even the protagonist Tang San possessed only one, while he could theoretically acquire at least 6. It seemed he must seek out higher-tiered soul beasts, for the energy contained within lesser beings would scarcely suffice to nourish his 3 needs: soul power, physique, and soul bone. It made sense, then, why he had so effortlessly absorbed the second soul ring. With this newfound understanding, Jilin felt a surge of optimism for his future. Hence, he set a modest goal for himself, to gather 6 soul bones within the next decade. With his heart ablaze with ambition, Jilin immediately prepared to commence his training. Previously, due to a lack of resources, his training had been rather rudimentary, but now that he had the means, he resolved to procure some training equipment. With this determination, he promptly ventured out to make the necessary purchases. Chapter 29. Group Combat. The following day, the master arrived early at the training ground, awaiting the others, accompanied by 4 youthful figures. The Shrek 7 had trained under the master for some time and were aware that his instruction dictated a 9 a.m. start time, advising them to arrive half an hour early, by 8:30 a.m. at the latest. However, Jilin, residing alone in a single dormitory and lacking notification, was oblivious to this schedule. Consequently, it was not until 8:59 a.m., having finished his breakfast, that Jilin made his late appearance. While the others had been waiting for nearly 20 minutes, the master's tone was noticeably frosty. "Why are you only just arriving?" Jilin, taken aback, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Am I late?" In truth, without a mobile device to check the time, he was uncertain of his punctuality. Though he longed to assure the master of his timeliness, the master's increasingly stern expression rendered him hesitant. He could only mutter under his breath, regretting the roasted chicken he had indulged in. The master was equally exasperated, having not anticipated Jilin's last-minute arrival. Typically, one would expect those less familiar with him to arrive well in advance. Observing the grease on Jilin's lips, Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, questioning how he could possibly eat so heartily. However, upon recalling that it was he who had stated the assembly time of 9 o'clock and personally arranged for Jilin to be placed in a tranquil dormitory, the master's expression became exceedingly unpleasant, akin to having stepped in dog excrement. He could only grit his teeth and utter, "Stand properly over there, and make sure to arrive earlier next time." He then hastily turned away, as if unwilling to behold Jilin's countenance any longer. Jilin approached the group with a visage full of confusion, pondering why Yu Xiaojiang had erupted in anger so early in the morning. Could it be that his aunt had arrived? Or rather, perhaps it was his uncle? Surely, he couldn't be experiencing the trials of menopause, could he? Jilin decided to adopt a more cautious demeanor during this peculiar period, as the temperament of individuals in such times tends to be rather unpredictable. The 7 monsters stood in a line. On the far left was Zhu Zhuqing, and on the far right was Ma Hongjun. Jilin was certainly perceptive enough to notice this arrangement. Just as he settled in, Ma Hongjun discreetly gave him a thumbs up, which only deepened Jilin's perplexity. Clearing his throat, Yu Shaojiang addressed the gathering, acknowledging that all eyes were upon him. He announced, in preparation for the Soul Master competition in 3 days, "We will welcome 4 additional members, apart from Jilin. Let us invite them to introduce themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man on the far left stepped forward. Jilin recognized him as a familiar face from their previous encounter during the awakening of their martial souls, though it had not been a particularly pleasant experience. Nevertheless, Jilin did not intend to hold any grudges, acknowledging that he too might have acted similarly under the circumstances. Talon, Level 38 Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. The others followed suit with their introductions. Huang Yuan, Level 35 Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Jingling, Level 35 Agility System Soul Master, Martial Soul, Skeleton, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Jiangzhu, Level 35 Healing System Weapon Master, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Upon concluding their introductions, applause erupted from the group in a show of welcome, particularly from the rotund Ma Hongjun, who clapped vigorously while fixating his gaze on Jiangzhu. Captivated by her ample figure, a stark contrast to his previous experiences in the cheapest of establishments. Even Master, standing behind him, went unnoticed. "What are you staring at? So enthralled?" The sudden inquiry startled Ma Hongjun, causing him to lower his head and murmur, "Nothing." The others chuckled at his expense, teasing, "What could be so fascinating?" Jiangzhu merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage. Master found himself at a loss regarding his friend's disciple. Attributing it to the martial soul was one thing. But now that disadvantage had dissipated, it was also evident that without a martial soul, he would not have been exposed to matters of the opposite sex at such an early age, having already gained substantial experience. All right, enough laughter. You are all comrades in the same boat, so feel free to jest with one another, but do not overdo it. I have an announcement. To enhance your understanding of one another, we will divide into 2 teams for a training exercise. Xiao-san, Mubai, you shall be the captains. Please proceed with the selection. Xiao-san, you may go first. Then I shall not be modest. Xiaowu, Duqin, Xiaoyao, Rong, the Fatty, Talon, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Jiangzhu, Jilin. Soon, the 2 teams stood facing each other, vibrant martial souls and alternating yellow and purple soul rings filling the spacious training ground. Among them, a black soul ring stood out conspicuously. The 4 individuals, witnessing Tang San's 4th soul ring for the first time, gasped in astonishment. A 10,000-year soul ring. The master furrowed his brow, despite having previously overestimated the impact of Tang San's 4th soul ring. He had not anticipated that all 4 would focus their attention solely on him. At that moment, Jiangzhu from Tang San's side exclaimed once more, "A grand soul master with 2,000-year soul rings." Hearing this, the master's expression relaxed significantly, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled the beginning. The captains of both sides led the charge forward. The 9 treasures are renowned. The first speaks of strength, the second of speed. Jilin felt an immense lightness enveloping him, as his speed accelerated significantly. Truly, the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda deserved its esteemed reputation as the foremost support. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master adept in agility and offense, seized the opportunity when her adversary was momentarily taken aback. She confronted Tang San, who was at the forefront, and then split into 6 distinct forms, revealing her newly acquired 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. The 6 Zhu Zhuqings paired off, with one duo engaging Tang San, while the other 2 groups advanced towards the relatively weaker Jiangzhu and Jingling. In the skies above, Ma Hongjun, having activated his 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Wing Soaring, had also identified his target. He unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Blazing Phoenix, followed by his 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. With a 100 enhancement in his fiery abilities and a 50 increase in attack range, a crimson flame surged directly toward Ningrongrong. Given her speed, she could not evade it. Just as Ma Hongjun believed victory was assured, a towering figure interposed itself before Ningrongrong. utilizing his first soul skill, Rock Shield. Tai Long's muscles bulged, radiating a brownish aura, enabling him to withstand the oncoming inferno. As a teammate, Ning Rongrong understood well the limits of the hefty warrior's explosive strength. It was clear that Tai Long could not endure solely on the merits of his first soul skill. After a brief moment, the flames dissipated. And despite the support from Ning Rongrong, Tai Long had managed to endure the attack, though his shirt had turned to ash and burns marred his arms. He was visibly panting, indicating considerable exhaustion. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, having expended much energy in that explosive outburst, also needed to recuperate. Zhu Zhuqing was nearing Jiangzhu, while Jing Ling, possessing significant strength, engaged in a fierce battle with the clones. However, as a support soul master, Jiangzhu could only employ healing skills. With no teammates able to assist in time, Jiangzhu resigned herself to the impending reality of elimination. At that critical moment, Tang San, who had successfully restrained Zhu Zhuqing with his first soul skill, seized the opportunity. With his fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, 16 ebony blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, swiftly weaving into a cage that enveloped Jiangzhu. The clash of Zhu Zhuqing's claws against the prison produced a sharp sound. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu, employing her teleportation, targeted one of the Zhu Zhuqing clones, dispatching it with her second soul skill, Waist Bow. The remaining Zhu Zhuqing, realizing the precariousness of her situation, activated her Phantom Dash, doubling her speed as she darted towards Oscar. The battle-hardened Oscar had already prepared a rapid-flying mushroom sausage while Zhu Zhuqing attacked Jiangzhu. And upon seeing her charge at him, he ascended into the air, successfully evading her assault. At that moment, Jing Ling had also managed to defeat two of the shadow clones. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Jing Ling converged upon the beleaguered Zhu Zhuqing. The renowned 9 Treasure Pagoda invoked its third soul skill, White Tiger's Radiance Wave. A beam of white light surged toward the retreating Tang San, who deftly evaded it using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. The esteemed 9 Treasure Pagoda proclaimed its second soul skill, Speed. Zhu Zhuqing thus successfully extricated herself from the encirclement. The fierce radiant wave maintained its momentum, striking the blue-silver prison and the crimson pearl within. The prison was effectively torn apart by this assault, sending the crimson pearl hurtling out. The crimson pearl was eliminated. Although Tang San's side suffered the first loss, Talon was also gravely injured. Tang San swiftly organized a counterattack. He ensnared the blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu's waist. Their tacit understanding required no elaboration. With a deft maneuver, he propelled Xiao Wu towards Talon using concealed weaponry, then employed the blue-silver prison to restrain Huang Yuan. Meanwhile, he single-handedly entangled Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu landed gracefully and unleashed a charming allure upon Talon. Being a beauty, and having previously harbored feelings for her, Talon found himself utterly defenseless. Subsequently, with a swift arch of her back, she sent him flying out of the arena. Talon was eliminated. Xiao Wu then instantaneously appeared before Jilin, who had been preoccupied with his own endeavors. Delivering a swift kick, Jilin's reflexes remained sharp. With a mere thought, the golden light beneath his garments began to move. The impact felt to Xiao Wu was akin to striking an anvil, causing her foot to throb with pain, while Jilin appeared unaffected. Drawing his sword from his waist, he aimed to strike at Xiao Wu's head. She quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, though her earrings were not so fortunate. Observing this scene, Tang San was taken aback by Jilin's ability to repel Xiao Wu, and he immediately resolved to assist her. However, facing the harmonious cooperation of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, he found himself momentarily unable to escape. In the skies, the portly Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, unleashed a phoenix fire line towards Dai Mubai, successfully forcing him back. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San activated his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, rapidly approaching Jilin. At that moment, Xiao Wu teleported behind Jilin, her ponytail whipping against his neck and subsequently entwining around it. She positioned her foot upon Jilin's waist, preparing to execute her signature technique, the 8-section throw. Yet Jilin adeptly utilized the force from her waist, leaping backward into the air, and with a single strike of his sword, severed Xiao Wu's braid, causing her long hair to cascade down, which further heightened Tang San's urgency. Just as Jilin prepared to strike again, a web of restraint emerged. A sphere of bluish-green light was hurled by Tang San, enveloping a radius of 5 meters in an instant. Jilin could clearly see a large net approaching him. Faced with the protagonist's skill, Jilin did not dare to underestimate it. With a gilded aura surrounding him, He sliced through the net that sought to ensnare him with a single stroke of his sword. Tang San was taken aback by Ji Lin's ability to cut through his web, yet he quickly regained his composure and activated his second soul skill, Parasite. As Ji Lin could not emit sword energy, he inadvertently picked up some blue-silver grass seeds when he sliced through the web. In an instant, several strands of blue-silver grass sprouted from Ji Lin's body, causing him to plummet from the air. Tang San naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. As the plump figure of Huang Yuan, who was engaged in a strenuous struggle with Dai Mubai, heard the words, he immediately abandoned Huang Yuan and unleashed the phoenix cry of heaven towards Ji Lin. To ensure an extra layer of security, Tang San also cast the blue-silver cage upon Ji Lin. The renowned 9 treasures, known for their strength and mastery, were augmented by Ning Rongrong, who bestowed several buffs upon Ji Lin. Yet, despite the assistance from Ning Rongrong, as Ji Lin freed himself from the constraints of the blue-silver grass, the attack of the phoenix cry of heaven had already arrived. A towering pillar of fire erupted within the training grounds. Chapter 30. The eve of the competition without the assistance of Ma Hongjun. Jingling was inevitably overwhelmed and soon eliminated by the combined efforts of Dai Mubai and his companions. At this moment, only 4 competitors remained on each side: Dai Mubai, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Huang Yuan against Tang San, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Due to the extensive use of their soul skills, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong all experienced significant depletion of their soul power. Particularly for Ma Hongjun, while his abilities were formidable, they came at a great cost. Especially with the continuous activation of his phoenix wings. He was now nearly drained of energy. Recognizing that his side was at a disadvantage, Tang San called out to Oscar in the sky, Xiao. Oscar, understanding the cue, responded, I have a large sausage. He then tossed the sausages towards Tang San and the others. Unfortunately, Oscar lacked Tang San's finesse in throwing. Not so fast. Huang Yuan interjected, activating his second soul skill, Wolf Howl Bomb. He aimed at the sausages, unleashing 3 orbs of azure energy. This isn't good, Tang San quickly reacted, manipulating his blue-silver grass to extend upward with all his might. Despite his efforts, he could only manage to snatch the sausage thrown towards him. The other 2 were struck by the Wolf Howl Bomb and reduced to mere powder. Holding the remaining restorative sausage, Tang San wasted no time in tossing it to the nearby Ma Hongjun, who could no longer sustain his third soul skill to remain airborne. After consuming the sausage, Ma Hongjun felt a resurgence of soul power, sufficient to unleash his phoenix roar once more. Xiao San, it seems we hold the advantage, he declared. That's not necessarily the case, Dai Mubai countered. The ultimate victor is not always the one in the favorable position. The 9 treasures are renowned for their power and speed, Huang Yuan interjected, activating his third soul skill, Wolf Transformation. With Ning Rongrong's 50 speed boost combined with the 35 overall attribute enhancement from Wolf Transformation, Huang Yuan's speed nearly doubled. His first soul skill, Wolf Flash, propelled him into the air in an instant, launching a decisive strike towards the unsuspecting Oscar. The Wolf Howl Bomb struck true, resulting in Oscar's elimination. Observing this, Dai Mubai, who was engaged with Tang San, remarked, Xiao San, it appears that the goddess of victory may favor us. That remains to be seen. Rongrong's soul power must be running low as well, but I still have plenty of energy, he proclaimed, invoking his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Hundreds of luminous orbs gathered around Dai Mubai, then surged towards Tang San like comets. With a glint of purple in his eyes, Tang San moved like a wraith amidst the meteor shower. Zhu Zhiqing employed her shadow clone technique once more, sending her clone to disrupt Tang San. This tactic proved effective. Even Tang San found himself in a precarious situation, besieged by numerous meteors. Despite his body being refined through the 2 divine herbs and the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he still felt considerable pain from the impacts. The remaining meteors erupted in a cloud of dust. The 2 individuals were locked in a fierce gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. They were acutely aware that Tang San was not so easily subdued. A turquoise light burst forth from the dust, revealing Tang San's third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had collapsed to the ground, having exhausted her soul power. Ning Rongrong was out of the match. Upon seeing the web darting toward them, Dai Mubai and his companion prepared to evade, yet Tang San was not inclined to grant them such ease. The sudden appearance of vines successfully ensnared the 2, catching them off guard. It turned out that Tang San had cleverly activated his first soul skill, Twine, while their attention was diverted by the spider web binding. Xiao swiftly teleported to Huang Yuan's side and delivered a kick that sent him tumbling before Dai Mubai and his companion. By the time Dai Mubai managed to break free, it was already too late to avoid the web. And he had no choice but to pull the ensnared Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. Without needing any prompt, Ma Hongjun stepped forward, delivering a decisive phoenix crying at the sky strike. However, his own soul power was entirely depleted. Ma Hongjun was out of the match. Just when Tang San and Xiao Wu believed they had secured victory and began to celebrate, a white tiger emerged from the flames, the embodiment of the star Luo Empire. The spectral white tiger. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan lay unconscious. Huang Yuan was out of the match. Tang San presented his 8 spider lances, standing resolutely, while Xiao silently aligned herself with him. The impending clash between the two sides was palpable. At this juncture, seeing both parties unleash their utmost abilities, the master expressed concern for their safety. What would happen to the Soul Master competition if anything were to go awry? With the master's intervention, the spectral white tiger gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San also retracted his 8 spider legs. Dai Mubai stepped forward and shook hands with Tang San, stating, "Next time, I will surely defeat you." Tang San replied with a smile, "I shall not yield to you." The master was exceedingly pleased with this confrontation, noting not only the remarkable enhancement in the strength of the Shrek 7 Devils, but also the impressive performances of the newly joined 5 members, particularly Jilin, whom they had initially believed would serve as a breakthrough for Dai Mubai's side, had unexpectedly become the key factor in Tang San facing adversity. Furthermore, as a great soul master, he had placed Xiao Wu at level 37 in numerous perilous situations. Were all these unusual martial souls truly so formidable? Yet, the 3 cannons did not share this strength. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development. The more extraordinary Jilin appeared, the more attention he would draw toward Tang San, the master murmured. Although Jilin had outshone Tang San of the same rank, Yu Xiaojiang still believed that Tang San's accomplishments would surpass those of Jilin, not only due to age but also because Tang San possessed a second martial soul, an advantage that most soul masters lacked. At this moment, the benefits of having someone at his back became evident. Originally, both Huang Yuan and Jilin had been struck by Ma Hongjuan's phoenix crying at the sky, suffering severe burns across their bodies. Even with Jilin's current recovery, it would take at least a month for him to heal completely. However, the master managed to find over a dozen academies possessing healing soul skills, along with a level 71 soul sage named Xiao Xian. Within just a few hours, the remarkably resilient Jilin was already able to rise from his bed, and it was anticipated that he would soon commence training. Xiao Xian was astounded to see Jilin awaken so swiftly. Could his candy bean possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Huang Yuan remained in a state of unconsciousness, leading Xiao Xian to attribute Jilin's rapid recovery solely to his robust physique. Lying in the hospital bed, Jilin reflected on the battle that had transpired. In terms of physical capabilities such as strength and reflexes, he believed he was at least on par with the 7 monsters, if not surpassing them. Observing his unbandaged hands, Jilin recalled how, when the fiery pillar descended, he had enveloped his hands in gold to shield his face while curling his body as much as possible, thus sustaining less damage than Huang Yuan. Moreover, the golden aura had effectively defended against the terrifying flames of Ma Hongjun, though the energy expenditure had been quite substantial, depleting his remaining soul power in a mere instant. This battle had revealed the prowess of the main characters, albeit not all of them, but it was sufficient to leave Jilin envious. Their powerful synergy, exceptional strength, and diverse soul skills were indeed admirable. Nonetheless, Jilin recognized that he could only admire from afar. The performance of the golden aura had truly astonished him. Setting aside its offensive capabilities, had its coverage area been larger, Jilin would not be confined to the bed. However, he understood that as his level increased, this shortcoming would gradually be mitigated. Yet, he found that his mobility had become a significant weakness. Whether in support or offense, Jilin always seemed to step behind. Had Xiao not proactively engaged him, it was likely he would have never even brushed against her attire throughout the battle. With increased speed, his safety would also be substantially assured. If he could not overpower an opponent, he could at least flee. However, improving his speed proved far more challenging than enhancing his strength, and he lacked any techniques for agile movement. Spending extensive time training for speed seemed rather inefficient. Thus, he could only hope to acquire a soul bone to ameliorate this deficiency. By the following day, Jilin, having recovered significantly, began utilizing the training equipment he had previously procured, gripping a metal rod embedded with three 100-pound iron weights at its end. Jilin resolved that, since he could not match their speed, he would instill in them a fear of engaging him in close combat. Another day passed, and under the attentive care of the others, Huang Yuan and his companions had nearly fully recovered. The much-anticipated Soul Master competition officially commenced. Chapter 31. Songhui Academy. On this day, the hotels in Tiando City were fully booked, and the streets were teeming with throngs of people, all converging towards the imposing structure of the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Each face radiated excitement, with friends animatedly discussing the forthcoming events. Yet, a group of individuals cloaked in capes hurried past, their expressions devoid of enthusiasm. As they approached the Great Soul Arena, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "Why are you all wearing cloaks? Take them off quickly. With this appearance, how will the guests recognize you? How am I supposed to make a profit?" Flander, who had arrived at the arena earlier, exclaimed in exasperation upon seeing his student's attire. Observing Flander's persistent black coat, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself. "Why don't you make the school uniform more presentable? And why aren't you wearing it yourself? As the principal, I represent the Shrek Academy. Naturally, I must maintain a certain image. Besides, look at Rongrong and the others. They haven't complained. How can a grown man like you feel embarrassed?" Faced with Ning Rongrong and the others in their casual wear, Ma Hongjun fell silent. The reason for Flander's dress was evident. He was clearly afraid of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School confronting them. And it was only because the master forbade Rongrong from participating in the preliminaries that he permitted her to forego the uniform, though he wished to retort. He recalled his teacher's sensitive nature. Denying him respect in public would surely complicate his future. After careful consideration, Ma Hongjun chose to retreat. "All right, take off the cloaks," Flander urged once more. Reluctantly, the group removed their concealing garments, revealing the drab green uniforms beneath, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. Laughter erupted from students of other academies. "Look over there. What a ridiculous uniform from that academy, hilarious. Which academy is that? Goodness, did they just crawl out of a pit? Impressive. What is that green emblem on their chests? And why are their ears so large? Are they pigs?" Ordinary people, trained to restrain their laughter, could hardly contain themselves, chuckling despite their efforts. "Ah, that seems to be Shrek Academy. I never expected them to be so bold. Lower your voice. They are soul masters, after all. We cannot provoke them. Wait, it seems they're riding on their backs. Let me see," sincerely seeking sponsorship. "Goodness, have soul masters fallen on hard times? What do you think of Shrek Academy now?" "Not at all. I must have had poor judgment back then." Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, even Tang San, who had just recently assumed his role, felt a flush of embarrassment. He hastily donned the mask he had worn during the soul duel and swiftly made his way into the arena, leaving Flinder behind, calling out to him to slow down. Ma Hongjun initially believed that his mentor was genuinely concerned for them and was preparing to apologize for his earlier inquiries. However, as he hurried along, the subsequent words became increasingly difficult to discern. "In my life, I have always acted with integrity. What have I done wrong?" The group arrived at the designated resting area for participating academies, which boasted thousands of seats shared by all institutions. As the saying goes, a piece of gold will always shine. Clad in their uniforms, the members of Shrek, despite being positioned in a remote corner, remained the most striking presence. Fortunately, at that moment, not many academies had gathered, and the general demeanor was quite respectable, with only distant glances exchanged and no loud discussions. This brought a sense of relief to everyone. Yet, why is it that you, Jilin, appears so unperturbed? Do you not feel the slightest embarrassment? Ma Hongjun inquired, eyeing Jilin's composed expression, successfully capturing the attention of the others who then turned their gazes toward Jilin. Jilin brushed his clothes and remarked, "It's not so difficult to accept." Compared to his previous experience of wandering through the bustling streets in tattered attire, this was child's play. Though he would never voice such a thought. "You all ought to learn from Jilin, especially you, Ma Hongjun. As my disciple, you should observe how he remains composed and not squander our efforts." At that moment, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong approached in unison. Flander continued, "And why did you choose such a secluded spot? It took me quite a while to find you. There are other places available over there." Tang San and the others cast him glances filled with resentment but remained silent. Jilin then noticed a group approaching from a distance. Realizing his fault, Flander chuckled awkwardly. "Let us not dwell on that. We've already completed your registration, so perk up and strive for the championship." Championship? A toad dares to dream of winning? Such delusions. A discordant voice interjected from the side. Noticing the silver-threaded insignia emblazoned with Songhui, Jilin smirked inwardly, sensing trouble had arrived. The already irritable Shrek members stood up in unison upon hearing this, while Flanders' expression turned icy as he adjusted his glasses. Who are you calling a toad? Tyron was the first to retort. The leader of the opposing group showed no fear, responding with a grin. With your yellow-green attire, do you not resemble a toad? If you don't wish to be seen as such, then perhaps you should keep your distance. I certainly do not want to be associated with anything foul. I'll make you understand who the real filth is. Tyron, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain himself and threw a punch. However, his fist was intercepted just as it swung out, leaving him confused as he recognized the person who stopped him. Sanshou, why? Tang San did not respond to Tyron, but addressed the provocateur calmly. What is the use of exchanging barbs? If you wish to fight, let us settle it in the arena. Are you not aware that fighting among Soul Master Academies is prohibited here? Who are these little mutts without a master? Someone should take them away. Who are you calling a dog? The Songhui Academy had its own hot-tempered individuals, who immediately shouted back. The Songhui members stepped forward. And with the exception of Jilin, the Shrek Academy refused to back down. Dai Mubai interjected. Whoever barks here should be the one to speak. Just a pack of wild dogs without an owner. Little San, while we cannot engage in combat here, self-defense is always permissible, right? I wouldn't mind sending these little mutts back home. Tension mounted between the two groups, as if an altercation was imminent. At that moment, a powerful and aged voice resonated. What is all this commotion? Mind if I join the old man? Upon hearing the voice, the members of Songhui Academy adopted a respectful demeanor. Stepping aside to create a pathway, an elderly man, surpassing 60 years of age, approached. It was Shinian. With the backing of the likes of Flanders and others, Ma Hongjun felt no trepidation in the presence of the old man. Ah, the owner of the little white dog has arrived. No wonder it is so obedient. Quickly, take your pup back. It would be unfortunate if it were to relieve itself and soil the floor. In response, Shinian cast a calm glance at Ma Hongjun before turning away and stating, let us go. The leader of the group first bowed respectfully to Shinian, then followed suit, declaring, come on, brothers, let us not partake in this foul mess. Indeed, we shall not indulge in this stinking refuse. Quickly now, let us distance ourselves from it. The members of Songhui Academy departed, yet the expressions of the Shrek team were far from pleasant, particularly for Lu Erlong, who mused that had it not been for the master, a commotion would have surely ensued. To her surprise, this individual had actually joined Songhui Academy. It seemed that this year's Songhui Academy was quite exceptional. Master, do you know that old man from earlier? Indeed. Flanders subsequently introduced Shernyan's background to the group. Upon learning of the martial soul known as Remnant Dream, the Shrek 7 pondered how best to respond. Noticing the time, the master announced, the opening ceremony is about to commence. Xiao San, Mubai, you two shall be responsible for guiding everyone in. Without allowing for a response, the three departed. At that moment, Jiangzhu seated herself beside Jilin, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Glancing at the clustered individuals and wondering why Jiangzhu had chosen to approach him in this corner, Jiangzhu then spoke. Why didn't you join them just now? And you? Did you not abstain as well? Jiangzhu smiled. But I asked you first. Redirecting his gaze from Jiangzhu, Jilin looked towards the fervently debating crowd. I have never aligned with them. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhu sighed. Indeed, we are merely tools sought to avert unforeseen circumstances. In the absence of such events, once the competition concludes, we shall return from whence we came. See, are you not aware? Our circles are distinct. They are young and powerful. While you are a healing soul master with little combat capability at 19, and I am merely in my 20s, how could they ever accept us? Chapter 32. The unfortunate second team of Tiando. As time progressed, the 30-odd participating academies entered the arena under the guidance of the staff. However, whether due to their remote location or the nature of their attire, it was not until the rest area was nearly empty, with only Shrek Academy remaining, that the staff finally arrived to facilitate their entrance. The expression of the Shrek members grew increasingly grim. With the hot-tempered Tai Long outright cursing, they looked down on us. As Tang Sen attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Fortunately, the staff member leading them was at a considerable distance and amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding them. Talon spoke in a relatively subdued tone, seemingly unheard by the attendant. This brought a sigh of relief to Tang San, who quickly cautioned the others. I understand that everyone is feeling frustrated, but our academy has not distinguished itself in previous competitions, making it inevitable that we face some disdain. Let us exercise restraint. Especially you, Talon. Your recent remarks may have inadvertently offended many. Talon, puzzled, replied, "Is it really that serious, third young master? I was merely venting my frustrations." Tang San, displaying considerable patience towards the heir of the Loyalty family, recognized that he would likely need to bring them under his banner in the future. He responded, "I know your intentions are harmless, yet others may not perceive it that way. If our words are manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, we could very well offend the three foremost powers on the continent. Therefore, refrain from such talk in front of outsiders." Talon was not a stubborn individual. He promptly replied, "Understood, third young master." Aware that merely urging restraint could dampen the team's morale, Tang San sought to reassure them, "Fear not, from this day forth. We shall ensure that the name of Shrek Academy resonates throughout the Douluo continent." At this juncture, Dai Mubai interjected, "Indeed, brothers. Let us embark on a glorious new chapter for Shrek, leaving those who underestimate us utterly astounded." Remarkably, this rhetoric elevated the spirits of the crowd, who began chanting, "Champion! Champion!" Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Jilin found their mindset perplexing. They were set to make their entrance last, had they not clarified anything? It was hard to believe that the Snow Knight Emperor was unaware of Ning Rongrong's association with Shrek Academy. Thus, even considering Ning Fengji's stature, it seemed entirely reasonable for Shrek Academy to participate, and there should be no trouble or mockery from the audience. However, the Snow Knight Emperor had not anticipated that Shrek Academy was under the leadership of a principal who valued wealth above all else. The peculiar design of their uniforms was quite comical. Had he not ruled for decades, his composure would likely have mirrored that of the audience, bursting into laughter. As the spectators beheld the absurdity of Shrek's uniforms, laughter erupted among them. Even the trained MC spoke with a hint of amusement. Finally, the last to take the stage was the competing team from Shrek Academy, which had recently changed its name from Lamba Academy. Their motto, much like their attire, was intriguingly whimsical, "The champion without rivals." Let us eagerly anticipate the splendid performance they will deliver. The words of the master of ceremonies successfully elevated the atmosphere of the venue to new heights. Countless voices erupted in jeers and boos, exclaiming, "What kind of toad is this? How can such an academy even compete? Please step down and spare us the embarrassment." This cacophony effectively breached the defenses of the Shrek team, prompting even Dai Mubai to lose his composure, declaring, "I want to eliminate that master of ceremonies." At this moment, Tang San, who managed to remain calm, quickly consoled him, saying, "Boss Dai, remain composed. Soon, we shall silence them with our strength." To be honest, Jilin was perplexed as to why Flinder would allow his students to suffer such humiliation, tarnishing the reputation of the painstakingly cultivated Shrek Academy for a trivial sum of money. Surely, such a grand event must have betting involved. Wouldn't it be wiser to place larger bets to recoup the losses? Could it truly be, as the master suggested, that this was intended to forge their psychological resilience? It seemed ridiculous. While Tang San was reassuring everyone, he inadvertently caught sight of Jilin, who appeared to be deep in thought. He recalled that Jilin had been quietly sitting to the side, his eyes subtly shifting as he silently absorbed the situation. Once the team was assembled, Jiang Zhu quietly moved beside Jilin and whispered, "Aren't you going to put on a fade? Why approach someone who will soon part ways with you?" Jiang Zhu, in exasperation, added, "You should at least pretend." "Enough," Jilin interjected, "the emperor is about to speak." He then turned away, dismissing Jiang Zhu from his thoughts. Dressed in a resplendent gold and crimson robe, adorned with a crown of golden diamonds, the Emperor of the Snowy Night approached, leaning on the scepter that symbolized power. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed in a booming voice, "I, the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, represent the Heaven Do Empire and the organizers of this grand event, hereby declare the commencement of the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent." The applause thundered as everyone cheered in celebration. For the first time, Jilin beheld the true emperor, experiencing a sensation reminiscent of the encounters between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang with the first emperor. Should I utter something fitting? Perhaps. A true man ought to be like this, or he could be replaced. The choice proves difficult. Just as Jilin wrestled with his thoughts, the opening ceremony continued. As the emperor returned to his seat, the host invited Master Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, to address the assembly. When Ning Fengji's refined and handsome visage graced the public's gaze, the hearts of the young maidens fluttered with even greater ardor. After all, the individuals present were merely potential talents, while Ning Fengji was undoubtedly a diamond among men. In terms of wealth, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was among the most affluent sects. Regarding strength, it stood as the foremost support on the continent. In terms of influence, being one of the top 3 sects, it boasted 2 titled Douluo, and in regard to status, being invited to speak after the emperor was a privilege to be savored. Suddenly, a wave of exuberant exclamations surged forth. Master Ning, you are so handsome. Master Ning, I wish to bear your children. Master Ning, he glanced at me. Nonsense. He was looking at me. What did you say? In the face of the girl's fervor, Ning Fengji maintained his composure, gently gesturing for silence. He began. It is a great honor to be invited to the opening ceremony of this competition. As a member of the Soul Master community, I am delighted to witness such a multitude of talented youths joining our ranks. I hope to see your splendid performances. I believe that each of you has come to this stage, as His Majesty stated, to bring glory to yourselves, your families, your academies, and indeed, to the Empire. Even if your performance does not meet expectations, do not be disheartened. Your journey is still long. The future belongs to you. Thank you. The Emperor smiled upon hearing this. The host then interjected, Master Ning, you, as the foremost support Soul Master, must have your favorites among the teams present. Which do you favor? Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Naturally, the primary team from our Tiando Royal Academy stands at the forefront. However, I also have my eye on another team. With these 2 teams in play, victory will surely belong to our Tiando Empire. Curious, the host inquired, Oh, which team has captured your favor so, Master Ning? With a mysterious smile, Ning Fengji replied, Allow me to keep you in suspense. You shall find out in due time. With that, he gracefully retreated to his seat. The audience buzzed with speculation, trying to discern which team Ning Fengji had in mind, and even the competitors below engaged in discussion. The host continued, Thank you to Master Ning for his inspiring address. Now, let us welcome Grand Priest Salas of the Tiando Wuhuan Hall to draw the competitors' opponents. Draped in a resplendent crimson robe and adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown, Salas rose gracefully and, guided by a handmaiden, approached the officiant. He extended his hand into the box before the officiant, retrieving a series of placards which he presented. In the first round of the preliminary tournament, Songhui Academy faced off against Zihui Academy. In the same round, Huayin Guanghui Academy competed against Oakland Academy. Furthermore, Shrek Academy was pitted against the Royal Team 2 of Tiando. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain if the Royal Team 2 of Tiando had any connection to Salas, as they seemed to have drawn the weakest opponent, Shrek Academy. An uproar of discontent erupted, with shouts of dark schemes resonating throughout the arena. With a stern countenance, Salas clarified, asserting his commitment to fairness, dismissing any notions of foul play. He further proclaimed that all who reached the finals would be granted direct admission to the Spirit Hall. With that, he waved his sleeve in dismissal and returned to his seat. Jilin was equally astonished to witness Salas brazenly undermining him before the Emperor of Tiando. It was akin to brazenly flaunting one's prowess. It was as if he were practically dancing upon another's grave. Upon hearing this, the common spectators remained unfazed. Yet the competitors below erupted in uproar. Truly, the luck of the Tiando Royal second team was remarkable, having drawn the weakest team, the Shrek Academy. If not for the fact that the draw was conducted by the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, one might suspect foul play. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek were gearing up, eager to enlighten those who were blind to their capabilities. At that moment, Tang San began to assemble his team. Myself, Xiao Wu, Mu Bai, Jiang Zhu, Tai Long, and Jing Ling. Initially, Tang San intended to include Ji Lin, hoping to let a great soul master showcase his skills. He had not considered whether Ji Lin might overshadow the others. After all, Ji Lin's offensive prowess was primarily derived from his blade, and the tournament prohibited the use of any tools aside from 1S spirit. It would be impossible for Ji Lin to perform as he had previously. However, contemplating the significance of this first match, crucial for the morale of the team and the reputation of the academy, he ultimately decided against it. Huang Yuan. Thus, the lineup for Shrek's inaugural match was established. While the others felt a tinge of disappointment at not being selected, Ji Lin remained indifferent, even somewhat pleased, as there was a certain comfort in watching rather than performing. And so, the first round of the preliminary matches commenced. Shrek Academy finally faced their opponents, and even Ji Lin in the stands shook his head at the sight of them. Their haughty demeanor clearly reflected their inexperience with the harsh realities of life. He silently wished them strength. As the referee announced the start of the match, both sides revealed their spirits and soul rings. When Tang San's dark soul ring materialized, the previously raucous arena fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on the soul ring that seemed out of place on a mere soul master. Even the emperor and the bishop on the high platform gazed in astonishment. Unsurprisingly, the Tiando Royal's second team was defeated, failing to last even a minute. This event compelled all teams to reassess their view of the once-dismissed green team, now recognized as a formidable foe. The emperor remarked, "Is this team from Shrek Academy the one you favor, Master Ning?" Ning Fingji slightly bowed and replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty, my daughter is also among them." The emperor feigned surprise, then Master Ning must be aware of their situation. Ning Fingji, fully cognizant of the implication, responded with a wry smile, "I must admit, I do not know for certain. Although I had some prior knowledge of them, my last encounter was over a year ago. While I am aware they have ascended to the rank of Soul Master, this soul ring is a first for me. However, did not Prince Xuesheng encounter them not long ago? Is that so?" The three individuals at the forefront cast their gazes towards Prince Xuesheng, who remained silent. Before the prince could respond, three members of the Royal Academy spoke up, affirming, "Indeed, Your Majesty, had it not been for Prince Xuesheng, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly belong to our Tiando Royal Academy." What transpired next remains a mystery. However, it is known that Prince Xuesheng did not appear the following day, though that is a matter for another time. As the audience erupted in cheers for Shrek Academy, Jilin found his wealth has doubled. Reflecting on the 2 gold cards tucked within his ring, Jilin shrugged, "Isn't making money merely a matter of having hands?" Chapter 33. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Once Jilin collected his winnings and exited the Grand Soul Arena, he observed others conversing with a familiar figure standing by the roadside. It was none other than Ning Fingji, who had just bid farewell. "Tang San, thank you," Ning Fingji expressed. "We have been faring quite well at Shrek Academy. Please convey our gratitude to His Majesty for his kindness." Ning Fingji understood that Tang San likely harbored some resentment towards the Royal Academy for expelling them. Yet he hoped that Tang San did not hold any animosity towards the Tiando Empire as a result. "There is no need for such formality between us. Speaking of which, your hidden weapons have greatly aided our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Should you develop any new ones in the future, to be sure to inform us at once." Ning Fingji smiled. Tang San returned the smile, responding, "Of course." Ning Fingji then gently removed Ning Rongrong's hand from his arm, stating, "All right, Rongrong. It's time for you to return to your companions. After all, your father is a member of the organizing committee, and spending too much time with you may invite unwarranted gossip." Ning Rongrong pouted in displeasure, retorting, "Let them talk. Who cares about them?" Ning Fingji chuckled helplessly. "You are already a 14-year-old young lady. Why must you be so willful? Will you not introduce me to your friends?" Ning Rongrong's gaze swept across her companions as if deliberating on where to begin. "Father, this is senior sister Jiangzhu, an exceptional healing soul master." Jiangzhu, taken aback by being the first introduced, hastily greeted Ning Fingji. Ning Sect Master, greetings." Although Ning Fingji wore a warm and refined demeanor, no one could overlook his status as the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Jiangzhu, unaccustomed to such prominent figures, felt a pang of nervousness. Ning Fingji perceived nothing amiss in Jiangzhu's reaction. Rather, he considered it typical of how ordinary people respond to his presence. He offered her a few encouraging words. Ning Rongrong continued with her introductions. Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Senior Talon also performed on stage earlier. I trust you witnessed their prowess. As customary, he offered words of encouragement to each. Finally, Ning Rongrong began to introduce the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon hearing her introductions, Ning Fingji was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the Shrek 7 monsters would possess such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. It is indeed somewhat regrettable that, aside from Oscar expressing his willingness to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the others have gracefully declined. Moreover, the factions backing these individuals are quite formidable, with at least one being supported by the esteemed Flander, a high-ranking soul saint. However, this situation may prove advantageous. The potential and backing of these individuals could greatly benefit Rongrong when she eventually takes the helm of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet, it appears that Oscar's intentions are directed towards Rongrong, which warrants a degree of caution. With this thought in mind, Ning Fingji addressed the gathering, assuring them that the doors of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would always remain open to them. Among the crowd, Jiangzhu, Jingling, and Huang Yuan were particularly elated, as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed a prestigious establishment. Although they had previously contemplated joining, they lacked the necessary connections. Now, with the school's leader extending an invitation, their aspirations were finally within reach. At that moment, Ning Fengji also noticed Jilin approaching and inquired with curiosity, "Rongrong, is this your companion?" After a moment's reflection, Rongrong replied in a measured tone, "This is our substitute contestant from Shrek Academy, Jilin. A father knows his daughter well." Upon hearing her tone, Ning Fengji discerned that Jilin's talents were not particularly remarkable. Although he was puzzled as to why the master would allow someone relatively weak to join, he chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Jilin. He then said to Tang San, "Come with me for a moment." As the two departed, the rest of the group made their way towards Shrek Academy, with Jilin trailing behind alone. Previously, Jiang Zhu would often accompany him to engage in conversation. But now she was animatedly discussing the benefits of joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with Huang Yuan. Noticing Jilin walking solitary at the rear, the Shrek Five quietly gave Rongrong a thumbs up. They had observed Jilin's actions and their disdain for him had only intensified. Although the presence of the master prevented them from taking any overt action against him, they still relished the opportunity to make his experience unpleasant. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Jilin's ostracism, couldn't help but reflect on her own experiences in the Zhu family. While she felt a twinge of sympathy, drawing parallels between herself and him, the thought that Jilin was only at the 22nd rank swiftly dispelled any empathy. After all, she considered herself to be far superior. Jilin also noticed that Ning Fengji's attitude towards him was markedly different from that towards others, although somewhat disappointed. The thought of the impending near annihilation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School uplifted his spirits. Thus, everyone returned to the academy in high spirits. On the second day of the competition, there were no matches involving Shrek. Uncertain about the outcomes of the day's events, Jilin had no inclination to wager on the victors and remained within the Shrek Academy, eschewing a visit to the Great Spirit Arena. After setting down the heavy iron rod, which weighed over 300 pounds, Jilin took deep breaths, wiping the sweat from his brow. He could not help but marvel at the principles of wealth, companionship, and skill. It was indeed justified that the affluent ranked first. As for the training equipment, this iron rod proved more effective than dragging a large stone, while the wooden and bamboo rods were beneficial for enhancing reflexes. However, the absence of a specialized spirit master to assist with dodgeball was a setback. If he continued training in this manner for another half-month, he would surely ascend to the next level and more swiftly achieve the second phase objective left by Luo, cleaving marble with a bamboo sword. Although he could accomplish this with the gilded skill he had acquired, Luo was unaware that Jilin would obtain such an ability before departing. Hence the necessity for rigorous practice. Fortunately, Luo had imparted some techniques for generating force. Jilin had previously managed to effortlessly counter Xiaowu's due to these skills. Nevertheless, merely possessing techniques was insufficient for cleaving stone with a bamboo sword. Immense strength was also required. Luo had not specified the magnitude of power needed. Yet after mastering those techniques, Jilin had attempted to wield his soul power and strike down with force, only to have the bamboo in his hand shatter. Frustrated, he resorted to using gilded energy to fiercely chip away at the stone. With no other recourse, Jilin diligently continued his training. Just as he was about to resume, Jiangzhu approached him, which took Jilin by surprise. Although he had a decent rapport with Jiangzhu, it was comparatively better than with others. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to seek him out. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Is it not permissible to come and see you without a specific reason?" she replied, surveying Jilin from head to toe before nodding in approval. "You have quite a commendable physique." Jilin remained speechless and asked, "Is there something to discuss?" "Not much, just came to check on you, fearing you might do something foolish." Do you really think such matters would drive me to despair?" Seeing that Jilin was genuinely unconcerned, Jiangzhu jested. "But that is an invitation from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Surely you aren't pretending to be indifferent?" Jilin smiled and then inquired, "Are you truly planning to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Otherwise, what choice do I have? I am not a prodigy like them, equipped with formidable backing. For someone like me, a commoner and a healing-type soul master, is there a better place than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Although this was indeed the case, Jilin couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance at the thought of his only ally in Shrek getting entangled in the ensuing turmoil surrounding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, he suggested, "You ought to think it over carefully. I have heard that aside from the auxiliary soul masters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, the status of other auxiliary soul masters there is even lower than in other factions." Jiangzhu furrowed her brow slightly. This contradicted what she had previously learned from others and from Ning Rongrong. However, she did not immediately suspect Jilin of lying or slandering the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She merely thought he had been misled. Is that so? Isn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School generally held in high regard within the Soul Master community? Upon hearing this, Jilin assumed that Jiangzhu was not well informed about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which increased the likelihood of her reconsidering her decision. He continued to persuade her. How could it not be? I have a friend who is part of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He told me that the tasks assigned to incoming auxiliary soul masters include, but are not limited to, laundry, cooking, cleaning, and attending to daily needs. Those who possess even a hint of beauty may be taken to warm the beds of others. That's enough. Jiangzhu could no longer tolerate it. While she had previously held a favorable impression of Jilin, though he may not have been as handsome as Dai Mubai or Oscar, he was certainly more appealing than Ma Hongjun. Even with his mere 20 levels and 2,000-year spirit rings, she was utterly taken aback to discover that Jilin was someone who enjoyed spreading rumors. Even if they haven't invited you, you shouldn't slander them behind their backs. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Perhaps we should refrain from conversing in the future. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching Jiangzhu's departing figure, Jilin refrained from offering any explanations for himself. He merely felt a pang of regret for not being able to dissuade her from joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seemed he still needed to hone his persuasive skills. He truly wondered how his friend's charming words could so easily leave a girl in a daze. After that, Jilin resumed his training for the day. Chapter 34. Tang San has disappeared. From now on, this world belongs to me. Gunala unbeknownst to many. Almost half a month had passed in the Soul Master competition. The perception of Shrek had shifted. They were no longer seen as the weakest team clad in peculiar uniforms that resembled excrement. After defeating the Royal Second Team, Shrek went on to conquer the well-established powerhouse, the Elephant Armor Academy, and continued their winning streak from there. Now, all spectators regarded Shrek as the biggest dark horse of the year, capturing the attention of every participating academy. This naturally includes the somewhat unpleasant Songhui Academy. Oh, dear audience, we, the event organizers, have received a notification that today, due to health issues, Shrek Academy's opponent, Othello Academy, must forfeit the match. Let us extend our well wishes to them. As soon as the referee finished speaking, a stir arose in the audience, with discussions circulating about how Othello suddenly fell ill, especially after their previous effortless victory. Wasn't he there a minimal injury? At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, suggesting that one only needed to look at their adversary today to understand. After all, they were facing Shrek Academy, which boasted a millennium-old spirit ring. Could they possibly win? This remark incited further chatter among the spectators, who ultimately had to concede that there was indeed some truth to it. Soon, voices began to chant Shrek, Shrek, and many joined in, creating an atmosphere as if the current battle on the main stage was not between Kamikaze Academy, but rather Shrek itself. Witnessing Shrek Academy's prominence, the captain of Songhui Academy wore a grim expression, reflecting on the fact that their opponents were enjoying a 6-match winning streak while they stood at 5 wins and 1 loss. His mood darkened further as he recalled his earlier attempts to provoke Shrek, which had somehow been leaked, leaving many to ridicule Songhui Academy. He slammed his fist onto the table before him, darkly gazing at the retreating figures clad in murky green, grinding his teeth as he muttered, Shrek, I shall make you pay. At that moment, the door to Songhui Academy's exclusive lounge swung open, and an elder entered. It was Shinian. Observing his captain still seething with anger, Shinian remarked calmly, his patience already wearing thin? The captain, realizing Shinian had entered, quickly bowed in respect, explaining that the students were merely irked by their rival's display of grandeur, leading to a momentary loss of composure. Shinian nodded, acknowledging, indeed, Shrek Academy has been somewhat ostentatious. However, this may work to our advantage. The more they offend, the less likely I will be detected when I take action. Upon hearing this, the captain felt a surge of joy. Teacher, are you planning to take action? Shinian, however, did not respond, silently advancing to gaze in the direction where Shrek's members had vanished. A glimmer of light flickered in his murky eyes, hoping that it would not be too long. At that moment, Tang San was still watching the match of Kamikaze Academy alongside his master. After learning about the differences between the extreme flow and balanced flow from his master, Tang San felt a sense of urgency rise within him, deciding to return and practice to solidify his mastery of the 3 portals of heart. Naturally, the master would not hinder his eager disciple's quest for improvement. After giving a few words of advice, he allowed Tang San to leave. Meanwhile, Xinyan, having closely observed the situation, was pleasantly surprised by the sudden opportunity. Silently praising his luck, he then followed Tang San out of the Soul Arena. Meanwhile, Jilin was still diligently training within the academy. Discovering that he had grown fond of the invigorating feeling that followed the exhaustion of rigorous training. Furthermore, he found himself growing stronger through this experience. Ever since he realized he no longer needed to attend the Soul Arena to watch the matches, after all. He wasn't participating himself. Jilin devoted his time to training in the small grove outside his dormitory. Due to their previous unpleasant conversation, Jiangzhu ceased all communication with Jilin, not even exchanging a single word, although this left him somewhat disheartened. As conversing with a beautiful woman is always a delightful experience, Jilin soon cast aside this fleeting disappointment and immersed himself wholly in his training. Meanwhile, the others, prompted by Xiaowu's reminder, noticed Tang San's disappearance, which inevitably sparked concern among them. Among those most worried were Xiaowu and the master. One harbored feelings for Tang San, while the other viewed him as the ultimate means of proving his own worth. The master promptly ordered everyone to search for Tang San. And to prevent any awkwardness should Tang San return unexpectedly while they were still out searching, he specifically assigned Xiaowu to wait at the academy's entrance. Naturally, the others were reluctant to let her venture out alone. Jiangzhu was also dispatched to search, but recalling that Jilin had been at the academy without venturing out, she thought he might have seen Tang San. Thus, she made her way to the small grove where Jilin trained. Upon spotting her, Jilin, who was resting on the ground, was slightly taken aback, uncertain of her purpose for coming. After catching her breath from running, Jiangzhu asked Jilin, "Have you seen Tang San before?" Taken aback, Jilin sat up, stroking his chin. "Tang San is missing? Is there such a plot in the original work? Wouldn't that mean this world belongs to me, Gunala Jilin?" To be honest, aside from a few details and plot points, Jilin couldn't recall much else. Seeing Jilin lost in thought while stroking his chin, Jiangzhu assumed he was trying to remember if he had encountered Tang San that day and chose not to interrupt him. Eventually, Jilin snapped back to reality and realized Jiangzhu was still awaiting his response. He replied, "No, I have been training here all day and have not seen Tang San. In fact, I haven't seen him for several days." Upon learning that Jilin had not seen Tang San, Jiangzhu decided not to linger and hurriedly departed. Watching Jiangzhu's retreating figure, Jilin acknowledged that he had aligned himself with Tang San's faction and couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's charisma. Rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he stored his equipment back into his storage ring and prepared to head for dinner. He wondered if there would still be anything delicious available at this hour. Jilin was quite satisfied with the cafeteria at Shrek Academy. Aside from being slightly more expensive than outside, it had no other significant drawbacks. Moreover, given that all the students here were soul masters, the prices were within an acceptable range. The cafeteria was located to the east of the academy, while Jilin's dormitory was situated to the west, necessitating a walk through the main road at the academy's entrance to reach the dining hall. From a distance, Jilin spotted a figure sprawled at the school gate. As he drew nearer, he realized it was Xiaowu, and there appeared to be another person beneath her, none other than the missing Tang San. Observing the affectionate embrace between the young couple, Jilin wisely chose to withdraw quietly, refraining from intruding upon their tender moment. When those who had ventured out in search of Tang San returned, their faces etched with disappointment, they were elated to learn that he had come back. Curiosity piqued, they contemplated confronting him about his absence. However, upon seeing Xiaowu peacefully asleep at Tang San's bedside, her hand tightly clasped in his, they felt an undeniable reluctance to disturb the pair, opting instead to wait until Tang San awoke. As sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the bed, Jilin awoke, stretching lazily as the bones in his body emitted a series of satisfying cracks. He threw off the covers, freshened up briefly, and prepared to head to breakfast. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he coincidentally encountered Master, who was emerging with a sumptuous breakfast. They exchanged no words and simply passed each other by. Unbeknownst to Jilin, as they brushed past, Master cast a meaningful glance back at him. Upon returning to his modest abode, Master left the door ajar and neatly arranged the food on the table before settling down to wait in silence. Before long, as anticipated, Tang San arrived. The master and disciple enjoyed their breakfast in serene quietude, and once they had devoured the meal, they began their formal conversation. "Such is the matter, master." Tang San recounted in detail how he had discerned the truth and turned the tables on Xinyan, leaving no stone unturned in his account. He even revealing the secrets of the purple extreme magic eyes and the King of Hell sticker. Listening to Tang San's narrative, Master was taken aback by Shi Nian's audacity to bully the weak and astounded by his disciple's extraordinary vision, which allowed him to pierce through illusions. However, he couldn't help but ponder, hadn't the Houghton sect always favored a grand and straightforward approach? When had they adopted such intricate techniques? Regarding the soul bone of that year, Tang San contemplated for a moment before deciding not to conceal it. After all, he was uncertain whether he should absorb it. Upon hearing that Tang San had obtained a soul bone, the master nearly lost his composure. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare. Each soul bone significantly enhances a soul master's abilities. For instance, take Huyan Li from the Elephant Armor Academy, who possesses a millennium-old head soul bone. Had he not previously sustained considerable injuries, even the martial soul fusion techniques of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing would not have guaranteed his defeat. Even during his time at the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, he had never encountered a soul bone, making the master's excitement at this moment all the more understandable. When he beheld the soul bone radiating with iridescent light, a surge of covetousness unexpectedly arose in his heart. He realized that if he were to speak, there was a strong likelihood that Tang San would offer it to him, thereby allowing him to reach new heights. However, this would inevitably create a rift in their relationship. After a fierce internal struggle, the master ultimately dismissed this exceedingly tempting thought. Upon returning the soul bone to Tang San, he advised him to keep it safe. The master couldn't help but marvel at his disciple's extraordinary fortune. First, he acquired an external soul bone during the absorption of his third soul ring, and now, through adversity, he had obtained a precious head soul bone. The master praised Tang San for resisting the temptation of the soul bone and not blindly absorbing it, while also asserting that this soul bone was unsuitable for him. He then solemnly asked Tang San what he believed had caused this situation. Reflecting on the words from that year, Tang San replied, "Now that Shrek Academy is advancing rapidly, and I possess a millennium-old fourth soul ring, I have become a target for many." The master nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the harsh realities of the world. When one is too weak, they are bullied. When one is too strong, they are ostracized and suppressed. Thus, I have decided to have him share some of the burden with you. Tang San understood who the teacher referred to and felt admiration for his foresight. The teacher was indeed wise. Chapter 35. A new storm at Shrek today marked the 7th round of the tournament. Shrek, Divine Wind, Blazing Fire, Heavenly Water, and Thunder all stood at the pinnacle with 6 consecutive victories, towering over the other academies. Observing Dai Mubai and the others, who were eagerly preparing for battle, Jilin let out a resigned sigh. Yesterday afternoon, the master had approached Jilin, explaining that Tang San required rest due to his injuries. Because they needed to conceal their strength, no other participants could be dispatched, and Jilin was called upon to fill Tang San's vacant position. Hearing this, Jilin was taken aback and quickly protested, "But I am merely a great soul master. Is it appropriate for me to step in?" In response, the master reassured him, "Do not worry. This time, our opponent, the Oakland Academy, is a relatively obscure institution, lacking even a single soul master in their ranks. Their strongest member is only a level 39 soul venerable, while we have Mubai, a formidable soul master at level 44. What is there to fear? Moreover, when you previously extended the invitation, you assured me that I would have the opportunity to take the stage. This moment presents an ideal chance to fulfill that promise. I had assumed that your words were merely lip service. You invited me to join Shrek not solely for the analysis of my martial soul, did you? Was your intention in bringing me into the team merely to entice me with the soul master competition, leaving me with no option to decline? How intriguing your approach is. Of course, such candid thoughts remain unspoken, and thus I tentatively declined, asking if it were possible to refrain from participating. The master's face contorted into a forced smile, which, to be frank, was somewhat unnerving. It seems inappropriate to take my ring and yet not engage in any work. Jilin now finds himself engulfed in profound regret, wishing fervently that he could return to that moment and extinguish the version of himself that succumbed to avarice for trifling gains. Now, the repercussions of his choices are upon him, as others come seeking his assistance. Truth be told, Jilin contemplates returning the storage rack to the master. Yet he has grown accustomed to employing the soul guide over the past few days. The thought of relinquishing it now evokes a sense of reluctance, especially considering the cumbersome training equipment that would prove difficult to transport without the storage ring. After much deliberation, Jilin resolves to acquiesce to the master's request. Upon hearing Jilin's agreement, the master breathes a sigh of relief. Even if Jilin had chosen not to comply, The master possessed means to alleviate his disciples' predicament by releasing news of Jilin's existence. Surely there would be those inclined to test him. Should they prove insufficiently formidable, he could intervene for Jilin's protection, yet if the challengers were excessively daunting, he could opt to abandon him. Undoubtedly, a Jilin without any protector would be more enticing than Tang San. However, with Jilin's consent, the threshold for intervention against adversaries could be elevated, reaching the level of a soul sage. Thus, Jilin finds himself compelled to forego his training and make his way to the Great Soul Arena. Please welcome Shrek Academy and Oakland Academy to the arena. As the referee's voice resonates, both combatants ascend the stage. Dear audience, the announcer proclaims. Today we witness the season's most unexpected contender, Shrek Academy, facing off against Oakland Academy, following the withdrawal of their previous opponent, Othello Academy. Shrek Academy's determination to continue fighting is commendable. However, we observe that Shrek's star competitor, Tang San, is absent from the arena, replaced by an unfamiliar face. Might this be the reason for Oakland Academy's perseverance? Let us await the unfolding of events. Upon hearing the news of Tang San's absence, the audience is collectively dismayed. After all, the primary allure of Shrek Academy lies in the legendary 10,000-year spirit ring. While the spectral white tiger is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to the unprecedented 10,000-year fourth spirit ring. Alas, why did Tang San not take the stage? Had I known, I would have requested leave to attend the match against Tianshui Academy yesterday. Exactly. Even without Tang San, we could at least have seen the spectral white tiger. What has come over Shrek? Do they no longer wish for our support? Meanwhile, Oakland Academy secretly rejoices at Tang San's absence, acknowledging that although victory may still elude them, at least the defeat would not be too humiliating. In this match, aside from Jilin stepping in to fill Tang San's void, the remaining participants remain unchanged. As both sides unleash their spirit abilities, a dazzling array of yellow and purple light emanates from the combatants, and various spirits materialize upon the arena. Jilin's hands were adorned with a gilded sheen, 2 violet millennium spirit rings swirling around him. A grand soul master with 2 millennium spirit rings. Observant members of the audience quickly recognized the remarkable presence of Jilin among a cluster of soul masters and soul respecters, immediately drawing the collective gaze of all towards this exceptional soul master. What an extraordinary place Shrek is, with a Millennium Fourth Spirit Ring preceding him. And now here stands a soul master with 2 Millennium Spirit Rings. Has a nest of monsters been disturbed? No wonder they dared to have him replace Tang San. He truly possesses remarkable talent. What is this individual's name? Even the distinguished figures seated at the VIP tables were taken aback. Having previously thought Tang San was already astonishing, only to now witness another individual with 2 extraordinary spirit rings. The Emperor Shueye immediately inquired of Ning Fengji. Who was more acquainted with Shrek? Who is this person? Ning Fengji, equally astonished, found himself momentarily speechless. He recognized Jilin and felt an overwhelming sense of regret for not having recruited him earlier. Rong, oh Rong, you have truly surprised your father. Aware of the Emperor's inquiry, Ning Fengji responded, Your Majesty, I only know that this individual is named Jilin and is a substitute from Shrek Academy. As for his spirit rings, this is my first encounter with them. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's response, the Emperor grew immensely curious about the suddenly emerging Jilin and prepared to send someone to investigate further. However, noticing the displeasure etched on Salus's face as he sat quietly, this was not characteristic of the Spirit Hall's usual demeanor. Salus, may I inquire your thoughts on Jilin? Salus let out a cold snort, muttering, It is merely the work of that master. Truly, had I not been aware of my own indiscretion, I would have remained silent, maintaining a stern expression as I observed the match below. Hearing Salus's words, both the Emperor and Ning Fengji raised their eyebrows in intrigue. Being astute individuals, they quickly discerned from Salus's remark that the Spirit Hall seemingly had no immediate intention of taking action against Shrek, which was peculiar, as they typically exerted great effort in acquiring such talents. It appeared there were significant underlying circumstances at play. Master, how could a mere soul respect have such widespread influence? This merits closer observation. Unbeknownst to the lofty figures in the stands, Jilin remained focused on the competition. For Shrek Academy, even in Tang San's absence, securing victory against the Oakland Academy should pose no significant challenge. During the match, it seemed that the others had intentionally allowed him to confront a solitary opponent. While Oakland Academy was not particularly strong, every member was a soul respect, with the weakest standing at level 32. Although Jilin felt confident in his ability to overcome his adversary, the discussions echoing from the audience suddenly reminded him of the original story, where an assault on Tang San during the Soul Master competition resulted in loss of life, and the protagonist receiving a soul bone as a consequence. Even Jilin, despite his dullness, should realize that he has been thrust forward to draw fire for Tang San. Jilin had never encountered such a situation before. Yet it was not too late for him to respond now. Although he had already revealed his identity, it did not signify an inevitable demise. He could simply seek out a powerful faction that could ensure his survival. For instance, the Spirit Hall seemed quite promising. However, merely joining such an organization might not guarantee him the attention he desired, so Jilin resolved to demonstrate his capabilities in the times to come. Jilin's opponent was the weakest Soul Master from Auckland Academy, wielding the Golden Cicada Martial Soul, a swift attacker whose speed was not particularly remarkable, yet whose movement patterns were rather peculiar, rendering them difficult to decipher. Coupled with his unique sound wave soul ability, he proved to be a rather troublesome adversary. However, for Jilin, he was not overly formidable. Although the two soul rings did not grant him additional soul skills, their energy primarily enhanced Jilin's physique, resulting in his vision surpassing that of his peers. While he could not rival Tang San, who had cultivated the purple extreme magic eyes, he had no trouble discerning his opponent's trajectory. Jilin had garnered some insight into unpredictable movements during his previous training with bamboo leaves. The opponent's sound wave abilities required a specific range to trigger air vibrations for their attacks, rather than utilizing noise directly. Otherwise, he would be classified as a control-type Soul Master, rather than an agile attacker. As Jilin stepped into the opponent's attack range, the Golden Cicada Soul Master wasted no time in unleashing his ability, aptly named Sound Wave Attack. Observing the flash of the Soul Ring, Jilin sprang into action, charging towards him. In the very next instant, the place where Jilin had just stood was struck by an invisible force, creating numerous fissures. My word, that power is indeed something to behold. Despite his astonishment at his opponent's soul ability, Jilin did not falter. The Golden Cicada Soul Master, seeing Jilin evade his attack, activated his first soul skill, Cicada Movement. He approached Jilin in his most adept manner, preparing to unleash a close-range attack that would leave Jilin little time to evade. Even with 2,000-year soul rings, you are merely a great soul master. Do not be too arrogant. Another sound wave attack soared directly towards Jilin's face. Hearing the wind rushing closer, Jilin executed a sliding maneuver, successfully evading the strike. He fixed his gaze on the Golden Cicada Soul Master, who was now 2 meters off the ground, flailing about. Seizing the opportunity before the opponent could recover from his missed attack, Jilin leaped and grasped his leg. Checkmate. Using the Golden Cicada Soul Master as the fulcrum, Jilin spun in mid-air before harshly slamming him down onto the arena, causing cracks to erupt beneath him. Chapter 36, Jilin's Prison Break Diary Date, September 7th. 2644 of the Douluo calendar. Weather, clear. Ever since my appearance in the arena yesterday, I have noticed a multitude of individuals gazing at me with admiration each time I step outside the school. It is no surprise, for I am naturally gifted in appearance. Their reverence is well-deserved. However, as for the boys, I'm not interested in that kind of companionship. Beyond these overt glances, I have also sensed some more discreet stares. Yet, when I attempted to follow the sensation, I found nothing amiss. The spies on this Douluo continent certainly possess a keen sense of observation. However, I have also come to realize that many individuals have begun to take an interest in me, which has caused my heart to tighten with anxiety. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, I discovered that new students had moved into the dormitories on either side of mine. The aura of soul power emanating from them was far more formidable than that of my previous neighbors. I was aware that both Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, though seasoned veterans, had begun to keep a close watch on me. The current situation appeared quite dire. After several moments of deep contemplation, I resolved to initiate the grand plan of Shrek's redemption. Although I lacked the crucial pickaxe, gilding my hands would yield results no less effective. However, as I surveyed the terrain accompanied by my entourage, hereafter referred to uniformly as my followers, I regretfully discovered that my dormitory was situated on the 3rd floor, surrounded on all sides by the rooms of my followers. Moreover, Shrek Academy, rather astonishingly, lacks sewage systems. Indeed, such a large institution has no means of waste disposal, relying solely on ordinary individuals who discreetly remove refuse before dawn. Oh, the evils of feudalism and the Soul Master ideology, this situation surely deserves a severe denouncement. In summary, after an entire day of investigation, I received both good news and bad news. The bad news was that the grand plan of Shrek's redemption had officially declared bankruptcy. The good news was that my room offered a splendid view of the sunset. On September 8th, 2644 of the Douluo calendar, the weather transitioned from clear to partly cloudy. Today was perfect for exercise, allowing me time to ponder the second iteration of Shrek's redemption. Yet, it seemed that Yu Xiaojiang could not bear to see me idle. He sought me out early in the morning to inform me that Tang San's injuries had not yet healed and requested that I take his place for the day. Truly, am I the sort who craves the limelight? Nevertheless, he handed me a thick tome entitled Detailed Compendium of Soul Beasts. Gazing at this straightforward title, I found myself lost in thought. With a scrutinizing attitude, I opened this Pandora's box, but after just a few glances, I promptly closed it and made my way to the Great Soul Arena. There was simply too much information to digest. On September 9th, 2644 of the Douluo calendar, the weather was overcast. Today, there were no competitions at Shrek, marking yet another day of leisure. Nothing noteworthy occurred today. I spent my time lifting weights, reading, and contemplating redemption. On September 10th, 2644 of the Douluo calendar, the weather was drizzly. Today, Tang San had recovered and returned to the arena. I heard that his reappearance sparked a wave of enthusiasm for him, the echoes of which reached my ears from afar. I hope Tang San continues to forge ahead, allowing those individuals to forget my existence, engaging in weightlifting, reading, and contemplating my plans. On the 11th of September, 2644 in the Douluo calendar, the weather is overcast. Today, I devised the concept of Shrek's redemption 2.0 while taking a break with my entourage, seizing the opportunity to slip away. Everything proceeded smoothly. Thanks to my exceptional physical prowess, I successfully evaded my followers. Watching them anxiously search for my whereabouts, I chuckled quietly from the shadows. As I cautiously retreated, preparing to escape the vortex at the center, I unexpectedly collided with something. Turning around, I was met with the visage of Flinder, resembling a shoehorn. Thus, the 2.0 plan also faltered. The relentless Yu Xiaojiang even summoned the idly knitting Zhao Wuji to keep me company. Enough is enough. Subsequently, I returned to weightlifting, reading, and contemplating. No more contemplation. On the 12th of September, 2644, the weather is clear. Early in the morning, I encountered Yu Xiaojiang's face, which resembled someone who had lost 8 million without repayment. My good mood evaporated instantly. This old man surely harbored no good intentions. As expected, he insisted on having me compete again. How could someone like me submit to his oppressive authority? What is wrong with these people? Even with my concession, they still cannot win. Truly pathetic. Upon returning, I engaged in weightlifting and reading, but not the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Rather a new book on multidimensional fusion techniques that I had just acquired. On the 13th of September, weightlifting and reading. On the 14th of September, a fixed match. I had no choice, I promised. Regarding this competition, alas, I was eager to vanquish my foes, yet powerless to change the outcome. What is wrong with these opponents? They are as ineffective as I am. Yet I still managed to knock one out of the ring with a single strike. On the 15th of September, a day of rest, weightlifting, and reading. However, the sunset managed to capture my attention. On the 16th of September, a fixed match. On the 17th of September, I discovered that old Zhao is quite agreeable. We converse well, and with his gravitational enhancement, my training progresses at an accelerated pace. On the 18th of September, yet another day of fixed matches. However, there is cause for celebration, as my assets have successfully doubled, reaching 230 gold soul coins. If only the odds were not so low, I would have already become a millionaire. On the 19th of September, another day worth celebrating, as my soul power has risen to level 23. I purchased some snacks and, along with old Zhao, watched the sunset from our dormitory. Sipping on light wheat beer, we engaged in conversation, and I found myself developing a fondness for the taste of alcohol. On the 20th of September, I retract my previous statement. I accidentally overindulged yesterday, and now my head aches. Although Tang San has returned to the arena today, sparing me from participation, I still did not resume my slumber. It is certainly not due to the sound of Lao Zhao's snoring. Unequivocally, it is because of that very snoring. The significance of this matter warrants repetition thrice. Although there may be a hint of truth to this reason, it is not the primary cause. Today marks the day of the epic clash between Shrek and the blazing fire, a day that also heralds the emergence of that memorable scene, Forgive Me. My blue silvergrass, fire immunity. As a self-proclaimed enthusiast, how could I possibly miss such an occasion? Lo and behold, it must be Huo Wu. truly a vision of beauty with her flowing crimson hair, exquisitely crafted features, and that alluring figure. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of Huo Wu brings to mind another fiery girl, also named Wu, who dances with flames. In comparison, Huo Wu seems somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, Tang San's words have indeed stirred my ire. How I wish to utter, what a pity, my golden glimmer, full immunity. Although it is merely a fleeting thought for now, I firmly believe that one day it shall come to fruition. I can only imagine the ire of those from the Blazing Fire Academy at this moment. After all, they have encountered the protagonist. Well, the performance for today has concluded. It is time to return and practice with Lao Zhao once more. Chapter 37. Another day of reluctant engagement. Lao Zhao, that will suffice. Jilin panted as he spoke to the ever-calm Zhao Wuji beside him. In the next moment, the weight that had been pressing down on Jilin began to dissipate. This sudden change left Jilin momentarily disoriented, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground with a thud. Zhao Wuji approached to assist him, producing a recovery candy from Xiao Xin and placing it into Jilin's mouth. I ask you, is it really necessary for you to exert yourself so? As the candy melted in Jilin's mouth, a warm current flowed through him, alleviating his fatigue and allowing him to rise unaided. Are you still unaware of my predicament? If I do not seize the opportunity to grow stronger, I shall truly be captured. But are you not a member of Shrek now? Who could possibly lay a hand on you? Jilin had come to understand this well over the past few days. He was merely there to draw fire away from Tang San. Though he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, what could he do? He had no confidence in his ability to defeat Tang San, let alone Flinder. I am not the only one facing this dilemma. Can Shrek truly protect both of us simultaneously? Or will they abandon Tang San to safeguard me? At these words, Zhao Wuji fell silent. Having noticed the increasing number of spies lurking around Shrek recently, he realized just how sought after Jilin and Tang San had become. Judging from his years of interaction with Flinder and their recent behaviors, it was clear that Flinder would undoubtedly prioritize Tang San's safety. During their time together, Zhao Wuji found Jilin to be quite admirable, diligent, and resilient. Although occasionally he would express some rather peculiar ideas, such as venturing out to gaze at the moon late at night or plotting to dig a tunnel to escape from Shrek. He even managed to get himself intoxicated. How could the lad drink so well? Furthermore, he did not always mask his personality well, to put it kindly. He was motivated by material gain, and to put it bluntly, he was like a child waiting for a rabbit to appear before unleashing the hawk. Jilin's behavior revealed a lack of the maturity one would expect from someone of his age. Even the 12-year-old Tang San exhibited greater composure. Yet, there was something refreshing about this. Tang San was far too mature, if it weren't for the bone age indicating he was still a youth. And the certification from the Haotian Douluo, one might suspect he was some ageless being. As for Jilin's circumstances, Zhao Wuji had sought Flinder's intercession on his behalf. Yet he had been met with a firm refusal. In the past, even when Flinder would reject Zhao Wuji's requests, he would not do so directly. However, since the master had arrived, Flinder had grown increasingly distant from those who had founded Shrek alongside him. Now he spent his days with the master, Lu Erlong, and those peculiar little monsters, making it difficult to even recall that Zhao Wuji existed, were it not for the necessity of keeping an eye on Jilin. Supervising Jilin during this time had surprisingly become one of Zhao Wuji's more enjoyable experiences. Jilin was aware that Zhao Wuji was there to monitor him, yet he did not shy away from his presence. Instead, he invited him to partake in nearly every activity, meals, leisure, and even watching his matches. Apart from sharing a bed, bathing, and using the restroom, the two were nearly inseparable. Flandra had also frequently observed Zhao Wuji's unwavering vigilance over Jilin in the arena, which brought him great satisfaction. He even exchanged a few words of encouragement with Zhao before returning to the master's side. This left Zhao Wuji with a sense of discomfort. After more than a decade of friendship, could it truly be overshadowed by a first love? Old Zhao, let us go eat. Coming. Zhao Wuji had contemplated fleeing with Jilin, but the bond forged over many years with Flandra ultimately dissuaded him from that notion. Jilin's willingness to converse with Zhao Wuji stemmed from a simple truth. He found himself devoid of other companions. Ever since the fallout with Jiangzhu, they had not exchanged a single word, and even when they chanced upon each other, they acted as mere strangers. Humans are inherently social beings. Those who isolate themselves are either divine or beastly. In summary, the relationship between the two developed rapidly, making it only natural for Jilin to seek Zhao Wuji's assistance in training with soul techniques. Furthermore, with Zhao Wuji's presence, Jilin maintained a relatively positive rapport with other teachers such as Xiao Xin and Li Yusong, at least better than that with the seven monsters. Jilin thus reaped numerous benefits, such as Xiao Xin's sugar beans and Li Yusong's various techniques for exertion. Although they may not rival the skills left by Luo, they possess their own merits. The combination of the two enabled Jilin to successfully cleave through stone by a significant margin. With the assistance of Xiao Xin's sugar beans, Jilin quickly recuperated and eagerly requested Zhao Wujia's manifestation of gravity to commence sword training. This method of training was discovered during a casual conversation in which Jilin learned that Zhao Wujia possessed a soul skill capable of generating gravity. He recalled that many prominent figures seemed to have had experiences training under gravitational conditions, particularly the one known as Kakarot, also referred to as Sun Wukong. Consequently, Jilin urged Zhao Wujia to project the gravity field while he practiced his swordsmanship within it. Although Zhao Wujia was a soul saint, he could not maintain the soul skill indefinitely, even though this gravity field constituted his third soul skill. Fortunately, Jilin could not endure for long either. And given that the gravity was only amplified by 1.5 times, Zhao Wujia's consumption was minimal. However, Jilin still underestimated the force of the 1.5 times gravity. After merely 15 minutes of swinging, he was utterly exhausted, despite typically being able to sustain an hour of continuous motion. Nevertheless, after a few days of adaptation, Jilin could now complete his usual training under the 1.5 times gravity. This prompted Zhao Wujia to exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness!" Thus concluded a day's training. The following morning, Zhao Wujia knocked on Jilin's door, bearing unfortunate news. "What? I have to take the stage again." "Indeed. Why is that? I thought this match was against the Shinfeng Academy. Why must I participate?" "Don't mention it. In the last match, that Songhui Academy showcased some sort of 7-in-1 fusion technique. Although we emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Now, aside from Xiao San and the others who are still bedridden, Xiao San's condition is also not promising. We've selected 6 soul masters from the academy to assist you for a few days." It seems there was indeed such an occurrence in the original text. But it appeared to be a ruse by Tang San, was it not? Had they not informed Zhao Wujia? This old Zhao seems to be struggling quite a bit. Then let us forfeit. There is no way we can win like this. I suggested that to the master as well, but he insisted that we cannot tarnish Shrek's reputation. Jilin cursed inwardly. This old man. Was he not merely asking me to divert attention from the recently celebrated Tang San? And yet, he spoke with such grandiloquence. Ultimately, Jilin acquiesced. There was no alternative. Yu Xiaojing handed over the 2 books, stipulating that Jilin must adhere to the forthcoming competition arrangements. As for whether Jilin could comprehend the content, that was of no concern to me. Jilin arrived at the Grand Soul Arena accompanied by some temporary extras. Feng Xiaodian, ever the social butterfly, eagerly approached as soon as Jilin arrived. "Hey, brother, why hasn't Tang San shown up today? Could it be that the rumors circulating outside about him recuperating in bed are true?" Jilin gazed at the somewhat handsome masked man before him, feeling rather speechless. "This is our first encounter, isn't it? We aren't that familiar." Feng Xiaodian waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, I must say, I find that remark rather unappealing. Every initial meeting lays the foundation for future familiarity. Without this moment of estrangement, how could we cultivate a deeper bond in the future?" It did seem to hold some truth. "But why are you so concerned about Tang San? And how do you even know me?" Venture outside and inquire. How many people remain unaware of you, Jilin, in the name of Tang San? As for my concern for Tang San, I can only say that my future happiness hinges entirely upon him. Is that so? Jilin replied, somewhat incredulous. I have exhibited such behavior. Yet you still possess such notoriety? Feng Xiaodian hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the truth, as the reality could be quite disheartening. However, upon reflection, he thought, what does it matter to me? Your acting skills indeed require refinement. As long as your eyes aren't severely impaired, it is evident that you are merely performing. Jilin touched the back of his head and said, Is that so? I truly appreciate your high regard for me. I am not flattering you. This is the first time Feng Xiaodian has encountered someone even more shameless than himself. So, what has become of Tang San? Jilin, with a rare seriousness, remarked. Brother Feng, you ought not to focus your attention on Tang San. Rather, you should pay more heed to your beloved. Upon witnessing Jilin's earnest expression, Feng Xiaodian inexplicably adopted a more solemn demeanor. What could this mean? Ahem, if a woman shows interest in a man, she is not far from falling in love with him. Hearing Jilin's conclusion, Feng Xiaodian gasped in surprise and clasped his hands in respect, saying, I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. I am but a humble individual, known in Tua City as the licentious Little White Tiger. Little White Tiger? Is your martial spirit not the Golden Light Guardian? In the world of martial arts, one must possess several aliases. Ah, I see. It is an honor to meet you. No need for formality. Master, what should I do? Our meeting is fated. Thus, I shall impart to you my 3 waves of true words. This knowledge must not be shared with others. Step closer. After a lengthy exchange of whispers, they finally parted ways. Feng Xiaodian, filled with gratitude, offered a gold coin to Jilin, expressing, Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. Jilin pocketed the coin and said, Brother Feng, may we meet again by fate. With that, he lifted his foot and departed, followed closely by the others. Watching their departing figures, Feng Xiaodian couldn't help but smile beneath his mask. Finding Jilin to be quite an intriguing character, hard to believe he belonged to the same academy as Tang San. Lu Ren feigned confusion and inquired, Isn't that our lounge? Why must we leave? Indeed, if anyone should depart, it should be him, he added, before Jilin took the lead back, inadvertently pushing Feng Xiaodian out. The ensuing match proved to be the most bizarre of all, with the surrounding competitors engaged earnestly in battle. While Jilin and Feng Xiaodian seemed to bask in tranquility, the expressions of both team leaders darkened. Master was accustomed to Jilin's antics. But the leader from Shinfeng Academy was enraged, cursing vehemently. This Feng Xiaodian is at it again. I tolerated his leniency towards Chiwa Academy, but what is up with Shrek? Even the Emperor in the VIP section was taken aback by the match's unexpected turn, bemusedly exclaiming, These young people, I simply cannot fathom their thoughts. Beside him, Ning Fengji remarked, Thus, the future belongs to them. On the arena, Feng Xiaodian seemed to catch a glimpse of his team leader's expression and helplessly said to Jilin, Although I enjoy my time with you, alas, one must obey the master's orders. Jilin responded with understanding. Every family has its own troubles, but do take it easy. Rest assured, Jilin replied. Then, Jilin enveloped his hands in golden light, showcasing his most captivating technique, while Feng Xiaodian manifested his dual-headed wolf spirit, his first soul ring igniting, and initiated the wind blade formation. Observers anticipated a serious confrontation. However, when the wind blade struck Jilin, producing a crisp sound, he was sent flying off the stage. Master and Flinder departed with grim expressions, while the audience was incensed. Are they still acting? They fumed. I thought you looked down on those opponents. I even placed a hefty bet. Refund, please. Do you not owe us an explanation? Chapter 38. Salus takes action. The preliminary rounds of the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament concluded with Shrek under Tang San's leadership, achieving a draw against Tian Shui Academy. Shrek Academy finished with a record of 24 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw, securing 3rd place in the Tiando division, just behind Shifeng and Lei Ting, who had 26 wins and 1 loss, while Chiwa had a slight edge over Tian Shui with a higher win rate. Following the matches, the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams were invited for a separate award ceremony. Jilin was perplexed by the events unfolding around him. While others returned with joy, Tang San wore a troubled expression, secluding himself upon arriving at the academy. Yet, this did not concern Jilin. He continued with his daily routines, indulging in meals and drinks. Time swiftly passed, and after 10 days, Tang San re-emerged, shedding his previous despondency and eagerly sharing insights he had gleaned during his solitude. He proposed that they could enhance their synergy and soul abilities, creating a series of interconnected moves. For instance, Xiaowu could enchant the opponent first, then use teleportation to close the distance, ultimately finishing with her waist bow and the 8 technique. If the initial soul ability landed successfully, it could significantly wound or even defeat the adversary. Upon hearing this, Jilin, who had been summoned by the master to train with others, was left in a state of bewilderment. Surely, this was common knowledge? Observing the reactions of his peers, he noticed Dai Mubai's admiration, Ma Hongjuan's excitement, and even Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkling with intelligence. Not to mention Tai Long, Tang San's underling, who was already proclaiming the brilliance of the 3rd young master. Shifting his gaze to the chief coach of the Shrek team, the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang. Known for his unparalleled theoretical acumen in the world of soul masters, Jilin observed the satisfaction radiating from the master as he regarded his exceptional disciple. Jilin felt increasingly perplexed. How had they managed to secure victories in the past? Was it merely a contest of mediocrity among opponents? With such circumstances, How could they dare engage in a team battle? Why had he not disowned this while perusing his books? With this newfound understanding of the significance of combo moves, the Shrek 7 monsters united to challenge their mentor, the Soul Sage Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, Jilin quietly wielded his 300-pound equipment in the gravity chamber, where the gravitational force had notably risen from 1.5 times to 2.0 times. It must be said that this level of training was indeed far more efficient than before. Jilin sensed that he was on the cusp of another breakthrough. As time passed, with Jilin observing the Shrek 7 monsters being struck down, the month-long break before the promotion tournament swiftly came to an end. Recently, Jilin had witnessed Lu Erlong suffer considerable setbacks against the increasingly fluid combos of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although these combos were formidable, they were not without countermeasures. One merely needed to disrupt the rhythm of the sequence. Take Xiaowu's combo, for instance. If her opponent possessed a skill that granted immunity to charm, the efficacy of her sequence would be significantly diminished. If an adversary were clever enough to feign being ensnared by her charm, biding their time for Xiaowu to approach, the outcome could be quite different. Alternatively, one could simply overpower the opponent with sheer strength, as Lu Erlong did against the Shrek 7 monsters, unleashing her martial soul's true form and declaring, "Let the combos flow. If I lose, then so be it." If one were to ask Jilin which approach he preferred, undoubtedly, it would be the latter. Why engage in mental exertion when one could simply bulldoze through obstacles? Meanwhile, in the city of Tiando, within the Hall of Spirits, Salas sat at his desk, attending to the day's affairs. As the highest authority of the Hall of Spirits in the Tiando Empire, Salas had an array of matters to address daily, most of which were trivial, such as approving budget requests from subhalls for palace renovations or considering applications for upgrades to subhalls. However, some matters were of greater significance, such as this one. From the desk of Archbishop Salas, in the village of Defeiyang, under the jurisdiction of Silva City, 39 households, totaling 135 individuals, have been brutally slaughtered. The hearts of the recovered corpses are missing. Only 3 individuals survived, claiming it was the work of a Grey Wolf Soulmaster. A suspect's portrait has been drawn, and a warrant for their capture is hereby requested. Without a hint of hesitation, Salas promptly approved the request. Upon the arrival of a designated individual to relay the approved documents, Salas exhaled a sigh of relief, as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. After a brief respite, he rose from his seat and approached the bookshelf behind his desk, retrieving 2 files from its shelves. Returning to his desk, Salas commenced his examination of the first dossier. Tang San, on July 10, 2636, awakened his martial soul under the tutelage of the 26th level Lone Wolf Soul Master, Su Yuntao, in the city of Notting. His innate soul power was rated at level 10, and his martial soul was Blue Silvergrass. On September 1st of the same year, he enrolled in the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. By September 10th, he had registered as a Soul Master at the Notting City Martial Soul Branch, achieving a rank of level 13. On May 18th, 2640, according to the Douluo calendar, he registered as a Great Soul Master at the Notting City Martial Soul Branch, attaining level 21. Subsequently, on June 24th, 2643, he was recorded as a Soul Zune at the Soto City Martial Soul Main Hall, reaching level 32. Setting aside Tang San's file, Salas's brow remained furrowed, burdened by an overwhelming sense of incredulity. He could scarcely fathom the actions of those below. Was Su Yuntao truly blind? How could such an individual, endowed with innate full soul power merely due to his martial soul being Blue Silvergrass, be allowed to slip away? Furthermore, the existence of such a prodigy within the branch and main halls had eluded his notice until now. Had it not been for this competition, he might never have been aware of such a talent. However, lamenting the incompetence of others would yield no results. For Tang San would not be joining the Martial Soul Hall. Adhering to the principle of destroying what one cannot possess, Salas harbored intentions of eliminating Tang San. Yet, in the current context of the Martial Soul Hall's influence within the Tiando Empire, the highest combat power he could mobilize was himself, a rather unremarkable Soul Douluo. While he believed he could handle a solitary Tang San, the formidable golden iron triangle of Shrek Academy would pose a significant challenge. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect would undoubtedly intervene, and even the Tiando royal family would not remain passive. Thus, he resolved to seek reinforcements. With determination, Salas picked up the second file. Jilin, a young man of 20, possesses the martial soul known as Lu Jin, currently at level 22, adorned with purple soul rings. He previously bore the name Luo and achieved the rank of Copper Spirit Master at the Soto Great Spirit Arena on August 23, 2644. He registered as a Great Spirit Master at the Heaven Do Spirit Hall. As he gazed upon this exceedingly simplistic dossier, Salas fell into a contemplative silence. Although the onlookers exhibited a somewhat flawed perception, their diligence in their duties was commendable. The absence of Ji Lin's records within the Spirit Hall suggested only one explanation. He had never registered with the Spirit Hall before, and his martial soul had not been awakened therein. What unknown force could be behind this? Yet, what could justify his conspicuous representation of Shrek in this competition? Furthermore, what of the configuration of his soul rings? The configuration of Ji Lin's soul rings reminded Salas of a rumor circulating within the Spirit Hall. As a Platinum Bishop, Salas held a significant position within the Spirit Hall and was privy to many secrets. For instance, the grand offering of the Worship Hall is said to be a limit Douluo of the 99th rank. The rumor suggests that this grand offering's soul rings are similarly extraordinary, akin to Ji Lin's. After much contemplation, Salas resolved to entrust this matter to his superiors for further consideration. He then took up his pen and wrote, "Esteemed Pope." Finally, he affixed the Pope's personal seal to this confidential letter. "Bring this to me. I wish for it to be on the Pope's desk by tomorrow." Chapter 39. Xue Qinghe also refuses to be outdone. The month-long break before the promotion matches swiftly came to an end. At this moment, the Royal Knights of Tiando had received their summons and were already waiting in the Royal Arena. Ji Lin, along with the Shrek team, arrived at the competition venue heavily surrounded by military camps. The Tiando Royal Knights serve as a crucial force for the Tiando royal family in their defense against the Star Luo Empire and in suppressing any nefarious elements. One glance at their formidable armor, which revealed only their eyes, and their steeds imbued with a hint of soul beast lineage, made it evident that they were equipped to the teeth, with annual expenses amounting to astronomical figures. Ji Lin felt a twinge of envy as he beheld the noble steeds beneath the knights, realizing that the war horses sold in Soto City paled in comparison, not to mention the one he had purchased himself. Stop right there. A patrol of knights, upon noticing Ji Lin and his companions approaching, reined in their horses. After appraising them, they surmised their identities, but, for the sake of caution, the leading knight inquired, "Are you here to participate in the qualifying rounds of the Soul Master competition?" As the dean, Flinders stepped forward to respond, affirmatively confirming their purpose. "Do you have a letter of introduction?" the knight asked. Flinder produced the letter from his storage soul guide. The knight examined it carefully, ascertained its authenticity, and returned it with a tone now tinged with respect. "My apologies, esteemed members of Shrek Academy. Once you enter the military camp, a designated officer will escort you to your accommodations. We have duties to attend to and will not accompany you further. However, please ensure your students adhere to the decorum expected in a military establishment." With that, the knight took the reins and resumed his patrol. Upon seeing the magnificent steeds, not only Ji Lin but also Oscar and Jing Ling were filled with excitement. Ma Hongjun, unable to resist, reached out to touch one of the horses. Fortunately, the Royal Knight's mounts were well trained and did not flinch. The knight had indeed referred to him. Noticing this behavior from his disciple, Flinder's expression darkened, and he remained silent as he led the way into the camp. Observing Flinder's demeanor, Ma Hongjun felt a bit embarrassed. Yet, with the impetuosity of youth, he muttered, "It's just a horse. Why all the fuss? Such stinginess." The others paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's grumbling, each passing him to follow Flinder into the military camp. Ji Lin was the last to enter. As he walked past Ma Hongjun, he inexplicably felt compelled to respond to his murmurs, reminding him that they were representing the Tiando Empire and should maintain a level of decorum. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun erupted, pointing at Ji Lin, exclaiming, "None of the teachers have said anything to me, so what gives you the right? Do you really think you're one of us? How ridiculous. Besides, the so-called theoretical first is still the master, isn't it?" With that, he haughtily tossed his head and strode into the camp, leaving Ji Lin standing there, dumbfounded. The reason for Ji Lin's bewilderment was not that he was angered by Ma Hongjun. As a young man nearing 21, he felt it beneath him to be provoked by a mere 14-year-old. Rather, he was taken aback that even the slow-witted Ma Hongjun had noticed his discomfort. As Ji Lin stepped into the military camp, it became evident that Shrek Academy was genuinely unwelcoming towards him. Upon arriving at the Shrek Academy's quarters, Ji Lin fortuitously encountered Ning Fengji engaged in conversation with Tang San and others in the courtyard. Noticing her father's arrival, Ning Rongrong eagerly approached him. playfully tugging at his arm and asking, "Father, what brings you here?" Ning Fingji affectionately pinched Ning Rongrong's nose and replied with a smile. "I heard you all have arrived, and that there were some skirmishes with the knights." The group was surprised that news had traveled so swiftly to Ning Fengji's ears. Ma Hongjin inwardly noted the unexpected informant. After Tang San briefly recounted the events, Xue Qinghe, who had been following Ning Fengji, spoke up on behalf of the royal knights. "I extend my apologies. However, I kindly ask for your understanding." Those present, including Tang San, failed to notice the slight upturn at the corners of Xue Qinghe's mouth. As he represented the dignity of the Tiando Empire and hoped for decorum from them, the Shrek group readily agreed. With the courtyard gate wide open, Jilin was caught off guard by the presence of Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, and it was too late for him to retreat. Upon seeing Jilin enter, both Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. They had long wished to meet Jilin but were lacking a proper reason. Many had covertly kept an eye on Jilin and Tang San, and both were reluctant to disrupt the delicate balance by taking the initiative. However, now, within the military camp on their home turf, they had fewer reservations, and one of their intentions for this visit was to engage with Jilin. As Jilin approached, Xue Qinghe could hardly contain his excitement. "You must be Jilin, young brother Ji," he said, following up with a series of courteous gestures. "It seemed my allure remained substantial. Unlike before, I am no longer overlooked." Though he thought this, Jilin still felt compelled to reciprocate the gestures appropriately. However, he felt somewhat awkward as Xue Qinghe performed his formalities, leaving Jilin merely to respond in kind, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed. The various forms of greeting, such as the hand-kissing, knightly gestures, and even bows, were somewhat unsettling to Jilin, so he resorted to a fist salute reminiscent of martial arts films. "I have long admired His Highness the Crown Prince," Jilin remarked. The others reacted fairly well to Jilin's salute. But Xue Qinghe and Tang San had more pronounced reactions. Xue Qinghe was surprised since Jilin had honored him. Yet he was unfamiliar with such a greeting and was unsure how to respond. Tang San squinted, lost in thought. "Forgive my ignorance. This greeting from you, Brother Ji, is quite unique." Jilin also explained that this is a custom from my hometown, and it is quite normal for His Highness the Crown Prince not to be familiar with it. As my hometown is rather distant and has a population of only a little over 1 billion, thus our customs are somewhat simplistic. Xue Qinghe seemed quite intrigued by this and invited, "In that case, Brother Ji, why not step aside and elaborate on your hometown?" Having accompanied his mother in watching numerous palace dramas, though, in truth, it was due to his inability to seize the remote, Jilin understood that the other party's intentions were not solely focused on the drink, but rather on deeper matters. Nevertheless, Jilin did not decline. The two of them made their way to Xue Qinghe's courtyard, which was not far, merely about 500 meters away. Jilin shared some tales he could recount, while Xue Qinghe listened quietly, his face betraying no hint of impatience, resulting in a delightful exchange between host and guest. After a considerable time, Jilin finally concluded his narration, and Xue Qinghe poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards him. "Thank you," Jilin said. After speaking for quite a while, Jilin felt a bit parched and lifted his teacup, drinking it down in one go. At that moment, Xue Qinghe inquired, "May I ask, what are your plans after the competition, Brother Ji?" Jilin set down his teacup, pondering. Perhaps he might consider joining a smaller sect. "Ah. In that case, why not come work under my guidance, Brother Ji? The remuneration can be discussed." Jilin feigned surprise and said, "Your Highness, I am merely a Grand Soul Master. This treatment is rather excessive. Those under your command may harbor grievances, yet if it is diminished, I would find it intolerable. Brother Ji, do not belittle yourself. You are an unprecedented Grand Soul Master possessing 2 Millennium Soul Rings." Upon hearing this, Jilin suddenly appeared despondent. Noticing this, Xue Qinghe inquired, "What is it? Did I speak amiss?" Jilin let out a long sigh. The Crown Prince's words were indeed accurate. "I take great pride in my soul rings. However, my martial soul is a mutated one. Aside from significantly enhancing my physical attributes and allowing me to absorb higher-level soul rings, there is little else to boast about. I have yet to acquire any soul skills. Alas, if given the choice, I would willingly forego these Millennium Soul Rings for the possession of a normal martial soul. Brother Ji, it seems you are somewhat oblivious to the blessings you possess. We, on the other hand, find ourselves unable to absorb higher-level soul rings. If it were possible, I would gladly exchange places with you." Jilin nodded fervently, wishing he could agree without hesitation. Alas, there are no ifs. Glancing at the time, Jilin resolved to take his leave. After a round of entreaties from Xue Qinghe, he remained steadfast in his decision, prompting Xue Qinghe to relent and accompany him to the door. Just before parting, Xue Qinghe remarked to Jilin, hoping that he would give the offer serious consideration. For the benefits on my side are indeed substantial. This time, Jilin was genuinely taken aback. Certainly, once Jilin disappeared from sight, Xue Qinghe closed the door and settled into his seat, crossing his legs and rhythmically tapping his index finger on the tea table beside him. Two figures emerged from behind, one large and one small. Xue Qinghe spoke lightly. What do you think? The smaller figure bowed slightly and replied, the words spoken by that person are likely 9 truths and 1 falsehood. Although this individual lacked formidable strength, his martial soul granted him the ability to discern lies. Oh, which statement? Xue Qinghe inquired, returning to consider working under you. This revelation slightly surprised Xue Qinghe. He had anticipated that the falsehood would pertain to the absence of soul skills or the willingness to exchange martial souls, yet he had not expected this particular statement. After a moment of silence, Xue Qinghe continued, what does Elder Cichlid think of this person? The tall figure, known as Cichlid Douluo, responded, his soul power fluctuates far beyond that of his peers. Had I not seen his records, I would have believed him to be above level 33. Xue Qinghe pondered this information, despite Jilin's level and age being somewhat mismatched. He recognized that only divine intervention could allow someone to reach a millennium in the first 2 soul rings. Thus, he resolved to do Jilin a favor. Let the word spread that Jilin's soul ring ages were obtained through the sacrifice of soul skills. Though the two were puzzled, they bowed and affirmed, understood. Chapter 40. Jilin's encounter with danger. Thus, even if Xue Qinghe did not disseminate this information, Jilin would likely attract less attention, rendering this journey not entirely in vain. As Jilin walked back, he couldn't help but think, indeed, I am quite clever to devise such a plan. He could already see the Shrek Academy's premises, the door wide open. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered it was deserted. Are they really so unconcerned, leaving the door ajar with no one around? However, considering that those individuals had traversed smoothly and with the presence of soul-guiding devices, it seemed only natural. Being a latecomer, Jilin still lacked his own room, so he began to search for an empty chamber within the spacious building. The Tiando Empire was quite generous, providing Shrek with a residence boasting 3 floors, with the first floor designated for daily activities alone spanning nearly 300 square meters. Naturally, there were numerous rooms within. Selecting a higher floor was preferable, as the view and air quality surpassed that of the lower levels. Jilin commenced his search from the 3rd floor. Yet it appeared that others shared the same intention, leaving the rooms on that level occupied. With no other recourse, Jilin reluctantly descended to the 2nd floor to continue his quest. Over the previous month, he had resided with Tang San and his companions, gaining insight into their method of claiming rooms. They would each mark their chosen room with a sign, though the engravings varied. For instance, Xiao bore the image of a carrot, Zhu Xing depicted a cat, and Ma Hongjun showcased a rose, flamboyantly colored. The others similarly employed symbols representing their martial spirits or cherished items. Only Tang San stood apart, utilizing a design unfamiliar to the rest. When questioned about its significance, he merely smiled, stating that the symbol held the utmost importance in his life. Yet, when pressed for the reason behind its significance, Tang San simply smiled enigmatically. Jilin cast a glance and realized that it was indeed the character Tang inscribed in Chinese. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, he noted a significant reduction in the number of signs. Now only a few remained scattered about. These signs represented Tang San, Dai Mubai, Flander, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Conveniently, there was an unoccupied room directly opposite Tang San's. Jilin observed that the window of this room offered a splendid view of the nearby military camp and the sunset on the horizon. Without hesitation, he hung his emblem, a cresting wave, on the door. After spending some time arranging his bedding and other daily necessities in the room, Jilin prepared to head out for dinner. To accommodate over 10,000 cavalry and their steeds, as well as provide ample training space, the royal enclosure was no small affair, sprawling to the size of a small city. After a brief inquiry, Jilin found his way to the dining hall designated for the participating academies. The hall was already bustling with numerous diners, each group distinctly organized by their respective academies, though there were exceptions, such as a striking hue of blue amidst a sea of red. Jilin initially intended to greet them, but upon observing their flirtation, he decided against it. The cafeteria offered a delightful array of dishes, each radiating an enticing aroma. What to eat? It was truly a dilemma. Gazing at the exquisite spread before him, Jilin found himself at a loss for choice. Perhaps he should sample a bit of everything? It is well known that a university student's primary concern is indulging in meals, and Jilin's appetite was certainly considerable. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, his capacity for food had significantly increased, and with his unique cultivation methods and the abundance of nourishment available, he could now consume the equivalent of 15 people's portions. To accommodate the competitors, the cafeteria showcased culinary delights from various regions of the Tiando Empire, offering over 100 distinct dishes. Albeit with only a few selections from each area, Jilin similarly gathered a considerable amount, having replaced his platters several times, ultimately filling 4 plates to the brim. Jilin glanced around and also discovered the presence of individuals from Shrek Academy: Tai Long, Ma Hongjun, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, and Jiang Zhu, all seated at a long table. With a meal in hand and a piece held between his lips, Jilin made his way to their side, bringing along his evening repast. The long table, spacious enough to accommodate 20 diners simultaneously, saw Jilin choose a seat somewhat distant from the others. Undeterred by the astonished gazes cast upon him, he commenced his meal with nonchalance. Ma Hongjun and his companions were equally taken aback. For although they had previously shared living quarters, they had never dined together, and this was their first revelation of Jilin's prodigious appetite. The 5 of them were astonished. But the majority of onlookers were even more so, with 2/3 of the eyes in the room fixated on Jilin. "Sister, look at that person from Shrek. He consumes an extraordinary amount," Water Yue remarked to her sister, covering her mouth, though the gesture was hardly effective. Water Bingo rubbed her temples in exasperation, admonishing her sister to at least take note of their opponents' profiles. It would be foolish to engage in combat without knowing their names, martial spirits, or capabilities. "And you're eating quite a lot yourself. Be wary of gaining weight." In response, Water Yue stuck out her tongue playfully, asserting that as a little fairy, she could never become overweight, especially with her sister around to look after her. Observing her sister's whimsical demeanor, Water Bingo realized that she had likely spoiled her. But no matter how foolish, her sister deserved affection. Yet, Jilin's appetite was indeed remarkable. Even the formidable Huyan Li from the Elephant Armor Academy would struggle to match such a consumption. Indeed, the food at this qualifying tournament surpasses that of Shrek in both taste and variety, she mused, just as Jilin indulged in the delectable offerings before him. Tang San entered alongside Xiaowu. After selecting their meals, they promptly joined Tai Long and the others. If moments ago only 2/3 of the attendees were focused on this table, now nearly every eye in the room turned towards them, acknowledging Tang San, the most illustrious figure of this competition, not only among the 4 teams from Heaven Do City, but also among those who had journeyed from the Ballot Kingdom and beyond. From the moment Tang San entered, Huowu's unwavering gaze was fixed upon him, which stirred discomfort in Feng Xiaotian, who had previously struggled to capture her attention despite his earnest efforts. Remembering Jilin's earlier words, he resolved to act swiftly. Meanwhile, Tai Long and his companions felt the weight of the scrutiny, prompting them to cease their meal and engage in conversation. "Tai Long, what kind of opponents do you think we will face tomorrow?" one asked. "How should I know? But I firmly believe that under the leadership of the 3rd young master, we will achieve victory," Tai Long replied. Tang San, smiling, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Not at all. It requires the collective effort of us all." "Indeed. But that doesn't pertain to a certain Grand Soul Master," came the retort. "Who is Jilin? Even if the sky were to fall, it would not deter him from his pursuit of sustenance, how much less so when faced with the petty provocations of a mere child. One might liken him to an ardent gorilla seeking a mate, best ignored." Jiang Zhu, witnessing this, contemplated offering a few words of counsel to Tai Long. But recollecting Tai Long's previous remarks, she hesitated, fearing to offend Tang San, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Observing Jilin's lack of response, Tai Long and his companions found the situation rather dull and shifted their conversation to other topics. At that moment, Tang San rose and declared, "I shall visit the restroom," before making his way deeper into the dining hall. At this moment, Jilin had finished his meal, leaving no remnants behind. With no reason to linger, he picked up his tray and departed. Although there were designated personnel for collecting trays, it was just a few steps away, so Jilin took it upon himself. Upon exiting the cafeteria, he noticed that the moon had vanished from sight, and visibility was rather poor. Fortunately, there were torches placed at intervals, and with his significantly improved eyesight, he was able to navigate his way. Not long after leaving the cafeteria, a squad of patrolling soldiers approached. Though they were not clad in the heavy armor that revealed only their eyes, they were nonetheless well-equipped. Surprisingly, despite their armored attire, their movements were remarkably quiet. As they passed, Jilin's curiosity compelled him to pause and glance back at the soldiers retreating from him, just as he was about to turn back to his quarters. A sharp sound sliced through the stillness of the night, unmistakably loud. Jilin barely had time to shield his chest with his gilded armor and protect the back of his head with his gilded right arm before an arrow struck his breastplate, shattering the gilding and embedding itself into his body. The impact was severe, causing Jilin to collapse to the ground, spitting blood. The soldiers behind him quickly realized what had happened and rushed to his side, shouting, "There's an assassin." Chapter 41. The aftermath. The once tranquil night was shattered by the cry of "There's an assassin." Those still dining in the cafeteria heard the commotion, astonished that anyone would dare commit such an act within a military camp. They stood frozen in surprise, though some quickly reacted, heading outside to investigate the disturbance. At that moment, Tang San emerged from the restroom, shaking water from his hands. Upon witnessing the scene, he felt perplexed and asked Xiaowu, "What has transpired?" Xiaowu replied, "Brother, are you all right? Someone just shouted that there's an assassin, didn't you hear?" Tang San's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Is that so? The restroom has excellent soundproofing. I truly did not hear anything. But who was attacked?" Xiaowu shook her head. "I don't know either. When you were away, I thought it was you who had been assaulted, and I was quite worried." Seeing the anxiety etched on Xiaowu's face warmed Tang San's heart. He gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. You know my strength. I am not easily harmed." With Tang San's comforting words, Xiaowu relaxed slightly. "Then, brother, shall we go see what is happening?" Tang San hesitated. What if the assassin has gone far and suddenly returns? "Oh, come now. Surely no assassin would be so foolish to return after departing, especially with so many people around. Let us go." Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Tang San's expression became a tapestry of complexity. Ultimately, he could not withstand her endearing charm, and the group followed the throng to the scene of the incident. Upon their arrival, they found Jilin preparing to extract the arrows lodged in his back, while the soldiers surrounding him wore expressions of deep concern. They understood that Jilin's injury was a matter of grave significance, while they themselves might only face severe reprimands. The death of Jilin would undoubtedly compel them to surrender to the academy as a form of accountability. It is naturally impossible for Jilin to extract the arrow by himself. However, he was not well acquainted with the others around him. Thus, he turned his gaze towards a soldier nearby. "Excuse me, could one of you come over to assist me in removing the arrow from my back?" The soldier replied, "I can help, but how will you staunch the bleeding once it is removed? If you have no means to do so, it would be wise to wait for the healing spirit master from our camp to arrive." Jilin exhaled deeply to alleviate the pain. It was indeed a pressing concern. Nevertheless, he was determined to extract the arrow at once, for no one could ascertain whether it bore any additional dangers. It would be prudent to remove it sooner rather than later. "Allow me to assist." Just as Jilin was engulfed in his worries, a voice resonated from the crowd. He turned to see Jiangzhu emerging through the throng. The soldiers nearby wore grave expressions, understanding the seriousness of the situation. Jiangzhu, sensing their apprehension, reassured them. "I am from the same academy as he is, a healing soul master. While I may not be able to heal him instantly, I can certainly apply basic first aid." With that, she summoned her martial spirit. Upon witnessing the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, the leading soldier's eyes gleamed with envy. Soon followed by a palpable sigh of relief, it seemed Jilin was likely to survive, thus preserving his own life as well. Consequently, he joined Jiangzhu at Jilin's side, gripping the exposed shaft of the arrow with his right hand, and addressed Jilin, "I will pull it out now." Jilin inhaled deeply several times, striving to compose himself, and uttered a word, "Pull." He restrained his emotions. The soldier, upon hearing this, wasted no time. His right hand exerted force immediately. Although the gilded armor mitigated a significant portion of the arrow's kinetic energy, it still penetrated deeply into Jilin's back. He sensed that if the arrow were to delve any deeper, it would spell his demise. Moreover, the barbed tip of the arrow made extraction a formidable challenge. The excruciating pain contorted Jilin's face, cold sweat pouring down his brow, soaking his back, while the moisture further exacerbated the wound. He steadfastly resisted the urge to move, particularly with so many eyes upon him. Fortunately, the soldier exhibited no mercy in light of Jilin's suffering, as he was incapable of comprehending it. At last, the arrow was withdrawn, and without its obstruction, blood began to seep profusely from the wound. Jilin could no longer withstand the agony, and collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Jiangzhu immediately activated her first soul skill, Healing Halo. A surge of azure energy coursed into Ji Lin's body, alleviating his discomfort significantly. And the bleeding from his back ceased. At that moment, hearing the news, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fingji finally arrived on the scene. Promptly dispersing the onlookers and taking Ji Lin, Jiangzhu, and the soldiers aside for inquiries. Name: Crow. Age: 31. Position: Captain of the 4th Squad, 37th Battalion. 3rd Team of the Tiando Royal Knights. After a thorough questioning, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fingji gleaned the general circumstances surrounding the incident. After finishing his meal, Ji Lin exited the dining hall, only to soon encounter the patrolling group led by Douluo. As they brushed past each other, he was suddenly attacked. Xue Qinghe initially suspected that Douluo's group was behind the assault, but Ji Lin promptly dismissed that notion. Curiosity compelled me to glance back at them after our paths crossed. They exhibited no unusual behavior. The assault transpired in the fleeting moment I turned back. They lacked soul power, making it implausible for them to possess such swiftness. Before me lay arrows forged entirely from refined steel, which I had just measured, each one spanning 8 inches. They were clearly not the ordinary arrows, resembling more closely the bolts of a crossbow. Yet, could a crossbow wield such formidable power? Might it be some kind of soul-guiding device? However, Xue Qinghe was perplexed. As Ji Lin claimed, he had sensed no fluctuations of soul power. If it were not a soul-guiding device, then what could it be? Ning Fingji, reflecting on the crossbows within their sect, replied with an expression of calm, "No, I have never heard of such a weapon." Xue Qinghe found no reason to doubt him. After all, he himself had never encountered anything like it, so it was reasonable that Ning Fengji would be unaware as well. With a deep sigh, he lamented the tumultuous times, wondering what further incidents might unfold before the commencement of the promotion matches. Ning Fengji offered reassurance, suggesting they focus on the positives, for fortunately, no lives had been lost this time. Indeed, had there been fatalities, it would have been a significant disgrace for the Tiando Empire. What type of assassin do you think it could be? Xue Qinghe inquired. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, analyzing it should not be from the knightly order. They are well trained, and given that no similar incidents had occurred previously, they can likely be ruled out. Xue Qinghe concurred. I share that belief, which suggests that the assassin is most likely among today's competitors. The assassin left no clues behind, and without leads, it would be unwise to offend those academies. Nevertheless, failing to provide Ji Lin with an explanation could tarnish the Empire's reputation. Ning Fengji proposed, Isn't this simple? No one knows who the assassin is, so we can claim anyone we choose. Are you suggesting we find a scapegoat? Xue Qinghe inquired, intrigued by the idea. That approach does have merit. Furthermore, if we offer Ji Lin some benefits, it would also highlight the Empire's benevolence. Ning Fengji nodded. It is good that you have ideas. I shall take my leave now and inform Shrek Academy that Ji Lin will be receiving treatment with us for a period. Thank you, teacher. In the abode of Shrek, others were gathered in the hall on the 1st floor. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang occupied the main seats, and upon the return of Tang San and Xiao Wu, they promptly inquired about the happenings. Xiao Wu recounted the events in detail, perhaps unaware that she subconsciously overlooked the striking resemblance of the crossbow bolt to the legendary Zhuge crossbow, or perhaps unwilling to accept any connection to Tang San. The crowd gasped in astonishment. None had anticipated such occurrences within the military camp of the Heaven Do Empire. The audacity of those individuals to act within the confines of the barracks was shocking, and it seemed prudent to be vigilant regarding Xiao San's safety, as the master contemplated. At that moment, Ning Fengji arrived and briefly mentioned the incident involving Ji Lin before summoning Tang San for a private discussion. The others were not particularly surprised by this. Tang San and Ning Fengji found a secluded spot, where Ning Fengji directly questioned, Xiao San, did you do this? Of course not, Uncle Ning. My Zhuge crossbow can release 16 bolts at once. If it were my doing, Ji Lin would undoubtedly be dead, Tang San replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji scrutinized Tang San for a considerable time, while Tang San maintained a tranquil demeanor. That's good to know. If that assassin returns, the Heaven Do Empire may have to take this matter seriously, Ning Fengji remarked. Indeed. Let us return and rest early, Uncle Ning, Tang San responded. Chapter 42. A rift. Early the next morning, Xue Qinghe set out with a box, unaccompanied by attendants, leaving the premises at dawn. After passing several patrolling squads along the route, Xue Qinghe halted before a relatively secluded house. Although the location was somewhat isolated, numerous soldiers patrolled the vicinity. With a smile, Xue Qinghe approached a door and knocked. Upon receiving permission from within, he entered. How do you fare, Brother Ji? Jilin reclined against the headboard, relieved that the arrowhead bore no poison. After some treatment, coupled with his formidable regenerative abilities, he was nearly fully recovered. When Xue Qinghe inquired about his injuries, he replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well now. That is good to hear. Xue Qinghe casually pulled up a chair and sat beside Jilin's bed, then handed him a box. I deeply regret the incident that transpired in my domain. This is a small token of compensation for Brother Ji. What is this? Jilin asked, intrigued by what a prince might gift him. You will find out upon opening it. Without hesitation, Jilin opened the box to reveal a black-sheathed dagger. The sheath bore no intricate designs, merely inscribed with the name Seven Night Star Blade. As he drew the blade from its sheath, a cold light flashed through the room. Examining the dagger closely, he noted its entirely black body, with the blade slightly lighter in hue. The dagger measured 3 feet 5 inches in total length, with a blade length of 2 feet 9 inches. Crafted primarily from black gold mysterious iron, its name, Seven Night Star Blade, was derived from its 7 points that shimmered in sunlight. A remarkable creation of the esteemed craftsman from Gingjin City. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating 7 bright spots on the dark blade, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Sheathing the dagger, Jilin asked incredulously, Is this truly for me? Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Xue Qinghe chuckled. Of course it is for you. While this dagger may sound impressive, beast weapon soul masters do not wield daggers, and weapon soul masters often dismiss it. In reality, not many would desire this blade. Its value pales in comparison to the craftsman's other works. Then I shall shamelessly accept it, Jilin declared. I believe that with this blade's assistance, I will undoubtedly achieve great success, effortlessly conquering the Silver Doe soul. Jilin felt a moment of hesitation, thinking to himself that he would take the crown prince's words to heart. Brother Ji is being overly modest. To possess the ability of a soul master and defeat several esteemed grand soul masters to ascend to the Copper Doe soul is no trivial accomplishment. Jilin chuckled, his heart lightened by a stroke of luck. After this incident, one wonders what thoughts occupy Brother Ji's mind. Observing Jilin's feigned ignorance, Xue Qinghe shook his head and rose to leave, remarking, It seems Brother Ji has yet to reach a conclusion. I shall return another time. However, I kindly urge you to contemplate this matter thoroughly, for my duties are demanding. I may forget it soon. With that, he gently closed the door behind him. With a resounding thud, Jilin found himself alone once more, silently gazing at the knife in his hand. He sighed deeply, sliding down from the bed to cover himself with the quilt. Not long after Xue Qinghe exited the room, the voice of the porcupine Douluo echoed in his ear. Young master, shall I discipline that fellow? Xue Qinghe responded through soul power. No, after this incident, you should now comprehend the difficulties of lacking influence. He merely clings to his pride for the moment. There's no need to pressure him too hastily. Another reason for not forcing Jilin was the suspicion of his connection to the divine, even if he could not be persuaded. Xue Qinghe preferred to avoid creating unnecessary enmity. In the afternoon, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fingji jointly issued a statement declaring that the assassin responsible for last night's chaos had been apprehended. He was a soul master with a fierce martial spirit, but due to his fierce resistance during capture, he had met his end on the spot. They even presented a corpse for inspection. Many praised the Empire for its swift actions, having captured the assassin so quickly after the incident. However, some sensed something amiss, yet, as the main party remained silent, why should they concern themselves? It would be wiser to focus on the upcoming qualifiers. Thus, the matter of Jilin's assassination came to a close. Finally, the last team arrived at the competition venue, heralding the commencement of the 4th Soul Master Tournament's qualifiers. At the Shrek base, in the hall on the 1st floor, the Master surveyed the Shrek members and stated, The qualifiers begin tomorrow. Although we performed admirably in the preliminaries, we must not let our guard down, for other academies are likely holding back their true strength. Dai Mubai replied, Rest assured, Master. We understand the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. The Master nodded. Then let us rest well tonight, rejuvenate our spirits, and prepare for tomorrow's contest. Everyone responded affirmatively. At that moment, Jiangzhu hesitantly spoke up. What about Jilin? Should we inform him? Before the Master could respond, Ma Hongjin interjected, Sister Jiangzhu. What good would it do to summon him? Even disregarding his injuries, how much can his rank as a great soul master truly contribute? We are about to face the 14 most formidable academies of the Tiando Empire, none of whom possess a soul power lower than level 35. Let us allow him to rest peacefully in bed. After a moment of contemplation, the master conceded to Ma Hongjuan's perspective, though Hongjuan's words were not particularly pleasant. They reflected the undeniable truth. Jilin could no longer keep pace with them. However, Jiangzhu, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "Then why do we bring him along?" The master replied coldly, "I have my own plans." Sensing the subtle tension between the master and Jiangzhu, Ma Hongjun hastily intervened, saying, "Master, please do not be angered. Sister Jiangzhu is merely shaken by the incident with the assassin and is a bit agitated. Sister Jiangzhu, you should apologize to the master." With her head bowed and her expression complex, Jiangzhu thought that if the Shrek group had shown even a modicum of concern for Jilin, perhaps just a simple visit, her reaction would not have been so intense. Yet, they had not. This led Jiangzhu to reflect upon her own situation. Although she could still remain at Shrek and participate, she was, after all, merely a healing-type soul master, and in the tournament, she felt she would prove of little value. In the final match, could she truly measure up to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the two prominent soul masters? At that moment, lying in bed was herself. Would they feel the same? After much contemplation, Jiangzhu softly uttered an apology. Upon hearing her words, the master snorted coldly and turned away. The Shrek 7 monsters said nothing, merely distancing themselves from Jiangzhu. Ma Hongjun, wanting to say something, opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. As everyone departed, only Jiangzhu remained seated in the hall. Jingling and Huang Yuan, who had always had a good relationship with Jiangzhu, noticed her prolonged absence and returned to the hall. Seeing Jiangzhu sitting quietly, Huang Yuan could not help but ask, "What is the matter with you today? You would not normally express such sentiments." More perceptive than Huang Yuan, Jingling surmised the cause. It was about Jilin. Jiangzhu offered no reply, inviting her friends to take a seat. Once they were settled, Jiangzhu slowly began. "I apologize for causing you concern. Witnessing their plight, I cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow for my own kind." Jingling responded, "In truth, we have contemplated this issue as well. Indeed, we are but transient figures in the lives of the Shrek 7 monsters, yet they too are mere passers-by in ours. One day, we three may part ways for various reasons, just as Jilin is also a transient presence. Thus, there is no need for such lamentation." Jiangzhu nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Chapter 43. A rift unveiled. The advancement rounds of the Soul Master competition officially commenced today, with the Snow Knight Emperor and Salus personally attending to observe. Upon their meeting, Salus wasted no time in addressing the matter. "Your Majesty, I have heard reports of an assassination attempt occurring within this military camp. Should I arrange for some personnel from the Spirit Hall to assist?" The Snow Knight Emperor replied with a smile, "It seems, Bishop Salus, that your information is rather outdated. The assassin has already met with justice. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern." As a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, Salus could surmise why Xue Qinghe was able to apprehend the perpetrator so swiftly, with a sardonic smile masking his disdain. He hoped that no further disturbances would arise within His Majesty's camp. After speaking, he settled into a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Emperor Xue Yi felt a flicker of anger, irritated by Salus's arrogance, the overwhelming power of the Spirit Hall, and the audacity of the assassin. Fortunately, his son had responded aptly, successfully turning the page on this incident. Otherwise, Salus would have unleashed a torrent of scorn. Ning Fingji and Xue Qinghe quietly observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. Soon, as the participating teams assembled and the armies gathered, the 4th Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament's Tianshou Division preliminaries officially commenced. The first match featured the Blaze Academy against the Fabio Academy. While the preliminaries unfolded with fervor, Jilin had just awakened from slumber. After refreshing himself, he yawned his way to the dining hall. Although mealtime had passed, an array of snacks still remained. Jilin, unfussy as ever, indulged himself before meandering to the central arena where the matches were taking place. By chance, he arrived just in time to witness the bout between Shrek Academy and Balak Academy. The members of Shrek paid him little mind, and Jilin, not wishing to make a nuisance of himself, found a corner to sit quietly and enjoy the spectacle. As he watched the golden-red barrier surrounding Xiaowu suppressing the enemy's soul skills, Jilin couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying prowess of the heartbroken red. What followed was a one-sided display of Shrek's dominance over their opponents, leaving little of note to recount. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, the vast chamber lay empty save for the tall and regal Bibi Dong, seated upon the central throne, perusing a confidential missive from Salus. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she closed her eyes and leaned back against the throne, her expression transforming into one of surprise. A fourth soul ring of 10,000 years. Along with 2,000-year soul rings? Who might be the inheritor of such divinity? It seemed time for action. In the expansive emptiness of the Pope's hall, only Bibidong's murmurs broke the silence. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, before the statue of the angel, Douluo knelt quietly in prayer. At that moment, the imposing golden crocodile Douluo approached, holding a letter. "Brother, there is news from Little Shui," he announced. Hearing this, Douluo slowly rose and took the letter from the golden crocodile Douluo's hand. Upon opening it, the solemnity of his expression shifted, revealing a hint of emotion. "Even I, the old man, can be taken by surprise. That intriguing young man possesses 2,000-year soul rings. How wondrous this world is." Curious about Douluo's musings, the golden crocodile Douluo inquired, "Brother, what does Little Shui say in the letter? Who possesses 2,000-year soul rings?" Douluo handed over the letter, urging, "Read for yourself." Although the content to be appreciated is rather extensive, the golden crocodile Douluo is indeed a formidable super Douluo at level 98. And he swiftly comprehended it all at a glance. Frowning, he pointed to the accompanying portrait in the letter and inquired, "Brother, what are your plans? Didn't Xiaoshui mention that he is a contestant in the Soul Master competition? He will arrive in Wuhuan City, so let us bring him along then." Indeed, Jilin remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of two influential figures. At this moment, he was still at Shrek Academy. Reveling in the newfound vitality of his recently healed body, he possessed little enthusiasm for the upcoming competition, reasoning that regardless of Shrek's victory, it held no allure for him. He would rather dedicate his time to enhancing his own strength. As time passed, half a month swiftly elapsed, and Shrek continued to forge ahead triumphantly. Jilin successfully reached level 25, and the qualifying rounds finally concluded. All participants were granted a fortnight of respite, returning to Shrek Academy. Along the journey, Jilin keenly sensed a noticeable reduction in the prying gazes that had previously fixated upon him. The thought of departing Shrek Academy surged anew in his mind. Without hesitation, he approached Master Yu Xiaojiang to express his desire to leave. However, the master firmly rejected his request, insisting that Jilin must remain until after the finals. Confronted with Yu Xiaojiang's obstinacy, the pent-up fury within Jilin, stemming from the assassination attempt, erupted. "Do you wish for me to shield your disciple from danger?" he exclaimed. Yu Xiaojiang seemed taken aback by Jilin's audacity but quickly dismissed it. Recalling that Jilin was merely a spirit master while he himself had attained the rank of spirit elder. With an air of confidence, he retorted, "And what of it?" With the conversation having escalated to such a degree, Jilin acted decisively. With a swift motion of his wrist, the 7 Night Star blade materialized in his hand, and he slashed forward. Ever since Jilin had voiced his intentions, Yu Xiaojiang had remained vigilant. Upon witnessing Jilin's sudden assault, he swiftly evaded the strike and summoned his martial spirit, the Thunder Cannon. As Jilin effortlessly evaded Yu Xiaojiang's soul skill, he held his breath to shield himself from the foul stench. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged directly at Yu Xiaojiang. The latter was caught off guard, unaware that Jilin was privy to the fact that the most effective aspect of his soul skill was the odor of flatulence. Unfortunately for Xiaojiang, he was met with a grievous wound to his chest, blood gushing forth relentlessly. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's soul skill had attracted the attention of Flandra and Lu Erlong, who were nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, they hurried to the scene. As they reached the entrance, they found Jilin holding Yu Xiaojiang at knife point. The sight of the gaping wound on Xiaojiang's chest ignited Lu Erlong's fury. "You are courting death, you brat," she exclaimed. Flandra's gaze turned icy, fixating on Jilin as if he were staring at a corpse. "Are you not going to offer an explanation?" With his hostage firmly in hand, Jilin exuded confidence. "As you both can see, I have injured Yu Xiaojiang and have placed my blade against his throat." This declaration ignited Lu Erlong's volatile temper. And with her martial spirit awakened, the formidable might of the Red Dragon surged forth, unleashing a torrent of energy. Jilin maintained his composure, even wearing a smile. "Director Lu Erlong, do take care. I am rather timid. If my hand slips, I fear I may not be able to safeguard Master S' brilliant mind." Flandra also intervened. "Erlong, calm yourself for a moment. Xiaogang is still in their grasp." Perhaps Jilin's threat had an effect, or perhaps Flandra's words resonated. Lu Erlong dispelled her martial spirit yet continued to glare fiercely at Jilin. If Lu Erlong's gaze could kill, Jilin would have perished 800 times over. At that moment, due to excessive blood loss and the jolt from Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing his state, Both Jilin and Flandra were filled with urgency. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters and others, sensing the commotion, rushed over, although they were unaware of the full context. The sight of the two directors glaring menacingly at Jilin and the nearly lifeless master in his grasp prompted everyone to position themselves against Jilin. Seeing his teacher held hostage, Tang San was consumed with worry and addressed Jilin sharply. "What are you doing, Jilin? Release my teacher at once, or I shall not hold back." "Oh, I'm quite curious about how you intend to refrain," Jilin replied. Tang San's expression darkened. "Regardless, how about you first allow me to stem my teacher's injuries? If he dies, you will not escape unscathed." As he spoke, he slowly approached Jilin, internally repeating, "Once I close the distance, your fate is sealed." Yet, would Jilin acquiesce to his desires? "Halt." Jilin spoke softly, pushing the knife back slightly, revealing a thin line of blood on Yu Xiaogang's neck. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately halted, casually placing his hand on his lower back, a distance deemed sufficient. Naturally, Tang San's subtle movements did not escape Jilin's keen observation. Though a sense of caution brewed within him, he maintained his composure, suggesting that Jiangzhu utilize her soul skill or that Oscar prepare some sausages, thus sparing Tang San further trouble. At that moment, Tang San unleashed his purple extreme magic eye, launching a mental assault towards Jilin, followed by swiftly retrieving his Zhuge Divine crossbow from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at his waist, aiming it directly at Jilin and decisively pulling the trigger. However, Jilin's reaction was remarkably swift. Upon noticing the purple glint in Tang San's eyes, he positioned Master in front of him. The mental strike hit Master squarely. Even in his unconscious state, Master let out a grunt of discomfort. By the time Tang San realized that Master had shielded Jilin, 16 crossbow bolts were already hurtling towards him. In that critical moment, Flender activated his fourth soul skill, Cat Eagle Slash, unleashing a flurry of energy blades that successfully deflected the bolts. With the danger averted, Jilin silently withdrew the gilded aura enveloping him. Witnessing Tang San's near-fatal misstep against his beloved master, Lu Erlong erupted in fury, demanding, "Tang San, what are you doing?" She delivered a kick towards him, which Tang San deftly sidestepped with a technique that neutralized her force. Sensing the tension, Xiao Wu stepped forward to protect Lu Erlong, explaining, "Auntie, Brother San didn't mean it. He was only trying to save Master." With Xiao Wu's clarification, Lu Erlong struggled to suppress her anger, offering Tang San a cold snort. Aware of his own culpability, Tang San dared not harbor any resentment towards Lu Erlong, yet his animosity towards Jilin intensified. Chapter 44. Extortion of Celestial Herbs. Observing the fallen arrows on the ground, Jilin nodded. "It seems indeed to be you. Thus I have even more justification." Tang San furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Initially, I planned to take Yu Xiaogang hostage to depart from Shrek Academy, but now I have changed my mind. Do you truly consider me a sickly cat? If you wish to leave without offering something of value, I must say your attempts against me have cost you dearly." The others, hearing of Tang San's 2 attempts against Jilin, were perplexed, for he had only acted once. However, this was not the moment for such concerns. As Jilin made his demands, the protective Lu Erlong immediately responded, "What do you want? We can discuss it at length, but first, you must ensure that Xiao Gang's injuries are stabilized. Should he perish, I will make you regret ever entering this world." In response to Lu Erlong's request, Jilin readily agreed, as he would soon rely on her assistance to extricate himself from his predicament, despite possessing the means to annihilate them. Utilizing such power at this juncture would be somewhat disadvantageous. However, should the situation escalate to that extent, Jilin would not hesitate to act. Subsequently, Jiangzhu invoked her third spirit ability, the Holy Healing Technique. A gentle radiance emanated from her healing staff, gradually enveloping Yu Xiaojiang's form. The Holy Healing Technique, a skill derived from a millennium-old spirit beast, worked wonders. In an instant, the wounds on Yu Xiaojiang's body had scabbed over, and his complexion improved significantly, though he remained unconscious. Just as Jiangzhu contemplated casting the Holy Healing Technique once more, Jilin interrupted her incantation. "That will suffice. There is no need for further treatment. If you restore him to health, I would have to strike him again. Let it be. After all, he is unlikely to perish immediately. Now, let us discuss the terms." Lu Erlong took several deep breaths to quell the fury simmering within her, preparing to negotiate with Jilin. Unexpectedly, Flander approached and placed a hand on Lu Erlong's shoulder, saying, "Allow me." This is not your forte. Flander, I do not worry. Xiaojiang is also my brother. I shall ensure his safety, I promise. After a moment of struggle, Lu Erlong conceded her position. Flander stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and extended his hand to Ji Lin. Now, please articulate your terms. Is it too much to ask for a simple please from the esteemed head of Shrek Academy when seeking assistance? Hearing Ji Lin's derision directed at his mentor, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself. Ji Lin, you. Although Ma Hongjun was merely defending his teacher, the balance of power was clearly not in his favor. Flander swiftly turned to reprimand him. Silence. This is not your place to speak. Ma Hongjun had not anticipated that defending his teacher would lead to reprimand, and he opened his mouth to question why but found himself at a loss for words. Flander turned back to Ji Lin, smiling as he said, then, please, do share your terms. The emphasis on the word please seemed to underscore his intention that Ji Lin should take note of his politeness. Upon witnessing the smile on Flander's face, Ji Lin was reminded of past events and couldn't help but chuckle. Director Flander, your smile differs from that of a year ago. I preferred your hearty laughter back then. Perhaps you could indulge us with another smile. Flander furrowed his brow. A year ago? Have we met before? Noticing Flander still failed to recognize him, Ji Lin feigned disappointment. Ah, indeed, you are a man of many affairs. How could you possibly remember a mere jester such as I? At that moment, the young Ning Rongrong, prompted by Ji Lin's reminder, suddenly recalled. Ah, I remember now. He is the 20-year-old who came to awaken his martial soul when our academy first opened a year ago. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong shout, Flander finally recalled the situation, his smile fading as he coldly remarked, So? Your purpose in coming to Shrek is to avenge our mockery of you? But why direct your ire at me? What does Xiao Gang have to do with this? Noticing Flander's self-righteousness, Ji Lin refuted, Enough of your self-aggrandizement. Do you truly believe you wield such influence? How shameless. Just as Flander was about to erupt in anger, Ji Lin interrupted his incantation. What do you mean what? Do you think everyone is as narrow-minded as you are? While it is true you mocked me, you also inadvertently helped awaken my martial soul. I had no intention of staging a show to humiliate you. Furthermore, it was not I who infiltrated your Shrek Academy. It was you who extended the invitation to me and provided me with this. With that, Ji Lin gestured to the ring on his hand. Flander, perplexed, inquired. If that is the case, then why resort to this? What is your aim? Ji Lin replied, Oh, you mean the hostage situation with you Xiaojiang to negotiate with you? I had no choice. I simply wished to survive, nothing more. Flander, still bewildered, responded, Survive? No one here wishes to harm you. In response, Ji Lin coldly chuckled. Not so. Ask that young Tang San over there if he harbors any intent. Flander assumed Ji Lin was referring to the previous incident where he had intervened, and explained. Just now, Xiao San was merely anxious to save his master. It is only natural for him to be a bit hasty. Ji Lin interrupted him directly, stating, I am referring to the incident where he attempted to assassinate me in the military camp. The revelation left everyone in utter shock, momentarily frozen in place. Flander and Lu Erlong regarded Tang San with astonishment. In their minds, Tang San was a diligent, self-assured, respectful, and cheerful young man, and they could hardly fathom that he would resort to such an attack on a fellow student, without allowing anyone time to react. Ji Lin unleashed the pent-up fury that had been festering within him. You invited me into your midst, yet you ostracized me. I endured it. As I understood, there was a disparity between us that made it difficult for me to blend into your circle. You Xiaojiang brought me in to draw fire for Tang San, and I accepted that. I lay injured in bed, and you did not come to see me. I tolerated that as well. However, when a member of this academy, Tang San, sought to take my life, and you Xiaojiang refused to let me leave, I could no longer endure it. Moreover, that old fool you Xiaojiang is truly pathetic. Despite being a soul master, he could not withstand 3 strikes at my hands. Yet he dares to utter the words, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Flander recognized that it was no longer possible to reconcile with Ji Lin and could only inwardly curse Tang San for his clumsiness, which had led to such a dire predicament. What must you do to release Xiaojiang? Ji Lin had also realized his own intentions, which were simply to reap benefits and then extricate himself from the whirlpool of Shrek. Why had he said so much to them? What valuable item did Tang San possess? Previously, I heard Hong Jun mention that Tang San had some sort of celestial herb in his possession. Let me see it. As for what kind of herb it was, Ji Lin could not quite recall. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately turned around, glaring fiercely at Ma Hongjun, who had long since lowered his head. He felt a tumult of inner conflict. Noticing Tang San's reluctance, Lin had no choice but to draw another line of blood across Yu Xiaojiang's neck. Observing this, Lu Erlong anxiously urged Tang San, quickly present that fragrant celestial herb to him. Do you not wish to save your teacher? Just as Tang San contemplated casually offering a random herb to placate Lin, his expression darkened, feeling a surge of irritation towards Lu Erlong's sudden disruption. Nevertheless, he retrieved the fragrant celestial herb from his bag of treasures. After returning from the Sunset Forest, Tang San had crafted a pot specifically for this herb and had added several medicinal materials to ensure its freshness over time. Little did he expect that all of this would ultimately benefit Lin. Chapter 45. Everyone, you surely do not wish to. Lin accepted the fragrant celestial herb tossed over by Tang San and took a moment to examine it. Quite beautiful, he remarked. The petals resembled pink crystals, while the stamen appeared akin to purple gemstones, exuding a dreamlike aura. Is this truly a celestial herb? It is indeed extraordinary. Tang San, ignoring Lin's admiration and suppressing his fury, stated, Now, you may release my teacher. To his surprise, Lin gazed at Tang San with an expression of incredulity. Are you out of your mind? This herb is compensation for the assassination attempt on me in the military camp. Releasing Yu Xiaojiang costs extra. You. Do not take it too far. Witnessing Tang San's agitation, Lin did not wish to provoke them further, uncertain of their limits. Should they become enraged, the consequences could be dire. Rest assured, this request is simple. You must allow me to leave unscathed and ensure that no one pursues me. Tang San scoffed. What? Are you afraid? Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, you are all at least soul respect level, while I, a mere great soul master, cannot help but feel a tinge of trepidation. Very well, we shall comply with your request and release Xiaogang at once. Ere long, please maintain your composure. How can I possibly remain calm when it has been clearly stated that releasing Xiaogang will ensure his safe return? What are you waiting for? Xiaogang is your brother, Tang San, master is your mentor, and did you not once proclaim that a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father? Were your words merely hollow? Confronted by Lu Erlong's piercing questions, Tang San's expression darkened, wishing he could erase the very moment he uttered those words. After all, having lived 2 lives, he ought to discern the most pressing matters at hand. As long as the master returns, Lin, I want you to experience a fate worse than death. Very well, we agree to your terms. Seeing Tang San acquiesce, Flander exhaled in relief. After all, Tang San had invested the most in this endeavor, and his connections were not something Flander could afford to offend. He hastily interjected, Now, you may release him, correct? Do you take me for a fool? If I release him, what will you do if you all rush at me? Lin's sudden reversal left even Flander exasperated. You were the one who proposed the terms, and now you are the one retracting them. What exactly do you wish to achieve? I understand your urgency, but please, refrain from hasty actions. For the sake of my personal safety, I have resolved to make my significance abundantly clear, starting with you, Dean Flander. With that, Lin tossed him a crumpled piece of paper. Flander opened it, his expression turning peculiar as he read the words, Dean Flander. You wouldn't want the revelation of the familial ties between Master and Dean Erlong to become common knowledge, would you? Although this matter was not a secret among many influential figures, the majority remained oblivious, given that one bore the surname Yu and the other Lu. Should this information escalate, Flander, with his understanding of Yu Xiaogang's pride, would undoubtedly flee once more, leading to dire consequences for Lu Erlong. Flander was adamant that he would not allow the woman he cherished to revert to her former life. But how could Lin, a humble great soul master, possess such knowledge? Next, it is your turn, Miss Ning Rongrong. Once again, he hurled another paper ball. Miss Ning Rongrong, do you believe that once the Imperial Court learns of your 7 treasure glazed tile school possessing hundreds of weapons capable of breaching level 40 soul master's defenses, they will simply abandon you to your fate, or will they turn their efforts against you? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong scoffed. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school has always maintained a cordial relationship with the royal family. The Crown Prince is my father's student. Such a mere matter cannot sever our ties. Lin had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong would confront him directly. Did the Dou Empire know that you possessed hundreds of Zhuge divine crossbows? We are not servants of the royal family. Must we report everything? Perhaps you should inquire of the second Prince Xingluo beside you whether the royal family is indeed so benevolent. The 7 monsters were all aware that Tang San sold Zhuge divine crossbows to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Although, as a prince of Xingluo, he should not allow the enemy nation to grow stronger, The buyer belonged to his sister's sect, while the seller was his own brother. Moreover, Tang Sen had previously vowed not to direct the arrows of the Zhuge divine crossbows at Xing Luo, and Ning Rongrong explained that it was for self-preservation. Dai Mubai chose to turn a blind eye to this matter. At this moment, feeling himself singled out by Ji Lin, everyone turned their gazes toward Dai Mubai. After a long hesitation, he ultimately decided not to betray his own. As for the Dou Empire, I cannot say. But the Xing Luo royal family has repeatedly targeted its allied clan, the Zhu family. Even the method of succession to the throne is through dueling among princes, with the victor claiming the crown. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, adding that the environment within the Zhu family mirrored this ruthlessness, which was precisely why Dai Mubai and I managed to escape. The royal family is devoid of compassion. Thus, the Dou Empire's royal family cannot be much better. Upon hearing the accounts from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt a flicker of unease. Yet, thinking of her two elders who cherished her dearly, she quickly regained her composure. No matter the circumstances, our seven-treasure glazed tile school holds the title of the continent's foremost support sect. With Grandfather Sword and Grandfather Bone, both titled Douluo, how could we fear the Dou Empire? Were it not for the backing of our seven-treasure glazed tile school, would the Dou Empire enjoy such prominence? You assert that your seven-treasure glazed tile school is so formidable, yet the Dou Empire still bears the surname Shui, not Ning. Faced with Ji Lin's retort, Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, Ji Lin turned his gaze to Tang San, for he was the focal point of this drama. As the protagonist of the Douluo continent and the future sea god, whether he could emerge unscathed from this encounter hinged on the position of Xiao Wu in his heart. Another piece of paper was tossed from Ji Lin's hand, and Tang San caught it, opening it to read. How many people enjoy eating the immortal herb stewed with a 10,000-year-old rabbit head? Merely skimming the contents of the note ignited Tang San's fury. Xiao Wu is his untouchable taboo. He fixed Ji Lin with a frigid gaze, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him, which did not go unnoticed by the members of Shrek. Flinder immediately placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. This gesture brought Tang San back to his senses. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who looked at him with concern, and made a decision in his heart. Gently brushing Flinder's hand aside, he reassured, I'm fine, Dean. Are you really all right, San? Although Dai Mubai was unaware of the contents inscribed upon the paper, he had known Tang San for an extended period, and the only matter capable of inducing such a state of disarray in him must pertain to Xiao Wu. Rest assured, I am truly fine. After dismissing Dai Mubai, Tang San turned his attention to Ji Lin, though he harbored a desire to see him utterly destroyed. He was compelled to suppress this thought upon considering Xiao Wu's identity. I can acquiesce to your request, but how can you assure me that you will not disclose the matters written on the note? Ji Lin found himself at a loss. If I say I promise not to speak of it, you would likely not believe me. However, you must trust me, for I have no desire to create enemies unnecessarily. Tang San and the others had to concede that Ji Lin's point was valid. Such matters were inherently complicated, and they needed to deliberate further. No problem. I shall grant you 10 minutes. While others remained to keep watch over Ji Lin, Tang San, Flinder, and Ning Rongrong retreated to a nearby location to confer. Tang San was the first to speak. Dean Flinder, do you have confidence in rescuing our teacher? Even at this juncture, Tang San was reluctant to allow Ji Lin to escape, as Xiao Wu's situation was of paramount importance to him. How can you be so muddled at this time? Not to mention whether we can avoid harming Xiao Gang while taking action, even if we successfully rescue Xiao Gang. What would it matter if we were to kill Ji Lin? He has brazenly revealed that he holds our secrets in his grasp. Surely, he has contingencies in place. Do you truly believe that upon his demise, our secrets would not become common knowledge by dawn? After further deliberation, the trio ultimately found themselves compelled to acquiesce to Ji Lin's demands. I hope you can honor your word. Upon learning of their decision to accept his terms, the tension in Ji Lin visibly eased. I do not wish to gain additional enemies arbitrarily. Should I disclose anything, I shall personally offer my head. Having spoken, Ji Lin demonstrated his sincerity by retracting the blade from Yu Xiaojiang's neck and laying him gently upon the ground, subsequently retreating slowly. Lu Erlong immediately rushed forward to lift Yu Xiaojiang, activating her martial soul to seek a more advanced healing soul master. The others remained rooted in place, their gazes fixed intently upon Ji Lin, who found no one obstructing his escape this time. Once he could no longer see Tang San and the others, Ji Lin exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Now, he felt unshackled, free as fish may leap in vast seas, and birds may soar in boundless skies. Chapter 46. Premium ingredients often require little more than. Upon exiting Shrek Academy, Jilin strolled down the street, contemplating his next course of action. Glancing at the exquisite item concealed beneath a black cloth in his possession, he resolved to find a suitable place to dispose of it that very night. Throughout his journey, numerous curious glances had been cast in his direction. He found it cumbersome to carry such an ostentatious object openly. However, Jilin's storage ring was incapable of containing living beings. Had I known, I should have requested Tang San's bag as well. What a regrettable oversight. Determined, Jilin swiftly arrived at the grandest hotel in Tiando City, aptly named the Tiando Grand Hotel. Naturally, a hotel bearing the name of Tiando commanded a premium over others, with a standard suite costing a staggering 10 gold soul coins. This price made Jilin wince, yet considering the precious nature of the celestial herb he sought, he reluctantly opted for a VIP room, spending a substantial 100 gold soul coins. Such a hotel reaps considerable profits. Fortunately, the meals were complimentary. Upon entering the room, Jilin was immediately captivated by its splendor. Gazing at the bed spacious enough to accommodate 5, he mused, I have never stayed in such luxurious quarters. This expenditure is indeed justified. The moment he sat down, he sank into the plush mattress, the softness enveloping him, prompting a contented sigh to escape his lips. Ah, how delightful. Thus, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. It was only when the sun dipped in the west and the moon ascended in the east that he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching his body, he relished the satisfying pops of his joints, feeling invigorated and refreshed. He rolled out of bed and made a beeline for the dining hall. An hour later, amidst the astonished gazes of the staff, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving them in a state of lament. After a brief rest in his room, Jilin's attention turned to the fragrant celestial herb upon the bed. By now, he had removed the black cloth covering it, and under the moonlight, the flower appeared even more resplendent. How should he consume it? Gazing at the flower, Jilin fell into contemplation, uncertain about how to utilize this remarkable specimen. Should he merely consume the petals, or the entire bloom? Measuring the 3-foot-long stem against his mouth, he swiftly dismissed the notion of consuming it whole. Yet, as a connoisseur of delicacies, he would not allow a mere flower to hinder his appetite. The esteemed Su Dongpo once remarked that high-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. Ultimately, Jilin resolved to extract its juice. After all, the original text asserted that the flower was non-toxic, and savoring it in its purest form seemed prudent. He then procured a small grinding stone, plucked the flower from its resting place, and rinsed off the dirt. Inserting it into the grinding chamber, he began to turn the mechanism. As time passed, the once towering celestial herb gradually diminished in height. After a while, Jilin paused and forcefully stuffed the large blossom into the feed opening. At last, the extraordinary flower had been ground down, completing its arduous journey. Gazing at the collected transparent juice, Jilin first brought it to his nose, curious about the unassuming liquid derived from such a vibrant flower. It has no discernible scent. He then downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips as if to recall the flavor. No taste at all. Could it be that Tang San deceived me with a counterfeit? Just as he pondered this, an unusual sensation surged from his stomach, followed by an intense pressure rising to his crown. Oh no, it's coming. With a grimace on his face, Jilin clutched his abdomen, his legs tightly pressed together, as he staggered towards the restroom. What followed was a cacophony of firecrackers and the raucous sounds of drums. A lively spectacle that, regrettably, only Jilin was unable to fully appreciate. Approximately 3 hours later, he emerged, leaning against the wall for support, his legs trembling and his spirit thoroughly depleted. Oh dear, what an excruciating experience. It is indeed true that one should refrain from consuming dubious food. He almost ended up treating the entire village to a feast. Upholding his principle of not wasting, Jilin had initially intended to consume the remnants. But the 3-hour ordeal in the restroom had utterly exhausted him. As he touched the bed, fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. Perhaps he would address it tomorrow. In a daze, Jilin closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The sun rose as usual the following day. Jilin was roused from his slumber by an overwhelming sensation of hunger. The first thing he did upon waking was to hasten to the dining hall. It was only after devouring every plate piled high on the table that his stomach finally settled. Gazing at the mountain of empty dishes before him, Jilin found himself somewhat astonished, pondering how his appetite had once again increased. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative development. His grandmother had often said that the ability to eat heartily is a blessing. Perhaps his voracious appetite was indeed a fortunate trait. After finishing his meal and returning to his room, Jilin finally had the opportunity to examine the purpose of that peculiar flower. Upon inspection, he discovered that his soul power had ascended to level 30, and his physical condition had improved significantly. This surge of soul power felt akin to what he had cultivated through his own efforts, bearing no discernible difference from before, which relieved him. After all, many novels assert that enhancements derived from external sources are inherently unstable, and without timely reinforcement, they could adversely affect future cultivation. However, Jilin seemed to be an exception. He was uncertain whether this was due to his unique nature or a characteristic of this world. Reflecting on the protagonist group's astonishingly rapid cultivation speed in the later stages of the original text, whether through consuming herbs or directly infusing soul power, he noted that they never experienced any instability in their foundations. It appeared that soul power was indeed a rather convenient form of energy. Albeit somewhat unimpressive, he felt it paled in comparison to chakra. It was no wonder this world was often dubbed the fantasy floor tile realm. Aside from the soul power, Jilin did not perceive any other distinct changes. It seemed the fragrant, ethereal flower had only this singular benefit. Nonetheless, he was not disheartened. Although he had not acquired abilities akin to Tang Sen's fire or ice immunity, he had managed to elevate his soul power by 5 levels despite being unaware of the proper method of consumption, which he considered quite remarkable. If Jilin were to diligently engage in cultivation, achieving this 5-level increase without the assistance of old Zhao's gravity would likely take him nearly a year. Now, it was time to contemplate hunting soul beasts to acquire his 3rd soul ring. However, this posed a dilemma for Jilin. His physique far surpassed that of other soul masters of his level, and each time he absorbed a soul ring, he set a new record within the Douluo world. His first 2 soul rings had been obtained with considerable support, and since Jilin had never unleashed his full strength, he lacked a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to ascertain precisely what level he truly occupied. Chapter 47. The Battle Beneath the Setting Sun in Pursuit of His Own Safety. The sunsetting forest, located not far from the Heavendoe city, has become the site for Jilin's acquisition of his 3rd spirit ring. Despite the presence of some high-level soul beasts, this marks Jilin's 2nd visit to the sunsetting forest, and compared to his initial venture, he now exudes a sense of calm, especially as he is now equipped with soul guidance devices. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant and meticulous, ensuring he employs all necessary protective measures, including the scent masking powders, without neglecting a single one. For this expedition, Jilin has set his sights on a target spirit beast aged around 4,500 years. Through the detailed spirit beast compendium provided by his master, he has learned that the age of his 2nd spirit ring is approximately 3,200 years. Hence, Jilin believes he should be capable of handling a spirit beast aged between 300 and 400 years. However, this time, Jilin's intentions extend beyond merely absorbing a spirit ring. He is equally eager to assess his own strength. Although he estimates his abilities to be within the 3,000 to 4,000 year range, he is acutely aware of the significant variations among spirit beast species. Moreover, as he uses the formidable golden tiger he has previously encountered as a benchmark, an esteemed entity among feline spirit beasts, Jilin has justifiably elevated his expectations. Were it not for the fact that the golden sheen currently cannot envelop his entire being, he would have contemplated aiming for an 8,000-year spirit beast. As for the feasibility of absorption, Jilin acknowledges that were it not for the unique attributes of 10,000-year soul beasts, which possess an uncharted level of soul resonance, combined with his uncertainty in defeating such a beast, he would have aspired to transform his 3rd spirit ring into one of obsidian hue, relishing the opportunity to flaunt it before Tang San. However, this remains a mere fantasy. The first day yielded no results, as Jilin had not ventured deep enough into the forest, encountering only soul beasts of a decade or a century in age. These were hardly suitable for practice or absorption. Since entering the forest, Jilin has not relaxed his vigilance regarding the surrounding environment for even a moment. With his body having undergone 2 enhancements and bolstered by his soul power, he possesses the ability to sense his surroundings within a radius of approximately 100 meters, naturally. The clarity of his perception intensifies the closer he draws. Within a mere 10 meters, he can be said to have an almost comprehensive grasp of his environment. As dusk approaches, just as Jilin contemplates establishing a camp for the night, an unusual sound captures his attention. Setting aside his previous task, he grips his blade firmly. Although he remains unaware of the origin of this sound or whether it poses a threat to him, this does not deter Jilin from treating it as an adversary. Suddenly, a blade of wind hurtles toward him with astonishing speed. Even with his preparations, Jilin can only narrowly evade it by rolling to the side. This wind blade feels eerily familiar. Jilin murmured softly. Soon, the true entity he sensed emerged, a tempestuous wolf with slate-gray fur and a mocking visage. Strikingly reminiscent of Feng Xiaoyan's martial spirit, albeit with the distinction of possessing two heads due to its mutation. Observing the swift tempest wolf before him, approximately 3 meters in length, Jilin deduced its age to be around 2,300 years. With a slight twist of his neck, Jilin smiled and remarked, I am curious to see if my conjecture is indeed correct. Let me put it to the test. As he spoke, he enveloped the seven-night starlight blade in a golden sheen and charged towards the demon wolf. Unyielding, the Tempest Wolf retaliated, unleashing two gust blades that followed closely behind as it advanced towards Jilin. Jilin first executed a sliding kneel to evade the initial gust blade, then sprang upwards to dodge the second. With the momentum, he aimed a downward strike at the head of the demon wolf. Observing this, the Gale demon wolf also halted, using all four limbs to brace itself. It then gathered energy in its mouth, unleashing a series of wind blades directed at Jilin, who was suspended mid-air. Were the gilded armor capable of enveloping his entire form, Jilin would have undoubtedly charged forth without hesitation. Alas, the gilded coverage was limited to his arms and weapon, thus compelling him to relinquish such an enticing notion. Jilin focused intently on the first blade of wind, and as the opportune moment arose, he struck upward with great force, shattering it. Utilizing the resultant recoil, he plummeted swiftly downward, allowing the remaining blades of wind to soar overhead. Upon landing, Jilin immediately charged towards the Gale demon wolf. The series of mistakes had ignited the ferocity of the Gale demon wolf, which, no longer launching wind blades, barreled directly towards Jilin. Observing this, Jilin felt a surge of excitement rather than concern. After all, the Gale demon wolf was renowned for its speed, and its cultivation was formidable. Furthermore, Jilin lacked any long-range offensive capabilities. If he merely attempted to kite from a distance, his only recourse would be a strategic retreat. The two soon found themselves in close proximity. Jilin was the first to strike with his blade. The Gale demon wolf, far from being foolish, sensed the perilous aura emanating from the weapon and wisely refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, it deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift claw strike. Jilin raised his left arm to defend himself, yet he was sent flying away. It was only after sliding along the ground for several meters that he finally came to a halt. Jilin was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that the Gale demon wolf, renowned for its speed, would not possess formidable strength. To his astonishment, its might was indeed impressive, likely weighing in at around 3,000 pounds. This revelation prompted Jilin to abandon his dismissive attitude and resolve to engage with utmost seriousness. Fully immersed in the battle, Jilin began to gain the upper hand. However, he was acutely aware that subduing the Gale demon wolf would require time, and he had not forgotten that they were in the Soul Beast Forest, where delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. With this thought in mind, Jilin discreetly retracted the golden aura enveloping his left hand, deliberately feigning a state of exhaustion and unsteadiness. He then opened his stance wide. The Gale demon wolf, seizing this opportunity, raised its right paw and unleashed its full strength. A howl echoed, signifying the gravity of the moment. Yet, contrary to Jilin's expectations of a chaotic scene of flesh and blood, he instead felt a sharp pain in his own paw. Having anticipated such an attack, Jilin was not caught off guard as he had been previously. Recognizing that his ruse had succeeded, he swiftly severed the wolf's right paw with a decisive strike. And as it howled in anguish, he followed up with a lethal blow to its head. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering Jilin's face, wiping the crimson from his features. He glanced down at the wolf's severed head, which had rolled to his feet, and let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He had not anticipated that a 2,300-year-old soul beast would prove so formidable. It seemed he had indeed overestimated his own capabilities. Although he had ultimately triumphed over the Gale demon wolf, Jilin found his soul energy significantly depleted. He surmised that he could manage to slay only one more beast of this caliber. If only the golden aura could envelop his entire being, the ordeal would have been far less complicated. The Gale demon wolf had been adept at evading Jilin's blade, just as Jilin had skillfully dodged its claws. His stamina and soul energy had been enhanced through the soul rings, elevating him to the level of a high-ranking soul master. However, His defensive capabilities had not seen a substantial improvement, or he would not have been ambushed by Tang San. Gazing at the now-formed soul ring, adorned with a circle of orange, Jilin contemplated whether he should absorb it. Chapter 48. A glimpse of the phoenix in the setting sun. In the end, Jilin chose not to absorb the soul ring of the Gale Demon Wolf, deciding instead to wait, hoping that perhaps a high-level spirit beast, injured and in need, would cross his path. The air was thick with the scent of blood, rendering the area unsuitable for an overnight stay. With a lingering gaze at the purple thousand-year soul ring, Jilin turned and ventured deeper into the forest. Not long after Jilin departed, two figures arrived. Following the traces of the earlier commotion, observing the still lingering soul ring, the porcupine Douluo addressed the woman beside him. "Young master, it seems we have arrived too late. The battle here has concluded." The exquisite-looking Qian Rinxue, with her long golden hair, crouched down to inspect the severed neck of the Gale Demon Wolf, along with its dismembered head. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, she quickly deduced the age of the fallen beast. It appeared to be the work of a newly minted level 40 spirit master, seeking to hunt for a soul ring alone. The porcupine Douluo surveyed the area and, aside from the destruction wrought by the Gale Demon Wolf, could discern only one trace, affirming Qian Rinxue's assessment. For him, it mattered little whether the individual was acting alone or in a group. Typically, he would not spare such a situation a second glance. However, given that it concerned Qian Rinxue's seventh soul ring, he could not afford to be careless. "Young master, could it be?" the porcupine Douluo began, gesturing with his right hand across his neck. Qian Rinxue pondered momentarily before shaking her head. "Never mind. He is merely a soul ancestor, incapable of posing any threat to us. Moreover, our time is limited. It would be unwise to squander it on trivial matters." The porcupine Douluo was never truly earnest, knowing he would ultimately be the one to seek out the target. If he could avoid exerting himself, why would he seek trouble? Thus, he refrained from arguing against Qian Rinxue's statement. With that, the two continued deeper into the woods in search of Qian Rinxue's seventh soul ring. Meanwhile, Jilin had climbed a stout tree and constructed a platform with branches. Although the temperature did not induce any chill, he found it impossible to sleep without some cover. Therefore, he retrieved a thin blanket he prepared earlier and draped it over himself. Just as Jilin was about to drift into slumber, an unexpected glance caught his attention, prompting him to sit up abruptly. In the darkened forest, an orange glow had inexplicably ignited, illuminating the surroundings. Were there other spirit masters nearby? How brazen of them to light a bonfire so openly. Jilin was also contemplating whether to approach them for a brief greeting. However, those who could kindle a campfire in the Soul Beast Forest at night were either confident in their own strength or rather foolish. Regrettably, Jilin desired to avoid both scenarios. The former would not guarantee his safety, and the latter would serve no purpose, as he would be better off alone. With this thought, Jilin reclined once more, feeling a sense of relief about the evening's safety, especially since the campfire was lit by Qian Rinxue. At that moment, Qian Rinxue sat beside the fire, the flames casting a gentle glow upon her striking visage, softening her otherwise fierce countenance as she gazed at the elder of the spiked porcupine, knowing she would soon need to trouble him. "This is my duty," she remarked, her eyes returning to the campfire, lost in contemplation. Seeing Qian Rinxue in this state was nothing new for the spiked porcupine Douluo. Ever since he and the serpent spear Douluo had accompanied Qian Rinxue to the Tiando Empire, he noticed that whenever they found themselves in a quiet environment without outsiders, she would often fixate silently on a particular object for an extended period. Rather than dwell on her current demeanor, the spiked porcupine focused on their surroundings. After all, they were not in the safety of the prince's palace but in the perilous sunset forest. Although he could roam freely here, Qian Rinxue was merely a soul sage yet to obtain her seventh spirit ring. If any misfortune were to befall her, he would surely face dire consequences. Just as the spiked porcupine Douluo pondered how he might deal with such repercussions, a shadow stealthily approached from the darkness, his keen senses on high alert. He squinted and stood up, sensing a potential catch. "I shall return shortly," he announced, prompting Qian Rinxue to snap back to attention, urging him to be cautious. Upon receiving her consent, he ventured into the shadows without hesitation. After a brief commotion, the spiked porcupine Douluo returned, dragging a ghostly tiger behind him. He carelessly placed the creature beside the campfire and sat down, taking a moment to steady his rapid breath. Qian Rinxue scrutinized the now unconscious ghostly tiger on the ground, observing that it appeared to be approximately 50,000 years old. No wonder the elder had put in such effort. After Qian Ringshi swiftly dispatched the beast, a dark soul ring coalesced from the corpse of the ghostly tiger, yet neither of them cast a glance in its direction. Qian Ringshi's martial soul, a six-winged angel, bore the attributes of sanctity, light, and flame, while the ghostly tiger was a soul beast of the attributes of the nether and wind. And due to its somewhat youthful age, Qian Ringshu had no intention of absorbing it. The scent of blood gradually intensified, yet the two remained undeterred, quietly awaiting the next catch. Jilin, who had maintained the most basic vigilance, was roused by the sounds of the earlier battle with the Douluo. The commotion had indeed been substantial. He pondered who might have emerged victorious. However, with no light visible now, the situation seemed rather grim. Though Jilin had contemplated intervening to rescue those in peril, he was merely a soul master, lacking even a soul ring, thus feeling powerless. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. One should focus on self-preservation in times of hardship and aspire to assist others when in a position of strength, or at the very least, ensure a peaceful resting place for them. Sleep now, sleep well. The dawn of a new day awaited. Jilin eagerly arrived at the site where he had heard the commotion the previous night, although uncertain whether the spirit beast had departed. The calmness that enveloped the latter half of the night led him to speculate that it may have taken its prey back to its lair. Furthermore, having slain numerous spirit beasts along his journey had bolstered his courage. Thus, he resolved to investigate the scene at the break of dawn. Upon reaching the location, he was met with a scene of utter disarray and bloodstains scattered across the ground, prompting Jilin to surmise that the individual in question was likely in grave peril. Jilin also discovered the dragging marks nearby. Should he venture a look? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jilin ultimately reached a decision. If he hesitated to investigate this, would he not be bringing shame upon his predecessors? Though resolved to explore, Jilin remained acutely aware of his own safety, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, he would retreat without hesitation. After all, the vastness of the world pales in comparison to the value of one's life. The further he advanced, the more pronounced the scent of blood became, and he mentally prepared himself for the scene that awaited him. After a lengthy search, Jilin finally arrived at the end of the marks. Observing the extinguished bonfire and the cold, lifeless form of the ghostly tiger beside it, he felt a mix of curiosity and relief. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden, sharp sound sliced through the air from behind him. Jilin also sensed the situation. Before he could draw his dagger, a swift strike landed on the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. In his dazed state, he beheld a golden-haired goddess standing before him, her back turned towards the rising sun. Chapter 49. You cannot awaken one who pretends to sleep. Gazing at the incapacitated Jilin, the soul master known as the porcupine Douluo turned to Qian Rinxue and inquired, "Miss, it appears this young man is Jilin, whom you previously sought to recruit. How shall we deal with him?" Qian Rinxue had not anticipated that the porcupine Douluo would recognize Jilin. She recalled 2 days prior, when, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, she and Ning Fengji had visited the Shrek Academy to offer their condolences to the Shrek team about to depart for Wuhan City. During that visit, they noticed the absence of 2 individuals and, upon questioning, found their expressions somewhat grim as they claimed to be unwell and resting, unable to receive guests. Ning Fengji had also expressed concern, before changing the subject to matters regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, sending individuals to study at Shrek. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but smile at the coincidence. Was it truly mere chance that they fell ill at such a critical juncture? How could a soul master fall ill so easily? Ning Fengji's eagerness to divert the conversation suggested he was privy to certain information, possibly linked to him directly. Observing Ning Fengji, who was engaged in cheerful discussions with Flinder and others, Qian Rinxue's trust in her judgment deepened. Cursing under her breath, she regretted heeding Ning Fengji's advice to approach Tang San as a friend. Otherwise, Shrek Academy would have long since become a branch of the Spirit Hall. She had initially intended to dispatch someone to investigate the matter further, but her sudden elevation to level 70 compelled her to temporarily set that aside. However, it seemed fate was on her side, as this pivotal figure had conveniently presented himself. With a sense of wonder at the whims of fate, Qian Rinxue instructed the porcupine Douluo, "Take him with you. I have further inquiries." With that, she strode forward on her long, graceful legs, continuing her journey to seek spirit beasts. Observing Jilin sprawled unconscious on the ground, the porcupine Douluo couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Dutifully hoisting Jilin onto his shoulder and making his way towards Qian Rinxue, Jilin, though he found himself in a rather undignified position, slung over someone's shoulder with his head down and rear up, felt a surge of embarrassment. However, he quickly recognized the futility of resistance against those capable of rendering him unconscious with such ease. Fortunately, they had not taken his life nor abandoned him to fend for himself, suggesting that his safety was momentarily secured. Within the confines of the Sunset Forest, he held on to the belief that they could not maintain their vigilance indefinitely. Encountering a soul beast would present him with an opportunity to escape. As Jilin contemplated the most effective means of fleeing, the tusked Douluo spoke. "Young master, after searching for so long, perhaps we should rest for a moment." Qianrenxue furrowed her brow, puzzled by why this esteemed title Douluo, despite her own lack of fatigue, would suggest a pause. Yet, upon noticing the tusked Douluo's gaze directed at Jilin, her keen intellect swiftly grasped the implication. "Very well, it is getting late. We can set up camp here." Seeing Qianrenxue's understanding, the tusked Douluo grinned and replied, "Excellent." He then withdrew his arms from around Jilin's legs, lowering his right shoulder slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over Jilin as he sensed the tusked Douluo's intentions. In an unexpected display of strength, the tusked Douluo hurled Jilin with a forceful motion, sending him crashing into a nearby tree, followed by a heavy thud as he fell to the ground. The impact, even for someone as physically capable as Jilin, left him dazed, his vision flickering with stars. Yet, he remained silent, feigning unconsciousness. The tusked Douluo approached, stretching his limbs as he murmured, "At last, I can truly rest." He promptly seated himself upon Jilin, his weight a considerable burden. While not as stable as a mountain, the tusked Douluo's slender form was certainly not delicate. The sensation was one only Jilin could comprehend. "You better not let me catch you again, or you'll be in for a world of trouble." Noticing Jilin's continued silence, the tusked Douluo grew bolder, shifting restlessly. "A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. I can endure." Reveling in the sensations beneath him, the tusked Douluo remarked, "This is far more comfortable than grass or stone. Young master, would you care to join me?" Qianrenxue shook her head, unwilling to accept the tusked Douluo's invitation. Despite having lived as a man for many years, she remained a woman at heart, especially now, in her true form. As the evening darkened, she tended to the campfire, seeking warmth and light in the encroaching shadows. Holding the soul beast meat collected along the journey, he sprinkled spices over it repeatedly. Noticing that the porcupine Douluo remained seated upon Jilin, showing no inclination to descend, Qianrenxue could not help but shake her head and remarked, "Even those who may never awaken in their lifetime would respond to external stimuli with some form of reflex. Your pretense is rather exaggerated." Just as Qianrenxue's words fell, Jilin suddenly propelled his considerable weight forward with great force. The porcupine Douluo, propelled by Jilin, quickly regained his composure in midair and landed steadily. Receiving a piece of roasted meat from Qianrenxue, he took a bite and, with a mouthful, mumbled to Jilin, "Oh, why have you ceased your charade, young one?" Jilin spoke with a hint of irritation. "You all know I'm merely pretending. What purpose does it serve for me to continue this charade? You seek to take advantage of me, don't you?" His gaze fell upon the dazzling array of 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, adorning the body of the porcupine Douluo. The remaining half of his sentence lingered in his throat, unable to escape. The porcupine Douluo regarded Jilin with a mocking expression and urged, "What about my mother?" "Do go on," Jilin retorted. "Your mother wishes you good health." Upon hearing this, the soul rings encircling the porcupine Douluo began to dissipate slowly as he approached Jilin. Raising a fist the size of a sandbag, gesturing ominously, "Watch your words, young one, or else. I am quite formidable. You might want to brace yourself." Jilin placed her hand atop the fist in front of her, then gradually pressed it down with force, speaking in a delicate tone, "Fear not, dear brother. I am well versed in the ways of the world. Should you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to chase a dog, I shall not catch a chicken. Now, set this down quickly, for I am not afraid." Upon hearing her words, the porcupine felt a chill run down his spine and hastily shook Jilin's hand away, vigorously rubbing it against his clothing. "How unfortunate," he muttered. As the evening shadows deepened, Jilin confronted his adversary, exuding a sense of disdain. "You think you can challenge me? Do you truly believe my time spent at 428 was in vain?" With that, Elder CTN inclined his head slightly towards Qianrenxue before turning to Jilin with a sinister smile. "Be mindful of your words, young one." Having uttered this warning, he retreated to a large tree nearby, where he closed his eyes to meditate. Jilin also turned his gaze towards Qianrenxue. "Is there something I may assist you with, esteemed one from the Spirit Hall?" Chapter 50. The spirit hall does not nurture idle fish. Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The firelight accentuated her beauty even further. Truth be told, among the prominent female characters in Douluo continent, their beauty is relatively comparable. It is their distinct charms that set them apart. There is the gentle grace of Jiangzhu, the vivacity of Xiao Wu, the audacity of Huo Wu, the wisdom of Shui Binger, the quirky nature of Ning Rongrong, and the vastness of Zhu Zhuqing's spirit. Yet, Qian Rinxue embodies a divine elegance and a fierce spirit that stands shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. Having encountered numerous beauties during the Shrek Academy and Soul Master competition, Jilin found that, although Qian Rinxue represented a different allure, he did not linger merely because of her captivating presence. The existence of a titled Douluo accompanying a young master is, I believe, unparalleled across the continent, aside from the spirit hall itself. Thus, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Qian Rinxue nodded slightly at Jilin's response. I require you to answer a few questions. Jilin was somewhat taken aback, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. I never anticipated that a prominent figure from the spirit hall would pose a question to me. I wonder what it could be. However, Qian Rinxue paid no heed to Jilin's tone. If I recall correctly, you are from Shrek Academy. What brings you here alone to hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest? Jilin shrugged. It's nothing. I merely withdrew from Shrek Academy, and naturally, they will not assist me in hunting soul beasts. Why did you choose to leave Shrek Academy? Jilin's eyes twinkled as he slyly remarked. I intend to work under the Prince of the Heavendo Empire, Shui Qinghe. Qian Rinxue was taken aback by Jilin's response. Yet it was evident that he was fabricating this tale, for she herself was Shui Qinghe. Was this truly the reason behind his words? Jilin shrugged helplessly. What else can I do? I have already made an agreement with His Highness the Crown Prince that once I obtain the Soul Ring, I shall pledge my allegiance to him. After all, on the surface, Shui Qinghe would never associate with those from the Spirit Hall. It is inconceivable that you, Qian Rinxue, would ever utter such words as to claim acquaintance with Shui Qinghe in order to thwart me. Jilin now feels an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily towards the heavens. So what if you possess a celestial innate level of 20? What difference does it make if you are the heir of the Spirit Hall or the Crown Prince of Heavendo? You are still powerless against me. Come. Let me witness the exasperated expression upon your face. Ha ha. Jilin could not help but turn his head away, striving to prevent Qian Rinxue from noticing the involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his lips. At that moment, the voice of Shui Qinghe resonated. It seems that Brother Ji is in quite high spirits. Do share your joy with Qinghe as well. Jilin hurriedly turned around, only to find that the enchanting beauty had transformed into a man dressed in palace attire. Upon seeing Jilin's astonished expression, Shui Qinghe chuckled softly. How could I forget that you intended to join my ranks, dear Ji? Has my memory truly begun to falter? Jilin's entire face was contorted, his mind racing with thoughts of this woman's madness. After a prolonged silence, he gazed at Shui Qinghe with a complex expression. This situation was utterly unmanageable. Ignoring Jilin's words, Shui Qinghe continued. So, can you now enlighten me as to why you chose to withdraw from Shrek Academy? Jilin retrieved the dagger left by Luo, directing it towards Shui Qinghe. I apologize. I made a promise to someone and cannot divulge it. The transformed Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Jilin wielded an ordinary dagger, even if his martial spirit lacked any formidable presence. Would it not be wiser to present the 7 Night Star blade that he had gifted her? Meanwhile, the closely observing spirit Douluo of the porcupine approached, releasing his own martial spirit as he spoke. You must think carefully, young man. This wretched dagger will not safeguard you. Jilin infused his soul power into the dagger, prepared to unleash the power left by Luo at any moment. He chuckled, remarking that there are always 1 or 2 things that a man cannot share with others. Youngster, come back as a man in your next life. Just as he was about to take action, Qian Rinxue intervened, calling a halt to the actions of it, not out of a sudden burst of compassion or due to the threat posed by thee, but because she sensed a divine energy remarkably similar to that of her own deity at the moment Jilin infused his soul power. She was aware that her judgment was correct. Jilin indeed had a connection with the divine. However, this divine power was exceedingly concealed. Had it not been for her prolonged exposure and the fact that she had absorbed the skull from the angel set, significantly enhancing her mental strength, she would have remained oblivious. Qian Rinxue's words proved quite effective. Although he was puzzled and somewhat aggrieved, he nonetheless complied with her command. Qian Rinxue cast a deep glance at Jilin and then spoke. All right, put away your dagger. While it is quite impressive, I have seen better. Noticing that they had no intention of attacking him at that moment, Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. He was pleased to avoid using the dagger. Yet he did not retract it into his ring. He simply refrained from pointing it at Qian Rinxue and her companion. Qian Rinxue had no objections to this. Though she longed to leave, she understood that Jilin was aware of her true identity as Xueqinghe. Coupled with her pride, which refused to yield, she finally stated, "If you tell me why you left Shrek, I can ensure your safe departure. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously share," Jilin replied. "They wanted me to be cannon fodder, so I exchanged the life of Yu Xiaojiang and a few secrets to extricate myself from Shrek." What secrets? Jilin could only manage a bitter smile, pondering whether a secret could still be deemed a secret once divulged. "Do not inquire further. I have pledged to them my silence." Qian Rinxue felt a flicker of irritation. How could this man repeatedly rebuff her? Did he truly believe she would remain unfazed? "You must think carefully. While your dagger is indeed extraordinary, I am not without means to counter it." Jilin, already aggrieved by his previous treatment, felt a surge of resentment as Qian Rinxue confronted him with such audacity. With a dagger firmly in hand, he stood resolute, aiming it defiantly at her. "If you dare, let us engage." The nearby sea cucumber Douluo, no fool himself, discerned the tension in their exchange and recognized the true potency of Jilin's weapon. As a high-ranking member of the sect, he was well aware of the divine presence that loomed over them. Witnessing the escalating standoff, his heart sank. Should Jilin resort to the lethal capabilities of the dagger, he would undoubtedly rush to protect Qian Rinxue, yet he feared for his own safety in doing so. He swiftly conveyed a suggestion through telepathy. "Young master, perhaps we should bring him into the spirit hall and deal with him there at our leisure." Qian Rinxue, regaining her composure, contemplated this proposal. It was indeed a sound strategy. While she could not subdue Jilin herself, her grandfather certainly could. By luring Jilin to her grandfather, she could manipulate him at will. "Since you remain silent, I shall not press you further. However, now that you are privy to my secret, I cannot easily let you go. Yet, should you choose to join the spirit hall, we may find common ground." The sea cucumber Douluo chimed in. "Listen here, young man, the benefits of our spirit hall are quite substantial. Not only do we provide room and board, but we also assist in job placement. You can even apply for aid in obtaining soul rings. Should you excel, you might become a high-ranking bishop and win the heart of a fair and affluent lady. Consider this opportunity carefully." Jilin gazed at the starkly transformed figure of the porcupine Douluo before him, his expression marred by frustration. "Return the aloof image of the title Douluo that resides in my heart, you scoundrel." Yet, upon further reflection, joining the spirit hall did not seem entirely untenable. At least, it would secure a place for his soul rings. "All right then, what position can you offer me?" Noticing his demeanor, Qian Rinxue let out a sigh of relief. Finally presented with a way out. "What kind of position do you desire? As long as it's not excessively unreasonable, I can arrange it for you. Let me ponder. Is there a role that entails minimal responsibilities, substantial rewards, proximity to home, elevated status, and the luxury of waking naturally? Perhaps one where I could count my riches until my hands cramp?" Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows. What distinguishes this from being a mere slacker? Jilin slightly bowed in greeting. "My humble aspiration is to become a salted fish, so is there a chance?" After a considerable pause, Qian Rinxue finally uttered, "The spirit hall does not nurture salted fish." Chapter 51, on the importance of background. "Then why should I join your ranks?" Jilin approached the campfire, retrieving his provisions and consuming them with water. Qian Rinxue also joined him, seating herself across from Jilin. "This arrangement reassured me that you would not divulge my secret." Jilin wore a bitter expression. "Why must you expose yourself before me? I have no desire to know." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a tinge of frustration. Initially, she had merely intended to reveal a glimpse of Xueqinghe to intimidate Jilin, hoping he would divulge what he knew. However, to her surprise, Jilin brandished a weapon imbued with divine power, something she herself did not possess at this moment. "Regardless, I will not allow you to leave unless you join the spirit hall. Sister, even under such duress, I have not revealed their secrets. Does that not demonstrate my discretion?" Jilin assured her, "I guarantee I will not speak as the fourth person did. Is that acceptable?" Seeing Qian Rinxue still regarding him with suspicion, Jilin hastily raised four fingers. "I swear truly." Yet, even with Jilin's earnestness, Qian Rinxue found herself puzzled. Was the spirit hall truly so lacking that it could not even recruit a soul master? Isn't the spirit hall the most powerful force on the continent? Yes, it is. Then why do you refuse to join? Is it truly only because your aspirations are so trivial? Noticing Qian Rinshue's serious demeanor, Jilin sighed. Sister, I cannot simply point out that your spirit hall is the antagonist, destined for a dismal fate. Though he thought this, he would never voice it. Indeed, I am not a person of grand ambitions. I merely wish for a tranquil life as a leisurely wealthy man. Tranquility? Such a naive notion. In this world, one must rely on strength and background. As she appraised Jilin with disdain, she remarked, You come from a humble background. At best, you could defeat a soul sect. Without that dagger, do you truly believe you are worthy to stand on equal footing with me? Moreover, that dagger of yours must have limitations, correct? Once its divine power is exhausted, Qian Rinshue fixed her gaze sharply on Jilin, a smirk tugging at her lips. What will you do then? Feeling the weight of Qian Rinshue's probing stare, Jilin understood the importance of maintaining his composure. How do you know I possess only this dagger? With that, he produced another identical dagger. Qian Rinshue's expression froze as she frowned. She could not discern any difference between the two daggers in Jilin's possession, for she could only sense the divine power when he activated it. In that moment, she was unable to determine the veracity of Jilin's claim. Noticing Qian Rinshue's inner turmoil, Jilin seized the opportunity. Look, you cannot do anything to me now. Instead of prolonging this standoff, why not just pretend you have never seen me? You are putting me in a difficult position. Let me think it over. Without waiting for Jilin's response, Qian Rinshue walked towards the nearby spirit Douluo. Jilin also called out to Qian Rinshue, urging her not to take too long. Qian Rinshue quickened her pace. Elder Sichuan, do you have confidence in subduing him? The Sichuan Douluo shook his head and replied, If I hadn't ambushed him earlier, or if he now retrieves that dagger into his soul guide, I might have had some assurance. But as it stands, I do not. Qian Rinshue cast a furtive glance at Jilin, noticing him idly whittling a twig with the dagger, which left her feeling exasperated. It truly was difficult to provoke him. The Sichuan Douluo suggested, Why don't we just wait him out? I refuse to believe that he can remain this spirited indefinitely. Qian Rinshue shook her head, stating, An ordinary soul master can easily endure 2 nights without sleep, not to mention him. Moreover, he is not foolish enough to grant us so much time. Are we simply going to let him go? Qian Rinshue scoffed. Let him go? Absolutely not. Apart from that woman, I have never felt so constrained by anyone else. I have made it clear, in this world, one must understand their background. I intend to make him comprehend why the Spirit Hall is the preeminent power on the continent. Casting aside the 52nd twig from his hand, Jilin observed the two whispering in the distance with boredom. Haven't you reached a consensus yet? I might as well be waiting for flowers to wilt. Just as Jilin's patience began to wane, Qian Rinshue approached with her long strides. Without waiting for her to come closer, he eagerly inquired, So, have you come to an agreement? Yes, we can allow you to leave. But you must guarantee that you will not disclose the fact that Xue Qinghe is a woman. All right, I promise. Furthermore, I feel somewhat reluctant to let you go just like that, so you must assist me in hunting soul beasts. Of course, your soul ring will be well taken care of. Jilin furrowed his brow not due to the harshness of the conditions, but rather because they were decidedly advantageous for him. He certainly would not presume that I would wield a dagger on her behalf. Although I was indeed assisting her in obtaining a soul ring, I could very well take a leisurely approach. Ultimately, it would be the tidal Douluo who would exert the most effort. Could such a fortuitous opportunity truly fall from the heavens? Noticing Jilin's wavering resolve, Qian Rinshue seized the moment, asserting that even if he chose to depart now, while there may not be any 10,000-year soul beasts nearby, there were still plenty of high-level 10,000-year soul beasts in the vicinity. It is not that I underestimate you at this moment. Encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would be quite perilous for you. Her words struck a chord with Jilin. Although an encounter with a soul beast was not guaranteed, one must always be cautious. Better to be prepared for the worst than to be caught unawares. So why would I be granted such an advantage? It is simply because I see potential in you and wish to invest in your future. Since when can a soul master in their 20s be considered particularly gifted? Nonetheless, I do indeed require their assistance to escape this densely populated area of 10,000-year soul beasts. A look of enlightenment crossed his face as he realized the situation. Very well, I accept. Qian Rinshue's expression brightened with a captivating smile, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Jilin felt overwhelmed and hurriedly climbed up a large tree. As Jilin departed, the smile on Qian Rinshue's face faded, and she turned to the nearby porcupine, asking, Do I look unappealing when I smile? Meanwhile, Jilin, perched on the tree, had begun to regain his composure. What exactly is that woman scheming? Is she planning to strike while I am in the midst of absorbing the soul ring? Indeed. It seems that the most treacherous hearts often reside within the fairest of women. As Zhang Wuji's mother wisely stated, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Once I reach the relatively lower-level area designated for hunting soul beasts, I shall sever ties with them and depart. Jilin embraced the dagger, closing his eyes. In the spirit hall of the spirit city, the colossal statue of an angel flickered momentarily. Douluo, seated before the angelic figure, sensed something amiss. Ah, has that boy encountered Xiaoxue? He bears an object imbued with divine power. Rising slowly, he mused, truly, this lad grows increasingly intriguing. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, the immense angelic silhouette materialized behind him, with 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, floating above and below. Very well, since Xiaoxue has spoken, I shall venture forth for a while. No sooner had he spoken than Douluo transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 52. The arrival of Douluo the following day, under the brilliant sun, Jilin and his companions were in the forest, assisting Rinxue in hunting for her 7th soul ring. Though it was said to be 3 individuals, it was primarily the porcupine Douluo who engaged in the task, while Rinxue and Jilin stood by, providing support. Their target this time was a nearly 70,000-year-old Holy Light Pegasus. A formidable opponent considering even the porcupine Douluo's 9 soul ring was merely 85,000 years. Moreover, the sacred attribute of the Holy Light Pegasus was particularly effective against his poison, rendering the porcupine Douluo's victory far from assured. In the midst of the battlefield, a crimson pufferfish fiercely clashed with a winged white steed. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. 5th soul skill, blood poison spike. The blood-red pufferfish suddenly contracted, only to expand explosively, unleashing a storm of toxic spikes towards the Holy Light Pegasus. Aware of the unavoidable onslaught, the Pegasus gathered energy, its pristine wings shimmering with radiant light, channeling power towards its horn. In an instant, a golden energy surged forth, colliding with the incoming spikes, resulting in a cascade of shock waves, while the remaining spikes detonated around the Pegasus, raising clouds of dust. Damn it, this sacred attribute spirit beast is truly a nuisance. I have activated my martial soul's true form as a tidal Douluo, yet I have struggled for so long. How vexing. It is well understood that tidal Douluos among humans are comparable to 100,000 your spirit beasts. Even the tidal Douluo guardian, Douluo, can contend with a newly advanced 100,000 your spirit beast. Not to mention the porcupine Douluo, nearing level 93. This illustrates the formidable nature of the Holy Light Pegasus and its resistance to the porcupine Douluo's abilities. However, no matter how the attributes clash, they cannot compensate for the disparity in strength. As time passed, the porcupine Douluo gradually began to gain the upper hand against the Holy Light Pegasus. The two occasionally collided in the skies and grappled on the ground, igniting Jilin's fervor. Since arriving on Douluo continent, this was his first encounter with such a high-level battle. The effects of light and shadow are simply astounding, along with the currents felt against my face and the tremors beneath my feet. Damn, this is the true essence of an alternate world. Observing the astonishment etched upon Jilin's face, Rinxue could not help but display a smug expression. How utterly surprised, truly a country bumpkin, she mused. Once again repelled by a surge of pufferfish venom, the radiant Pegasus struggled to steady itself, acutely aware that it was no match for the creature above. Should this continue, its demise was inevitable. Thus, it resolved to devise a strategy, yet its attacks required a certain duration to charge, rendering them ineffective against the adversary. However, from previous skirmishes, the radiant Pegasus discerned that the human it faced was merely a pawn, sent to hunt it on behalf of another. Therefore, it was imperative to strike at the enemy to ensure its own survival. As its wings began to shimmer, the radiant Pegasus commenced gathering its strength. The pufferfish Douluo in the sky chuckled. No matter how many times you attempt, you shall never land a blow on me. With that, the radiant Pegasus unleashed a barrage of golden energy orbs, a departure from its usual method of energy pillars, this time aimed directly at Rinxue and Jilin. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking abruptness. What transpired next was beyond comprehension. Jilin swiftly regained his composure, his blade enveloped in shimmering gold, prepared for any eventuality, while his other hand grasped a dagger. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Rinxue seized Jilin by the collar, and the two ascended rapidly into the air. Jilin did not anticipate that Rinxue would come to his rescue. However, this was not the moment for such musings. the taken aback, could only rush to provide assistance. The flow of light arrived in an instant. Despite Qian Rinxue's quick reflexes and commendable speed, both were still struck by some stray projectiles. The gilded armor covering Ji Lin's chest managed to absorb the blows. Yet the impact left him feeling a profound heaviness in his chest and his complexion turned pale. Fortunately, the lower half of Ji Lin, which could not be protected by the gilding, remained unscathed. Otherwise, he would have found himself confined to a wheelchair. Isn't this akin to Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Yet its penetrating power seems insufficient. Nevertheless, it is formidable enough, despite being a 70,000-year-old soul beast dispersed into so many fragments. In contrast, Qian Rinxue, possessing the ethereal wings as her sole skill, had sustained more hits than Ji Lin, yet her condition was considerably better. Meanwhile, the Holy Light Pegasus had taken flight the moment the attack was unleashed, fleeing as they returned. They arrived before the two, anxiously inquiring, "Young master, are you unharmed?" Qian Rinxue shook her head in response. "How could I be in trouble? However, this fellow may not be so fortunate." As she spoke, she loosened her grip, causing Ji Lin to plummet. The sudden sensation of weightlessness rendered Ji Lin's face even paler. What the hell? Fortunately, Qian Rinxue had not ascended to a great height, and the ground beneath the forest was predominantly soft earth. So Ji Lin emerged with little more than a face covered in mud. Just as Ji Lin turned over to utter something, a colossal golden sword erupted from the depths of the forest, instantly leveling everything in its vicinity. Ji Lin's expression grew solemn in response to the sudden turn of events, whereas Qian Rinxue wore a countenance of delight. In the next moment, a white figure appeared above the trio, holding the recently escaped Holy Light Pegasus. Qian Rinxue exclaimed with joy, "Grandfather, you have finally arrived." Qian Douluo slowly descended, first discarding the nearly lifeless Holy Light Pegasus to the side before turning his gaze toward Ji Lin and his companions. After appraising them and ensuring his granddaughter was unharmed, Qian Douluo nodded approvingly. He then addressed the Soul Douluo of the Thorn Porcupine, saying, "Xishue, please maintain vigilance in the surrounding area while I converse with Xiaoxue." The Thorn Porcupine Douluo, relieved by Qian Daolia's lack of reproach, respectfully replied, "Yes, esteemed elder." With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. Turning back to Qian Rinxue, Qian Douluo remarked, "It is indeed impressive that you have reached the Soul Sage level at the age of 24 under such circumstances. Your talent surpasses mine considerably." He encouraged her, "Go on, acquire your 7th spirit ring." A smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips as she glanced at Ji Lin, her eyes seemingly conveying a message. "I have my grandfather while you do not. This is the reason for my audacity." Qian Douluo, noticing his granddaughter's gaze, chuckled, "Go ahead. Does your grandfather not understand your intentions? Rest assured, all will be well." With his words providing reassurance, Qian Rinxue confidently began to absorb her spirit ring. Observing his granddaughter in the process, Qian Douluo then turned his attention to Ji Lin, who appeared rather disheveled. He couldn't help but chuckle, "My young friend. How have you become so disheveled after just a few days apart?" Ji Lin felt a sense of confusion. From the reactions of Qian Rinxue and the others, he realized that the middle-aged man before him was indeed one of the pinnacle powers in the current Douluo continent. Yet, Ji Lin could not recall when he had encountered this esteemed elder of the Wuhuan Hall. Perhaps perceiving Ji Lin's bewilderment, Qian Douluo gracefully swept his right hand across his face, revealing another visage before Ji Lin's eyes. "You are that bookstore owner." Chapter 53, Ji Lin's Unconventional Behavior. Upon recognizing him, Ji Lin, Qian Douluo smiled and nodded, then reverted back to his previous middle-aged appearance. Ji Lin could not help but express his discontent, wondering if these prominent figures possessed some inexplicable quirks, given their penchant for surprises. He thought to himself, perhaps one should indulge the modest whims of an elderly man with little to occupy his time. He refrained from passing judgment on others' interests. After all, even the formidable emperor of the wild relished beast milk. Soon, Ji Lin's attention was diverted to other matters. "How do you manage to alter your appearance? Is it a soul skill?" he inquired. Qian Douluo chuckled softly, "Not quite. It is merely a bit of technique combined with a touch of divine power." Noticing Ji Lin's skepticism, Qian Douluo elaborated, "I have lived far longer than you, and within this century of cultivation, I have acquired many nuances." Seeing that Ji Lin was no longer fixated on his doubts, he shifted to another inquiry. "Do you possess divine power?" A fleeting shadow of despair crossed Qian Daoluo's face. "How could that be? I merely borrowed a smidgen of divine power through my identity as a divine attendant." He paused for a moment, then added, "Moreover, the dagger in your hand harbors quite a bit of divine power." This affirmation reassured Jilin, confirming that Qian Daolu did not intend to pose a threat to him. May I ask what the grand offering of the Spirit Hall seeks from me? Qian Daolu's demeanor turned serious. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you. Business? Jilin was baffled by the notion that he had any standing to engage in business with Qian Daolu, feeling a twinge of wariness. Are you certain you wish to negotiate with me? I am merely a humble soul master, without the means to engage in such dealings. You do not seek to acquire this dagger, do you? Noting Jilin's protective stance towards his dagger, Qian Daolu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Rest assured, although your dagger possesses significant soul power, its unleashed might is but equivalent to a full-force strike from a level 99 limit Douluo, such as myself. While its power is commendable, it does not pique my interest. Though uncertain of the truth of this claim, Jilin felt a sense of relief. Then what business do you wish to conduct with me? Without hesitation, Qian Daolu stated plainly, I require you to assist the Spirit Hall on 3 occasions in the future. Upon hearing this, Jilin's expression reflected disbelief. Have you truly considered what you were asking? The Spirit Hall is a grand establishment, surely. You do not find my humble contributions necessary? Qian Daolu maintained a calm demeanor, responding, if you do not agree, you shall not leave here today. While your dagger indeed presents complications, it remains merely that an inconvenience. Jilin's expression darkened. I cannot believe that you could protect her from the onslaught of a deity. Qian Daolu lowered his head in contemplation. While I cannot assert with absolute certainty that I will survive, I am confident that I will endure. Even if I were to perish, do you truly believe that you could evade the lethal grasp of the blood-stained hand without a dagger? Jilin understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. Otherwise, he would truly be subjected to relentless exploitation. With a forced smile, he remarked, if I can bring your granddaughter along, then I don't lose out. At that moment, Qian Daolu furrowed his brow, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Jilin's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, yet he maintained a semblance of a smile, albeit somewhat stiff. After a considerable while, Qian Daolu finally withdrew his oppressive force. I shall make a concession to matters. Jilin, already pale, found his complexion further deteriorating, but he persevered and did not collapse. Judging by Qian Daolu's demeanor, it seemed to be his limit, and Jilin dared not press for further negotiation. Very well. But if one wishes for a horse to run, one must first ensure it has hay to eat, correct? Seeing Jilin acquiesce brought a sense of amusement to Qian Daolu. He had anticipated that this young man might negotiate down to his psychological threshold, but alas. Youth often falters under pressure. Naturally, he would not let Jilin toil in vain. As he spoke, Qian Daolu retrieved an item from his soul guide device and presented it to Jilin, stating, I believe this should suffice. The moment Qian Daolu unveiled the item, Jilin's gaze was fixed intently upon it. A soul bone. Indeed, what Qian Daolu held was a soul bone shimmering with iridescent brilliance. Noticing Jilin's expression, Qian Daolu nodded in satisfaction and added, this is a treasure I acquired during my travels with 2 old friends after slaying a 100,000-year-old golden fox. I hope you find it satisfactory. Upon hearing that it was indeed a 100,000-year-old soul bone, Jilin's breath quickened, and even his pallid complexion regained some color as he uncertainly inquired, is it truly for me? Qian Daolu dispelled Jilin's doubts with action, tossing the soul bone directly to him. Jilin clumsily caught the object, turning to Qian Daolu with a complaint, be gentle, if you break it. Can you afford the cost? Qian Daolu's lips twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. At that moment, Jilin curiously examined the soul bone in his hand, which resembled a pair of eyeglass frames, but despite his scrutiny, he could not discern which part of the body it originated from. What part of the soul bone is this? It seems rather peculiar. Qian Daolu replied nonchalantly, it's merely an eye socket bone. Ah, an eye socket bone. No wonder it seems so strange. I thought it was one of the 6 fundamental soul bones. Jilin suddenly realized. An eye socket bone? Indeed. Qian Daolu nodded. An external soul bone? Qian Daolu nodded again. Yes. Hiss. Jilin gasped in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. With such a remarkable item in hand, why would Qian Daolu offer it to him instead of keeping it for Qian Renque? Could it be that this soul bone harbored some hidden flaw? Or perhaps, at that moment, Qian Daolu's voice interjected. He explained that since Little Snow had a more suitable soul bone set for her, adding another piece hastily might disrupt the overall effectiveness. After hearing Qian Daolu's explanation, Jilin cast a complex glance at Qian Renque, who was absorbing her soul ring. He found a deeper understanding of the phrase "some are born in Rome." while simultaneously gaining a more vivid perception of the spirit hall, the continent's paramount power. Nonetheless, it was precisely because of this that Ji Lin was able to acquire the 10,000-year external soul bone derived from the Shijingsu. Looking at Douluo, Ji Lin found him increasingly agreeable. He no longer resembled a blood-sucking boss oppressing his employees, but rather, he felt like a long-lost father. Suddenly, an impulse struck Ji Lin, and he knelt on one knee. In response to Douluo's puzzled gaze, he uttered words he had never spoken before. Lin, drifting for half a lifetime, has not encountered a worthy lord. If you do not forsake me, I wish to pledge myself as a son. What are you saying? I do not understand. Douluo replied. I wish to be your father, Ji Lin declared. Douluo, bewildered, retorted, get lost. All right then, Ji Lin replied obediently. Chapter 54. Adding another bone after the jest, Ji Lin showcased a few ginsengs from his rings, and his expression brightened considerably. He immediately began to sit cross-legged to absorb the soul bone. As for any potential dangers, Ji Lin felt no apprehension whatsoever. It was clear that Douluo would not hand over such a soul bone unless he intended to act against him. If there were threats from soul beasts, that would be even more ludicrous. With a 99th level limit Douluo as his guardian, would even a titan giant ape dare to approach without consequence? Unlike his previous absorption of the Gungjin tiger soul bone, this time the Shijingsu soul bone was an astonishing 10,000 years old. Even though Ji Lin's physical strength and mental faculties were far superior to others of his rank, it still posed a considerable challenge for him. Douluo looked coldly at Ji Lin, who trembled and broke into a cold sweat. In a quiet voice, he remarked, if you cannot endure this, do not blame me for splitting your head to retrieve the soul bone. This was, in fact, a test from Douluo to ascertain Ji Lin's worthiness for their transaction. If Ji Lin succeeded, joy would abound. If he failed, Douluo would not suffer loss, for he would simply claim the soul bone that had not been refused. In truth, Douluo had not fully disclosed the dagger's true power. While it was indeed equivalent to a full-force strike from a 99th level limit Douluo, the power it contained was divine, far beyond the reach of soul power. Even a deity's envoy in the mortal realm would likely face demise. Thus, you may reap significant rewards, but I shall never suffer loss. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo withdrew his gaze from Ji Lin. Compared to Ji Lin, his concerns were primarily focused on Qian Rinxue's safety. Despite her possessing the six-winged angel martial soul and being capable of absorbing a 70,000-year soul ring as her seventh, as her elder, Douluo could not suppress his anxiety. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Qian Rinxue's brow, his heart raced, wishing he could bear the burden in her stead. Yet, he was compelled to maintain a stern facade. Watching Qian Rinxue, who had transformed from a stumbling child into a graceful young woman, a fleeting glimpse of melancholy crossed his eyes. Once I am gone, only then will Xiao Shui grow stronger. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lin, hoping the lad could endure and that his strategic move would ultimately benefit Xiao Shui. Time slipped away, moment by moment. The pitch-black soul ring had fully integrated into the six-winged angel's essence, and Qian Rinxue's previously chaotic soul power gradually stabilized. Douluo recognized that she had completed the absorption. Indeed, in the next moment, Qian Rinxue opened her phoenix-like eyes and gazed at him. Douluo swiftly concealed the tenderness in his eyes, replacing it with an expression of neutrality. It is done. Now return with the blood of the spirit. After all, you have been out long enough. Do not squander the efforts you have invested over the years. Qian Rinxue opened her mouth to respond. Yes. Watching her depart, Douluo's expression remained indifferent, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. If only Xiao Shui's relationship with her mother were not so strained. It would provide her with some comfort after I am gone. The sky gradually darkened. At this moment, Ji Lin's absorption was also nearing its conclusion. Slowly opening his eyes, Ji Lin felt invigorated. Never before had the world appeared so vividly clear, as if he had previously been shrouded in a plastic veil that had now been lifted. It seems you have succeeded. Quite impressive. Ji Lin scratched his head, relieved that absorbing the 10,000-year soul bone was not as arduous as he had imagined. Witnessing Ji Lin's smug demeanor, Douluo couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation. Enough of the pretense. Come over. There is one final step to complete. Ji Lin was perplexed. What else could there be? Surely you do not believe that you can so easily take away my soul bone. What if you were to have a change of heart? Ji Lin pondered for a moment, acknowledging that this soul bone could indeed be regarded as a supreme treasure. Merely speaking about it would not instill confidence, even in himself. So what do you propose we do? He inquired. It's simple. All you need to do is swear an oath. Douluo replied as he produced a small statue of an angel. This statue bore a striking resemblance to Qianrenxue, captivating Jilin's attention. However, as Jilin focused intently, he noticed a dazzling golden energy coursing through the statue. Jilin cast a puzzled glance at Douluo, only to discover that a subtle golden energy flowed through him as well. Although it lacked the brilliance of the deity statue, its quantity was significantly greater. Could this be the result of the two soul abilities granted to me by my soul bone? Douluo, noticing Jilin's unusual demeanor, inquired, "What troubles you?" The interruption brought Jilin back from his contemplative state, and he replied nonchalantly, "Why does the statue resemble Qianrenxue so closely? Must one concentrate to perceive it?" Douluo smiled knowingly and responded, "Indeed, little Shui is the most qualified among my family in centuries to inherit the divine position of the angel god." Jilin was not inclined to engage in this discussion with Douluo. He had come to understand that this old fellow was merely a doting grandfather. He casually remarked, Indeed, Qianrenxue is the best. Qianrenxue is unparalleled." Although he was unaware of the meaning of unparalleled, Douluo instinctively sensed it was not derogatory. So he paid it no mind. With a nonchalant flick of his finger, he executed a technique known as the Sword of Judgment, cleaving a nearby massive boulder in half, before placing the divine statue on the smooth surface of the cut. "Very well, come forth and make your vow," Jilin declared. "I, Jilin, hereby pledge to perform 2 deeds for the spirit hall that are within my capabilities and do not contravene my principles. Those who break their word shall suffer the punishment of the stone of oath." As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere fell still. Yet in Jilin's eyes, the energy from the statue coalesced into a fine thread of fundamental hue, reaching towards the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a voice of indeterminate gender echoed from above. "The contract is established." Jilin gazed up at the tranquil night sky, where countless stars twinkled, yet he felt an unsettling sensation that a pair of eyes was watching him from behind the constellations. Meanwhile, Douluo had already secured the statue and was preparing to depart. Jilin hurriedly approached, for he had yet to secure his 3rd spirit ring. With such a formidable ally before him, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? "Wait," Douluo turned around. "Do you have something to say?" Jilin, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and said, "Well, I haven't acquired a soul ring yet." "Then you should go hunt a soul beast. I can't just conjure a soul ring for you." "Wait, you aren't expecting me to assist you in the hunt, are you?" Under the piercing gaze of Douluo, Jilin shyly nodded. "How could you even bring that up?" "I can't help it. I simply can't defeat them." "Is that so?" "But I am inundated with daily affairs. My time is exceedingly precious, unless..." "Unless what?" "It requires additional remuneration." Chapter 55. An unexpected first blood on an official road outside of Tiando City. Jilin reclined comfortably upon his steed, a blade hanging at his waist. It has been 3 days since Jilin acquired his 3rd soul ring and exited the Sunset Forest. Ultimately, Douluo succumbed to Jilin's persistent pleas and assisted him in procuring a soul beast approximately 15,000 years old, at no cost. After Jilin completed the absorption, he left behind a token and departed without a backward glance. At this moment, Jilin found himself uncertain of his next destination, as he had no friends or family in this place. After pondering for a while, he suddenly recalled that Luo had left an address upon departing. Retrieving the letter from Luo, Jilin bypassed the words he had read countless times, finally taking a moment to clearly discern the address, south of Nodding City, a sack. Dismounting, he produced a map, one he had obtained from old Zhao during his time at Shrek Academy. It was a detailed map of the continent, measuring 3 meters in width and 5 meters in length, painstakingly crafted by the Spirit Hall over a decade. Jilin knew this because the back of the map bore such information, along with a considerate note indicating its expected lifespan. Jilin swiftly located Nodding City on the map, yet as he ventured southward in search of a place called a sack, he found no trace of it. Surely, Luo would not deceive him. Thus, what could be the reason for a sack's absence on this map? Given the formidable stature of the Spirit Hall, they ought to be aware of such a locale. Yet, why was it not even marked on the maps used by their own people? Had the town vanished? Or was there something they wished to conceal? At that moment, a few heads were seen conversing in the nearby grass. "Boss, when are we making our move?" "We've been watching for quite some time," inquired a bald man with a scar beneath his eye. "Just a moment. You all quietly approach. When I fire the jade cannon, we rush in," the boss instructed. "Understood, boss." Once his subordinates reached their designated positions, the bald spirit master wasted no time. He summoned his martial spirit, the green water turtle, and 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, materialized. Then, the central yellow soul ring flickered, and a green projectile shot forth directly towards Jilin. Jilin swiftly stowed away the map into his storage ring, and the 7-night starry blade materialized in his hand, shimmering with a golden hue. With a single, decisive stroke, he cleaved backward, sending the jade cannon hurtling aside. At that moment, a subordinate, witnessing his leader's launch of the jade cannon, leapt from the concealed brush. But before he could even manifest his martial spirit, he was struck by the cannon, propelled backward for several meters, landing on the ground, unconscious and possibly lifeless. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, catching the bald-headed soul master off guard. Despite having the upper hand, he found himself down a member while the adversary remained unscathed. This lad possesses an uncanny ability. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Nevertheless, the bald-headed soul master remained unfazed, for besides himself, a soul sage, he had 3 formidable soul masters at his side, while his opponent had but one. The advantage lay with him. With this conviction, the bald-headed soul master surged forward, leading his 3 subordinates in an assault against Jilin. Yet, each of their strikes, seemingly destined to connect, were deftly evaded by Jilin, infuriating them further and prompting a more fervent onslaught, with each blow delivered with utmost effort. Jilin refrained from countering, focusing solely on evading their attacks. After 5 minutes of this relentless exchange, the group of the bald-headed soul master found themselves doubled over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. One even struggling to maintain his martial spirit's manifestation. Jilin remarked, "How have you succumbed so swiftly when I have barely completed my warm-up?" However, witnessing their state, Jilin felt no inclination to persist. With a surge of power in his legs, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, executing his attack amidst their anguished cries. Steadying himself, he sheathed his blade, signaling the end of the encounter. The bald-headed soul master and his underlings were suddenly engulfed in a spray of blood, collapsing silently to the ground and raising clouds of dust. Jilin approached, crouched down, and gently patted the bald spirit master's face, saying, "Hey, do not pretend to be dead. I know how to control my strength." Seeing that the ruse of feigning death had failed, the bald man opened his eyes, his expression fierce yet lacking true courage, and declared, "Whether you wish to kill or to torture, I shall comply with your wishes." However, the cold sweat on his brow and the twitching of his lips betrayed the fear that resided within him. Jilin, feeling playful, decided to tease him thoroughly. Rising to his feet, he gripped the hilt of his knife tightly and declared, "We shall meet again in the next life." With that, he made a show of bringing the blade down. Seeing that Jilin was indeed prepared to strike, the bald man, no longer daring to gamble on whether Jilin would stay his hand after a moment's hesitation, cast aside his earlier bravado and urgently pleaded, "Your Excellency, spare me. Your Excellency, spare me." Jilin appeared oblivious to the increasingly fearful pleas of the bald man, as he brought down the blade with unwavering resolve. The bald man, engulfed in despair, shut his eyes, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively turned to discern the situation, only to feel a chilling sensation at his neck. It turned out that Jilin's knife was pressed firmly against the bald man's throat. The slightest movement of the blade had already breached the skin. Jilin plunged the blade into the ground, crouched down, and with a smile, gazed at the bald man, saying, "Where has your previous bravado gone? Why is it absent now? If one can survive, it is wise to be flexible." Jilin shook his head, about to utter something, when he keenly sensed a disturbance behind him and instinctively turned around. To his astonishment, blood gushed forth as the bald man's head rolled away. The subordinate who had previously been launched by the jade cannon was taken aback. He had intended to launch a surprise attack, but had not anticipated Jilin's remarkable perceptiveness. Furthermore, with his elder brother decapitated, he hastily fled the scene. The other subordinates, who had been feigning death, quickly followed suit. In an instant, only Jilin and the lifeless body of the bald man remained. Jilin gazed silently at the severed head that had rolled some distance away, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "What is this madness? I never intended to take your life. At most, I would have simply bound you or handed you over to the nearby city guards." Nevertheless, the undeniable truth remains that the bald man met his demise at my hands. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment at leaving him to rot in the wilderness, Jilin retrieved the head and, recalling a lush area nearby, dug a grave. After carefully reuniting the body and the head, He placed them into the earth and began to cover them with soil. As he observed the grave, which barely reached his waist, Jilin pondered for a moment and then retrieved some fruits and meat from his storage ring. Brother, this was not my intention. You, being a magnanimous soul, should not hold my folly against me. The fruits and meat were procured from the finest shop in Tiando City, and I have yet to taste them, so I offer them to you. As for alcohol, I regret to say I have none, for I do not partake in such indulgences. Let us make do with what we have. With that, Jilin poured a jug of grape juice onto the ground. Consider it wine, if you will. May your journey be smooth, brother. He drew a cross over his chest and murmured softly, may you ascend to paradise swiftly, and may there be no Jilin in heaven. Amen. Chapter 56. Return to Lan Village after paying proper homage to the soul of the bald man. Jilin mounted his horse, still muttering under his breath. Although you met your end by my hand, it was not intentional, was it? Had your underling not stealthily approached from behind, I would not have accidentally taken your life. Alas, I wish I had opened my foresight sooner. The 10,000-year soul bone bestowed upon Jilin two remarkable abilities, one passive and one active. The passive skill grants immunity to all forms of mental attacks, including but not limited to dizziness and enchantment. The active skill, which Jilin aptly named Future Vision, allows him to foresee the immediate future at the cost of soul power and mental strength. The further into the future he gazes, the more energy it consumes. Currently, Jilin can only glimpse 20 seconds ahead with utmost effort, yet the expenditure for visions within 3 seconds remains minimal, akin to the effect of gilded gold. Upon absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, Jilin's level ascended to 33. He speculates that this significant enhancement derives not only from the ancient soul ring, but also from the influence of the ethereal herb, the fragrant Douluo. After all, the boost from the gilded gold surpassed his previous enhancements. He can now envelop both his upper body and thighs simultaneously, and even transfer the gilded effect to his visage. Regarding his forthcoming journey, Jilin had already devised a plan. Luo Xin had mentioned the necessity of completing the book he left behind, mastering it to the point of manifesting sword energy before proceeding. Thus, Jilin intended to seek a tranquil spot for dedicated cultivation. As for the location, he had a destination in mind. After several days of relentless travel, he finally arrived at Lan Village this evening. Among all the places in the Douluo continent, Lan Village holds a special fondness for Jilin. Although it is not far from the main road, the majority of travelers are soul masters, resulting in few outsiders visiting the village throughout the year, perfectly aligning with Jilin's desire for seclusion. However, upon his arrival, he found that the villagers did not extend the warm welcome he had previously experienced. Instead, the entrance to the village appeared desolate and quiet. Jilin found it somewhat peculiar. At this hour, the village children would typically gather beneath the grand tree at the village entrance to play. Yet today, there was not a single child in sight. Indeed, not even a solitary figure. Had the villagers retired for the night so early? Surely not, as the sun had yet to set. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, Jilin ventured deeper into the village. However, the further he walked, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. An eerie silence enveloped the entire village, prompting Jilin to heighten his vigilance. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe caught Jilin's attention. Finally, he encountered another person. Before approaching, Jilin called out, "Fellow villager, what is happening? Where are the others?" The figure turned upon hearing Jilin's voice, and with just a glance, Jilin furrowed his brow. This was a face he had never seen before. During his 4 months in Lan Village, while he might not have known every villager by name, he had certainly become familiar with their faces. Jilin was certain he had never encountered this individual before. After all, he had no recollection of a man in the village bearing a scar on his left cheek. "Who are you?" Jilin inquired. The man smiled in response. "I am newly arrived, named Wu Lang. You must be the owner of the bamboo house that the village chief mentioned. A pleasure to meet you." Jilin exhibited a look of dawning realization. "Oh, I see. But what about village chiefly and the others? Why have I not seen them?" Wu Lang sighed. "Well, you know the village chief is quite advanced in age, and his health has not been as robust as it once was. Just a couple of days ago, he unfortunately took a tumble while digesting his meal in the evening and has not risen since. Today marks the day of his burial, and everyone is currently at the cemetery behind the village to bid him farewell. I was just about to head there myself." Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow etched itself onto Jilin's face. How could this be? When I left, he was in good health. How could he have passed away? Wu Lang patted Jilin's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Brother, take heart. This is a natural part of life. All we can do is ensure he departs with dignity. Indeed, he treated me well during his lifetime. I must pay my respects properly. I hope they have not yet laid the old village chief to rest." With that, Jilin hurried towards the cemetery. Observing Jilin's anxious figure, Wu Lang revealed a knowing smile and called out, "Brother, wait for me." He then sprinted after Jilin. The two arrived at the cemetery in Lan Village, which was situated on less fertile land behind the village, enhanced by a pleasant landscape, making it a suitable resting place for the deceased. Scattered around were mounds of earth, rising to waist height, yet there was no sign of the funeral procession. Jilin furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the panting Wu Lang behind him. Sensing Jilin's confusion, Wu Lang began to explain that they believed adding another grave here would make the area feel cramped. So they decided to inter the village chief in the newly designated burial site. As he spoke, he pointed with his right index finger toward the woods on the other side, and Jilin indeed glanced in the direction indicated. A glimmer of malice flashed in Wu Lang's eyes as, unbeknownst to Jilin, a dagger appeared in his right hand, thrusting it directly toward Jilin's unguarded chest. With a thud, the dagger struck, its blade rendered dull. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wu Lang hastily retreated, warily observing Jilin, who stood still with a tilted head and a smile on his face. To his astonishment, Wu Lang noticed that Jilin's palm had transformed into a golden hue. Touching the scar on his face, Wu Lang inquired in a rather somber tone, "When did you discover this?" "Since the moment you failed to correct the village chief's name," Jilin replied. Wu Lang quickly realized that indeed, the village chief did not bear the surname Li. However, it should be quite common for a newcomer like him to mistake the village chief's surname. Yet, if one had spent a few days in this village, they would know that the village chief, despite his appearance, was still in his prime. Wu Lang paused for a moment, then a look of understanding crossed his face, followed by a hearty laugh. "Oh, now it makes sense. No wonder that fellow's heart does not taste like that of other old men." Jilin inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "Did you just mention consuming hearts?" Upon hearing this, Wu Lang grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Of course. How could I possibly overlook something as delectable as a heart? You may not be aware, but the hearts of children are the most tender, while those of the young and vigorous possess the finest flavor and substantial heft. Conversely, the hearts of the elderly tend to be rather tough, better suited for broth." As Wu Lang's words grew increasingly grave, Jilin's expression mirrored the tension. Suddenly, Jilin recalled something and activated the additional ability granted by the bone around his eye socket, soul vision. Upon activation, the world transformed into shades of gray, with only Wu Lang appearing in a blood-red hue tinged with a hint of black. Jilin sensed a surge of brutal malice emanating from him. The world reverted to its vibrant colors, and Jilin spoke to Wu Lang with deliberate clarity. "Have you slain them all? Consumed their hearts?" Wu Lang shrugged nonchalantly. "Not quite. While I do feast on hearts, it would take days to consume so many. To preserve the freshness of my sustenance, I treat them well." Chapter 57. The heartfelt wolf. Wu Lang's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Jilin. "However, the hearts of soul masters are far more delectable than those of ordinary folk," he remarked, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, particularly eyeing Jilin's youthful form. In response to Wu Lang's predatory gaze, Jilin unsheathed the blade at his waist. "Let us see if you possess the capability." Seeing Jilin's resolve, Wu Lang revealed his martial spirit, the gray wolf, as 5 soul rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, materialized around him. Wu Lang regarded Jilin with curiosity. "Where are your soul rings? Are you not going to reveal them?" Season Lin remained unresponsive, exerting force beneath him. And in an instant, he appeared before Wu Lang, delivering a swift strike aimed directly at Wu Lang's neck. Wu Lang, not one to be caught off guard, leaned back slightly, evading Season Lin's blade. With the initial strike missing its mark, Season Lin continued his rapid onslaught, and to an observer, it appeared as though Wu Lang was enveloped by golden lines. Despite Wu Lang's quick reflexes, the relentless barrage of attacks was impossible to evade entirely. Before long, Wu Lang's body was adorned with a myriad of deep cuts, some even revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath the flesh. Seizing the opportune moment, Wu Lang activated his third soul skill, Shadow Transformation, becoming a mere silhouette that slipped out of Season Lin's reach. In just a few steps, the shadow reverted back to Wu Lang. Jilin also ceased his actions. Was it intentional, or was this soul skill only capable of sustaining itself for a limited duration? At that moment, Wu Lang was covered in wounds, his clothing reduced to mere rags. However, there was no hint of panic on Wu Lang's face. Rather, He bore a smile, which caused Jilin to feel an impending sense of dread. Indeed, the fourth soul skill, Blood of the Wolf. In the next instant, a surge of dark energy enveloped Wu Lang, and his wounds healed in an instant, the tattered remnants of his clothing being violently cast aside, leaving only a pair of tattered shorts. His overall aura intensified, more than doubling in ferocity. In a moment of stunned silence, Jilin could not help but voice his thoughts, remarking on the sturdiness of Wu Lang's shorts, likening them to those of the Hulk. Observing Jilin's bewilderment, Wu Lang mistakenly believed it was due to his imposing presence, and with a sense of pride, he proclaimed, "My fourth soul skill enhances my attributes by 110 and instantaneously heals my external injuries, although it requires a certain proportion of my blood to activate. It is all worth it. The hunt begins now." In a flash, Wu Lang darted to Jilin's left side. Second soul skill, Wolf Poison Claw. His sharp hand became enveloped in an irregular, blackish-green glow as he struck toward Jilin's left rib. The series of attacks was executed in an instant, and Wu Lang could almost feel the sensation of Jilin's heart grasped within his hand. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly inevitable strike was evaded by Jilin, who even retaliated with a slash to Wu Lang's hand. Sensing the pain, Wu Lang realized he had underestimated this prey and swiftly retreated, clutching his injured arm. Casting a tumultuous gaze at Jilin, blood dripped through his fingers, staining the ground below. Jilin found himself somewhat troubled by the situation. Although he had encountered Wu Lang once before, he was still astonished by the latter's remarkably thick skin. Realizing that Jilin was not an adversary to be easily vanquished, Wu Lang began to feel a sense of urgency. Despite the exceptional effects of the wolf blood transformation, it was not without a time limitation, and he could not utilize it a second time in quick succession. Should the time elapse without subduing Jilin, his own safety would be at stake. With this thought in mind, Wu Lang decided to hold nothing back. In a flash, the singular black soul ring around him shimmered, and he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Wolf Division Explosion. Instantly, two identical replicas of Wu Lang materialized on either side of him. This was the essence of his fifth soul skill, Wolf Division Explosion. These two doppelgangers possessed 60% of Wu Lang's own strength. While they might not seem formidable at first glance, any attack directed at them would result in an instantaneous explosion. As for the destructive power of this technique, Wu Lang had previously used it to obliterate a Soul King of comparable strength, albeit with an element of surprise involved. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to demonstrate the explosive potential of the attack, albeit with a limited radius of merely 1 meter. The three Wu Langs began to encircle Jilin, one of them speaking up, "Young man, do you know what I consumed before feasting on human hearts?" Jilin remained silent, vigilant against Wu Lang's impending assault. Noticing Jilin's lack of response, another Wu Lang remarked, "It is the heart of a sheep. Ever since awakening my martial soul, I have harbored an inexplicable obsession with it. Consuming it elevated my entire being. However, after tasting a human heart, the effect of the sheep's heart dissipated. Do you know who my first human heart belonged to?" This time, Wu Lang did not allow Jilin a moment to answer, as the third Wu Lang interjected. "It was a noble soul master with a deep water giant sheep. This fellow had always bullied me at the Soul Master Academy, looking down upon my humble origins. Yet, out of respect for my parents' expectations, I chose to endure. But as he noticed my silence, he grew increasingly audacious, until I could no longer bear it. One moonless night, under a gusty sky, I stealthily entered his dormitory, stood before his bed, and gazed at him for a while before decisively severing his head with a single stroke. As I watched his head roll across the floor, I suddenly recalled that his martial soul was a sheep. I wondered how his heart would differ from that of a true sheep. Thus, I extracted his heart, took it to the woods, and roasted it before consuming it. The sensation remains etched in my memory, and my soul power surged a full 3 levels amidst that exquisite ecstasy. From that moment on, I became enamored with consuming human hearts. Not only did it grant me unparalleled pleasure, but it also enabled me to ascend from a level 17 Soul Master to my current rank of level 53 Soul King in just over a decade. Brother, why not give it a try?" Upon hearing Wu Lang's invitation, Jilin could not resist retorting, "Eat it yourself." To his surprise, Wu Lang lamented, "You arrived a decade too late." Jilin had not anticipated the sheer cruelty of Wu Lang, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. "Now your path to demise has expanded, and you shall not escape my grasp." With that, Jilin charged towards one of the Wu Langs. After careful observation, he discerned that only this particular Wu Lang cast a shadow beneath its feet. Upon realizing this, Wu Lang felt a surge of joy, prompting the remaining two to halt and pivot towards Jilin, seemingly intent on thwarting his advance. The last one also rushed towards Jilin, creating a scenario where Jilin found himself ensnared within a triangle formed by the three Wulangs. As Jilin closed in on the Wulang directly before him, the true Wulang could not help but reveal a sinister grin, akin to that of the self-important Soul King. Despite the high probability that Jilin would strike, Wu Lang and his other clone remained closely behind him, deliberately adjusting their speed to appear slightly slower than the one in front. They were poised to deliver a decisive blow should Jilin attempt to flee rather than engage. Observing the knife in Jilin's hand gleaming more brightly than ever, Wu Lang's lips curled into a grin that seemed to stretch towards the back of his head. With a swift motion, Jilin wielded his blade, its golden edge slicing towards the advancing Wu Lang. In a moment of precarious tension, Jilin executed a deft maneuver, plunging his knife into the left flank of Wu Lang. The gilded seven-night starry blade, inherently sharp, combined with the velocity of both combatants and Jilin's formidable strength, was sufficient to pierce Wu Lang completely. Whether by mere chance or fate, the blade found its mark directly in Wu Lang's heart. Instantly, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his vitality waning rapidly, and the two shadowy duplicates he had summoned dissipated into the air. How did you discern my true form? Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Jilin pondered for a moment, reflecting that his eyes had been kissed by time. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Jilin withdrew the blade, and Wu Lang collapsed to the ground. His body curled in a fetal position as he murmured, "Do not waste it." As he spoke, his right hand reached toward his chest. Yet, before he could touch his heart, his hand fell lifelessly. Gazing at the motionless Wu Lang, Jilin exhaled deeply. This marked Jilin's first act of taking a life, and an unsettling premonition settled within him. He sensed that he might be compelled to slay many more in the future. Chapter 58. Immature Thoughts. After resting for a while, Jilin's nearly depleted spiritual energy had recovered to a considerable extent. Only then did he rise to search the village. According to Wu Lang, there were still people in Lan village who had not yet fallen victim to the malevolence. Indeed, Jilin discovered survivors in the cellar of the village chief's home. Jilin counted and found there were 56 individuals, nearly half less than expected. Fortunately, Wu Lang was truthful. They were indeed well-fed and well cared for. Contrary to Jilin's imagination of emaciated figures, the individuals appeared relatively clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. According to their accounts, those who did not maintain cleanliness would be executed on the spot. At that moment, Jilin was uncertain whether it was the villagers' penchant for cleanliness or Wu Lang's aversion to odorous food. Nevertheless, in the wake of such misfortune, many individuals appeared somewhat disoriented. Jilin expressed his understanding of the situation. After rescuing them, he walked alone towards the bamboo house from before. The villagers behind him could not help but begin to weep uncontrollably. Jilin moved with increasing haste. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, he found it relatively clean despite having been unattended for several days. As he reclined on the bed, fatigue assailed him from all directions. Although his spiritual energy had nearly replenished, it is imperative to note that Jilin had maintained his foresight throughout. The act of perceiving the future not only depletes soul power and mental energy, but simply gazing into the future is an exceedingly taxing endeavor. Moreover, Jilin had repeatedly exceeded the safety threshold of 3 seconds. Thus, he could not resist the encroaching weariness and gradually succumbed to slumber. While Jilin lay in deep sleep, the surviving villagers discovered the bodies of those slain by Wu Lang. Wu Lang only consumed hearts. And to prevent the corpses from decomposing and affecting his appetite, he always took 2 survivors to dispose of the bodies. When the villagers found them, several 10-year-old lone wolves were still feasting on the decaying flesh. Upon encountering a group of robust men wielding farming tools, the lone wolves felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet they bared their teeth and slowly retreated, ultimately vanishing into the woods. The villagers, undeterred by the grotesque sight, silently loaded the already decomposing and disfigured bodies onto the carts they had brought. It took multiple trips to transport all the remains. By the time Jilin awakened the following day, he beheld the remaining villagers each pulling a cart, with even the few children collaborating to push one. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were several bodies that had been repaired. His gaze lingered on the wooden patches filling the voids, particularly at the heart, for quite some time. Though somewhat incongruous, it imparted a sense of tranquility to the deceased. Jilin also beheld Yang Gui, who, despite appearing to be in his twilight years during his lifetime, now seemed significantly rejuvenated. Beside Yang Gui lay his wife and child, The tall 8-year-old boy was particularly memorable to Jilin, witnessing the family in their current state. Jilin could not help but sigh at the passage of time and the changes it brings. At that moment, the acting village chief of Lan village approached. He was the only surviving elder, named Tommy, who held the greatest age and respect in Lan village. Tommy had come to extend an invitation to Jilin for the burial ceremony. Jilin did not shirk his responsibilities. The group arrived at the pre-dug graves, and none could fathom how they had managed to complete the grim tasks of retrieving and interring the bodies within a single day. Gazing at the multitude of graves before him, Jilin realized that his earlier estimate of the casualties had been far too low. There were at least 100 graves laid bare. The villagers toiled in silence, and although Jilin intended to lend a hand, Tommy dissuaded him, asserting that such matters were best left to them. Jilin could only stand quietly by the side. The villagers' funeral was remarkably simple, devoid of any grand ceremonies, musical instruments, or recitations of scriptures. There was not even a coffin, only modest, unadorned graves and the friends and family lying beside them. The proceedings were exceedingly straightforward, and before long, 100 or so mounds were completed. After a brief pause, the crowd rose to make their way back. Jilin walked at the rear, a sense of heaviness weighing upon his heart. At that moment, Tommy slowed his pace and approached Jilin, seemingly eager to say something, yet hesitating with unspoken reservations. Upon hearing this, Jilin said, "If the village chief has something to convey, please do so openly." In response, Tommy, with a hint of pleading in his tone, asked, "Might it be possible for you, Lord Ji, to extend your stay in the village?" Jilin had already intended to remain in Lan village for a while, and Tommy's request aligned perfectly with his own plans. Upon hearing Jilin's affirmative response, a smile blossomed on Tommy's previously troubled face, akin to a flourishing chrysanthemum. "On behalf of all the residents of Lan village, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. My lord," he exclaimed, attempting to bow in reverence. Jilin quickly intervened, preventing him from kneeling. "No need for that, truly." As he assisted Tommy to rise, Jilin voiced his perplexity, given the circumstances. "Why have you not considered relocating closer to the city?" With a sigh, Tommy replied, "My lord, you may not be aware, but Lan village has only existed for 4 generations, of which I am the second. 60 years ago, my ancestors fled here from the nearby city of Soto, unable to endure their circumstances. Among them, Yang Gui's grandfather was the organizer, which is why their family has held the position of village chief for generations, and have been exemplary leaders. Unfortunately, today marks the end of their lineage." Jilin inquired whether it was due to the difficulty of making a living. "Not entirely. Soto City is the second largest city in the Kingdom of Balak, after the capital, Balak City, and it is home to a multitude of soul masters. Provoking even one of them could lead to ruin, or worse, the loss of both life and wealth. Occasionally, soul masters engage in battles on the streets, and common folk caught in the crossfire suffer greatly." Suddenly, old Tommy recalled that the person across from him was indeed a soul master, and recognizing his own need for assistance, he amended his words, stating, "In any case, the legacy established by our predecessors is something we, as their unworthy descendants, cannot bear to abandon so easily." Jilin could probably surmise the thoughts stirring within old Tommy's mind, and chose not to press further inquiries. Upon arriving at the village, the two parted ways. Back at the bamboo hut, Jilin found himself reflecting on the events of the past few days, the unavenged Haichuan and the uncertain fate of Jess. The fragility of human life became increasingly evident. A notion began to take shape in Jilin's mind, yet he deemed it premature to act on such thoughts, understanding that without formidable strength, he risked failure. Ultimately, he buried this idea deep within his heart, awaiting the day when it might once again see the light of day. Chapter 59, The Unknown Master. Thus, Jilin settled in Lan village, where all his needs could be met. Although the village lay far from the city, it was conveniently located near the official road leading to the Starry Forest. The villagers were not insular or reclusive, otherwise few would venture to the city to attend the Soul Master Academy. The men of the village regularly organized excursions to procure supplies and sell agricultural products. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Starry Forest, Lan village boasted exceptionally fertile land, yielding abundant and flavorful produce, which constituted the villagers' primary source of income. Having no prior experience in such matters, Jilin felt a strong curiosity and decided he wished to accompany them on their journey. Upon learning of Jilin's intention, the villagers found it difficult to refuse, especially since the procurement team was short-handed and concerned about potential dangers along the way. Considering these factors, Tommy acquiesced to Ji Lin's participation. Ultimately, it proved to be a prudent decision for Ji Lin to join the procurement team. Along the journey, they encountered not only disturbances from soul beasts but also assaults from bandits. Please, no. I beg you, do not kill me. I have elderly above and children below. What will become of them if I perish? Pleaded the kneeling bandit. Ignoring his cries for mercy, Ji Lin swiftly severed his head, the lifeless body collapsing into a pool of blood. Glancing at the blood that had splattered onto his clothing, he realized that the garment was no longer wearable and discarded it, donning a fresh one instead. The others regarded this with indifference, and once Ji Lin had changed, they resumed their journey, urging the horses onward. While on the cart, Ji Lin twirled a makeshift dumbbell, pondering whether he had been overly ruthless. Throughout the journey, Ji Lin had initially hesitated to eliminate every foe, yet an incident arose when a bandit, having seemingly surrendered, suddenly attacked and wounded one of their party. Had Ji Lin not reacted swiftly, that individual might have met a tragic end. On another occasion, they chanced upon a band of bandits who had just slaughtered a passing merchant convoy and were intent on targeting Ji Lin and his companions. Ji Lin would naturally not sit idly by. As the saying goes, a woman can don a disguise but once. Yet it resonates profoundly with the act of taking a life. Having committed the first, Ji Lin swiftly embraced the act of sending these souls to the afterlife. The subsequent bandits were dispatched without exception, all delivered to the divine realm. In this process, Ji Lin discovered that his spirits were unexpectedly lifted, and even the flow of his soul energy became markedly smoother. At last, after several days of hurried travel, the city of Soto lay just ahead. After witnessing how the villagers handled the agricultural products he had brought, Ji Lin bid them farewell and arranged to meet with Tom, the son of the village chief Tommy and the captain of this transport caravan, at the city gates in 2 days' time. Ji Lin first arrived at the clothing store to replenish his wardrobe, then proceeded to the carpenter's shop, where he spent 3 gold coins to purchase a multitude of wooden swords. Exiting the shop, Ji Lin made his way to the spirit hall. Upon entering the grand hall, he approached the front desk and inquired, "I wish to claim my bounty. What steps must I take?" The receptionist cast a glance at Ji Lin and, upon realizing he was not particularly handsome, lost much of her enthusiasm. "Please proceed this way. The room at the end is where you will find personnel who will verify and dispense the bounty." Ji Lin paid little heed to the receptionist's tone. After all, he was not a gold soul coin, and it was unrealistic to expect everyone to hold him in high regard. Following her directions, Ji Lin ventured down the left corridor to the final room. Inside, a man who appeared to be in his 30s was seated on the central sofa. Upon noticing Ji Lin's entrance, he rose and said, "Greetings, I am the verifier Guhu. May I inquire which bounty you seek to claim?" Ji Lin produced the bounty notice he had recently torn from the notice board at the city gate, which prominently featured Wu Lang's name. Guhu expressed mild surprise, seemingly not anticipating that Ji Lin would come to claim the bounty on this Soul King. "May I ask if you have any proof?" Ji Lin shook his head. After all, he was not accustomed to embarking on a journey with a corpse in tow. "Thus, we are unable to offer you the bounty." Guhu shook his head. "We cannot ascertain whether this soul guiding device belongs to the bounty issuer. Therefore, I regret to inform you that unless you can provide direct evidence or a sufficiently weighty guarantor, we cannot acknowledge that you have fulfilled the requirements of the bounty." Ji Lin remained unperturbed. His audacity to come suggested he possessed considerable confidence. He retrieved the token bestowed upon him by Qian Douluo from his ring and offered it forth, uncertain if it would serve as a guarantee for me. Guhu accepted the token, his astonishment growing with each glance. "I found myself in a quandary, unsure if I might request the hall master to come and take a look." Naturally, Ji Lin had no objections. After Guhu hurriedly left with the token, Ji Lin found himself idly gazing around. Curiously, he approached the counter nearby and discovered a few sheets of paper. To his intrigue, he realized there were 3 bounty notices. Ji Lin also encountered 2 acquaintances, Tang San and Xiao Wu, each with a bounty of 1 million gold soul coins. This must be Tang Hao, he mused, somewhat taken aback. However, the amount seems rather exorbitant, totaling a staggering 10 million. Indeed, the spirit hall is remarkably affluent. While Ji Lin perused the bounty notice, the master of the spirit hall in Soto City also caught sight of the token. He immediately instructed Guhu to escort him to meet Ji Lin. Upon meeting Ji Lin, the master respectfully returned the token, stating, "My lord, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I beg your forgiveness for any lack of hospitality." Ji Lin never anticipated the immense utility of this token. Upon receiving it, he inquired, Might this token serve as my guarantee? Of course it can. Came the reply as a golden card was produced and respectfully handed to Jilin. This is the bounty for Wu Lang, totaling 105,000 gold soul coins. Taken aback by this revelation, Jilin nonetheless accepted the golden card with gratitude. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. Your efforts in ridding the people of their troubles are commendable. With the objective achieved, Jilin found no reason to linger any longer. As he departed the Hall of Martial Spirits, he was warmly seen off by the Hall Master. Observing Jilin's vanishing silhouette, Guhu expressed his confusion. Hall Master. Was T. Wu Lang's bounty set at 100,000? When did it increase by 5,000? The Hall Master, with a knowing pat on Guhu's shoulder, replied. That is precisely why I am the Hall Master, and you are my subordinate. With that, he left Guhu standing there in contemplation. Isn't it true that this individual knows your name? What purpose does it serve to curry his favor? Guhu shook his head, deciding to dismiss such thoughts and return to work. Upon returning to his office, the Hall Master promptly began to compose a letter. Esteemed Bishop Salas, there are individuals bearing the worship token present in Soto City, and the Hall Master of the Soto City Martial Spirit Hall concluded his correspondence. Chapter 60. 3 years later, a reunion in the Star Doe Forest. 3 years later. Many old branches in the bamboo grove outside had broken, and the newly sprouted bamboo shoots had likely grown into numerous new stalks. The once quiet lawn village had become lively during this time. Jilin allocated 90,000 of the bounty from the Wolf of Wu to the villagers. Under the leadership of the village chief, Tommy, over the past 3 years, Lawn Village has embarked on a grand construction endeavor. The once dilapidated homes have been rejuvenated, and the roads within the village have been paved with smooth stone slabs. Lawn Village has also attracted numerous newcomers, restoring its population to levels surpassing those before the arrival of Wu Wolf. Despite the calamity that befell the village, the influx of new residents has been a boon. Over the past 3 years, the Spirit Hall has come annually to awaken the spirits of eligible children, whether due to the increase in population or other factors. A notable number of villagers have awakened their spirit power, with 1 or 2 each year. Although their spirit power may not be particularly high, it has nonetheless brought joy to Tommy for a considerable time. A deep rumbling echoed throughout Lawn Village, yet the villagers remained unperturbed, engaging in lively discussions. Is it that time already? Indeed. Do you think Master G will fell that mountain today? It should take a few more days. After all, he only began working on it yesterday. Not necessarily. Over the past year, Master G has taken down over a dozen mountains. The first time, it took him a month. The second, 25 days. The third, 22 days. By that calculation, 2 days for this one seems reasonable, doesn't it? If only my child could be as strong as Master G in the future. Zhao Laosan. The day hasn't even darkened yet, and you're already dreaming. You know your son's capabilities, don't you? I'm just making conversation. Approximately 5 minutes later, the chatter subsided into a hushed stillness. Jilin wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a glance at the significantly lowered mountain peaks, feeling a sense of relief. This must surely be the fastest record yet. In the past 2 years, Jilin successfully mastered the sword technique left behind by Luo, achieving the remarkable feat of cleaving stones with a wooden sword. However, at that time, both the power and durability of his sword energy were rather unsatisfactory. Jilin also realized that his initial lack of skill had contributed to the situation. Consequently, he exerted himself even more diligently in splitting the stones. Within a few days, the stones in the village were depleted, forcing Jilin to shift his focus to the nearby hill. With each decisive stroke, he relentlessly reduced the height of the hill by several meters. When the villagers, intrigued by the commotion, ascended to investigate, they were taken aback by the ravaged landscape of the hilltop. Thus, the tale of Jilin's mountain hewing became widely circulated among the community. After a restful period, Jilin rose and returned to the bamboo hut, preparing to embark on the quest for his 4th soul ring. His cultivation pace had notably decelerated. Over the span of 3 years, he had barely ascended to the 40th level, although the majority of his time had been devoted to the refinement of his sword aura. His progress had indeed slowed to more than a mere having compared to his previous speed. Jilin had an inkling that after reaching level 40, the conventional training methods would no longer yield significant results. At such moments, he found himself nostalgically recalling Zhao Wuji's gravity skills, which were undeniably impressive in speed. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Considering his current circumstances, it was perhaps better to avoid encounters with Shrek Academy, with whom he stood in stark opposition. Now that he had nearly perfected his sword energy and acquired a genuinely formidable offensive capability, it was time to seek out his spirit ring. Jilin found Old Tommy and shared this matter with him. Old Tommy initially thought Jilin was merely going to hunt for soul rings and would eventually return. However, Jilin expressed that he might not come back at all. This revelation left Old Tommy in a prolonged silence, and after a while, he finally smiled and said, "I wish you smooth sailing, Master G, and may your future be as bright as brocade." Jilin smiled and nodded. "Well then, I shall take your good wishes to heart." The two of them walked towards the village entrance, greeted along the way by villagers who smiled and offered their salutations. Jilin smiled in response. Upon reaching the village entrance, he turned to Tommy and said, "All right, this is where I shall leave you. The bamboo house belonging to the elders will always be waiting for you." Jilin chuckled, saying, "No need for that. I am merely a passerby, unworthy of such a gesture. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." With that, he rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword and departed from Lawn Village. Possibly for the last time. Tommy lingered at the village entrance, remaining even when Jilin was no longer in sight. The starry great forest remained etched in Jilin's memory, a place where he awakened, narrowly escaped death, acquired his first soul ring, and obtained his initial soul bone. It held an abundance of firsts for him. Before he could indulge in nostalgia, Jilin spotted a familiar silhouette in the small town. A stone lay at his feet, and without hesitation, he kicked it into the air, the stone whistling as it soared. The figure noticed and swiftly turned, grasping the stone in hand, scanning the passers-by with vigilance. Observing this, Jilin clapped his hands and approached, exclaiming, "It has been a while. Brother Feng, your skills have surely improved since we last met." Feng Xiaotian scrutinized Jilin for a moment, uncertainly questioning, "Ji brother?" Having undergone 3 years of rigorous training, Jilin had grown taller, now standing at approximately 1 meter 90, gazing at the masked man before him, who was around 1 meter 82. Jilin smiled and reached out, attempting to wrap his arm around Feng Xiaotian's neck. Feng Xiaotian, sensing Jilin's intention, retreated with a chuckle, saying, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to embrace so soon, Ji brother?" Undeterred by his missed attempt, Jilin swiftly moved, catching Feng Xiaotian off guard as he placed a hand on his shoulder, grinning, "You wound me. How long has it been since we last met? Shouldn't we share some warmth?" The corners of Feng Xiaotian's mouth twitched beneath his mask, momentarily frozen in surprise. The speed at which Jilin had acted left him momentarily speechless. "Ji brother, what brings you to seek Feng?" Feng Xiaotian inquired, his tone becoming more serious. Jilin, recognizing Feng Xiaotian's earnestness, did not conceal his intentions. "Since you're here, you must be hunting for soul rings as well. Would you take me along?" Feng Xiaotian hesitated, initially considering refusing on the grounds of capability, but recalling Jilin's astonishing speed made such a denial difficult. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, "I am assisting others in hunting soul rings. My word alone does not suffice." Jilin's curiosity deepened. What kind of person could possibly convince Brother Feng to assist in hunting for soul rings? A man or a woman? A woman. Jilin nodded and said, "Oh, it's a woman. Could it be that you're beloved, Miss Wu?" He cast a mischievous grin towards Feng Xiaotian, whose ears had already turned crimson. "How did you know?" Feng Xiaotian asked, slightly embarrassed. "Come on, is it really that difficult to find out? Everyone at the Shinkong Academy knows that the charming Feng has already captured someone as heart." Feng Xiaotian scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "Is that so? Then let me join you. You've just witnessed my strength. I don't seek any other reward. Just help me hunt a soul ring." Feng Xiaotian, feeling a bit uneasy, inquired, "What kind of soul ring?" Upon hearing the news, Jilin promptly exclaimed, "It's merely a fourth spirit ring." Feng Xiaotian, taken aback, could hardly believe that Jilin had advanced 2 significant ranks within just 3 years, attaining the status of spirit elder. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Jilin's inclusion was not necessarily unwelcome. An additional ally would only strengthen their collective force. With 2 spirit emperors on their side, the presence of a potential spirit ancestor like Jilin posed little threat. This opportunity could serve to rectify the regrets of the past Spirit Master Tournament and reveal Jilin's true capabilities. Chapter 61. Into the Star Do Forest. Trailing behind Feng Xiaotian, Jilin arrived at their lodging, where the remaining members of the team were gathered in the dining hall. Feng Xiaotian approached them and announced, "It seems we may be welcoming a new teammate." Wu, intrigued, glanced curiously at Jilin, who stood behind Feng Xiaotian, and inquired, "Who is this? They look somewhat familiar." Jilin stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "I am Jilin. You may find me familiar because you probably saw me at the last Soul Master competition." At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a blue outer garment, interjected, "Are you the Soul Master from the Shrek team who possesses 2 Millennium Soul Rings?" Jilin nodded, affirming his identity. Huowu sat on a chair, crossing her legs and clasping her arms. She coldly huffed, "What brings the people from Shrek here?" Jilin was perplexed by the intensity of Huowu's fiery demeanor, attributing it to Tang San's remark, "I apologize. It is the merit of my blue-silver grass fire immunity." Reflecting on this, Jilin clarified, "To be precise, I am a former member of Shrek Academy." However, Huowu was relentless, retorting, "And so what? Remember, you were once a Shrek member, and once a Shrek, always a Shrek." Feng Xiaotian furrowed his brow and interjected, "Huowu, enough of this." Huowu, taken aback by Feng Xiaotian's defense of Jilin, stormed off to her room, incensed, while Huowu Shuang hurriedly pursued her. Meanwhile, Jilin remained engrossed in General Huo's earlier words, even beginning to ponder whether Huowu might be a fellow townsman. Feng Xiaotian cast an apologetic glance at Jilin, who, regaining his composure, remarked, "What are you staring at? Go after her and offer comfort. With such a wooden head, don't let anyone know you are my disciple." With an exasperated roll of his eyes at Jilin, Feng Xiaotian nonetheless rose to chase after Huowu. At that moment, a middle-aged man, having just recognized Jilin, spoke up, "It seems you share a good rapport with Xiaotian. I am curious about what you have taught him." Jilin waved his hand dismissively and pulled out a chair to take a seat. "It's nothing, merely a matter of experience," he remarked. "When did your relationship with Shrek deteriorate to such a degree? The hostility I detected in your eyes upon recognizing me was quite palpable. It only seemed to ease after I mentioned that I am no longer affiliated with Shrek." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat taken aback, surprised by Jilin's keen perception. "It seems you have indeed severed ties with Shrek and no longer reside in Heavendo City." Jilin remained noncommittal. At that moment, a voluptuous middle-aged woman beside him interjected, stating that ever since Tang San and his companions triumphed over the Golden Generation to secure the championship of the Soul Master competition, the royal family had been fervently supporting Shrek Academy. It is easy to imagine the plight of other institutions, aside from the Elephant Armor and Thunder Academies, which primarily consist of disciples from their own sects. Our 3 families, including the Royal Academy, have all been significantly impacted. The number of students has dwindled year by year over the past 3 years, and if this trend continues, we may soon find ourselves compelled to shutter our doors and cease operations. Upon hearing this, Jilin's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was already rejoicing. Truly, fate is on my side. In any case, Feng Xiaotian's words proved somewhat effective, and Jilin successfully remained. The following day, during the assembly, although Huowu still held a slight disdain for Jilin, her attitude had undoubtedly improved compared to the previous day. Jilin quietly approached Feng Xiaotian, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, "Brother, impressive. You managed to wrap it up so swiftly." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian straightened his slightly bent posture, replying, "Of course. You must understand, as long as a man, this woman." Although Jilin could not comprehend the words spoken by Feng Xiaotian, it did not hinder him from nodding in agreement. Seeing Jilin's approval invigorated Feng Xiaotian, prompting him to speak with even greater enthusiasm. Noticing the 2 individuals behind them, who were mumbling to themselves, Huowu called out, "What are you 2 discussing? We are about to enter the forest. Hurry up and catch up." This expedition required soul rings for 3 individuals, Huowu, Huowu Shuang, and Jilin. Among them, Huowu and Huowu Shuang each needed a fire attribute 10,000-year soul beast, while Jilin was in search of a 4th soul ring. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian stroked his chin, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. Am I forgetting something crucial? However, observing the other's lack of concern, he buried the query deep within. It must be my imagination, he mused. Finding a soul beast is inherently a test of fortune. Sometimes one encounters the right one immediately upon entering the forest, while at other times, one may traverse the woods multiple times without success. Regrettably, on this first day, Jilin and his companions did not find a suitable soul beast. Yet, this was to be expected, as they were in pursuit of a 10,000-year soul beast, and they had only just entered the Douluo forest. It was unreasonable to anticipate immediate results. As dusk fell, the group located a place to spend the night. Fortunately, being on the outskirts of the Douluo forest meant they were not confronted by formidable soul beasts, and their combined strength was sufficient to kindle a campfire. They gathered in a circle, patiently awaiting the completion of their roasted meat. Jilin could not help but reflect on the fact that he had spent over 4 years in the Douluo continent, and this marked only his second encounter with others in the forest. To pass the time, the group engaged in casual conversation. Ling Feng, the middle-aged beauty, inquired, "Little Lin, what prompted your departure from Shrek Academy?" After 2 days of companionship, Jilin had grown more familiar with them. Although he was accustomed to the nickname Little Lin back on Earth, being addressed as such by the denizens of Douluo still felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, considering that Ling Feng was both older and of a higher status, he decided to let it be. Jilin pondered for a moment before responding, suggesting that perhaps it was a matter of differing personalities and ways of interacting with the world. Additionally, he remarked that the timing of his entry was rather unfortunate. The middle-aged soul master, Qing Yao, became intrigued and urged him to elaborate. Well, Jilin continued, for instance, the second motto of Shrek Academy states that those who do not dare to stir trouble are mediocre. However, my general approach to life has always been, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one does wrong me, I shall unearth their ancestral graves. The crowd fell silent, unsure whether to commend his amicable nature or to criticize his penchant for revenge. Feng Xiaotian awkwardly remarked, "Brother Ji truly possesses a distinctive character. It's rather ordinary," Jilin replied. "As for why I believe my timing of joining was ill-fated, the reasoning is quite straightforward. I am unaware of how Shrek operates now, but 3 years ago, it revolved around the Shrek 7, led by Tang San. The entire academy functioned with them at its core. To gain access to superior resources, integrating into the ranks of the Shrek 7 seemed a viable path. However, they were quite exclusionary. I have come to discern the levels of their exclusivity, while Shrek marginalized those from Lamba Academy. They simultaneously sidelined individuals like myself who would join Lamba Academy later. Those who had long been part of Lamba Academy collaborated with the Shrek 7 to ostracize me. One day, I slammed my hand on the table and declared, a true man, born between heaven and earth, should not languish in the shadows for long. And with that, I resolutely departed from Shrek. Jilin observed the movements of everyone, particularly the enigmatic Huowu, who was suspected of being the fire general. Yet he could not discern any hidden motives. Could it be that I am overthinking? Perhaps I shall test her further. Come. Indulge in the exquisite imperial jade liquor from the Star Luo Empire, which I procured in Soto City, delivered by the Tiando Royal Merchants. Priced at 180 per cup. Regrettably, Huowu still displayed no remarkable expression. Feng Xiaotian took a sip, savoring the flavor. Is this truly a drink worth 180 per cup? Might I have mint copper coins instead? Oh, now it all makes sense. Chapter 62, Soul Bones. Jilin and Feng Xiaotian perched upon a branch, diligently searching for a suitable spirit beast. This marked the 3rd day since their entrance into the Stardow Forest. Brother Feng, I believe I have discovered a spirit beast that perfectly meets Huowu's requirements, a fire mane lion, approximately 12,000 years old. What do you think? Since absorbing that external spirit bone, Jilin's vision and mental acuity had significantly improved. Although not to the extraordinary extent of Tang San's fusion of the spirit-gathering skull and the purple extreme magic eyes, which augmented his mental prowess 100-fold. Jilin had nonetheless achieved a notable enhancement, increasing several times over and continuing to strengthen with his own evolution, with 2 purple and 1 black spirit rings. Nourished by a century-old spirit bone, Jilin's mental energy had coalesced into a silvery liquid, perceptible whenever he calmed his mind. Upon hearing Jilin's proposal, Feng Xiaotian fell into contemplation. 12,000 years seemed rather excessive for Huowu, considering it was a spirit ring of significant age. What if she was unable to absorb it? Noticing Feng Xiaotian's uncertainty, Jilin remarked, "Are you perhaps worrying too much? Those who cultivate to the level of a soul king are no ordinary individuals. You must have more faith in your girlfriend. Ultimately, it is her choice whether to absorb the spirit ring." Without waiting for a response, Jilin leaped down, intending to discuss the matter with Huowu. Feng Xiaotian pondered Jilin's words and recognized their validity. Huowu indeed possessed remarkable talent. Otherwise, her parents would not have endorsed his pursuit of her. Furthermore, a 12,000-year spirit ring was merely 1,000 years older than the more common 5th spirit ring. Had he not just absorbed a 13,000-year one himself? Resolving his doubts, Feng Xiaotian proceeded toward the campsite. In terms of instantaneous explosive speed, Jilin undoubtedly surpassed Feng Xiaotian, yet over a longer distance. Feng Xiaotian's wine attribute martial soul granted him an advantage. Although sustained bursts of speed were feasible, they were unnecessary outside of combat. Soon, Feng Xiaotian caught up with Ji Lin, and the two returned to the campsite together, sharing the discovery of the fire main lion with the others. As expected, upon hearing this news, Huo Wushuang immediately decided to grant this opportunity to his sister. Naturally, the formidable Huo Wu would not consider relinquishing it. This decision left Feng Xiaotian feeling both reassured and anxious. With the matter settled, the group wasted no time. Ji Lin promptly led them to the previously discovered fire main lion. In a seamless collaboration, the two Soul Emperors, Ling Feng and Qin Yao, quickly subdued the lion, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that indicated they had reserves of strength remaining. This bolstered Ji Lin's confidence regarding the upcoming hunt for his own spirit ring. Observing the fire main lion, now devoid of any capacity for resistance, Huo Wu wasted no time. She unleashed a decisive attack aimed directly at its head, sending it to its eternal rest. Time passed as Huo Wu absorbed the spirit ring. Others surrounded Huo Wu, offering their protection. Feng Xiaotian gazed solemnly at Huo Wu's trembling figure, while Huo Wushuang displayed a look of concern. 2 hours later, Ji Lin, feeling somewhat bored, leaned against a grand tree. Yawning repeatedly, out of sheer ennui, he utilized his soul power to observe the group. Although the red energy within Huo Wu was somewhat chaotic, it remained under control and continued to grow, suggesting that there was likely no cause for alarm. Ji Lin glanced at the others in succession. The energy levels of the two leading teachers were undoubtedly the highest, yet it was Feng Xiaotian's energy that radiated the most brilliance. The reason for the varying luminosity of the energy remained unclear, but recalling the energies of the angel statue in Qin Douluo, Ji Lin speculated that the brighter the energy, the purer and higher its rank. When he caught sight of a nearby corpse, Ji Lin was momentarily taken aback, then drew his knife and approached. The others, noticing this scene, were puzzled by his intentions and were about to inquire when, at that moment, the aura around Huo Wu surged, and she slowly opened her eyes. Everyone quickly shifted their focus to Huo Wu, forgetting about Ji Lin. "Oh Wu, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? How is my sister feeling? What soul ability did Huo Wu acquire?" The questions came rushing in, leaving Huo Wu somewhat dizzy. "I'm fine, there is nothing wrong. And my soul ability is quite satisfactory," she responded. Upon hearing this, both Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang sighed in relief. At that moment, Ji Lin stepped forward and remarked, "Ah, it seems you have succeeded." Huo Wu instinctively furrowed her brow, although she had developed a relatively good impression of Ji Lin during their days together. The fact that he was formerly associated with Shrek prevented her from fully considering him a friend. Ji Lin tossed the object in his hand onto the lap of Huo Wu, exclaiming, "Here it is, fresh and piping hot." Upon seeing the dirty piece still stained with blood resting on her thigh, Huo Wu was on the verge of losing her temper. However, a voice filled with uncertainty interrupted her, belonging to Feng Xiaotian, who questioned, "Is this a soul bone?" At this, Huo Wu grasped the bone on her leg and, after a moment's contemplation, looked up at Ji Lin with a complex expression. Huo Wu confirmed that it was indeed a soul bone. Everyone present gazed at Ji Lin in astonishment, never having anticipated that such a fool existed in this world, one who could have kept it all to himself, yet chose to share it instead. Ji Lin shrugged nonchalantly, glancing at me. "What are you looking at?" "Ah, no, I'm getting distracted." "Hurry up, Huo Wu, or it won't be fresh anymore. This soul beast was defeated by you, and you absorbed the soul ring. How can this soul bone possibly concern me?" Ling Feng chuckled and said, "Since Ji Xiaoga has spoken, Xiao Wu, you should accept it. However, any disobedient children are rather unappealing, you know?" Feng Xiaotian chimed in. "Ji, let us converse over there." With that, he turned and led the way. Ji Lin rested his hand on the hilt of his sword for a moment before letting it drop, trailing behind Feng Xiaotian, though his complexion had paled somewhat. The two arrived at a secluded spot, where Feng Xiaotian spoke first, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Ji, I thank you." Ji Lin waved his hand and said, "Just put in some effort when you help me hunt the soul beast later." Feng Xiaotian chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, it's just a 10,000-year soul beast. We've got this covered." Then, Feng Xiaotian pondered for a moment and inquired, "What type of soul beast do you intend to pursue?" Ji Lin was somewhat taken aback. Yet the smile at the corner of his eye was impossible to conceal. "Did I not mention this to you all? It seems I indeed did not. I desire a soul ring that is approximately 30,000 to no more than 40,000 years old, of any type." This was the conclusion Ji Lin arrived at through his years of experience with soul power perception. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian recalled something he had previously overlooked. This fellow before him was even more extraordinary than Tang San. So, what of your third soul ring? Jilin appeared calm. It's a 15,000-year-old one. Feng Xiaotian furrowed his brows. Are you speaking in human language? You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? No. Who? Who was having second thoughts? That's good. Let's go back. As he observed Jilin's silhouette, Feng Xiaotian seemed pensive. A soul beast aged 30,000 years pales in comparison to a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Moreover, he had already made a prior promise. This fellow is indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 63. The Blue Void Mantis. By the time the two returned, Huowu had already commenced the absorption of the soul bone. In truth, she felt a bit resistant to absorbing this particular soul bone. But Ling Feng whispered in her ear, "Do you not wish to keep pace with Feng Xiaotian?" Feng Xiaotian was, after all, the most talented among this generation of the Five Elements Academy, with a mutated martial soul, the Gale twin-headed wolf, and an innate full soul power. Had he not been engrossed in researching the 36 winged slashes of the Gale magic wolf, he might have achieved the rank of Soul King for years ago. The innate soul power of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was merely level 9, with Hulaina being slightly better off, yet only reaching 9. 5. Huowu, with an innate soul power of merely 8. 5, had previously been able to rival Feng Xiaotian. However, now that he had completed his self-created soul skill, his cultivation speed had naturally surged. He had already attained the rank of Soul King a year and a half ago, while Huowu had only just reached that stage. Currently, Feng Xiaotian was already a level 55 high-ranking Soul King. While acquiring the soul bone might not enable her to catch up, it would at least prevent her from falling too far behind. Thus, Huowu had no choice but to accept the soul bone. The absorption of the soul bone proceeded smoothly, as soul bones and soul rings originate from the same place, thereby maximizing the effect, according to Yu Xiaojiang's theory. Indeed. Upon completing the absorption, Huowu's face was alight with excitement. Feng Xiaotian curiously inquired, "How do you feel after absorbing the soul bone?" "Excellent. Not to mention the enhancements to my physical attributes and soul power, this soul bone has granted me a soul skill that perfectly suits me, ignition. It can elevate my flame attacks by 30, and my 5th soul skill can increase by 50. Even you are no longer my match now." Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but be astonished. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement from a single soul bone. Since solidifying their relationship with Huowu, they had engaged in numerous sparring sessions, all concluding with Feng Xiaotian's victory. However, now that Huowu could assert this, it seemed he was indeed at a disadvantage for the time being. Nevertheless, Feng Xiaotian was not overly concerned. After all, he was fond of her. Then, Huowu turned to Jilin and, hesitantly, uttered a word of thanks. Jilin nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing. Just put in a bit more effort when hunting the soul beast later." Huowu chuckled in response, "No problem at all. Perhaps fortune was on their side." For soon the group encountered a fire lizard, around 11,000 years in age, which was undeniably formidable, rivaling the earlier flame main lion. However, this time, the two leading teachers refrained from intervening. The newly ascended Soul King, Huowu, took it upon herself to tackle this challenge, naturally enlisting the aid of Feng Xiaotian, who stood nearby. Under Jilin's amused gaze, Feng Xiaotian, somewhat reluctantly, charged forward. It must be said that their synergy was remarkable, despite sharing the fire attribute. Huowu's damage potential was somewhat limited. However, with Feng Xiaotian by her side, they were a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, as a control-type fighter, Huowu's primary objective was not to inflict damage, but rather to create opportunities for Feng Xiaotian to strike. Amidst the intermittent resistance from the fiery rings and the recent acquisition of the lion dance bomb, the fire lizard ultimately fell, succumbing to Feng Xiaotian's relentless tactics. Huowu Shuang also claimed his first 10,000-year soul ring, officially becoming a Soul King. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian and Huowu continued to rummage through the remains of the fire lizard. Jilin felt a tinge of curiosity. "What are you up to?" he inquired. "We are merely searching for any remaining soul bones," came the reply. "What extraordinary fortune to uncover 2 soul bones in quick succession," Jilin remarked as he deactivated his spiritual sight. Upon hearing Jilin's words, the two companions relinquished their hopes of discovering another soul bone. Huowu Shuang held little optimism regarding the matter. Now, they merely needed to find a suitable soul ring for Jilin before they could return. However, the absorption of the soul ring and soul bone had consumed considerable time for Huowu and Huowu Shuang, and the moon was now perched high in the sky. Everyone had once again gathered around the campfire. Ling Feng spoke up, "Little Lin, Would you be interested in joining my fiery academy? You must have nowhere else to go, right? No, Aunt Ling. I have grown accustomed to my freedom. I intend to traverse the continent while I am still young and spirited. One day, I shall seek a place to retire, and then I will come to disturb you. Do not feign ignorance then. Ling Feng chuckled at Ji Lin's playful jest. Rest assured, I shall save a place for you. Just as Ji Lin was about to say something further, his gaze sharpened. Qing Yu and Feng Xiaotian also sensed the disarray in the wind, their guards raised at the impending presence of something. With their backs to the bonfire, the group remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Where is Huo Wushuang? Feng Xiaotian queried. I don't know, came the response, though I sensed nothing amiss. The wind seemed oddly unsettling for a brief moment. Suddenly, Ji Lin yanked Feng Xiaotian to the side, simultaneously shouting for everyone to retreat. The others, each at least a Soul King, reacted swiftly, vacating the area without hesitation. In the next moment, a colossal mantis materialized in the very spot where Feng Xiaotian had just stood. This mantis, measuring over 3 meters in length, was a deep, shadowy green, and its forelimbs resembled 2 gleaming 7 night star blades. Its triangular head was cocked to one side, fixating on Ji Lin, seemingly taken aback by the failure of its attack. As Ji Lin was still rummaging through his mind for information about this soul beast, Feng Xiaotian beside him exclaimed in astonishment, the Azure Void Mantis, it truly exists. Ji Lin's gaze was fixed intently on the Qingsu Mantis before him as he spoke. Brother Feng, please elaborate. I have also encountered information left by my ancestors at home, which recounts how a forebear, who shared my dual-headed demon wolf spirit, stumbled upon a Qing Black Mantis exceeding 7 meters in length while seeking a 9th spirit ring. He intended to capture it but was overpowered, fortunately. With the assistance of his companions, he avoided demise and subsequently named it the Qingsu Mantis. Caution is warranted, for this soul beast possesses not only formidable attacking power, but also a unique spatial ability. Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's words, Ji Lin resolved to abandon the pursuit of this soul beast. After all, once the requisite time had passed, the species of soul beast mattered little to him. There was no need to provoke a formidable adversary. Thus, he took the lead in retreating, and the others, noticing Ji Lin's actions, followed suit, cautiously backing away while keeping their eyes on the mantis. However, while Ji Lin sought to depart, the Qingsu Mantis had no intention of allowing their escape. In an instant, it vanished from sight before the onlookers. Ji Lin shouted, "Scatter." Everyone complied without hesitation. The Qingsu Mantis reappeared before the crowd, only to find its efforts in vain once more. In a fit of rage, it swept its forelimbs, and the tree that 4 people could barely embrace fell to the ground as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter. Ji Lin twisted his neck, unsheathed his blade, and it seemed that this fellow had no intention of letting us depart. Huo Wu scoffed, declaring that it was time to show him who the true prey was. Chapter 64. Ambush in the firelight through the lens of soul power. Ji Lin discerned that the soul power within the Qingsu Mantis was not particularly formidable. Based on his observations of other soul beasts, it appeared to be just over 30,000 years old, yet its brilliance surpassed that of any soul beast he had encountered. Huo Wu took the initiative, 6 lion dance bombs, each with a diameter of 50 centimeters, encircling her. Under her command, they shot forth like arrows released from a bow, heading straight for the Qingsu Mantis. In response to the approaching fireballs, the Mantis merely wielded its blade. The lion dance bombs were cleaved in 2 before erupting into a fiery explosion, engulfing the Mantis in flames. However, no one dared to lower their guard. A soul beast capable of overwhelming a quasi-tidal Douluo could not be so easily vanquished. Indeed, in the next instant, the Qingsu Mantis appeared behind Huo Wu, its sharp forelimbs reflecting the light of the explosion as they sliced through the air. Huo Wu's head was sent flying in shock, blood spraying forth. Witnessing this, Ji Lin shouted urgently, "Huo Wu, move forward, get away from there." Instinctively, Huo Wu obeyed Ji Lin's command, and the mantis's scythe grazed her neck, severing a few strands of hair. The mantis, puzzled by its failed attack once more, tilted its triangular head, its crimson eyes fixed upon Ji Lin. Despite its low intelligence, akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, it understood that the one who could predict its moves must be dealt with first. Seeing the mantis focus on him, Ji Lin felt a twinge of concern, though he remained relatively untroubled, for the goddess of time stood behind him. In a sense, he was the most suitable candidate to distract the mantis, as his foresight allowed him to relay information to his companions, albeit at the cost of precious time. This time he had succeeded, but who could guarantee continual success? Should even one person perish, the likelihood of surviving the Qingsu Mantis would diminish drastically. The mantis vanished once more. Observing this, Jilin did not remain stationary. He began to move around swiftly. Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically to Huowu and the others. Wait a moment, I will find a way to hold it off. When the time comes, do not mind me. Unleash your most potent attacks. Meanwhile, the Azure Void Mantis had inexplicably appeared before Jilin, raising its scythe to strike. However, Jilin had already foreseen this moment through his future vision, even exceeding the 3-second safety margin to ensure his reaction was flawless. He met the blade with his own. Although the gilded armor could not entirely shield him from the mantis's lethal strike, the 7 Night Star blade, crafted by the master Lu Gao to withstand attacks of Soul Emperor caliber, proved its worth. Though the gilded armor was cleaved, the blade successfully mitigated the diminished force of the attack. The emotional mantis was momentarily stunned, but Jilin did not afford it any leniency. He swiftly trapped its forelimbs under his arm just as the others launched their assaults. Observing that the Azure Void Mantis had not vanished, Huowu Shuang exclaimed with excitement that it seemed the creature could not utilize its spatial abilities while ensnared. Victory appeared imminent. Yet, Ling Feng wore a worried expression. Fearing Jilin might also be struck, Feng Xiaodian remarked that since he had proposed the strategy, he must possess a means of self-preservation. Let us hope so. Just a second before the flurry of attacks, Jilin felt a void beneath his arm. The strike successfully landed, and Jilin's figure vanished amidst the flames. The fire, empowered by the wind, contained the blaze. The combined might of 3 flames and 2 winds was certainly no mere sum of 5. All eyes were fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the Azure Void Mantis reappeared before them, showing no signs of injury. Huowu and the others instinctively heightened their guard, yet the mantis disregarded them entirely, tilting its head to observe the area engulfed in flames, seemingly checking whether Jilin still drew breath. As both sides awaited the outcome, several azure blades of wind surged towards the mantis, a manifestation of Feng Xiaoyan's first soul skill, Wind Blade Array. However, the emotional mantis feigned relaxation, not truly neglecting the approaching threats. With a single swipe, it dispersed the wind blades. Distracted by Feng Xiaoyan's intervention, the Azure Void Mantis shifted its focus from Jilin to Feng Xiaodian, its form vanishing once more. Not one to remain passive, Feng Xiaodian immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Twin Wolves Manifest, distancing himself from the main group. Huowu frowned, questioning the choice of a second soul skill. Although Twin Wolves Manifest significantly enhanced speed, using the flight-capable Gale Wings would have been more prudent at this juncture. Ling Feng too was puzzled, wondering if there was some deeper significance they were unaware of. The Azure Void Mantis, however, was not concerned with such deliberations. It reappeared before Feng Xiaodian with a swift strike. Despite his quick reflexes and the wind surrounding him from the wolf heads of his second soul skill, Feng Xiaodian still sustained a gash on his left arm. As the winds shifted, Feng Xiaodian found himself injured, while Huowu, though anxious, understood that rushing to his aid would likely do more harm than good. Despite her overwhelming concern, she restrained herself from charging forward. After successfully landing a blow, the Qingshu mantis chose not to press its advantage and vanished once more. Feng Xiaodian clutched his wound, realizing the situation was indeed dire. Ignoring the pain, he pressed on towards the flickering flames, whispering to himself that the boy better be alive. Another spray of blood erupted, this time from Feng Xiaodian's right thigh, causing him to kneel just a few meters away from the fire. Xiaodian, Huowu could no longer contain herself. She was on the verge of rushing to him when Ling Feng swiftly rendered her unconscious. I apologize, Xiaowu, but I cannot allow you to throw your life away. Ling Feng, though equally distressed, maintained a composure far superior to that of the younger Soul Kings, owing to her experience as a seasoned Soul Emperor. Even teacher Qin Yao from the Shenyun Academy has yet to intervene. Why are you so anxious, young lady? The Qingshu mantis reappeared before Feng Xiaodian, its right forelimb raised high. However, instead of fear, Feng Xiaodian smiled and boldly declared, your end is nigh. A glimmering golden blade pierced through the mantis's neck, and Jilin's voice resonated from behind. Well done. If you had arrived any later, I would have truly met my demise. Unfortunately, this was the most viable method I could conceive to eliminate it. At that moment, the Qingshu mantis, though gravely wounded, prepared to expend its last ounce of strength to take Feng Xiaodian down with it. But would Jilin allow its wish to be fulfilled? With a swift twist of the hilt, he forcefully hurled the Qingshu mantis into the still-burning flames. Jilin turned around, resting the blade upon his shoulder. You stay here to tend to your wounds. Do not move. I shall go deal with the insect. With that, he stepped into the flames, vanishing from sight. Feng Xiaotian knelt in place, taking a moment to regain his composure. Why is my rear so elevated? Chapter 65. The fourth soul ring. Before anyone could come forward to assist him, Feng Xiaotian managed to rise unaided, although he appeared rather worse for wear. His injuries were not as dire as they seemed, primarily due to the pain. After briefly staunching his bleeding, Ling Feng voiced her concerns. Feng Xiaotian replied with a smile. Did not Jilin transmit a message to us earlier? Besides urging us to attack with all our might, he also instructed me to cooperate with him. He mentioned he would feign death, thus removing himself from the vision of the Qingsu mantis, allowing me to lure it there, making it believe I had lost the will to fight, thus lowering its guard for him to strike decisively. He truly knows how to put one in a bind. Throwing this dilemma at me and then falling silent. Fortunately, the intelligence of a 10,000-year spirit beast is not particularly high. It should fall for such an obvious ruse. Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's explanation, Ling Feng's eyes widened in understanding as she glanced at Qing Yao. So you were aware of their plan all along? Qing Yao shrugged. Xiaotian communicated with me earlier, while he did not state it outright. He advised me not to act unless my life was in danger and instructed me to intercept Douluo. Yet you made the first move. Ling Feng's gaze drifted toward the flames, which were now dwindling. How did that kid survive our assault? While his soul ring is indeed formidable, he should not be able to remain so sprightly under an attack capable of severely injuring a soul sage. Who can say? After all, such individuals have not appeared before. Ling Feng mused, no longer dwelling on the matter. Watching Jilin's figure gradually emerge, she approached. Very well, I shall see how that lad is faring. Jilin was wiping the bloodstains from his hands with his tattered clothing. Ling Feng observed this and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Your methods are rather ruthless, aren't they? Were it not for these distinctly recognizable forelimbs, I would hardly be able to identify this as the Qingsu mantis. There was no choice. This fellow had caused me to endure the flames for far too long, so it was inevitable that I dealt a heavier blow. Ling Feng nodded in understanding. Yet she remarked, that may be so, but could you please don some proper attire first? While your prowess is commendable, it still falls short of my expectations. Oh dear. This is rather awkward. Jilin covered the crucial spots and dashed toward the nearby grove with remarkable swiftness. Ling Feng shook her head, realizing that youth often clings to vanity. She then approached the severely mutilated Qingsu mantis, pondering whether such a brutal dismemberment was merely an act of vengeance. At that moment, Jilin had changed his attire behind a large tree. It was his first experience with such a situation, and the anxiety was overwhelming. He hadn't even noticed his own state of undress, revealing a certain lack of composure. Just as Ling Feng finished her appraisal, Jilin returned. Feng Xiaotian and his companions had also come closer, gazing at the once recognizable Qingsu mantis. A smile involuntarily crept upon Feng Xiaotian's lips beneath his mask as he remarked, Brother Ji, what unspeakable acts have you committed against it in our absence? Jilin strolled towards Feng Xiaotian, amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers. Jilin slowly raised his right hand and then playfully slapped Feng Xiaotian on the backside, saying, Come to my room tonight, and I shall tell you all in due time. Feeling the impact on his rear, Feng Xiaotian nervously replied, This seems rather inappropriate. Jilin, with a mischievous grin, added, Do not worry, my bed is quite spacious, and I assure you, it possesses its own allure. With a wink, he applied a bit more pressure with his hand. No, please. Observing the playful banter between the two, Ling Feng felt a headache coming on. I can't believe I'm questioning whether this guy has ulterior motives. After the jesting, Jilin turned his focus to more serious matters. Are you ready, Feng? I shall begin now. With a serious expression, Feng Xiaotian assured, Rest easy, I have arrived early and will be here. With that, Jilin did not delay further. He settled cross-legged to absorb his fourth spirit ring. The others instinctively positioned themselves in various directions around him. Although, as Feng Xiaotian had mentioned, such a commotion would surely attract attention, it was always wise to exercise caution, for nothing is absolute. As Jilin absorbed the spirit ring, Huowu gradually awakened. Observing Feng Xiaotian, who had his back turned, and Jilin, who was engaged in his spirit ring absorption not far away, Huowu realized that no significant incident had occurred, and she exhaled in relief. Noticing a movement behind him, Feng Xiaotian turned around. Awake, are you? Yes, Huowu replied, her gaze landing on Feng Xiaotian's bandaged wound. Your injury? Fear not, it is merely a surface wound. That is good to hear. She then shifted her attention back to Jilin, observing the profound darkness of his spirit, and could not help but exclaim, I truly envy you. As a spirit king, I possess only one 10,000-year spirit ring, while he has already acquired two. I wonder what he and Tang Sen consumed to grow. Feng Xiaotian. I heard a rumor that Ji Lin's ability to absorb spirit rings beyond their age comes at the cost of using spirit skills. Indeed, it appears I have never witnessed him employ any spirit skills. As expected, all great power comes with unseen struggles. Feng Xiaotian concurred. Indeed, there is no such thing as strength without sacrifice. 3 days later, at a small town outside the Stardow forest, Ji Lin was bidding farewell to Feng Xiaotian and the others. Ji, will you not return to Shinfeng with us? I wish to explore the continent a bit longer. Moreover, I am bound to encounter members of Shrek Academy upon reaching Tiando, which would be rather awkward. Feng Xiaotian ceased his persuasion, saying, whenever you have the chance, come find me at Tiando. The doors of Shinfeng will always be open for you. Rest assured, there will be an opportunity. Take care. You too. Just as Ji Lin was watching them depart, Huowu suddenly turned around. Hey, once you reach Tiando, do not forget that this lady is still in Chihua. Having spoken, he promptly turned around and surpassed a few smiling individuals, including Feng Xiaotian. Ji Lin also raised his hand to his mouth and called out, rest assured. As long as Brother Feng doesn't get jealous, residing with you will pose no issue. A blade of wind surged forth, yet Ji Lin effortlessly evaded it. Get lost. Watching as the figures of Shenfeng and Chihua vanished at the end of the path, Ji Lin turned and re-entered the forest. Nonchalantly, he dispatched a bear-like soul beast. Not bothering to observe the white soul ring that ascended, he kicked the carcass aside, sprinkled powder to mask the scent, and then boldly ventured into its lair. He moved a massive stone to seal the entrance and retrieved the most significant prize from this endeavor, a left femur, levitating in Ji Lin's grasp, radiating a dark greenish glow. Ji Lin took a deep breath and commenced the absorption of his third soul bone. Chapter 66, Inconsistent Su Yu Tao. The left leg bone of the Qingshu mantis endowed Ji Lin with its signature spatial ability, which he aptly named Void Walking. By harnessing this ability, Ji Lin could enter a state of void, with the duration determined by the amount of soul power he possessed. While in this void, he could observe the external world. Yet he was unable to intervene, unless he chose to exit the void state. Moreover, he could also traverse within the void, appearing wherever he chose to exit. Ji Lin was exceedingly pleased with this soul skill. As soon as he emerged from the void, he was eager to put it to use. Casting a glance around, he noticed several lone wolves feasting on the carcass of a bear-type soul beast, having consumed nearly half of it. Although Ji Lin had previously scattered a considerable amount of scent-masking powder, the keen noses of the lone wolves were not to be underestimated. They had still managed to track the scent. Perfect. I shall use you as subjects for my experiment. In the next instant, Ji Lin vanished from his position, and in the state of void, he advanced step by step towards the lone wolves. At that moment, Ji Lin could distinctly see every hair on the lone wolf. Unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it, only to find his hand passing directly through the wolf's head, the lone wolf seemed to sense something amiss. Jolting away from Ji Lin's grasp, lowering its body and baring its teeth at him, causing the other lone wolves to regard him with confusion. Did it only realize my presence upon contact? As he looked at his hand that had just penetrated the lone wolf's body, a bold idea surged through Ji Lin's mind. What would happen if I exited the void state within the body of the lone wolf? Without hesitation, Ji Lin extended his claw towards another lone wolf. And the moment he reached inside, his form reappeared in the external world. The sudden change startled the lone wolf, which quickly fled, then, like its previous companion, bared its teeth at Ji Lin. However, Ji Lin did not have the time to observe them. He raised his right hand, only to find that his palm had vanished without a trace, the severed edge smooth as a mirror, revealing the bones and flesh within. Strangely, not a single drop of blood fell, nor did Ji Lin experience the slightest pang of pain. Ji Lin remained silent, merely vanishing from his original position, only to reappear beside the snarling lone wolf. Naturally, the lone wolf felt a surge of fear at Ji Lin's uncanny ability to materialize and dematerialize. In an attempt to dispel his growing trepidation, the lone wolf boldly launched an attack against Ji Lin. Ji Lin showed no mercy. He swiftly drew his blade and cleaved the foe in two. Blood and flesh scattered, shattering the last vestiges of defiance among the remaining lone wolves, who, tails tucked, fled in terror. Ji Lin did not pursue the fleeing lone wolves to the bitter end. Instead, he turned back to the hotel after casting a glance at them. It is noteworthy that Ji Lin had entered by phasing through the wall. This ability, however, consumed a considerable amount of soul power. nearly half of it expended in just that brief moment. Observing the hand he had regained, Jilin speculated that manifesting directly within other objects might be feasible, albeit requiring a significant amount of soul power. At present, he could not even revert to a single hand. So it was prudent to abandon this notion for the time being. Moving through inanimate objects proved considerably easier than through living ones, indicating that soul power was indeed the key. Although the skill of void walking was not as flawless as Jilin had envisioned, it was nonetheless exceedingly potent. Overall, this venture had yielded abundant rewards for Jilin. He not only ascended to level 43 and acquired a left leg bone, but more importantly, the golden armor now enveloped his entire body. The only disappointment was that the 10,000-year eye socket bone did not absorb energy to enhance itself like the right arm bone did. It was uncertain whether this was due to its inability to enhance or simply a matter of disdain. Fortunately, as an external soul bone, it would still strengthen alongside Jilin as he grew more powerful. Next, he aimed to locate the town of Asak, as mentioned by Luo. 7 days later, Jilin arrived in Notting City, weary from his travels. After witnessing the grandeur and prosperity of Tiando City, he now sensed a certain warmth of daily life in Notting. Since he was in Notting City, he could not overlook the lone wolf soulmaster, Su Yutao. Armed with the token bestowed by Douluo, Jilin was granted unfettered access to meet Su Yutao. Taking in the young man standing respectfully before him, Jilin inquired, "Are you Su Yutao?" "Indeed." "May I ask what brings you to me, esteemed sir?" Su Yutao replied, feeling quite anxious, unsure why such a revered figure would seek out a mere soul master at level 31. "I have heard you are preparing to assist those villages in awakening their martial souls." "Yes, that is correct." "Then take me with you." Su Yutao, not daring to refuse, agreed, and the two set off on a path to benefit the common folk. Over the next few days, they helped several children from various villages awaken their martial souls. Though regrettably, none possessed any soul power. This left Jilin puzzled. Why did Su Yutao believe that Tang San's innate, full soul power paled in comparison to a superior martial soul? Was it due to his second-level soul power? Su Steward, what would you do if you encountered a child with innate full soul power? Su Yutao was perplexed by this question, uncertain of what the esteemed gentleman wished to hear. But he answered according to the steward's code, "Of course, I would invite him to join the spirit hall. Even if he declines, I would persist until he agrees." "And how did you let Tang San slip away?" "Tang San? Who is that?" Jilin furrowed his brow. "Isn't that the renowned blue-silver grass soul master, Tang San, who shone brightly in this year's soul master competition? I haven't heard of him. People like us from small towns hardly pay attention to such matters. However, speaking of blue-silver grass soul masters, I do recall that several years ago, a child with innate soul power emerged from Holy Soul Village. And his martial soul was indeed blue-silver grass. What was his innate soul power again? Innate full soul power? How could that be? If he truly possessed innate full soul power, I would have long since knelt down and begged him to join the spirit hall. For introducing someone with innate full soul power would yield considerable rewards from above. Nevertheless, his martial soul is blue-silver grass. So what? There are no restrictions on the type of martial soul. An innate full soul power blue-silver grass could still receive accolades. Observing Su Yuntao's expression, which seemed devoid of deceit, Jilin sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. "Oh, I must have misremembered." As the two conversed, Holy Soul Village arrived. Old Jack had already been waiting at the village entrance with the children and hurriedly approached upon seeing Su Yutao. "Respected Master Su Yutao, it is a pleasure to see you again." Su Yutao waved his hand. "Old village chief, we are old acquaintances. There is no need for such formality." Old Jack turned to Jilin and inquired, who might this esteemed individual be? Before Su Yutao could introduce him, Jilin interjected. "I am here to assist Master Su in awakening martial souls." "Oh, then thank you, Master," Old Jack replied. The more assistance there was for awakening martial souls, the more welcome it was. Chapter 67, The Arrival of Asak. Having awakened 7 or 8 children thus far, Holy Soul Village had yet to see a single one awaken soul power, leaving Old Jack's face clouded with disappointment. As Jilin approached, he initiated a conversation. Addressing Village Chief Jack, "I have heard that your village produced a soul master possessing blue silver grass with soul power a few years ago." Upon hearing this, the once stooped figure of Old Jack straightened, his expression shifting from one of despondency to pride. "Indeed, that child, Little San, is the pride of our Holy Soul Village." "Is that so? Do you recall his innate soul power?" The steward, Su, seemed to struggle with the memory. It was full innate soul power. At that moment, Su Yuntao had just assisted the last child in awakening their martial soul, yet no soul power was detected. Well then, old Jack, we must take our leave. Despite the absence of any awakened soul power, old Jack remained courteous. Safe travels to you both. I am truly grateful for your visit. This exchange highlighted the amicable relationship between Su Yuntao and the villages. Upon exiting Holy Soul Village, Jilin proposed a parting at a fork in the road. Steward Su, I must continue on my own from here. Let us part ways. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao felt a surge of joy. He had longed for Jilin to depart. Yet, having served as a basic staff member for so long, he understood the necessity of maintaining a facade of courtesy. He feigned regret, saying, "The world is unfamiliar to you. Allow me to escort you a little further." Jilin found himself perplexed. How could one utter such words while wearing a countenance of joy? No need, he replied. You have your duties, and I have my own journey. Take care, my lord. You too. As Jilin parted ways with Su Yuntao, a thought struck him. Tang San and Tang Hao had always resided in the Holy Soul Village. Furthermore, his mother, the Blue Silver Emperor, was planted behind a waterfall by Tang Hao. Given the peculiarities of the Tang family, Jilin harbored doubts about whether Tang Hao had seized the opportunity to visit his wife while Tang San was away, though this was a fantastical realm. And the Blue Silver Emperor was among the elite spirit beasts. It remained merely a plant, once a being of humanity, now reverted to flora. It should not be capable of movement. Perhaps it was rooted near the Holy Soul Village? Should he embark on a search? This notion was swiftly dismissed by Jilin. Setting aside whether Tang San had ventured to the City of Slaughter, it was likely that Tang Dechui was guarding the place. Was he that tantamount to seeking one's demise? Even if Tang San and Tang Hao were absent, what could Jilin hope to gain? Destroying a plant? Or perhaps acquiring a fragment of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, aged 100,000 years? To be candid, Jilin held a certain disdain for this soul bone. Flight? Aside from its remarkable ability to heal rapidly, reminiscent of wildfires that cannot be extinguished, it appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, even so, it paled in comparison to the Death Spider Emperor's ninth soul skill, the Undying Body. After all, Bibi Dong had been shattered by the sea god and still managed to recover. Were Tang San in her position, he would likely have perished long ago. Although Jilin held little affection for Tang San and Tang Hao, he harbored a deep respect for the Blue Silver Emperor, Ain. For a mother to be willing to sacrifice herself for her child is indeed commendable. Qi Qinji was undeniably inept. Even 3 against 1, he was soundly defeated. Especially considering Tang Hao had just acquired his 9th soul ring. Had he utilized it effectively, the world would long have been surnamed Qian. However, this also indirectly underscored the immense value of a 100,000-year soul ring for a soul master. In summary, risking so much for a mere soul bone was not worth it. Moreover, the spirit hall had searched extensively without success. How much time would Jilin alone expend in pursuit? Casting these thoughts aside, Jilin journeyed southward, traversing mountains and valleys for more than half a month. He encountered not even a trace of life, let alone the town of Asak. With a sense of frustration, Jilin flung the map to the ground, exclaiming, could Luo have made a mistake? How could a town possibly be established in such a remote location? After a moment of venting his exasperation, Jilin picked the map up once more, muttering to himself, I'll search for 3 more days. If I still find nothing, I'll return home and let Tang San head to Sea God Island first. Even if I cannot acquire the Sea God's legacy, it would still be advantageous to glean some benefits. It is no wonder Jilin is so eager to enhance his strength, following the 5-year agreement. We have entered an era of explosive power, where one must possess at least the strength of a soul Douluo to avoid being treated as cannon fodder. As Jilin anticipated, since obtaining his 4th spirit ring nearly a month ago, conventional training has proven utterly ineffective, meaning his soul power has seen no increase whatsoever. This is a first for Jilin in the world of Douluo. Thus, he desperately hopes to locate the town of Asak that Luo mentioned. Jilin speculates about Luo's identity, suspecting he might be a deity, though he cannot ascertain which one. However, given that this address was provided by a god, it is unlikely to be an ordinary place. Even if it lacks divine legacies, it should offer opportunities to significantly bolster his strength. If it turns out to be entirely devoid of value, he will have no choice but to proceed to Sea God Island, hoping that Tang San has not yet arrived there. Another day slipped by, and as Jilin gazed upon the buildings before him, he felt a surge of surprise. Indeed, there exists such a town. Upon entering and surveying his surroundings, Jilin found no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Is this truly the Asak town spoken of by Luo? It appears no different from an ordinary settlement. Out of the corner of his eye, Jilin caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows behind him. The townsfolk here exhibited peculiar behavior, and those he encountered along the way seemed to regard him with a hint of malice, exhibiting a rather xenophobic demeanor. However, it is not entirely unfathomable. After all, one often finds rogues emerging from impoverished regions. Before long, Jilin had meandered through the town, and while he could not claim to have returned empty-handed, he found himself at a complete loss, given that it was merely his first day in this unfamiliar place. It was understandable that he had not stumbled upon anything of significance. Thus, he resolved to seek out a local for information. Where, one might ponder, would one be most likely to gather intelligence? Drawing upon past experiences, Jilin made his way to the town's sole tavern, a discovery made during his earlier stroll. Upon entering, the attention of every patron fell upon him, prompting Jilin to furrow his brow, further solidifying his perception of the townsfolk's hostility. Undeterred by the malevolent gazes, he approached the bartender standing at the counter. As he reached the front, a wave of confusion washed over him. Where was the menu? He was left in the dark regarding what was even available. Despite his bemusement at the establishment's lack of organization, Jilin inquired, "What do you have for sale?" The bartender responded with a peculiar smile, "I have but one type of beverage, though I cannot say whether it will suit your taste." Jilin turned to observe the patrons within the establishment, noticing that each individual savored their drink with an expression of sheer delight, as if they were indulging in an exceedingly rare delicacy. Curiously, however, he realized that everyone was seated against the wall, and notably, no two individuals shared a table. As Jilin's interest piqued, he requested a drink to savor. Upon hearing this, the bartender promptly retrieved a large glass from beneath the bar. This was the establishment's signature concoction, the Bloody Mary. Chapter 68. The Divine Eagle Hero a Bloody Mary? Surely not. Lowering his gaze, Jilin confirmed that the glass contained a crimson liquid, its pungent aroma wafting up, distinctly reminiscent of iron. At this moment, Jilin felt somewhat bewildered. A Bloody Mary. Human blood? The city of slaughter? The god of Azura? The bartender, overhearing Jilin's murmurs, expressed surprise. "You are aware of the city of slaughter?" He then chuckled. "How foolish of me to pose such a question. Who could arrive here without knowledge of the city of slaughter?" The bartender scrutinized Jilin further, remarking, "It seems you two have come seeking the city of slaughter, or rather, something associated with it. Thus, you must drink it. Only by consuming this will you have any hope of entering the illustrious city of slaughter. What of those individuals? Did they not partake as well? Why have they not gained entry?" Casting a glance at the patrons, the bartender scoffed, "A mere assembly of cowards. Though they yearn for the taste of blood, they lack the courage to step inside and relish it fully. Instead, they return here weekly for a sip. Then why do they not engage in killing for blood here? The rules of the city of slaughter dictate that only within the inner city is killing permitted. They do not possess the audacity to defy such laws." Jilin nodded, his heart grasping the reason behind the townsfolk's palpable malice directed at him, yet their evident reluctance to act. Leaning against the bar, he smiled and remarked, "I have no desire to partake in this drink, yet I yearn to enter the city of slaughter. What shall I do?" At that moment, the patrons of the tavern erupted with excitement, rising to their feet. The bartender, however, coldly interjected, "Those who defy the rules of the city of slaughter shall find no sanctuary here." All the revelers summoned their martial spirits and charged towards Jilin. Yet, these were merely the feeble souls of the sole sovereign rank, and Jilin felt little inclination to engage. The foremost assailant was mere inches from reaching him when he suddenly collapsed, clutching his throat, as he flung the blood from his blade. A crescent-shaped sword aura erupted from it, severing one individual in half before relentlessly advancing towards the others. Although the prepared patrons managed to evade the attack, the force still struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling haze, anguished cries and splashes of crimson intermittently pierced the air. As the dust settled, only Jilin remained standing, while the others lay sprawled in disarray upon the ground and tables, the floor drenched in a sea of red. Jilin sheathed his sword and returned to the sullen-faced bartender. "You have yet to answer my question. Am I permitted to enter? May I go inside?" The bartender maintained a stern expression, and after a prolonged silence, finally managed to utter a single word. "Yes." Jilin made a gesture, prompting the bartender, albeit reluctantly, to activate a mechanism hidden beneath the counter. With a series of mechanical sounds, the entire bar split in two, revealing a dark abyss. Why not do this sooner? Was it truly necessary to complicate matters? How vexing. As Jilin entered, the bar slowly closed behind him. The bartender dragged the corpses into the kitchen and casually retrieved several new tables and chairs. By the time he returned, the blood that had once stained the floor had vanished. Not long after the bartender arranged the furniture and returned to the bar, new patrons began to arrive at the tavern. A Bloody Mary for me. I'll have a Bloody Mary as well. Each drinker occupied a separate table, savoring their beverages while lost in their own thoughts. Time passed, and Jilin had been walking for 10 minutes. Though the tunnel was shrouded in darkness, he could still sense himself descending. At that moment, a cold, mocking voice echoed from an unknown source. Welcome to the city of slaughter, the infernal capital. A realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you can obtain anything your heart desires, at the cost of your very life. Hee. Jilin felt somewhat speechless. Such words seemed rather antiquated to his ears. Surely, one would not address every newcomer to the city of carnage in such a manner. It lacked any semblance of originality. He mused that one ought to conjure up more sophisticated lines. For instance, one might proclaim, "O wayward lamb, you stand on the precipice of the infernal capital, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Thus, decide, will you retreat in cowardice, bearing the shame of a craven, or will you embrace your fate as a valiant warrior, forging your glory through slaughter and shaping your destiny with bloodshed? The choice is yours. With that, I grant you an opportunity. You have 3 minutes to articulate your thoughts." After several minutes of anticipation, the voice remained unresponsive. In a nondescript chamber within the city of carnage, a towering figure cloaked in shadows upon the throne could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What a peculiar individual this was, a rarity indeed, occurring once in a century. After a few more minutes of walking, Jilin found himself in an expansive clearing. A resplendent purple moon hung overhead, casting its luminous glow across the entire space. Before him stood a striking red and black gate, towering at a height of 100 meters. At the foot of the gate, he discerned a cluster of small black figures. Utilizing his keen eyesight, Jilin was able to clearly identify a group of soldiers clad in black armor. As he approached, he realized that at the forefront stood a character reminiscent of the legendary divine eagle hero from Douluo. Jilin recalled that this place was once inhabited by a knight. Adhering to his mentor's principle of questioning when in doubt, Jilin inquired, "Where is your horse?" Upon hearing his words, the previously silent soldiers grew even quieter. Instinctively taking a few steps back, Scott's forehead etched with several lines of vexation, declared, "You are the only one in this pasture who dares to jest with me to my face. I shall demonstrate that even with one arm and without a steed, I, Scott, am still capable of combat." With that, he grasped the 2-meter-long lance beside him with his remaining left hand and thrust it directly towards Jilin. Jilin felt a sense of helplessness. Why the excessive excitement over mere curiosity? Without drawing his sword, he encased his right fist in gold and struck towards the oncoming spear. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Scott to lose his grip on the spear. The weapon spun through the air, only to embed itself into a nearby rock. Jilin retrieved the gilded object, shaking it in his hand, and inquired, "Shall we continue?" Scott observed his trembling left hand, pondering whether he was becoming obsolete in this era. The newcomers exhibited such ferocity. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Let us proceed." As the grand door slowly closed, Scott approached the rock, preparing to draw his weapon. However, upon attempting to pull it out, he found it unyielding. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his weight and exerted force with his left hand, veins bulging on his neck, until he finally liberated the gun from its confines. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the barrel was indented several centimeters. Since losing his right arm a year prior, he had intensified his left arm's training. Furthermore, with the spear reduced in length by half, he had meticulously crafted this solid iron weapon in pursuit of unparalleled lethality. Gazing at the firmly shut door, Scott muttered softly, "It can't possibly be a ghost." Chapter 69. A grand event awaits upon entering the threshold. Jilin toyed with a skull token, intricately engraved with the number 9527, handed to him by a soldier. The number evoked a peculiar sentiment. At that moment, an envoy of the King of Carnage, a graceful young woman shrouded in black veil, approached him. "Welcome to the city of Carnage, 9527. I am the envoy of the King of Carnage and your guide. For the next 24 hours, I shall remain by your side, elucidating all that the city of Carnage has to offer. During this period, you shall be under the protection of the King of Carnage, which is a privilege bestowed upon newcomers in this city." Jilin observed the young girl before him. Her cultivation was not particularly advanced, likely at the level of a high-ranking soul master. He offered her a slight nod of acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. With that, The two set forth on their journey. The girl dutifully assumed the role of a guide, although Jilin did not inquire. She nonetheless informed him that the city of Slaughter was divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city, where they currently resided. The streets of the outer city were eerily desolate, with few souls to be seen upon the expansive thoroughfare, and the buildings showed signs of significant decay and neglect. The rare individuals they encountered appeared to be gaunt and listless, and upon catching sight of Jilin, there seemed to be a flicker of life in their eyes. However, upon noticing the girl beside him, that spark visibly dimmed. Jilin naturally observed the transformation of those around him and addressed the young girl. "They seem quite afraid of you." The girl cast a dismissive glance and replied, "Of course, those worthless beings in the outer city, who offer 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month, would fear me." "Oh, does the city of Carnage require a monthly tribute of human blood?" Jilin inquired. The girl regarded him with a penetrating gaze, and even through her veil, he could perceive the chill in her eyes. 95:27. Be mindful of your words. She stated with a hint of reverence, "That is called Bloody Mary, the most sacred element within the city of Carnage." Seeing the girl teetering on the brink of madness, Jilin refrained from engaging in a debate with such an irrational fanatic, deeming it both a waste of time and foolish. All right, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. Now, can you enlighten me?" Ignoring Jilin's feigned interest, the girl responded only after he acquiesced. "To remain in the city of Carnage, one must pay a certain price, however. There is an alternative: participating in the Hell S arena. Just one participation secures a year's stay in the city, and this can be accumulated. But how do you ascertain whether an individual has fulfilled one of the aforementioned conditions?" "I doubt everyone would be so honest," Jilin countered. At this, the girl excitedly extended her hands toward the tallest edifice in the city of Carnage, proclaiming, "No lie can escape the gaze of the great king of Carnage." To preempt any further inquiries from Jilin, she continued, "The great king of Carnage will issue a decree, and the enforcement team will come to collect the Bloody Mary. Do not harbor any illusions of resistance, for the enforcement team comprises title Douluo capable of wielding soul skills." This latter remark was directed at Jilin. Jilin shrugged, indicating that he had no intention of opposing the law enforcement team. At that moment, the two passed by a food distribution point. Jilin approached with a sense of concern, only to turn to the girl with a hint of disappointment in his gaze. "Is this truly the best you can offer us?" Jilin reached out and picked up a hardened loaf of bread, bringing it beneath his nose for a whiff. It emitted a faintly unpleasant odor. Upon breaking it apart, he discovered it was entirely moldy within. Glancing at the water, Jilin rubbed his eyes several times to ascertain that it was not a case of floaters, but rather that actual mosquitoes were buzzing about. The young girl let out a cold snort, remarking that the city of Slaughter was no charitable institution. Such refuse was only deserving of this meager sustenance. Naturally, if one wished to indulge in more delectable fare, a journey to the inner city was an option. Setting the bread aside, Jilin inquired with curiosity, "Is food supplied in unlimited quantities?" "Certainly not," she replied. "Though it is free, it is not without limits. There is a fixed daily supply, and once it is gone, one must resort to taking it by force." Jilin quietly committed this information to memory. He might forego the infamous Bloody Mary for a lifetime. Yet he could not survive a single meal without sustenance. Departing from the food supply point, the two resumed their journey, only to find themselves before a low, doorless wall. The young girl remarked, "Beyond this lies the inner city, the very heart of the city of Slaughter," without requiring further elaboration from her. Jilin understood the distinction between the inner and outer cities. The streets beyond the wall were pristine and orderly, adorned with exquisitely crafted buildings. And throngs of people moved about, their gazes chillingly indifferent. Above, the violet moon cast a blue-violet glow, draping the inner city in an ethereal veil. The girl continued her exposition, stating, "We do not prohibit the flow between the two cities. In fact, we encourage entry into the inner city. However, not everyone possesses the courage to do so. Unlike the outer city, the inner city did not impose restrictions on indiscriminate killing. Any method of murder was permissible. Once you enter the inner city, do not stray from my side, for I cannot guarantee your safety. Should you perish, we shall not be held accountable." In stark contrast to the outer city, the inhabitants of the inner city appeared not only physically robust but also emboldened. Even in the presence of the messenger of the King of Slaughter, many cast avaricious glances toward Jilin. The girl beside him was also channeling her soul energy, poised to act at a moment's notice. The deeper they ventured, the more numerous and frenzied the people became. Along the way, Jilin witnessed 3 instances of public bloodshed. At the center of the inner city stood a grand structure reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, what the girl referred to as the Hell Arena. At that moment, nearly 100 individuals lay in wait at the exit, their expressions grave yet their eyes ablaze with madness. A chilling aura emanated from them, coalescing into a palpable energy above their heads. Jilin merely sensed with his mental faculties and was instantly drenched in cold sweat, as if a 10,000-year soul beast was fixating upon him. Is this what one refers to as murderous intent? Even the young lady beside him spoke with a slight stammer. Let us observe for a moment before entering the Hell Arena. That is indeed a prudent suggestion. What? Let us proceed. In truth, it was not just Jilin and his companion. Numerous individuals surrounding the Hell Arena were also watching intently. Each of them was eager, uncertain whether to participate or to seize an opportunity. At that moment, someone remarked, "Isn't that the Wild Wolf Gang? Who are they lurking for?" Another replied, "In this entire city of slaughter, who else could rally such a crowd? Are you implying it is the Azura King? Why could it not be the Hell Messenger?" Pray tell, the Hell Messenger is not participating today. Chapter 70, 8848 is saved for the finale. As a chorus of footsteps resonated, the 100 or so members of the Wild Wolf Gang licked their parched lips, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Jilin and others also gathered their spirits. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows at the exit of the slaughterhouse. As he drew nearer, everyone could discern his appearance. The newcomer stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, with a slender frame and flowing azure hair. He donned a somewhat tattered blue-black robe, and although his features were naturally handsome and gentle, they now bore an unmistakable rigidity, as if someone owed him a considerable sum of money and had yet to repay it. Jilin took out a mirror to admire his extraordinary visage, then glanced up at Tang San, pondering if he had undergone cosmetic surgery at a certain establishment. Upon the arrival of their leader, the members of the Wolf Gang wasted no time, charging en masse towards Tang San. In an instant, the entrance to the hellish battleground transformed into a chaotic frenzy. Roars of bears, howls of tigers, growls of wolves, cries of eagles, hisses of serpents, and neighs of horses filled the air, showcasing a remarkable diversity of species. An array of weapons, from blades and guns to halberds and axes, was abundantly present. In stark contrast, Tang San stood alone, wielding a massive hammer that towered above the others, boldly advancing towards the throng before him. Suddenly, he hurled the hammer in an unusual manner. After leaving his grasp, the Haotian hammer spun and struck down 7 or 8 individuals in the second wave. Meanwhile, Tang San was not idle. His hands, unbeknownst to him, had filled with hidden weapons, which he launched with astonishing speed while retrieving the returning Haotian hammer. This was the Tang sect's technique of pursuing stars and chasing the moon. The foremost attackers, struck by his concealed projectiles, fell to the ground. Despite Tang San dispatching over 10 foes in mere moments, the morale of the Wolf Gang remained unshaken. As they continuously surged towards Jilin, with a powerful leap, Tang San delivered a devastating blow amidst the mass of bodies, akin to a wolf among sheep, unleashing a whirlwind of destruction. However, even the weakest of sheep, when gathered in numbers, could pose a challenge to the ferocious wolf. After forcefully slaying more than 90 adversaries, Tang San bore numerous wounds himself. Leaning on the Haotian hammer, he panted as he surveyed the remaining members of the Wolf Gang. Although a sense of retreat began to permeate their hearts, they felt reluctant to concede defeat. In a city rife with relentless bloodshed, such an extensive ambush was indeed a rarity, and the ferocity of the confrontation was unprecedented. "Spare me. I promise I will never trouble you again," one of the remaining members pleaded desperately. The bloodied Haotian hammer, indifferent to the cries for mercy, came crashing down. With a resounding thud, a spray of white, semi-solid matter erupted. After shattering the last foe's skull, Tang San was left covered in wounds, his once respectable robe now stained crimson, the source of which remained uncertain, whether it was his own blood or that of his enemies. Upon witnessing this, Jilin couldn't help but ponder. Has the city of slaughter truly changed a person so profoundly? Although most among them possessed relatively low soul power, there were still 2 soul emperors present. The rest were at least soul masters, while Jilin believed he could achieve similar feats. Given that these individuals lacked the ability to use soul skills, he was already accustomed to the challenge, yet he would never act with such haste and fervor. Indeed, it was madness. At this moment, Tang San was no longer the strategic mastermind he had been during the Soul Master competition. He resembled a wolf on the prairie, fierce and decisive. On several occasions, he sacrificed his own well-being to seize opportunities to attack. With a cold gaze, Tang Xin scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting Jilin, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Observing Tang San in such a state, everyone dared not approach him. However, in the next instant, Tang San transformed into a ghostly figure, darting into the distance. The onlookers quickly reacted. The Shura king was on the verge of exhaustion, and they resolved to unite against him to bring him down. Once he was defeated, their fears would dissipate. If the Shura king could be vanquished, surely the Hell Messenger could be as well. Except for Jilin and the young girl, everyone else pursued the direction in which Tang San had fled. The city of Slaughter had always revered violence, and the girl was no exception. She gazed dreamily at the now invisible Tang San, even as Jilin waved his hand in front of her multiple times, failing to draw her attention back. Just as Jilin contemplated whether to leave her behind and enter the hellish arena alone, the girl spoke. Truly, the Shura king is magnificent. Even his fleeing posture is so striking. Observing the infatuated girl before him, Jilin retorted, "You are merely enamored by his looks. How base of you." The girl shot Jilin a disdainful glance. "At least the Shura king is far more handsome than your unremarkable, ordinary face." Her words struck like a sharp arrow to his heart, and Jilin clutched his chest, staggering backward a few steps. Seeing Jilin's reaction, the girl nodded in satisfaction. "Well, I have introduced the basic situation here. Do you have any further inquiries?" Jilin raised the skeletal token in his hand and posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. What significance does this number hold? For instance, does it mean I am the 9,527th person to arrive here? No, the girl replied. It is merely a designation. Here, whenever someone perishes, their designation is subsequently transferred to the next newcomer. After hearing her response, Jilin nodded in understanding. He then gestured towards the nearby hellish arena of slaughter. "May I enter for a glimpse?" "Certainly, but gaining entry requires a Bloody Mary," she replied. "Do you have one?" Jilin gestured toward the scattered bodies lying haphazardly in the distance, where several individuals were already at work. "Isn't that convenient?" he remarked, eagerly producing a container and hastening toward the scene. The young girl smacked her forehead, realizing she had overlooked this detail, and promptly hurried to catch up with Jilin. Jilin discovered an intriguing phenomenon. A large pool of blood that had previously been visible had now vanished without a trace. The others, however, were unfazed. Their attention focused solely on extracting blood from the fresh corpses before them. Jilin, too, followed suit, perhaps influenced by the notorious Bloodshed City. The remnants of blood within these corpses were remarkably easy to extract. A mere incision on an artery would yield a small stream of blood. Yet, the quantity collected was rather poignant. After considerable effort, Jilin managed to gather approximately a liter of blood, which, judging by the size of the cups in Bloodshed City, amounted to about 4 cups. "See, we have enough now," he proclaimed with a tone of satisfaction. The girl rolled her eyes but chose to remain silent. Thus, the two of them ventured into the hellish arena of carnage. The seating arrangement in the hellish arena was intriguing, consisting of tiered rows that spiraled around the venue. The pair casually selected a spot to sit. Curiously, all spectators remained seated, with the most they did being verbal jabs at one another. Noticing Jilin's confusion, the girl clarified that within the hellish arena, aside from the combat platform below, no form of violence was permitted, be it murder or even mere brawling. Violators would face the direct judgment of the King of Carnage. 3512, 621, 250, 1234, 6481, 520, 1314, 9494, 9898, and 8848. Please step onto the stage. Simultaneously, the 10 passageways at the arena's base opened, each revealing an individual emerging from within. The battle commenced shortly thereafter. Ultimately, it was the individual designated as 8848 who stood victorious, eliciting a fervent roar of applause from the audience. 8848 basked in the glory of triumph atop the arena, while the insatiable desire for bloodshed surged more intensely within his mind. Jilin could distinctly observe a subtle crimson energy emerging from the earth, permeating into the being known as 8848, which subsequently became even more exhilarated. Jilin was uncertain about what it was, yet it seemed to be something unfavorable. Nevertheless, true knowledge is gleaned through experimentation. Jilin rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and his enthusiasm was infectious. "Where do I sign up?" he asked. The young girl was taken aback, surprised that Jilin would choose to participate. "Let me remind you, if you enter now, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture of protection. I understand, he replied. After observing Ji Lin for a moment, the girl shook her head and prepared to depart. One last question. Have you heard the termisac? No, he answered. Oh. Chapter 71. Opponents using crossbows. Perhaps it was the absence of Tang San and Huliana that led Ji Lin to register. Shortly after he signed up, the announcement for the commencement of the competition echoed through the arena. Participants 4568 to 9527, please proceed to the stage. Standing in the contestants' passageway, Ji Lin took a deep breath to steady his nerves, for soon there would be a battle to the death. The stone gate before him slowly creaked open, and Ji Lin stepped into the Colosseum, a grand arena with a diameter of 100 meters. 10 contestants emerged from their respective passages, eyeing each other warily. Due to the regulations of the Hellish Slaughter Arena, participants in the same match could not have a difference of more than 5 matches, and each individual was permitted to compete only once a day. This was designed to prevent the formidable from indiscriminately slaughtering the less experienced, while simultaneously enhancing the thrill of each duel. After all, only when survival hangs by a thread do beings unleash their fierce will to live. Among the 10, Ji Lin noticed that 2 appeared particularly anxious, likely newcomers like himself, while the others exuded a sense of ease, clearly seasoned players. The closing of the gate behind them signified the commencement of the brutal contest, a battle where only one would emerge victorious. It is a simple truth that one should choose the ripe fruit to squeeze. While it may deplete some of one's stamina, eliminating opponents significantly boosts one's courage and vitality, allowing one to perform at their peak, even surpassing their limits. Hence, the 7 veterans rushed toward Ji Lin and his 2 companions, eager to treat the newcomers as mere appetizers. 3 of them charged directly at Ji Lin, while the remaining 4 formed pairs to divide the last 2 participants. As the 3 approached, Ji Lin inhaled deeply, gripping his weapon firmly. Leading the charge was a soul master wielding an eagle spirit, although he could not utilize soul techniques. The augmentation from his spirit endowed his iron claws with the power to shatter stone. As Ji Lin's blade clashed against the opponent's claws, a metallic sound reverberated through the air. Yet, how could the strength of the Soul Master, a mere eagle spirit wielder, compare to that of Ji Lin, who specialized in physical prowess? In a single encounter, the Eagle Soul Master was sent hurtling backward by Ji Lin's strike. At this moment, 2 other Soul Masters arrived. One, wielding a mountain-splitting blade spirit, launched a horizontal slash towards Ji Lin. He leapt into the air, evading the attack with a graceful flip. The blade adorned with a golden sheen, slicing downwards towards the last of the mighty Bear Soul Masters. Confident in his robust physique and considerable strength, the Bear Soul Master gathered his soul energy, crossing his arms to brace himself against Ji Lin's onslaught. However, he underestimated the power of the golden-enhanced blade. A flash of golden light ensued, and soon, 2 hands lay severed upon the ground. Seizing the moment, Ji Lin swiftly released his grip on the blade only to reassert it with precision. In an instant, his grip transformed from reverse to standard, delivering a decisive upward strike that cleaved the bear in twain. The innards spilled upon the earth, a sight that would normally instill dread. Yet Ji Lin felt an exhilarating thrill rise within him. It had been far too long since he had experienced such unrestrained satisfaction. Turning his gaze towards the remaining 2 adversaries, he licked his lips and mused, "Let this be even more delightful." The 2 Soul Masters exchanged glances, unperturbed, and charged towards Ji Lin, one ascending and the other descending. Ji Lin gathered his strength in anticipation. Suddenly, with a swift stroke of his blade, a fierce sword aura struck down the unsuspecting hawk. In the same instant, Ji Lin propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, arriving before the mountain-cutting blade wielder, who was still reeling from the shock of the sword aura, and with a decisive strike, severed his head. Following this, another sword aura cleaved through the descending hawk, bisecting it mid-air. The spectators were left in utter astonishment. A voice cried out, "Soul bone! That young man possesses a soul bone!" Instantly, avaricious gazes from the vast audience were cast upon Ji Lin. The unfolding events not only captivated the onlookers, but also drew the attention of other Soul Masters present. After dispatching the Hawk Master and the Mountain-Cutting Blade Master, Ji Lin, still unsatisfied, turned his gaze towards the remaining 5 Soul Masters, one of whom was already deceased. Without the need for communication, the 5 Soul Masters unanimously surged towards Ji Lin in a coordinated assault. A sword aura, significantly larger than the previous ones, shot forth, with Ji Lin closely in pursuit. None dared to test the might of the sword aura, opting instead to evade. Thus, the formation of the 5 was disrupted. and Jilin seized the opportunity to target the individual farthest from the group, dispatching him with a single encounter. In this manner, utilizing the sword aura to clear a path and capitalizing on the isolated, Jilin swiftly reduced the battlefield to a solitary remaining opponent. At this juncture, the last survivor spoke. A person of your caliber must surely be coveted by every faction. Why then have you entered the city of slaughter? Jilin retorted. Why do you believe I would be so well liked? Obviously, a soul king possessing a soul bone would be revered wherever he goes. But what led you to the city of slaughter? Who would willingly enter this wretched place if not driven by desperation? It seems you have quite a few tales to tell. Are you intrigued? Please, do share. Subsequently, the Soul Master recounted his experiences of being oppressed by nobles and the harrowing tales of being hunted by powerful factions after becoming a Soul Master. Jilin stroked his chin, savoring the tale just recounted. A fortuitous opportunity. The Soul Master reached behind his waist to retrieve a crossbow and aimed it directly at Jilin. The bolt was poised to strike his face. Yet Jilin appeared utterly oblivious, exhibiting not the slightest reaction. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed across Jilin's face, abruptly halting the smile on the Soul Master's countenance. With a thud, an arrow struck the ground beside him. Jilin rose to his feet and approached the Soul Master step by step. The individual attempted to struggle, continually launching crossbow bolts. Yet each time they were thwarted by a glimmer of gold. Seizing a crossbow bolt, Jilin examined it with curiosity, noting its resemblance to Tang San's Zhuge divine crossbow. When did Soul Masters begin to rely on such external implements? The man, resigned to his fate, self-deprecatingly remarked that ever since the arrival of the Shura King a year ago, such devices had begun to flourish. Jilin felt a twinge of curiosity. Do any of you possess the skill to create such contraptions? In the city of slaughter, with a population nearing 10,000, there must surely be a few skilled artisans among them. Jilin nodded, acknowledging the lesson. Grant me a decisive resolution. Jilin gently patted his shoulder, reassuringly. Just as the two passed each other, that individual fell, lifeless. With the last adversary slain by Jilin, the doors symbolizing victory slowly creaked open. The city of slaughter was small, and Jilin's remarkable performance spread rapidly. As dusk fell, after vanquishing the final pursuer, Tang San dragged his weary body to a shadowy corner to rest. Coughing and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tang San murmured, could it be him, wielding that black blade? Meanwhile, the Hell Messenger, Hulaina, had also heard about Jilin's exploits. Sipping her drink delicately, her eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. A newcomer with a soul bone? How increasingly intriguing. Chapter 72. A hasty escape in a certain crimson chamber of the city of slaughter. A deep, raspy voice emerged lazily from the throne. I hear their essay promising newcomer today? The voluptuous chief steward, standing by, replied, indeed. How did he perform? He virtually single-handedly concluded the match. A pale, menacing face emerged from the shadows of the throne. Do you recall who last displayed such prowess? The Azura King. Ah, yes. The King of Slaughter lamented. Who was responsible for guiding him? The steward respectfully answered, number 24. Bring her to me. With that, the face retreated into the darkness. Soon, the girl who led Jilin arrived at the chamber, kneeling on one knee, her voice tinged with undeniable excitement. Great King of Slaughter, please allow me to recount everything regarding you in 9527. Upon learning of Jilin's achievements, the girl was taken aback by his strength and even more astonished that he had captured the attention of the King of Slaughter. Though a twinge of jealousy stirred within her, she concealed it well. She recounted her conversations with Jilin in meticulous detail. After listening to her account, the King of Slaughter pondered Jilin's origins. Not one of those two gods of slaughter. He might be worth pursuing. If not, he shall be eliminated. We certainly cannot afford another domain of slaughter. Having made up his mind, the King of Slaughter spoke to the girl in a cool tone. You may leave. Yes. As the girl stood to depart, she suddenly recalled something, hesitating before asking. He did pose a rather peculiar question at the end, did he not? What question? Have you ever heard the term Isak? The girl's vision blurred, and she felt a tightening grip around her delicate neck, lifting her off the ground. Did he truly ask that? Nearly choking, she managed to reply, why yes. Is that so? The King of Carnage murmured softly. With a crisp snap, he mercilessly twisted the young girl's neck, discarding her lifeless body into the darkness, where it fell with a muted splash. Why did 9527 know the name Isak? It seemed implausible that anyone in this era would remember. Suddenly, a figure entered. The Chief of Internal Affairs stepped through the door. Noticing the absence of number 24, he refrained from questioning or expressing any surprise, for this was not the first occurrence. What commands does the King of Carnage have? Issue a blood-red bounty. Whosoever slays 9527 shall be granted the title of God of Death by my decree. Without a moment's hesitation, the chief turned promptly to execute the King of Carnage's orders. Returning to his throne, the King of Carnage summoned a chalice filled with crimson blood, which floated effortlessly into his hand. After downing the sanguine concoction, he felt a fleeting sense of calm. Yet, a gnawing apprehension lingered. Such impulsive action alongside the enforcement team could provoke unwanted intervention from that formidable figure. Yet, there were two capable enforcers readily available before him. With the arrival of Jilin, an undercurrent of tension swept through the city of Carnage. At that moment, Jilin remained oblivious to the impending storm. Minutes earlier, upon exiting the hellish arena of slaughter, he made his way directly to the food supply point. A sizable building stood as one of the 3 supply locations within the inner city. The front door was tightly shut, and the structure bore no windows, exuding an aura of profound mystery. By now, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance. As noon struck, the doors of the supply point swung open, and nearly everyone surged forward in unison. In the chaos of so many bodies, disorder was inevitable. In a law-abiding place, such mayhem could be contained, but here, in the city of Carnage, where murder was a badge of honor, chaos reigned. After several lives were lost, all managed to enter the supply point. An unwritten rule prevailed in the city of Carnage. Once inside the supply point, one must refrain from violence, not out of fear, but to ensure the chance of obtaining food. For those who left empty-handed would not escape the wrath of those who feasted abundantly at other supply points. Indeed, as the young girl had remarked, the food of the inner city was as disparate from that of the outer city as the heavens are from the depths below. Jilin seized a piece of pork knuckle and began to savor it, finding the flavor quite delightful. While indulging in his meal, he discreetly utilized his ring to collect some food. Although he yearned to take everything with him, he understood that such an action would surely incite the wrath of the crowd. Thus, he merely took enough for his own day's sustenance. After all, while soul-guiding devices can store items, time within them does not stand still. The passage of time within is akin to that outside. This realization was one of the reasons Jilin refrained from taking more than necessary. Who would willingly consume stale provisions, despite only taking a single day's worth for himself? Jilin's appetite was considerable. Observing as he accumulated over 50 portions, the others couldn't help but frown, yet none dared to intervene. Once satiated, Jilin exited the supply point, only to find the eyes of the people on the street subtly directed toward the token at his waist. This heightened his sense of caution. You were 9,527? A gaunt man emerged, brandishing an iron rod aimed directly at Jilin. A sharp-eyed individual recognized the man and exclaimed, "Isn't that 2,580? 2,580? The one with 45 victories? The one just beneath the Hell Messenger and the Azure King?" Indeed, it was he. It was unexpected that he had also made an appearance. Isn't that obvious? He bears the title of the God of Killing, capable of traversing the city of slaughter at will. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Listening to the murmurs around him, Jilin understood that this man was intent on confronting him. Instantly, he assumed a defensive posture, acknowledging the seriousness of facing a soul sage. 2,580 licked his lips, clearly convinced that he had found 9527. Once I eliminate you, the title of God of Killing will be mine, and I can avoid confronting those two oddities. Jilin chuckled coldly, declaring that taking his life would not be a simple endeavor. Neither side had the upper hand, with 2,580 unable to utilize soul techniques. No advantage could be gained, so he chose to remain steadfast amidst the uncertainty. Jilin was quietly observing his surroundings, while others held their breath, primed to play the role of the opportunist. Suddenly, Jilin made his move, prompting 2580 to brace himself. With astonishing speed, Jilin dashed towards a nearby alley, having determined it to be the optimal route through careful observation and foresight. Run away, he seemed to imply, catching everyone off guard with his unexpected retreat. Although the meaning of his words was lost on them, it was evidently a provocation. Chapter 73. Let us exchange rings. 9527 is here. Come quickly. Let us go. The title of God of Slaughter is within reach. The crimson bounty for the King of Slaughter spread rapidly throughout the city of Carnage. Almost everyone participated in the pursuit of Jilin, as this was the closest they had ever been to the God of Slaughter. The hunters closed in from all directions. Viewed from above, Jilin appeared trapped, like a turtle in a jar. Hearing the footsteps approaching, he swiftly turned into a narrow alley. Behind him, 2580 and a hunched man followed closely. The hunched man's nose was significantly larger than usual, and his tongue dangled out, giving him an unintelligent appearance as he sniffed the ground intently. 3654, what is the situation? Where is he? 3654 lifted his head and pointed towards the alley Jilin had entered, affirmatively stating, "This way." Observing the direction indicated by 3654, 2580 grinned, "Fortune smiles upon me. I never expected him to run straight into our trap, practically walking into the net." He reached out to pat 3654's head, adding, "Your keen nose has earned you a reward of 10 Bloody Marys when we return." "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." 3654 bowed repeatedly, eliciting hearty laughter from 2580. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious glimmer shone in 3654's eyes. However, before 2580 and his companion could advance into the alley, 2 more groups arrived, indicating that they too possessed talents akin to 3654. The 3 factions exchanged glances, each sizing the other up. After a moment, 2580 remarked, "Lingering here is unproductive. If we allow others to seize the opportunity, we will be at a severe disadvantage. Shall we join forces?" The leaders of the other 2 factions also comprehended that engaging in a confrontation at this juncture would be an unwise course of action, thus they acquiesced. However, as they traversed the alley, they unexpectedly encountered other groups, and all parties stood in bewilderment, gazing at one another. The encircling net gradually constricted around them, with an increasing tide of individuals arriving, none anticipating that Jilin could elude their collective pursuit so stealthily. Witnessing this scene, 2580, incensed, struck his fist against the adjacent wall, which crumbled under the force. A hapless individual perched atop the wall had no time to react and plummeted downwards. That person, fueled by rage, wasted no time in retaliating. 2580, "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see I'm still up here? Are you blind?" With a grim expression, 2580 swung his iron staff, threatening, "Are you courting death?" Undeterred, the other individual conjured numerous slender needles, their inky hue revealing their toxic nature. "If you're not afraid, let us have a go. Just see if I pierce you." Although their words suggested confrontation, both were merely indulging in verbal sparring. Fully aware that a physical altercation would only serve to benefit others, in an obscure chamber within the outer city, Jilin took a sip from the soul guide device to steady his nerves. Utilizing void walking and future sight, Jilin successfully extricated himself from the encirclement and arrived in the outer city. Honestly, what is up with that old bat? Did I provoke him in any way? Jilin truly cannot fathom why the King of Slaughter would target him so vehemently, even offering an exorbitant price for the title of the God of Killing. It is essential to understand that, although there is no realm of the God of Killing, this title grants the bearer unrestricted access to the City of Slaughter, placing them in a position second only to the king himself, a status that is indeed one beneath the heavens and above all others. This underscores the immense allure it holds for those individuals, to the extent that they might forsake their grievances against one another. However, the pressing concern at present is to devise a strategy to navigate the current situation, for it is said that while a thief may operate for 1,000 days, there exists no means to guard against such a thief indefinitely. In the inner city, the purple moon has now extinguished, and the streetlights have begun to illuminate the surroundings. Yet, unlike the purple moon, the streetlights possess a limited range of illumination. Jilin wandered at the luminous edge, halting before a grand edifice. The plan commenced. Jilin murmured softly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Within the supply point, a silhouette suddenly materialized. Indeed, it was Jilin. Surveying the desolate room, Jilin furrowed his brow. However, he made no move to depart. Instead, he sought refuge in a corner, settling down to rest his eyes. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it would be the hour for the distribution of food. At that moment, a subtle surge of spiritual energy stirred Jilin from his repose. Holding aloft a luminous crystal, he beheld a spectacle that could only be described as magical. Before his eyes, shelves laden with food began to rise gracefully from the ground, and in a short while, the previously empty room was transformed. Brimming with an array of delectable provisions, Jilin scratched his head, contemplating the situation. Nevertheless, he did not lose sight of his primary objective and promptly began utilizing his soul-guiding device to gather sustenance. In pursuit of efficiency, he discreetly concealed his belongings elsewhere. Before long, Jilin's ring was brimming with provisions. Observing the ample remaining food, he retrieved a bracelet, the very one belonging to the soul master who wielded a crossbow. Though modest in size, with a mere 5 cubic units, it was perfectly suited to accommodate the remaining supplies. At this juncture, Jilin could already hear sounds emanating from outside. The wind howled fiercely. Clad in a hood, adorned with a mask, and draped in a cloak, Jilin blended seamlessly into the throng, awaiting their meal. Although Jilin's attire appeared rather peculiar, it was by no means the most bizarre on display. Others merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting their attention. The moment the doors swung open, Jilin galloped away, leaving the others momentarily stunned as he dashed out of the supply point. Why is this fellow running so fast? Is he a reincarnation of a starving ghost? May he choke on his own gluttony. Yet, when the crowd finally entered, they were met with nothing but empty shelves, devoid of any trace of sustenance. Anger surged among them. That lad has some audacity. Old Mo, I feel a thirst for blood. A silent decree was issued against Jilin in the minds of all. Yet they rushed toward other supply points, for a man is but iron, and food is steel. One cannot endure hunger for long. In this city of slaughter, where most possessed meager soul power, maintaining robust energy was paramount. After the sacrifice of several lives, the uproar finally subsided. Meanwhile, Jilin surveyed the individual he had incapacitated, nodding with satisfaction. Very good, very good. This figure bears a striking resemblance to mine, 9 parts out of 10. As for the face, well, that is easily remedied. With that, he raised his blade and struck down decisively. Now, even your mother would fail to recognize you. Furthermore, Jilin relieved the individual of the soul-guiding ring on his right hand. Oh, 12 cubic, quite commendable. I shall trade this for yours. He then slipped his own ring onto his finger. Chapter 74. 9,528 faces defeat useless, with so many of you. Not a single 9,527 can be subdued. In an unnamed chamber of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter hurled his wine glass, spilling the Bloody Mary across the floor. The chief steward picked up the glass that had rolled to his feet and approached the king of slaughter, reporting, "The king of Azura has responded." The king paused, intrigued. "Oh, really? What did he say?" "He requests that you arrange his matches swiftly so he can complete 100 bouts, after which he will eliminate 9527. And what of the Hell Messenger? The same conditions apply." The king of slaughter pondered deeply, although this would result in 2 additional domains of slaughter. Having 2 more posed little concern, even if it heightened the threat against him. As long as he could eliminate the knowledgeable 9527, all would be worthwhile. Moreover, these 2 hailed from the opposing sects of Haotian and the Spirit Hall, potentially leading to their mutual destruction. With this realization, the king of slaughter felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He procured another glass of Bloody Mary from seemingly nowhere, took a gentle sip, and steadied his composure. "Relay my response to them. Inform them that I have consented and urge them to act swiftly." "Understood." The overseer bowed deeply before gradually retreating. The room was left with only the king of slaughter, and after a moment of silence, he downed the remaining Mary in one swift motion, then clenched his right fist and struck heavily upon the throne. After orchestrating such elaborate schemes and investing so much, there could be no room for error. "Hey, have you discovered 9,527 yet? If I had, would I even bother to inform you? Are you courting death? You think you can take me on?" Despite everyone tirelessly searching for Jilin, each was driven by their own interests, lacking unity. Frustrations would often boil over, leading to direct confrontations. Many mistakenly believed Jilin was behind these altercations, only to find their investigations futile. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of the last pursuer and could not help but remark, "These folks are far too hyped up. It's late at night, and here they are, chasing after me. Truly ridiculous." Observing the numerous energy orbs near the supply point, Jilin was somewhat astonished. Were these individuals reacting so swiftly? What a pity. Jilin appeared at the supply point, surveying the surrounding food with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "I can walk through walls. How infuriating." Yet, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Had the quantity increased? This time, Jilin did not charge ahead alone, but stood at the forefront alongside several others. Suddenly, the 7 Night Star blade materialized in his hand, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that caught everyone off guard. Those closest to Jilin fell to their demise in the northwest. The blade's energy stirred up clouds of dust as Jilin swiftly withdrew. Once the haze dissipated and the onlookers entered the supply point, they were met with an immaculate room. "Damn it, this guy dares to act like this again." 9,527. "Don't let me catch you." With no other option, everyone was compelled to venture to another supply point in search of sustenance. Jilin stealthily followed behind them, ascending to the rooftop, where the supply point indeed boasted an abundance of provisions. The king of slaughter was remarkably swift. I had scarcely employed this tactic for 2 days. Yet he had already resolved it. Just as Jilin contemplated his next strategy, a glint of cold light darted toward the back of his head. He swiftly turned aside to evade it, only to find Tang San standing there. To his astonishment, the Shura King had taken an interest in his life. He was truly taken aback. Tang San raised an eyebrow, seemingly not recognizing him, which was understandable given his significant transformation. The Haotian hammer pointed directly at Jilin, accusing him, "You base scoundrel, who resorts to theft and incites slaughter. Such behavior deserves universal condemnation." Jilin was left speechless. Realizing that Tang San's earlier ambush was not deemed despicable, nor was his conduct mentioned. At that moment, a massive foxtail swept toward him. Jilin executed an aerial flip to evade it. Upon closer inspection, the attacker was tall and statuesque, with a graceful silhouette that conveyed both elegance and authority. Her enchanting eyes, delicate nose, and crimson lips revealed a beauty that rivaled even that of Daji. To Jilin's surprise, even a messenger from hell had arrived. What merit did he possess to be treated thus by these two? Enough of the pleasantries, Hulaina declared coldly, her voice contrasting sharply with her alluring demeanor. "We have come to claim your life." With that, the enormous foxtail launched another assault on Jilin, prompting Tang San to charge forward with the Haotian hammer in hand, unwilling to back down. Jilin was entirely adorned in gold, with the exception of his head, which remained unprotected. Upon perceiving the approaching foxtail, he immediately swung his blade to strike. Yet, just as the foxtail was about to collide with Jilin's weapon, it exhibited an extraordinary agility, akin to a nimble serpent, ensnaring Jilin's sword and persistently exerting force in an attempt to wrest it from his grasp. In a display of strength, his right hand surged with power, hurling Hulaina towards Tang San, declaring, "I have never been defeated." Reluctantly, Tang San halted, spinning to catch Hulaina while simultaneously shifting his weight. In that moment, 9 flying daggers were unleashed, soaring like phoenixes in flight, enigmatic and awe-inspiring. This was the 8th-ranked hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the phoenix leading 9 chicks. Confronted with Tang San's fearsome attack that had once annihilated a soul saint and 2 soul emperors in an instant, Jilin thrust his blade into the crossbeam of the roof, then opened his arms with a smile. Observing Jilin's contemptuous demeanor, Tang San let out a cold laugh, deeming him arrogant. In the next instant, a clear, resonant sound echoed as 8 daggers simultaneously struck at Jilin's chest, back, kidneys, and the sides of his neck, even targeting Jilin's second brother and his vulnerable areas. Jilin commented that it was quite ostentatious, however, with a swift motion. He raised his hand and pinched the 9th flying dagger aimed at his brow between his index and middle fingers, rendering it ineffective. Tang San's face oscillated between shades of pale and flushed, the words of arrogance still ringing in his ears. Jilin gently shook his head, his right hand wielding a flying dagger that lightly tapped against his left palm, displaying an exquisite skill. With a sudden motion, he hurled the dagger, its trajectory lacking the inscrutable finesse of a master, yet its speed was markedly swift. Tang San's violet-hued pupils narrowed as he deftly blocked the dagger with the Haotian hammer. The clash of blade and hammer resonated with a sharp clang, the dagger embedding itself into the beam above, while Tang San was jolted back 2 steps. It was of little concern. Tang San's gaze turned steely, fueled by the injury to his mentor, the peril facing the 7-treasure, glazed tile school. The honor of concealed weapons, the glory of the Tang clan, and above all, this individual must not be spared. Grasping the Haotian hammer and stepping with the elusive ghost shadow steps, a flicker of crimson light occasionally danced in his eyes as Tang San charged forward. Chapter 75, The 36 Stratagems, The Golden Cicada Sheds Its Shell. The fierce battle on the rooftop involving Jilin, Tang San, and Hulaina swiftly captured the attention of all. Look, it seems the Azura King and the Hell Messenger are engaged in combat with 95-27. Indeed, it appeared that with those 2 present, our chances of intervening had dimmed considerably. Who says that? Am I not allowed to play the role of a fisherman? Just days prior, those who had followed the Azura King after he was injured by the wolf pack had shared similar sentiments, though now their graves had long since been overgrown with grass. What grass grows so quickly? Blue silver grass. Despite the notorious reputations of Tang San and Hulaina, there were still those who aspired to be the Yellow Sparrow, with 2,580 being one among them. Once again, Hulaina ensnared Jilin's blade with her foxtail. Aware that her strength paled in comparison to Jilin's, she sought to exploit any opening he might reveal, confident that Tang San would deliver a devastating blow. Naturally, Tang San would not let this opportunity slip away. He swung the Haotian hammer, aiming a powerful strike at Jilin's head. Just as Hulaina had anticipated, Jilin found himself unable to throw her off in time. Faced with the formidable onslaught of the Haotian hammer, Jilin released his grip on the sword with his right hand and turned, countering with a punch aimed directly at the hammer. A tremendous crash ensued, causing both combatants to stagger back several paces. At this moment, the rooftop seemed on the verge of collapse, beginning to sway precariously. Jilin shook his somewhat numb hand and addressed the two individuals, stating that he had performed quite well today and would see them again next time. With a slight bend of his legs, he leaped into the air, intending to land on the rooftop opposite him. Hulaina, turning his body slightly, forcefully swung his tail, sending the 7 Night Star blade soaring towards Jilin, who was suspended in midair. Sensing the imminent approach of the blade, Jilin made a slight adjustment to his posture in an effort to evade it. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Just as Jilin narrowly avoided the blade, Tang San and 2580 simultaneously launched their attacks, with the Haotian hammer and the Bingtian iron rod striking almost in unison. The iron rod traveled in a straight line while the Haotian hammer followed a curved trajectory. Prior to this moment, both individuals were acutely aware of Jilin's formidable defensive prowess, leading them to target his unprotected head. In midair, Jilin first seized the blade to cleave the iron staff, then unleashed a sword chi towards 2580. Caught off guard, 2580 was grievously wounded by the strike. A beam of azure light emanated from Tang San's eyes, swiftly pursuing Jilin. It was one of Tang San's trump cards, the purple extreme divine light. Even with the formidable external soul bone of a 100,000-year-old, Jilin dared not gamble on his immunity and braced himself with his blade. The blue-purple extreme divine light struck the 7 Night Star blade with precision, and Jilin exhaled in relief, believing he had successfully blocked it. However, to his astonishment, Tang San bellowed, instantly amplifying the output of the purple extreme divine light. In the following moment, the 7 Night Star blade shattered in two, with one half flying off. Jilin narrowly tilted his head to evade the debris, while the purple extreme divine light dissipated due to Tang San's excessive energy expenditure. As Jilin's lips involuntarily curled upwards, the Haotian hammer, suspended in midair, showed no mercy. Whether by chance or fate, the hammer collided with the severed blade, both striking Jilin's face in unison. A resounding silence followed, accompanied by a splatter of blood as Jilin crashed through the roof. Hulaina cast a deep glance at the man beside her, pondering the terrifying calculation that allowed one to use the enemy's blade to bring about their demise. Truly, he was a man worthy of admiration. Tang San also noticed Hulaina's gaze, but refrained from offering an explanation, as he too was somewhat bewildered. Instantly, everyone rushed over to ascertain whether Jilin was alive or dead, wondering if they could claim credit for the kill should he still draw breath. 3654. Assist me in checking. Yes, my lord 2580. The sound of a blade transforming from white to crimson echoed ominously. 3654. My lord 2580. May your journey be smooth, ha 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 ha. Despite the significant toll on Tang San, he was the first to arrive at the scene. Approaching cautiously, he turned the body face up, intent on confirming Jilin's status. Upon seeing the grotesquely bloodied visage, Tang San could not help but frown, questioning if this truly was Jilin. He picked up a nearby broken blade, still stained with blood. Tang San,